Alright, so today on the channel, I will go over everything, and I mean everything that has happened in the Blue Lock manga, all the way from chapter 1, where Isagi just got his dreams crushed, all the way to now, in the latest chapter, when he is playing in the U20 World Cup. Now I will say that as this is a compilation from my already existing videos, the audio level varies at time to time, so that's why it might get a bit loud sometimes. However, I don't think that it's that much of a problem. Anyway, I very well know that you guys don't want to hear me yap, so let's just get straight into the video. Just be sure to subscribe, and I guess clear your calendar for the next day. With that, let's get into it. To begin the Blue Lock manga, we start with an introduction to the Football Association. They discuss Japan's poor performance in the World Cup, and their new member, Henri Thierry, asks the president if he has any plans to fix it. But he doesn't care what the team does, as long as he gets money from them. It's just business after all, he says. His words fire up Henri, who reveals that her biggest dream is to see Japan win the World Cup, and she shows them the man who will help Japan achieve that, Jinpachi Ego. After that, we get directed to a fire-looking Yoichi Isagi, who is in a one-on-one with their goalkeeper. Suddenly, his teammate shouts that he is also open, and Isagi passes the ball because football is a team sport after all, right? His teammate hits the goalpost, and the ball bounces back to Ryosuke Kira, who runs through Isagi's team and scores, and then the match is over. Isagi is headed home when he thinks about his idol, Noel Noah. Isagi strived to be like Noel Noah, but now it's all over. They lost. He suddenly thinks back to the game and wonders what would have happened if he didn't pass the ball. Would his fate have changed? He abounds in ego and selfish thought and remembers that football is a team sport where you have to work together. Isagi screams and starts crying before he goes home. At home, his mom gives him a letter from the Football Association, where he has been invited to a player improvement program. When he arrives at the location and meets Ryosuke Kira, the star player of the team they lost to, he praises Isagi for his field perspective and football IQ. When they enter the location, they are greeted by 300 strikers who have all been invited there. The lights go black and the host comes forward. It's Jinpachi Ego. He reveals that his purpose is to make the best striker Japan has ever seen. Ego shows them the facility they will be working in, the Blue Lock. Even though Ego promised them that he will make them the best striker ever, there were some people who were against it. But then, Ego tells them to get lost, and that if they are already thinking of leaving, then go right ahead. After that, he goes on a rant about how Japan's national team is trash. He also tells them why other football players are so much better compared to Japan's. It's their extraordinary egoism. For example, Noel Noah said that he feels better after losing 3-4 after scoring a hat-trick than winning only by 1-0 with an assist. The famous Pele said, the best forward, the best midfielder, the best defender, the best goalkeeper. To all of those questions, I always answer that it is me, and that is their extraordinary egoism speaking, which Japan lacks. You won't be able to become the greatest striker in the world unless you have the ego to match it. After that, Ego gives an exact parable of what happened to Isagi. You are one-on-one with the goalkeeper and your teammate tells you to pass. Without hesitation, you shoot. If you desire that rebellious egoism, then step through the gate, says Ego. Without any further, Isagi runs to the gate, determined to become the best striker. When the players got to Blue Lock, their wallets and phones were all confiscated. You also get a uniform. The number on Isagi's uniform is 299. After that, Isagi is sent into the changing room, where he meets his teammates. Luckily, Kira has been placed in the same squad as he has. There is also this sleeping goblin. Shortly after, Ego pops up on the screen, telling them that the people in the room are both their roommates and rivals. Ego tells them that the number on your uniform is essentially their ranking. Their ranking can change daily based on factors like training and the results of games. But not only that, because the top 5 players will participate in a certain tournament 6 months from now, where they will be the selected strikers for the Japan U20 national team playing at the World Cup. But if you are defeated in the Blue Lock, you will be permanently banned from Japan's national team. After that, it's time to play some good old tag. The time limit is 136 seconds, and the player with possession of the ball is it. Whoever is it when time runs out will be dropped out of Blue Lock. Igarashi is the first one. He aims at Isagi, but he dodges. He spots the guy sleeping on the floor and aims at him, but before he realizes it, the guy kicks him in his face. The strong-looking guy goes over and tells him to play fair, but when they talk, Igarashi kicks the ball at his face. When he goes to take revenge on Igarashi, he accidentally shoots Isagi, who now becomes it. With only 1 minute left on the timer, he goes to hunt. He goes for Igarashi because he got the number 300 on this uniform, meaning that he is worse than Isagi and therefore the best person to go for. But then the goblin screams for Isagi to look in his direction. Isagi sees that he has trapped the strong-looking guy and wants Isagi to shoot at him. But before Isagi can take the shot, he gets thrown away, landing at Igarashi. But when he got up, he realized that he had accidentally hurt Igarashi's foot. Kira shouts that Isagi has to take the shot. When Isagi is on the edge of victory, he suddenly stops and tells himself that if he wants to become the best of the best, he needs to defeat those who are stronger than him. Surprisingly, the goblin takes the ball from Isagi, and now we finally have a name. His name is Meguru Bachira. Bachira goes for Kira, who is the best player in the room. He tries to shoot him and also kick him but can't hit him. That's when the ball bounces to Isagi, who shoots Kira right in his face. With the timer ticking down to 0, Kira loses the game. After that, Kira goes on a massive rage, talking about how this is absurd and how they can't expel him because he is Japan's national treasure. I'm actually sad that he got out this early because I would like to see how his ego would expand over the series, but this was also a great way to show everyone's desire to become the best. Ego later explains that the size of the room is exactly the same as the proportions of a penalty area, and that the average time a player possesses the ball during a match is about 136 seconds. The same time they were given. He also says that if Kira wanted to stay in Blue Lock and also win the game, he could, because he had plenty of time to survive by shooting at Igarashi, but Kira decided to waste that chance. Ego also compliments Isagi and Bachira for taking on the bigger challenge and awakening their egoism by aiming at better players. Later, when Isagi confronts Bachira on his choice to pass the ball to him, Bachira explains that he passed it to Isagi because he thought that he would take the shot. After that, Ego says that this is just a taste of what Blue Lock is about. We finally get to see everyone's name, so let's briefly go over them. This is Wataru Kwon, Jingo Raichi, Yudai Imamura, Okuhito Iemon, Asahi Naruhaya, Gingagamaru, Hayoma Chigiri, aka Best Boy, and Rensuke Kunigami. 3 days have now gone since they arrived at Blue Lock, and all of the 11 players have been occupied with an athletic test. With this test, we can also see some of the players' strengths, like Raichi, who has insane endurance, and Kwon, who has crazy physical abilities. When it's mealtime, players get different food based on their ranks. For example, Isagi and Igarashi got natto, while Gagamaru got gyoza. When the night comes around, Isagi is having a hard time sleeping, thinking about everyone's insane strengths and abilities, so he tries to make up for it with some personal training. But when he starts his training, he gets hit from behind with a football from Bachira, who asks him if he can join in. Before they start, Isagi asks Bachira why he thought that Isagi wanted to hit Kira. Bachira explains that he has a monster inside him who only comes out when he plays football. The monster tells him stuff like, steal the goal and dance some more, but back then, the monster told him to pass the ball to Isagi because Isagi apparently also has a monster inside of him. Bachira tells him that he is happy that he came to Blue Lock because he got to meet Isagi. They go again, and this time, Isagi has the same eyes he had back then. But before they can go any further, the announcer tells them that tallies for the 3-day athletic tests are done, and that all players have to return to their room. When they get back, Isagi sees that his rank has gone up to 274. Ego pops up on the screen and starts explaining more about Blue Lock. He tells them that the facility is separated into 5 blocks. He tells them that because one player got kicked out of every group during the tag game, that means that 25 players left the building. So basically, Isagi didn't go up any ranks, sadly. Isagi's team is in the 5th block, which is the worst team in Blue Lock. And while they are barely eating their fill, other and better players get to live it up with good food and good training. The ones who can play soccer are kings, so if they want to start living the high life, they have to start winning. So let the first selection begin. In a hotel somewhere, we see Nihei from the soccer journal talking to someone who is somewhat of a prodigy, it sounds like. Nihei asks him if he has any interest in playing for the Japanese league. He responds that he would rather die than do that, and the mysterious guy's name is Itoshi Sai. He tells Nihei that he is aiming at becoming the #1 player and that he can never achieve that by playing in Japan, because no one in Japan is good enough to even take his passes. When he walks back, he stumbles into an interview for the Blue Lock project, which interests Sei. He tells his assistant to cancel their plane, because he is now set on seeing what kind of forward comes out of the Blue Lock project. Back in Blue Lock, Ego explains how the first selection will work. It will work like a 5-team round-robin event, and the 2 teams that come out on top will move to the second selection. You will get 3 points if you win, 1 point if you draw, and 0 points if you lose. This surprises the team because they're all forwards, so from now on, they will be playing different roles. Ego tells them to just simply forget everything they know about soccer, because the thing that is going to make Japan #1 isn't teamwork, but one hero. The players on Team Z start playing rock, paper, and scissors to settle which player gets to be the striker on the team. Isagi manages to win, and therefore gets to pick the position that he wants to play, and the others will follow based on their rank. To no one's surprise, Isagi picks forward. Ego explains further on the round robin, and that the 3 worst teams will have to leave Blue Lock, and also the right to play for Japan's national team. But there is a way for some players to survive, because the best player out of the losing teams who has scored the most goals for their team will also go up to the second selection. The player on each team will be ranked according to their number of goals scored, but fair play will also be accounted for in the system. For example, a yellow card is 1 minus point. 2 yellow cards in the same game are -3 points. A red card is -4 points, and a red card after a yellow card is -5 points. The first match will be in 2 hours between Team X and Team Z. When it's game time, they decide not to make a strategy, but instead just believe in Isagi. After both teams have entered the field, it's time to start. And Isagi has the ball, but 3 players of the opposite team run at him, so he has to back off. He is going to pass the ball to Bachira, but is interrupted by Raichi, who comes behind him and steals the ball. He tells Isagi that he is going to screw the team and win on his own, but suddenly Kunigami comes and takes the ball from him. While they are fighting each other, someone from the other team comes and takes the ball from them. And then the same thing happens to that guy, so basically no one cares about their roles. While Isagi is thinking of a way to get the ball, one player from the opposite team breaks through and runs towards Isagi at full speed. It's Shoei Baru, who threatens Isagi that he will end him. Baru does a heel flick and gets behind Isagi easily. He runs to the 2 defenders, but even they can't do anything to stop Baru, who just runs behind them. He takes a shot, and he shoots a perfect shot, making it 1-0. This gets Isagi's team to argue with each other, and now their whole team is in shambles. Isugai tells Bachira that from now on, they will just pass to each other, but before the ball even reaches Bachira, Igarashi takes it and runs off. Before he can do anything useful with it, he loses it. Team X has seen that Isagi's team is in shambles, and that now all they have to do is get the ball to Baru to win the game. Everyone on Isagi's team runs to stop Baru, but when they do that, they leave the other players unmarked, making it easy for them to just score. Quickly after that, Baru scores another goal, and another one, and one more. With Isagi's team losing, and with no sign of being able to make a comeback, Bachira tells him that if there were only him and Isagi, he thinks they could score. So with 3 minutes left on the clock, Isagi and Bachira will try to shine. Bachira tells Isagi that he will bait as many defenders as he can, while Isagi runs behind them and tries to find a place to shoot from. The match starts, and Isagi passes Bachira and starts running at full speed to their goal. Bachira baits a bunch of defenders around him and sees a path for Isagi, so he passes the ball to him, and now it's a one-on-one with the goalkeeper, or so he thought, because from nowhere Baru appears before him. Isagi is now stuck, but he hears Kunigami and Raichi behind him, and with nothing else to do, he passes to Kunigami, who hits a disgusting goal right in the net. After that, Raichi takes Isagi and gives him a real earful. He was angry at Isagi for not passing him, but also for not taking the shot himself. Baru also comes and gives his 2 cents, calling Isagi worthless for passing, and with that, Isagi's team loses. Back in the changing room, they all argue with each other, arguing about why Isagi was a striker and who should be next time. While they are arguing, Isagi is in his own head, wondering why he passed instead of shooting. That was the exact same thing as he did before coming to Blue Lock. So what is it that he is lacking, he wonders. Kwon shouts that everyone should cut it out, telling them that they are in a real pinch now. Kwon explains that they now have 1 loss, making it really hard for them to even move on to the next round. Their best bet would be to aim for 2 wins and 1 draw, but that's also what every other team is thinking. That's why this first game meant so much for them. Kunigami also says that it was only because of Isagi and Bachira that he was able to score, and that might be a hint on how to win. Bachira also adds on to that, saying that he thinks it was the best goal of the match. When they are talking about ego reasons for this game, Isagi comes out and says that he has a theory about what Ego wanted with this game. He tells them that early in the match, every player on the field was only thinking about scoring, but all of that stopped when Baru scored. Baru's goal destroyed all of the chaos, and he became the very foundation for the team. After Baru's teammates saw what he was capable of, they felt that they could improve their own play just by following his lead. And that's what Isagi says, that their team needs a foundation. Isagi also says that he thinks that Ego's message for them was to understand that football and the teams are born from a top-notch striker. After that, Ego comes on the screen and reveals the score difference and the scores of all the teams. Team Phi won their game with a score of 8-0. Ego goes into detail about the country of Japan as well. He tells them that the Japanese people love to have a fixed role to play, and that's why they are so strong in baseball. But it's different when it comes to football, because football is a game where offense and defense intertwine with each other. That's why Japan needs the best striker there is, who can act as a leader for the team. Ego explains that each striker carries a weapon. A weapon is something that will disrupt the enemy's organization and destroy them. After that, when the players have gone back to the sleeping room, they discuss their individual strengths, but when it is Isagi's turn, he doesn't know, so they move on to Chigiri, who doesn't want to say. They decided to ignore them and move on. Kwon explains that a striker needs to have a strong weapon to use, and from that, a foundation can start to be built. So he thinks that they should focus on learning how to put their weapons to use. But to do that, they need a strong tactic, and luckily, Kwon came up with a tactic he called, "I'm the next 9." So after that, they all went through special training to try to make their weapons better. Isagi is having lunch by himself with his favorite meal, Natsu. He begins to think about this weapon again and what his own weapon is going to be. When he is in his thoughts, Kunigami comes by to say thank you for the pass. And when Kunigami is about to leave, Isagi asks him why he plays football. Kunigami explains that he will become a football superhero. To Kunigami, superheroes weren't the guys with capes or robots. No, they were the ones who stood on the green pitch and were triumphant after scoring the goal, otherwise known as the strikers. He tells Isagi that he will fulfill this dream of his and fight against the world for it, fair and square. After that, Kunigami buys some steak with his points and shares it with Isagi. While eating, Kunigami asks Isagi why he passed him when Reichi was in a better spot than he was. Isagi tells him that he somehow could smell the goal from Kunigami's shot. Kunigami tells Isagi that smelling the goal could be his weapon before he digs into the steak, which makes his eyes light up. When Isagi tells Kunigami that he is a great guy, he gets embarrassed, which I felt was kind of adorable. Now it's game time, and Isagi's team is up against Team Y. Kwon tells them that Team Y is in the same position as they are in, and that they need to be careful of their number 9. Hiniki Okawa, who has a super strong shooting technique. With the match about to begin, we finally get a flashback to Kwon's tactic. So Kwon's tactic is a devised hyper-offensive system that will make the most out of their weapons. But how will all of the players' weapons be able to shine? Kwon has already thought of that, which is why he decided that they all would be rotating playing forward. Now back to the match, with Bachira starting as forward and his special weapon is his dribbling, so the other guys will basically only be supporting him and passing him the ball when they get it. When Bachira is running towards the goal, he is up against 3 players, so he decides to pass it back to be safe. But it doesn't take long until Igarashi passes it back to Bachira for him to try again, but sadly, the time is up, and it's Kunigami's turn to show off. Kunigami's power is his left leg's shooting power. Kunigami orders them to run up the sides. Kunigami finds an open space to shoot from, but just when he has shot the ball, 2 guys from the opposite team block it, making the ball bounce to Isagi. Isagi passes the ball to Bachira for him to get their rhythm back. When Isagi is thinking, he realizes that Okawa, their star player, hasn't moved at all since the game started. Bachira passes the ball to Kunigami, who takes his shot, but once again gets blocked by the opposite team. But this time, the ball bounces back to one of their players, and suddenly Okawa starts running, but this catches Isagi's attention, so he follows him. After that, Okawa gets a pass from his teammate, who we now know is called Nico. Now it's only Eamon standing in his way to score, but as we know, Eamon isn't really a goalkeeper, so Okawa gets past him easily and scores for Team Y. Team Z is now losing, but they decide to at least have 2 players focus on Okawa to try to prevent more goals. They also switch positions because now it's Kwon's turn, and his weapon is his jumping power, which he can use to beat anyone in headers. Anyway, the ball goes to Kunigami, but it's quickly stolen from Nico, who takes it and just passes it around the entire first half. In the changing room, Isagi's team is furious. Reichi says that the other team had the ball for his 10 minutes, and also 5 of Imamura's. Igarashi says that aside from Okawa, Team Y kept passing on their side to guard the ball, with the intention of winning the game with their 1-goal lead. And if that wasn't enough, we can't forget that Team Z must keep at least 2 people near Okawa. Chigiri asks if it wouldn't be best to switch up their strategy, but Kwon says that it's too risky and tells them to continue on with Operation Me Next 9. The second half begins, and it's just like the last. Team Y is just keeping the ball close and passing it around. Imamura goes in to steal it, but falls. However, Gagamaru follows up with Imamura's attack and has now captured the ball. And after that, Gagamaru's 10-minute start. Gagamaru passes to Isagi on the side while he runs into the middle, and when he is in position, Isagi passes him. Gagamaru uses his long body to head the ball, but unfortunately, it hits the corner of the goal. However, it gives Team Z a corner kick. Isagi thinks that they can break them, but just then, he senses a strange and fearsome aura behind him. However, when he looks back, he can't see anyone, just Okawa standing far back. Bachira goes to take the corner kick, but when he kicks it, Isagi suddenly starts running back. The ball goes down, and the goalkeeper from Team Y goes out and punches away the ball. However, Isagi had already gotten a feeling that this would happen, so he was prepared. He came in between Nico and stole the ball, saying that Team Y's heart is none other than Nico. Nico has been cutting off all of Team Z's chances. He's been deciding when to switch between offense and defense, meaning that Nico is definitely the one controlling Team Y from the shadows. After that, Isagi is in a speed duel with Nico, running as fast as he can. When he's finally ready to take the shot, he takes it. However, Nico managed to just in time get in between and stop it. The ball is about to go out, but then a hero comes forward. It's Gagamaru who's managed to reach the ball with his foot, and he scores an outstanding goal, but at the price of his organs as he goes into the corner of the goal. Team Z has finally managed to get even with Team Y. However, they still need to score at least one more to win. After that, Nico talks with Isagi, saying that if it weren't for him, the counter would have ended with Okawa's second goal. Isagi tells Nico that he won't let him run free again and that they will win. However, Nico coldly tells him that they can't win against him as he's the one controlling the game. The game is back on, and it's now Naruhaya's turn. However, as Isagi passes, Naruhaya gets blocked and loses the ball. Team Z quickly goes back to reinforce their backline. Even so, it won't be necessary, as Isagi steals Nico's pass. Isagi decides to pass it to Igarashi, and I don't want to make the Igarashi stands angry, but why would you ever pass it to him? Anyway, as Nico and Isagi are running side by side, they decide to have a nice little talking session. Nico talks about Ego's speech about strikers carrying weapons. He thought about it a lot and wondered what weapons even are. He says that it seems like each player in Blue Lock has some outstanding talent. Even so, they can't fully rely on Okawa's powerful yet simple shooting technique. Nico isn't as fast as the others, not even as strong. However, the weapon that Nico is carrying is his eyes, which know exactly where on the field he needs to be, and his outstanding mind for manipulating the players on the field. So even if Isagi tries to stop Nico, he won't be able to stop his planning. Nico stops and looks at the clock, saying that it's time for Team Y's last resort. He says that they made this plan in case they were tied. And then when the ball goes to Okawa, everyone on Team Y runs up on the field to give it their all and attack with everything they've got. Nico calls it their last resort, a one-shot kill counterattack as he runs up on the field. Isagi quickly realizes that they put too many of their players up on the attack, which leads to a big hole in their defense. If Team Y manages to score on this attack, then Isagi's team will definitely lose. However, Isagi will never let that happen as he gets a monstrous look and goes back. Team Y is getting behind Team Z's defense like it's nothing. And then there were only Nico and Aiman. Nico goes into shooting position and is ready to win them the game. However, he instead passes to his right, where Okawa is located. Just as the ball is about to reach Okawa's foot, someone comes in between and steals it. And who else would it be if not Isagi, who tells Nico that he went for Okawa because he smelled like a goal the most. Isagi says that he and Nico are the same. They have the same eyes and brains, and that's exactly why he passes, instead of finishing it off himself. Before passing the ball up on the field, telling Nico that it's their win, and calling him a failure of a striker. Isagi's pass goes to Kunigami, who is being held by two of the defenders on Team Y, so he's got no choice but to pass it to Bachira, who dances around Team Y. He looks into the box and says that the rest is up to you before passing it in. It looks like the ball is headed to Gagamaru, who jumps to reach it, but unfortunately fails. However, Gagamaru wasn't the one Bachira had aimed for, as the ball was going right to Isagi's feet. Isagi has a devilish aura around him and says that he's a striker before making an incredible goal. Isagi's goal also led to Team Z finally winning the match. Everyone is over the moon for Isagi, who managed to shoot the finishing blow. After they have celebrated, Isagi goes forward. He says that he crushed all of Team Y's dreams, only for his own goal. As he gets to Nico, we can see him crying uncontrollably while Isagi thinks about how good it feels to win. To celebrate the victory, Team Z has gone ahead and bought 2 steaks for their hard work. Kunigami praises Isagi and says that he really stepped up when they needed him. Gagamaru asks Isagi if he knew where the ball was going to go. However, there was no way he could have known that. He was just simply running because he wanted to score, saying that it was sheer luck. Bachira quickly comes and says that he saw him before he forcefully sticks a bit of meat down his throat, and let's not take that out of context. After that, the night comes around, and Isagi is having trouble sleeping as Igarashi is battling his nightmare with the pickled daikon. As Isagi isn't getting any sleep, he decides to get up. He's so stoked about his goal and decides to go and watch it again, but as he gets to the monitoring room, he sees Chigiri sitting on the floor. Chigiri says that he understands why Isagi can't sleep, and that a goal like this is the greatest moment for a striker. Isagi sits down. He tells Chigiri that he would probably choke if he tried to replicate that goal, saying that he just managed to run into the ball, and he's not even got a clue what his weapon could be. However, that's when Chigiri tells him that his weapon is probably spatial perception. As Chigiri was on the defense the whole game, he got his chance to watch how the team moved. Most players can plan around the things in their direct field of view, but when they have possession, the field of vision constricts significantly, whereas you sometimes seem to have a vast understanding of the field, and with such an enormous view, you can craft an ideal play instantly. He tells Isagi that's the reason he could respond to that crisis, and what allowed him to score a goal when no one else expected it. However, right now, Isagi is entirely using it on instinct, but if he were able to control it, it might become a one-of-a-kind weapon. Isagi thanks Chigiri and says that he's really a nice guy before once again asking him about his weapon. Chigiri tells him that he's already said that he isn't talking about it. Isagi keeps on pushing, saying that if there's something he can do to help, he will. After a while and a lot of pushing from Isagi, Chigiri says that about a year ago, he tore his ACL in his right knee, which is an important ligament that helps stabilize the knee. The doctor told him that if he were to get injured there again, it would be too dangerous to play football, which is why Chigiri can never play the same way he used to. He tells Isagi that he once had a weapon like his. He used to have sleepless nights after scoring goals and dream of becoming the best striker in the world. Even so, the injury scared him so much that he's now afraid of losing his dream. Chigiri gets up and says that he came to Blue Lock to find a reason to give up on football, and as he's about to leave, he tells Isagi that when he looks at his goal, he can feel like he's ready to give up. Isagi tells Chigiri that he's lying. Chigiri doesn't really want to give up yet. Isagi says that he's just like him, saying that it's scary, but he doesn't want it to end, so he fights. Isagi's resolution will not falter, and he will never throw away his dream. But as he says that, Chigiri turns around and says that Isagi doesn't know a thing about him, which shocks Isagi. After that, we can see Henri just sitting on the floor picking up Ego's laundry. She asks Ego how the Blue Lock project is going. However, Ego tells her to have more patience, but he also tells her that the first selection is approaching the spicy part. Isagi sits down on the field after missing a goal and getting some hard comments from Raichi. Isagi is out of breath, thinking that everyone in Team Z is better than him, except the monk, that is. After that, the monitor goes off, and we can see Ego eating some weird noodle combo. Anyway, he tells them that the 6th match has just ended, and shows them how the table is looking. Ego says that until now, it was their performance and plays that determined your spot within their Blue Lock ranking. Although the fundamental criterion of your rank is a striker's greatest strength, their goals, and therefore the strikers whose goals were most valuable for their team will stand at the top of the chart. And because of that new change, there has been a change in the ranking, as Isagi is now in the first place, followed by Kunigami and Gagamaru. After that, Ego announces their next step in their training, which will be to hone their weapons and make them exceptional. Consider Argentina's world-renowned striker, Lionel Messi. Taking in his power at a glance, his main weapons are his quick-touch dribbling and his left foot's outstanding shot speed, and with those peerless weapons, he climbed to the very summit of the world's finest. To put that in other words, it means that he's displayed his dominance over every other top striker. Ego ends with telling them to seek out their own playstyle and make it exceptional. After all, unpolished gems are nothing but dirt until their talents have been honed to crystal clarity. After that, their next match is announced, and it's against Team W in less than a day. Kun tells everyone to get some rest and to be well prepared for tomorrow. Meanwhile, Isagi is still sitting on the field. He says that instead of focusing on his Blue Lock ranking, he should focus on how to go beyond that. He thinks that his weapon is nothing like Bachira's dribbling or Kunigami's power shot. Isagi may not know the actual cause of his weapon. However, he at least knows what he'll have to do for the chance to use it. As he gets up and starts running, he says that if he wants to reach the feeling of the last game again, he needs his body to have the endurance to run the whole game. However, not long after he starts his secret training, Kunigami and Bachira come from behind. And it's not only them. almost the entire Team Z is running behind Isagi, joining in on his training. Later that evening, Team Z gathered around to study Team W. They said that the two key players are the Wanima brothers. Eamon says that the twins are pretty good when it comes to their joint playstyle. So good that they even managed to score 4 goals against Baru's team. However, when they are alone, they can't use their weapons. So the key to defeating Team W will be to split them up. Just then, Kwon comes in and tells them that he's figured out the name for tomorrow's tactic. He tells Team Z to do the next just like they've practiced. They will follow an improved version of the tactic they used last game. They managed to snatch away the win with the "I'll be the next 9" tactic. But they can't fully make use of their weapons in just 10 minutes. So for this next game, they will have groups of 3 players whose weapons compatibility is higher and then have them together for 30 minutes. Then swap with another batch. Kwon calls this tactic the 3x3 all starts. Pray for Eamon, who has to play goalkeeper all tournament. The next match comes around, and it's finally time for Team W versus Team Z. Right off the bat, the two twins charge at Team Z. The two of them completely obliterate Team Z's defense and get behind like it's nothing. They get to Isagi and Chigiri, and Isagi tells him that they have to stop them. However, right as the twins hear Chigiri's name, they start to laugh, and as they get behind him, they tell him that his football career is already over. Chigiri is going to try to take the ball back, but just then, one of the twins asks if he's sure and says that his leg might snap again. But that's when Isagi swoops in and takes the ball away from him. Isagi looks at Chigiri and tells him not to listen to them. He says that he doesn't care about Chigiri's past, because to Isagi, he's Team Z's own Hayoma Chigiri. Isagi passes to Imamura, and Chigiri looks at Isagi, calling him annoying. However, Isagi isn't saying this to change his mind. Isagi doesn't have a past like Chigiri to boast about. Even so, he came here because he didn't want to give up on football. Isagi is in Blue Lock because he wants to change his life. He really doesn't know what it was like for Chigiri to get injured. But they are still both strikers. They can change everything they hate, everything they despise, all of it with just one goal. And while this is happening, Kwon gets a header and makes an incredible first goal for Team Z. The whole team gathers to celebrate their lead, when Isagi says, "Who cares about the past?" What he wants to see is who Chigiri is now, telling him with a determined look that they didn't come to Blue Lock just to give up on football. And let me just tell you guys that I loved Isagi's speech. It was such an impactful and important message for Chigiri to hear. Back to the game, and I swear this guy is a demon. Anyway, the twins start with the ball. However, one of them isn't paying attention, which gives Bachira and Kunigami a chance to sweep away the ball. Bachira sees Kwon and passes him. Kwon traps the ball with his chest before getting it down to the ground and shoots an incredible goal, giving Team Z a 1-goal lead. The match restarts with only 5 minutes left in this half, and it's now the turn for Gagamaru, Raichi, and Naruhaya to shine. However, as Naruhaya has the ball, one of the twins straight up just grabs him and throws him down on the ground. This gives Team Z a free kick. Bachira takes it and quickly sees the spot where their guard is the lightest, and who else could it be, if not Kwon, who jumps up and once again heads the ball into the net. And I can't believe that I'm saying this, but Kwon has now scored a hat trick. And with that, the first half is over. Everyone is ecstatic in the locker room and is over the moon with their 3-goal lead, and everyone thinks that all of their training has finally paid off. As they go out, Isagi asks Chigiri how he can think about quitting when they are in a place as fiery as this. After that, the game is back on, and Raichi has the ball, but is quickly getting pressured by one of the twins. Kwon comes from his side and tells him to pass the ball back and to take their time. However, as Kwon receives the ball, he loses it right away, as the other twin comes from behind and steals it. They are running at Isagi, and he knows that he has to stop them, even if it means a foul. So he tries to slide tackle them, but misses. After that, the twins break through the rest of the team and manage to score their first goal. Kwon quickly assures them that they are still 2 goals ahead and tells them to just relax. They start again, and Kwon passes a sloppy and weak pass to Isagi, who doesn't manage to get it. Instead, it falls to the twins, who pass over Chigiri and then score their second goal, making the score 2-3. Raichi is furious at Kwon, and Kunigami tries to hold him back. However, Kwon quickly apologizes. The whole team, except Raichi, tries to be positive, saying that they are still in the lead. Isagi is looking at all of this going down from the side. He thinks that this is bad, and that they need to stop them next time, or else they might turn things around. Kwon rises up from the ground, but that's when Isagi sees something weird. He sees Kwon smiling. However, he quickly brushes it off, saying that he may have just imagined it. And then with 30 minutes left in the second half, it's now Isagi's, Kunigami's, and Bachira's time to shine as they are headed up to the forwards. Isagi has the ball, but passes it on to Kunigami. Both Kunigami and Isagi know that the next point is crucial and that they need to hit them with the combinations that they practiced. Kunigami looks over to the side and sees Bachira being completely blocked off, so he instead passes it back to Isagi. As the ball is coming at Isagi, he thinks that this is really weird. No matter how much they might have studied them, there's no way they could have seen through this pattern. All of their weapons are now useless, and Isagi can't do anything on his own. He can't even smell the scent of a goal. However, as Isagi gets the ball, he gets it taken away from him by one of the twins, and now he's sure that their plan has been exposed. One of the twins shoots the ball into the box, and it looks like Kwon is going to be able to hit it, but it ends up, unfortunately, just grazing his head. Or did he miss that on purpose? The ball lands onto the ground, right in front of the other twin, and he scores with ease, making the scores even. After that, Isagi goes forward to Kwon and asks him if he's betraying Team Z. Kwon stays silent, but then the twins appear behind Isagi, saying that he's right. They tell Team Z that Kwon leaked all of their strategies, weapons, and weaknesses. Kwon approached the twins last night and proposed this idea, all by himself. The whole Team Z is stunned and can't think of anything to say. However, Raichi takes charge and goes to take Kwon in his shirt, lifting him up. Raichi starts screaming at him, saying that he will kill him. Just as he is about to punch Kwon, the speaker says that he's gotten a yellow card and that he needs to go back immediately. Igarashi quickly asks Kwon why he betrayed them, and that if they lose this match, it's over for them. However, Kwon just laughs and calls them idiots, saying that the only ones who will stay behind are them. The game restarts, and Kwon passes the ball to the other team, saying that they are now playing 12 on 10. While the Wanama brothers attack, Kwon stays behind and explains his master plan. He tells Team Z that in the last game, when Isagi just barely managed to win it for them, he realized something. He realized that this team, which can only win by the skin of its teeth, has very low odds of winning the remaining matches. Team Z's last match in the rotation is the only team with 2 victories, Team V. Team Z had a tough time against Nico's team, while Team V beat them 8-0. And that's the reason he gave up on trying to advance as part of the team, and instead decided to do it himself. Telling Isagi that, for the teams that don't make it to the top 2, the one with the most goals on each team still gets to advance. That's why he made the deal with Team W to let him score 3 goals. Isagi is angry and asks if their hard work meant nothing to him. However, Kwon thanks Isagi for being so stupid, and Kwon tells them that this is what his ego looks like while the Wanima brothers score another goal, which gives them the lead. The score is now 4-3 for Team W, with 15 minutes left on the clock, and Isagi gets the ball and tries to make Kwon pay for what he has done, but the twins already know that Isagi's weapon is spatial awareness. So the Wanima brothers corner Isagi, and then Kwon gets in and sweeps the ball away. Kwon makes an excellent pass to one of the Wanima brothers, who is in a one-on-one with the goalkeeper. When all hope is lost, Iemon just barely touches the ball, making it hit the post. Iemon tells them to go do what they are best at, score, while we guard the goal with our lives. Chigiri is heading to the ball when one of the Wanima brothers interferes. He tells Chigiri that today is the day his football career will be over. After that, we get a flashback to Chigiri's younger years. He went to a school called Raitsu, where he met his new coach, the Wanima brothers. Their first interaction didn't go too well, where Chigiri, as confident as he was, asked them to simply buzz off and challenge them to a 1 versus 1, which he wins easily with his incredible speed. Chigiri quickly takes the Wanima brothers' place in the team, and when they confront him about it, he just says that it all comes down to whether you have talent or not. But when he was at the top of his football career, he sadly got the worst thing imaginable, an injury. His ACL in his right knee broke, and if that were to happen a second time, it would be the end of his football career. Back in Blue Lock, there are 5 more minutes on the clock. Chigiri looks helplessly at the floor, thinking that his football career is now over. But Isagi comes screaming at Chigiri to run, because to him it's not over yet, and Chigiri looks around at all the other Team Z players doing everything in their power to get the ball back, which they finally manage to do, and the ball gets passed to Isagi. Isagi uses his weapon to find out where he should pass, but he finds no one. Bachira is being marked down by 2 players. Kunigami doesn't have the space to make the shot, and Gagamaru would have to force his way to the goal. Team Z's weapons have been fully neutralized. The time is up, but in the most crucial moment, they get handed 3 extra minutes. With everyone's weapon destroyed, Isagi decides to take the matter into his own hands. He is determined to settle this, but when he tries, he gets tackled down. Chigiri looks at him with disbelief and thinks to himself, why is he even trying when it's over? Isagi rises from the ground in no time, determined to take the ball back. Isagi's determination makes the whole team come together, and everyone starts going for the ball. While Chigiri still looks at them with disbelief, in his mind, he begs Isagi to stop playing. But right in that moment, Isagi screams at Chigiri to focus up and take the ball. Chigiri gets the ball, but before he can do anything, Isagi grabs his shoulder, telling him to move, and pushes him to the ground. With the ball back, Imamura tells Isagi to pass it around, but Isagi ignores him. Chigiri is on the ground, thinking about Isagi's insane resolution. Even though this game is about to end, and Chigiri can finally give up on football forever, that is, if Chigiri didn't start seething about something right now. He realizes it. Isagi is just like he was back in those days. He believes he can become the best in the world and devote himself fully to football. Seeing Isagi, Chigiri thinks about what he really has been afraid of. Is it that he might not be considered a genius anymore? No. Is it that he might suffer a knee injury again? No. Is it that he might not get to play football in the end? No. Because in the end, none of those things matter. The only thing Chigiri can't turn his eyes from is the fact that his blood starts boiling when he looks at Isagi playing. Chigiri puts every single one of his worries behind him because he is the one who will become the best striker in the world. Isagi feels something. He feels the goal sent once again, but this time coming from Chigiri on the wing. Isagi sees Chigiri's furious speed and realizes that Chigiri is their only way to victory. Isagi passes the ball to the sprinting Chigiri. The pass goes so far up that even Team Z starts doubting Isagi's actions. But the one who will get the ball isn't on Team W because the one who can reach it, the one who will accelerate, and the one who will get it for Team Z will be their own princess. Hayoma Chigiri, who somehow manages to sprint to the ball despite being a missile away from it. Chigiri takes the ball with an insane determination to win. No one can even match half of Chigiri's speed. And while Chigiri goes off, he gets this nostalgic feeling when he gets to kick the field and gain incredible speed. All of his worries before don't matter now, because the thing that was most important was the pleasure he got the first time he played football. Chigiri makes a long pass, which surprises both enemy and ally because the pass isn't to someone else. It's to Chigiri himself. When he gets the ball again, one of the Wanima brothers tries to foul him, but it ends up being himself who gets sent back. Chigiri is thinking to himself about this passion, just going straight forward, believing that he can be the #1 player. The Chigiri from back then is long gone now. Chigiri has decided that he will bet everything on this one moment, this moment that will determine his career. The Wanima shouts at the goalkeeper to get it before Chigiri does, but who has the speed to outmatch Chigiri? No one. Before kicking the ball, Chigiri thinks that if he misses this shot or if his legs break, then he will quit football. But if he can win this goal, and if his legs don't break yet, then he will once again take up his dream. He finally reaches the ball, barely scratching it with his foot. Everyone is glued to Chigiri and the goal. When the ball is in the sky, Chigiri admits to himself that he wants to play football again. And with that, the ball goes right into the net, and the score goes up to 4-4, making it a draw. But Hayoma Chigiri has proven himself as someone who will fight for his dream. Everyone in Team Z is over the moon. Isagi goes forward to Chigiri to compliment him and tells him that he was incredible. But then Chigiri tells him that it was all his fault, because when Chigiri saw him, he saw something in himself as well, and before he knew it, he was already running. He admits to Isagi how he has been scared to free himself from the chains that were holding him down. Chigiri himself doesn't know how long his leg will last, but he will still believe in the new him. Chigiri tells Isagi that he will keep on running until his legs can't keep up anymore, until his blood stops boiling. And with that, both of them start their dream of becoming the best striker in the whole wide world. After that, the whole team runs towards him to celebrate, and the match ends with Team W physically torturing Kwon. But Team Z interferes, and then Kwon escapes. After that, the players on Team Z jump in the shower and then go to eat. On the way there, they talk about their upcoming match against Team W. Someone says that they are the only ones undefeated. However, Reichi doesn't care about that and says that they are going to beat them either way. As they are getting closer to the dining hall, they hear a familiar voice. Team Z looks over and sees Kwon trying to slick talk his way with Team W. Kwon asks them to join forces, but to everyone's surprise, they decline. Zantetsu Tsurugi asks Kwon what merit there is to be had if they decide to follow his plan, trying his best to sound smart. He asks the other two if he said it correctly. However, they roast him for trying to be smart when he clearly isn't. Then we get introduced to another of the players, and it's Ryo. He tells Kwon that he really can't stand lame and spineless people. And the last one is Nagi Seishiro, who says that all this chit-chatting is annoying and that he can't even chew his meat. So he straight up asks Ryo for a piggy ride, which he just casually gets for some reason. Kwon tries to stop them as they are leaving, but then Nagi looks back at him and asks Ryo why he's so desperate, and Ryo tells him that it's because he wants to win. After that, Nagi says that those who can't win, even after putting in all the effort, are just weak guys, which is not even worth the hassle. As they are walking, he continues, saying that if he were Kwon, he would honestly just quit. But then, Isagi walks over to them, telling them to stop, and says that football isn't something that they can just mock. Ryo looks annoyed and asks who he is, and that's when the whole of Team Z comes behind Isagi, making a really cool panel. Anyway, Isagi tells him that they are the ones who will bring down Team W. After that, Team Z is in the monitoring room. They go over match number 9, which had just been settled. The match led to a draw thanks to Nico and the Wanama twins scoring goals. With the result of that match, Aiman reveals their standing in the table and says that Team Z is in 3rd position. He tells them that if they win their next match against Team Vi, they will pass. Igarashi says that it was quite life-saving that they managed to draw with Team W. Kunigami adds on by saying that they would have been in big trouble if that hadn't happened, and that they would have had to score more than 4 goals in the next match. Chigiri thinks for a moment before asking if Nico was the kind of guy who'd actually try to make his own goals. However, Bachira says that he was probably inspired by someone, and that person is Isagi. Isagi thinks to himself, saying that thanks to Nico, their chances of surviving have risen quite a bit. He also compliments him and says that he can now see the large number of people who want to try their best to grow stronger in this place. After that, Aiman puts up a picture of the players who have played the key part in Team V's success. And those people are Zantetsu, who's managed to score 5 goals, Ryo coming in at 2nd with 6, and then Nagi on top with his 7 goals. Isagi thinks back to Nagi and says that he makes him sick and that they will definitely win. After that, we jump into Team V's locker room. Zantetsu has just gotten out of training and asks Nagi if he skipped training today again. Nagi tells him that he did and that it's gotten annoying, and after that, he goes to give Nagi some kind of massage before Ryo jumps on top of Zantetsu, telling him that Nagi will be fine even if he skips practice. Ryo looks at Nagi with big eyes and says that Nagi is his gem. After that, we get to see Ryo's total assets, and that man is crazy rich. He's the heir to the Mikage Corporation and has assets of 705.8 billion yen. And then we jump straight into a flashback of Ryo's past. Ryo's father tells him that he was born so he could take care of all his father built, giving Ryo the freedom to think of this world as a means to whatever goals he seeks. As Ryo was growing up, he got anything he wanted, but he couldn't find anything inside him that he yearned for. He is attractive, has a nice figure, and has a sharp mind, and is talented at any sport. Even though Ryo has been blessed with everything, there was still nothing in his life that he wanted for his own. Ryo began to think like that when he was in his first year of high school, and then Ryo stumbled upon that. The most exciting event in the world, and the gilded symbolizes victory and glory alike. And just like that, it was born. The thing that Ryo had been seeking for so long was now so clear to him. It was nothing else than to win the World Cup. However, when he went to tell his dad about it, he got an unfortunate answer, with his father refusing. Ryo is surprised, saying that he's always gotten what he's wanted, and that it was his dad that taught him those ideals. His father tells him that he is his heir. Besides, only those chosen by football can make a living off it, telling Ryo that there's no way that he will be one of them, seeing that he's only starting now. His mother comes behind Ryo and agrees with his father. That night was the first time Ryo had felt blinding frustration, yet he abstained. However, that anger only fanned the flames of his desire even further. After that, Ryo is in school and is thinking about a way to show his parents that he's capable of living off football. As he's walking to another class, he stumbles on someone playing games on his phone. Even so, Ryo notices him too late and accidentally bumps into him, making his phone drop on the ground. However, the guy jumps right off the stairs and traps the phone beautifully and goes back to playing like nothing happened. And who else would it be if not Nagi? Anyway, Ryo goes to Nagi and says that he's amazing before asking him to play football with him. Nagi knows that Ryo comes from a rich family, so he straight up asks for money, before saying that football is annoying. Ryo is mind blown that Nagi has never played football and says that he's got talent. Ryo tells Nagi that if they work hard, they might even become pros. However, Nagi says that if he has to work hard, then football is annoying. Ryo, as persistent as he is, tells Nagi that he doesn't have to work hard and to just play football with him. And just like that, Ryo's life that was filled with emptiness and boredom had now changed as he met Nagi. Raichi is still furious at Kwon and says that he still hasn't forgotten him before attacking him. Isagi tries to break it up, saying that Kwon might get injured and that they need him for the next game. Kwon breaks loose and asks if he's stupid, saying that at this point, even if Team Z loses the next game, he will still move now, and that his best tactic is to do nothing at all and wait. Kunigami comes forward and says that he might score 3 goals in the next match, which would then make him the top scorer, and asks if Kwon would still decide to wait and do nothing. Kwon starts to laugh, saying that it's impossible to score a hat trick since it's already 11 against 10. However, Kunigami is determined and says that he will do it. After that, Bachira comes up with a very valid point. He asks what would happen if both Isagi and Kwon are tied with 3 goals and how they would figure out who's in and who's out. Chigiri tells him that it would be the one with the least yellow cards. However, what if they are tied in that too? Just then, Ego pops up on the screen saying that it would be decided based on their standing in the blue lock ranking. He says that if they were to lose the last game and were tied in both goals and fouls, what would count in the end is the one standing at the very top of his team's ranking. Raichi is furious that Kwon has managed to climb onto the first spot, but Ego tells him that in the first selection, the only thing that matters is the number of goals scored. Even so, Ego says that Kwon as a striker is the lowest, among the worst at the bottom, calling him the filthiest scum in all of his facility. Ego doesn't stop there, and says that up until now, Team Z had been struggling just at the verge of elimination. Yet this is nothing but a chain of clues. Those methods of attacking are actually worthless, all things said. And what the best striker in the world requires is the repeatability of a goal. It's true that the most dramatic goals are the ones that leave the longest lasting impressions, and there are a lot of players capable of such feats around the world. And yet, why is it that they cannot pull such goals once more? That is because it was nothing but the result of a mere fluke. Ego then tells them what it is that they now need, and it's the formula to produce and create as many goals as it takes. Score a goal by any means necessary. They can use their physical state, their weapons, and then analyze all the factors beyond it. Thinking about things like how many meters there were until I could score, how many defenders there were, where I got that pass, and what I felt that time. They need to understand every key component of their goal. Only when you do this will you be able to repeat it. Everything from positioning, touching, dribbling, and shooting. It's necessary to understand the formula that allows your best skills to thrive and then make full use of it. A world-class striker is one who possesses their own unique formula to score goals. All of them are still serving out of sheer luck. However, that alone will get you nowhere. Ego tells them to know that repeatability is not a trait that comes after success, but is instead the very foundation behind it. Matches are something where irregularities abound, where adversaries stand in a single second on that abrupt battlefield. And being the world's best striker means being someone who carves multiple paths with his sheer prowess. Ego tells them to abolish the idea of winning by chance and instead claim victory as a logical consequence. He tells them that the answer to their formula lies in slumber on the field and that those who don't seek it can fuck off, before he disappears and also puts up the time remaining until the last game. After that, Isagi begins to walk out of the room, thinking that unless he takes a chance, he will never win. He starts to sprint and says that he wants a weapon that lets him fight alone, and he knows exactly who he has to turn to. Isagi goes to the 5th stadium and Team X training room to meet the first selection top scorer, who is none other than Baru. Isagi tells Baru that he needs his help. He asks Baru how he can become a striker more like him and someone that can score a lot of goals. Baru is quiet before shooting a football at Isagi's face. After that, Baru tells him to use his brain for once. Isagi is confused and says that Baru is the greatest player he's ever met before, saying that he can't let it end here and that he wants to be like Baru, someone who can survive on his own. Baru turns around and asks if he should just take all of Isagi's ego and his foolish dreams away, as he comes right at Isagi, challenging him to a one-on-one. Isagi thinks that his body is no match for Baru's and that he should instead focus on his football and then steal the ball at the right time. If Isagi were to move right now, Baru would just be able to get past him, so he has to wait for the perfect moment. Just then, Baru steps to the side, and before Isagi can even come to defend, Baru shoots a perfect shot into the goal. Isagi is mind-blown to think that Baru could score in the upper right corner from over 20 meters. However, Baru just says that he's had enough and asks for him to leave. Even so, Isagi is persistent and asks for one more. This upsets Baru, who rushes at him. As Isagi is going in to take the ball, he gets stopped by Baru's arm. Isagi knows that Baru can shoot from his angle, so he has to try and tackle him. However, Baru wasn't going to shoot but instead was doing a feint, which let him get into an even better position to shoot. Isagi is once again amazed. Isagi questions if Baru really can score from virtually anywhere and anytime. He thinks back to Ego's speech where he said that a world-class striker is someone who possesses their own unique formula to score goals, and then it clicks for Isagi, and he tells Baru that he is going to stop him in his next play and tells him to bring it on. This fuels Baru's god complex as he goes for Isagi again. As Baru is running at Isagi, Isagi says that the angle between the distance from the goal and the left flank is around 40 to 45 degrees, and they are 23 meters out. With that information, Isagi is able to construct a picture of the area that Baru dominates. Isagi says that once Baru enters his domain, his chances of scoring skyrockets. However, he can't pull this off in the middle of a game, with all its irregularities and opponents, but he can make a difference with his charging power, and that is all the more reason he needs to be in tip-top shape. By creating his own area with these variables, he can repeatedly make goals from his formula, and that's Baru's crazy formula for scoring. Baru is coming closer and closer, and Isagi knows that he can trust his eyes for this and that he just needs to guard that area closely. But just then, Baru tells him that he's wrong, and that his range is actually 27 meters, as he shoots another wonder goal in the corner. Once again, Isagi is amazed by Baru's powers and wonders if, were he to polish his skills just like him, he could make plays like that. After that, Isagi thanks Baru for his help. However, Baru says that he wasn't helping him, just letting him know that on the field, there's already one true king. After that, Isagi goes back to Team Z's locker room and thinks that there are only 20 hours left until the last game. He's now been able to understand the methodology behind Baru's formula, but what he can't replicate is Baru's component, due to Isagi's weapon being spatial awareness. But it by itself isn't going to be of any use. He looks at his hand and realizes that he's shaking, thinking that everything will be decided tomorrow, and it very well may be the last day of his football career. If Isagi were to lose, he might just go back to how he felt back then. Just then, he hears Igarashi talking to him. He tells Isagi that he's so scared that he can't even sleep, and when he thinks that his dream might be over, he feels really scared of what's about to come. However, Isagi tells Igarashi that it's okay and that he's right. They are fighting because they are scared of losing, and since it's scary, they can grow stronger from it. He says that they will win no matter what, and that there is no way that he will let it end here. And after that, the day comes. The moment for the final match has come. Before the match, Iemen goes over the strategy, saying that Kunigami, Gagamaru, and Chigiri will be on top, as they are their best strikers. He says that Team Z will start on edge, so they will be defending with everything they've got. And then, they will start pressing the opponent's attacks, then hit them with a fast counter, saying that their ideal result would be victory by 1-0. Raichi warns Quan and tells him to do nothing, or else he's going on the ground. After that, Team Z goes out to the field, more pumped up than ever. As they are walking out, Bachira puts his hand on Isagi's shoulder. He tells Isagi that if they lose there, then they will probably never meet and play football again. Just thinking about that makes Bachira lonely, so he tells Isagi that he will give it all he's got. And then the last game of the first selection arc, and the game that will decide Team Z's future starts. Teams V and Rio start with the ball. Before the match, Team Z studied Team V's tactics and playstyle so that they would be prepared. And all of that comes in handy now, because they know all about Rio. Because of Rio's brilliant dribbling skills, they decide to surrender him with a 2-on-1. But when they do so, Rio passes the ball to Zantetsu Tsurugi. Team Z knows that his best skill is his left leg shot. Because of that, they decide to tighten his field of vision with the help of the defenders. When Zantetsu feels like he is trapped, he passes the ball to their ace player, Seishiro Nagi, but all of that was planned by Team Z, which now comes in between them and steals the ball. The ball goes to Isagi, which he passes straight away to Bachira. Bachira has no problem with coming behind their defense, and when he is free, he does a hyper-long pass to Gagamaru, who just barely touches it with his head. Unfortunately, the ball hits the post, and the ball goes to Team V. When Rio saw Team Z's goal attempt, he was surprised and told Nagi that they should replicate that. So Rio did the same pass as Bachira did and got the ball straight to Nagi, which he manages to trap perfectly, and with that, also shoots the ball into the net, making the game 1-0 for Team V. Nagi's goal leaves everyone in Team Z confused and scared of the true power of Team V. The game restarts, and Isagi passes the ball to Kunigami. But while he tries to get into his shooting zone, Ryo comes behind Kunigami from his blind spot and takes the ball from Kunigami. Ryo now does the same pass to Nagi as he did before, but this time, Nagi stops the ball with just a light tap and sends the ball into the sky. After that, he jumps and does a cycling kick, which comes right into the net, making Team V lead with a 2-goal lead. The second goal brings fear into the whole team. Everyone is left wondering if they can even win and starts blaming each other, but Isagi tries to break it up. Isagi starts with the ball and passes it to Chigiri, who runs to the pass, but gets accompanied by Zantetsu, who reaches the ball before Chigiri does, and passes the ball to Ryo right off the bat. When Ryo sees that more and more players start to mark down Nagi, he instead passes the ball to Zantetsu and tells him to get into his zone. And with Naruhaya out of place, Zantetsu gets a clear vision of his shot, so he ends up taking it. The shot from Zantetsu goes straight into the net, making another goal for Team V. And when I tell you that Zantetsu's goal broke Team Z, I mean it. No one even believed that they could win anymore, and all of the hope was lost, except for one player. One player who still believed, and one player that got more excited by Zantetsu's goal, and that player was no one other than the monster himself, Bachira Maguru. When Nagi asks Ryo how many more goals he has to do until he can slack off, Ryo takes a look at Team Z and sees that all of them are either exhausted or hopeless, so he tells Nagi that he has done enough. But that's also when they see the fired-up Bachira. Isagi asks Bachira what it is that he is even saying. That's when Bachira responds that Nagi, Ryo, and Zantetsu have all gotten him fired up. When Isagi tells Bachira that it's so risky, that's when Bachira responds with, "Don't tell me you're afraid." He starts the game and tells Isagi that as long as they are also super special, they can do a comeback. Isagi passes the ball back to Bachira, who tells Isagi that things like weapons or formulas can be useless against hard opponents, and the things that will help players push themselves beyond their limit are the monsters that live inside them. Ryo goes to block Bachira, but he isn't ready for Bachira's hyperspeed scissors, which are impossible to read. When he tries to follow up on Bachira's feint, he gets hit with a roulette. Ryo calls on Zantetsu, who quickly comes with his fast speed, but is once again no match for Bachira, who makes the ball float and then does an elastico mid-air, which gets him behind Zantetsu in no time. He tells Team Z that to become the best striker in the world, they have to trample over Team V. Bachira gets past the last 3 defenders, like it's kindergarten football, and does a crazy Rabona into the goal, and tells them that the goal was his super special goal. And with that, the whole Team Z gets new hope and is back on their dreams once again. When Team Z goes to celebrate Bachira, Kunigami explains that to win this match, they have to search for new formulas, and evolve during this match, because if they don't, then they will be met with a tragic loss. And like that, Team Z is fired up looking for new goals. The match starts again, and this time Team Z will try to focus on taking down Ryo before he can do anything. So Raichi goes and marks down Ryo, leaving him with no choice but to pass it to Zantetsu, who is getting followed by Chigiri. But Zantetsu outspeeds Chigiri in an instant, or so he thought, because right when he is about to pass the ball to Nagi, Chigiri comes in the way and interrupts the pass. But even then, the ball still goes to Nagi when he traps the ball again and goes for the shot. But this time it's different, because now the monk himself, Igaguri, stops the ball with his face. With that, the ball goes to Bachira. He gets challenged by Ryo, who tells him that what happened earlier was nothing but a fluke and that it won't happen again. But Bachira tells Ryo that it's different now because this time around he isn't the only one attacking, so he passes the ball to Kunigami. Kunigami knows that the limit of his shooting range is 28 meters, but the problem is going there. With all of the people blocking him, he can't make an irresponsible decision because if he fails, then Team 5 will have the ball again. He thinks about dribbling it to the goal, but no, he doesn't have that kind of weapon, and passing would be a disgrace as a forward. But that's when Isagi screams to Kunigami to just take the risk if he wants to fulfill his dream of becoming a superhero, so he does it. It doesn't matter if he is far away, 28 meters, because this time, he is going to put all of his powers behind this shot. He is going to shoot a full-powered shot right to the goal. He shoots, and the goalkeeper tries to block it, but just as the goalkeeper is going to hit it, the ball drops down, because the shot Kunigami shot was a knuckleball. And with that, the ball goes in, making it 3-2 for Team V. But even though Team V is up on goals, Team Z's morale and confidence are through the roof right now. At halftime, they discuss Kunigami's incredible shot, and he says that he is just as overwhelmed with that shot as they are. Isagi thinks to himself how he can evolve his weapon like Kunigami and Bachira have done. He wants to find a new formula to help the team win. The second half is now on, and Isagi passes the ball to Kunigami. He thinks about shooting it from 50 meters, but decides that it would just be wasting their possession. So he passes it to Bachira, who passes it on to Gagamaru, who somehow manages to do a scorpion right off the bat, and the ball would have gone in if Zantetsu wasn't there to stop it. Isagi gets the second ball, and he decides to shoot it, but right as he goes for it, a defender of Team 5 stops him, and while that happens, another one from Team 5 comes from behind and takes the ball from Isagi. Isagi thinks about what he could have done better, and that if he had another weapon like dribbling, he could have dribbled it to the goal, but he quickly throws that idea to the side because the key to evolving already lies within Isagi. After that, Nagi comes and tells Isagi that he was quite useless there and tells Isagi that he wastes a lot of chances. And to top it all off, he asks Isagi why all of Team Z still tries to keep moving forward, which makes Isagi look at him and tell him to shut up before running off. Ryo has the ball and tells Nagi to get up on the field so that Ryo can pass to him, but right as that happens, Raichi comes behind Ryo and marks him down. Ryo gets so frustrated at Raichi that he ends up just elbowing him in the throat, giving Ryo a yellow card and also giving away the ball to Raichi, who passes the ball to Chigiri. Chigiri quickly gets stopped by Zantetsu. Chigiri realizes that Zantetsu's power is explosive acceleration, and to beat that, Chigiri has to use the distance where he can use his weapon at its best. So he passes the ball straight forward, inviting Zantetsu into a speed battle between the two of them. But Chigiri knows that Zantetsu is just faster than him at the start because of his startup speed, while Chigiri is better at long sprinting, and with that, he gets to the ball faster than Zantetsu. With only one defender left, Chigiri goes to the right, opening up a better shooting range for him, and after that, he takes the shot, which luckily goes in, making it 3-3. The game is back on, and Zantetsu passes the ball to Ryo, who once again faces off with Raichi. Ryo looks around on the field and realizes that the field is in complete control by Team Z. But when he is about to lose all hope, Nagi starts running and asks for a pass from Ryo, which is the first time Nagi has moved by his own accord in this match. Nagi gets the ball and starts running, getting behind Igarashi in no time. After that, he passes the ball to Zantetsu. Nagi asks Zantetsu to give him back the ball in front of the goal. Just as Zantetsu is about to pass, Chigiri comes and slide tackles the ball, but in that moment, Zantetsu suddenly backs up, and with Chigiri on the ground, Zantetsu passes. Nagi traps the ball beautifully right outside the line and kind of jumps up and shoots the ball right into the net, making one of my personal favorite goals in this series. With that goal, Team V is in the lead by 1. After that, Team Z discusses how they are going to continue the match, but while that happens, Raichi comes in as usual, screaming, and tells them to just keep attacking. The game starts, and Isagi passes the ball to Bachira. Bachira is backed up against 3 of Team V's players, so he passes the ball to Chigiri, who tries to do the same thing against Zantetsu. But this time, Nagi is there to take the ball. If it weren't for Isagi, however, because Isagi saw the same thing as Nagi did, and went there to steal the ball, Isagi gets the ball and passes it to Chigiri, who takes off with incredible speed, and shoots the ball against Team V's goalkeeper, who just in time saves the ball. The second ball goes to Gagamaru, who is in a perfect position to score, so he shoots. But right as he shoots, Ryo goes to block it with his left foot, but it's not over yet because the ball lands on the ground. And the first one to it is Kunigami, who shoots a crazy powerful shot, which goes in, making it 4-4. Isagi thinks back to what happened and thinks that everything that happened played out exactly like he had imagined it, like a simulation in his mind. Isagi thinks that this might be his next step to evolve. The game is back on, and Zantetsu passes a super long pass to Nagi, but luckily, Isagi thought that it would happen, so he was already there and ready and is now following Nagi. But when the ball goes back down, Nagi does something unexpected. He hits the ball with his back to trap the ball and is now alone with the goalkeeper. Nagi is just about to score and end Team Z's dream, but just as that happens, Kwon comes from nowhere and grabs Nagi, making him fall to the ground, giving Kwon a red card and telling Team Z to fight on. Everyone questions Kwon's actions, even his own teammates, but he tells them that his body moved on his own and that Team Z will have to win no matter what it takes. With 3 minutes extra time and a free kick from Team V, the game is back on. Ryo takes the free kick, and if I'm going to be honest, it's a crazy free kick. But just as the ball is about to go in, Iemon just barely touches the ball, giving Team Z one more chance to win. But unfortunately, Zantetsu gets the second ball and shoots. With Iemon down from the free kick, there is no one that can stop this except Raichi, who blocks the shot from Zantetsu. But even though Team Z has been through so much, now there is only more to come. Because Nagi gets the ball and is about to shoot when Team Z blocks his shooting range, giving Nagi no choice but to chip the ball. But luckily, Gagamaru, with his long body, is able to stop the ball just in time. And this time, the ball falls to Isagi, who runs with all of the attackers to Team V's goal. When Ryo comes to confront Isagi, he passes it to Bachira, who gets dragged down by a defender, but also passes it to Chigiri, who uses his crazy speed. But when more defenders go to Chigiri, he is forced to pass to Isagi, thinking that he would get it back, which he doesn't. Instead, Isagi passes it to Kunigami, who gets the ball stolen by Zantetsu, but the one to pick up the ball is Raichi, who passes it to Bachira. Bachira sees Isagi running on the side, telling him that he believes in him. But the one behind Isagi is the genius Nagi. They have a fearsome battle about which one of the strikers will be the first to reach the ball. In the end, it is Isagi who reaches the ball first and uses the final piece of the puzzle, a direct shot, to shoot the ball. Everyone is looking at the ball in fear, but as it goes into the net, Team Z gathers around to celebrate their impossible win against Team Vi, who lost their first match. Kwon is standing on the side, feeling a big sense of relief. And Nagi tells Ryo that fighting with all that you got and still losing is so frustrating. As they are celebrating, Kunigami, as kind as he is, goes over to Kwon and tells him to join in on the fun. However, Kwon is resistant and says that he's fine. Kunigami says that it's fine and that they won overall. But just then, someone grabs his shirt, and who else would it be if not Raichi? Raichi says that he hasn't forgiven Kwon yet. However, if Kwon hadn't tackled Nagi, they might not have won the game. Raichi reaches out his hand as he tells Kwon to come over. Kwon is still resistant, so Raichi straight up decides to punch him in the face. And after that he joins in on the fun, or I don't know if getting beaten by Gagamaru and Igarashi counts as fun, but yeah. After that, the announcer announces the final results from the first selection. Team V won the table, with Team Z getting second place, followed by Team W, Team Y, and lastly, Team X. Lastly, the three top scoring players that will be pulled from each of the losing teams are Junichi Wanima, Iki Niko, and Shohei Baru. All of the players from Team Z are filled with relief and over the moon that they managed to survive. After that, Team Z decides to throw a party, celebrating their advancing. However, they have no drinks, so Isagi and Bachira get some. When they are getting drinks, Isagi thanks Bachira for his last pass against Team Z. However, Bachira says that it was all Isagi's goal and asks if he figured something out. Isagi says that he finally got a feeling of what his abilities are. He's realized that he can predict events on the field with spatial recognition. He still always ends up giving precious time over to his opponents when he goes to trap the ball. But then, he remembered his previous goals and said that he made all of them with a direct shot, and that's how he created his formula. After that, Bachira laughs, and Isagi says that he might have gone a bit overboard. However, Bachira tells him that he keeps things exciting. Suddenly, they hear a bunch of players walking out while crying. As they are watching the players leave, they hear someone behind them congratulating their win. It's Niko. Niko says that he also survived as Team Y's top scorer. Isagi congratulates him. However, Niko says that he has something to tell him. He says that in the game with Team Z, he realized something when he lost to Isagi's goal. And after that, he got a hold of himself and stopped passing and changed his style to make goals for himself. Niko ends it with telling Isagi that he's still in Blue Lock because of the goal Isagi made that day. However, he won't lose next time, and next time he will be the one to crush him. And Isagi gladly takes up his challenge. Isagi thinks to himself that his goal actually managed to affect someone. Not only that, but ending someone's dreams by simply fighting them gives Isagi some kind of driving force, which he can't get enough of. After that, Bachira and Isagi head back to the locker room. However, when they enter, they see all of the players sleeping on the floor. Alright, so we start off with Raichi screaming his heart out as he asks Ego if the second selection doesn't start right away. Ego tells him to shut up and explains that it takes time for the second selection to begin, and that in the meantime, he will have them undergo physical training. During this time, they won't be allowed to touch a football, and if they break this rule, or if they have trouble keeping up with their training, then they will get expelled. Everyone just gets angrier and angrier, but Ego tells them not to be cocky just because they barely passed the first selection and that he will train them till he tells them to stop. Ego then explains that in the first stratum, players are exempt from the first selection and have been training with the latest equipment, so they should be grateful to Ego for giving them the chance to catch up. He has a fierce look in his eyes as he tells them to remember that they are still at the bottom, and after that, we see them starting the hellish physical training, which started with 2-hour endurance training followed by extreme trunk training, then weight training, and then sprinting before they head to dinner time, where they don't even have the energy to eat their food. We then get to the third day, where we see Isagi falling to the floor, and Kwon asks him if he is okay, but he just says that he isn't done yet. He then gets a water bottle, but explains that they were pushing their bodies past their limits every day. We then see him in the shower being angry, as he wonders how much longer they have to keep doing this, saying that he is so hungry, but that he can barely eat anything, and starts to wonder if there is even a point to this training. But even with all of these doubts, he says that he won't let it end like this. But then, on day 10 when they were sleeping, the TV suddenly lit up, and it told them that the first selection of Blue Lock has just finished, telling them all to please put on their training suits and head to the center of the basement of their stratum. Team Z then finally looks hyped as they says that it's finally over, and all of them is now ready to give it their absolute all as they put on their suits and starts heading over before saying that they will destroy them all. Isagi's eyes even starts to light up as he says that he can finally play football again. However, he then thinks about Ego's words and knows that the enemies ahead of them are all players with higher ranks than them. But Isagi is curious to why he isn't scared at all, and that he just wants to test out his own power, and that he wants to do nothing else than to destroy them all. Anyway, they then walk into the big room and Isagi looks at all of the other players, but he is quickly surprised as it looks like they are just as tired as them are. He wonders if they haven't slept, and that at the very least they should be higher ranked than them. But as he looks at their ranks, he sees that it's not the case, and that most of them are all around similar rankings, and Isagi is super confused and wonders what this is supposed to mean. But just then, Ego pops up on the screen and tells them all good work with the physical training. Ego tells them that 25 people from each stratum have gathered here, which means that 125 of them managed to pass the first selection. Ego then says that he is sure that there are some sharp ones among them who have already noticed, but there's not a single person here who came from the first, second, third or fourth stratum, telling them that none of them ever existed and that only the fifth stratum existed in Blue Lock, telling them that all of them thought that they were in the worst teams and then fought like idiots in the first selection. Isagi's eyes then widen as he looks pissed, and it's not just him, as all of them starts to scream. Someone asks if Ego was trying to kill them, and Ego tells him that he sure is, and that for the sake of killing any shitty shred of confidence they softies might have had, he devised this trick to nurture a hungry mindset in each of them so that they might become the best striker in the world. All of them just continues to screams and asks Ego what the point with all of this is, but Ego asks if they are stupid and tells them that this is exactly why he put them through all the training, and he tells them to listen. He takes Null Noah for example and says that even the man who is known today as the best striker in the world, he was raised in the slums of France, and while growing up poor surrounded by crime and violence, it just meant that to change his fate, the only way out was football. Telling them that there are many strikers in similar conditions and that their hunger for goals are incomparable, explaining that if they are stuck with this country's mindset, where they would be fine with losing in football, then they will never be able to reach this level, and that, to become the best striker in the world, they need the hunger for a goal, which is why Blue Lock was created. He looks at all of them and says that they all came here wanting to bring down everyone above them, right? And that they all came here believing that they could win. And Ego says that it's just that hunger, which will become the ego that changes the world. Isagi just looks super intense, as he thinks that he wants to see his progress right now. And Ego then tells them to let the second selection begin. Ego tells them that in the first selection, they grew from level 0 to 1. And that from now on, using state-of-the-art training facilities, they will grow from level 1 to 100. He explains that the second selection consists of 5 stages, and that only those who have cleared the previous stage are allowed to move on. Their first objective is to complete the first stage, and those of them who manage to complete the 5th stage and pass the second selection will participate in a training camp with some of the world's best players that Ego has specifically handpicked. He then points at the door and tells them that only those who are mentally prepared enter the gate to the second selection individually. Both Isagi and Bachira are shocked that they have to go in by themselves, but Ego tells them that the first stage is individual, and that once they enter, they won't be able to return. But that's not all. As if they don't make it to the next stage, they won't see anyone from here again, saying that naturally the second selection is much harder than the first, and no matter how successful they were in the past, if they can't pass now, then they won't ever. He starts to look fired up as he tells them that after the second selection, only the real egoists will be left, and tells them all good luck as he disappears. Isagi thinks to himself that in the second selection, he won't have 10 teammates, but that he will be fighting alone. After that, we see that everyone is a bit hesitate to go first, and Isagi thinks that he should keep an eye on everyone, but suddenly, he sees someone starting to go forward, and he takes up 2 footballs and puts them on the ground, and he starts off by shooting the first ball high into the sky. Isagi looks at it and is amazed by how beautiful the kick looks, but the mysterious man then goes to kick the second ball, and amazingly, he manages to make the two balls collide with each other in the air, which is nothing but a small feat, as this leaves all of the players in total awe as they wonder what is up with him. Isagi thinks that it's insane and wonders who the hell that is and calls him amazing. The guy then goes to the door and tells them to open up and that he has finished warming up. As he goes into the door, his name pops up on the screen, and he learns that he is called Rinitoshi. Igarashi looks in awe as he sees that name and wonders if he isn't one of the new generation 11, but Imamura says that he is wrong and that it's Itoshi-sei. Igarashi then just wonders who Rin is and realizes just how much better the other players are than him, but suddenly Isagi puts his hand on his shoulder and asks him what he is talking about, telling him to remember how they all were amazing in the match against Team 5. Igarashi gets hyped as he says that he is right and that his face block was insane. Just then, Kunigami comes by and says that his goal was better, but that's when Bachira joins and says that his dribbling was way cooler, and all of them then basically just says the same thing. Isagi then looks fired up as he says that he will become the best in the world, and they then form a circle and says that they are all amazing, and to meet again at the finish line. We then see Bachira waving Isagi goodbye as he enters into the second selection. Isagi is in the hallway and knows that he has to keep moving forward by himself, but for some reason he is getting excited, but that it's not like he haven't felt this feeling before, and he thinks that the results of the matches they have had so far is the reason for this exhilaration, and that surely this is the feeling of self-confidence. So what is he waiting for? He takes a deep breath and says that in Blue Lock he wants to become stronger, and he then walks into the second selection, but he wonders just what this weird room really is. Suddenly a ball comes out of the wall and he traps it instantly, but then behind him someone called the Blue Lock Man appears and seems to be a hologram of a goalkeeper. Isagi wonders what all of this is supposed to mean, but he then sees a goal zone appear around the Blue Lock Man, and he wonders if he is supposed to shoot there. After that, he sees the image on the ground and understands that it's moving, and that the area is gradually shrinking. Isagi then says that he gets it, and that this training is recreating a situation where he is in front of the goal and is supposed to assess the situation, and within the area as it grows smaller, he has to find a way to get past the goalkeeper and then score a goal. He then kicks the ball and sees that it's going in with ease, but that's when the Blue Lock Man decides to shut him down. As he jumps and blocks away the ball, Isagi asks if they are kidding with him and is amazed that the projection touched the material ball. However, what's even more is that he says that normally that would go in and says that this isn't high school level football anymore and wonders what is up with this Blue Lock Man. Suddenly, above the Blue Lock Man, a time limit and a goal limit appear, and Isagi then finally understands everything as he says that in this room for the first stage, he is supposed to get past the Blue Lock Man and score 100 goals in 90 minutes. And then he will clear it, thinking that he is being tested on his ego in front of the goal and that this is a solo fight. Realizing that he can't steal goals by just shooting, as if you don't have a weapon that can burst through, then you can't clear the room. Isagi looks fired up as he says that it's time to test his weapon and his formula to create a goal. He then sees that the ball is coming from the left this time and that the goal is on his right side. He looks at the gaps and space around, and with no wasted movement, he runs to the ball. He looks closely at the goalkeeper before he makes a direct shot, which flawlessly goes into the goal, which means that there are only 99 goals left. Isagi is now more fired up than ever as he scores goal after goal and thinks that this training is amazing, and since it recreates the critical moment in front of the goal, you can't clear this unless you better your own weapons formula and ability to score goals individually. He then scores 30 goals and thinks that he can really do this and that his weapon is working, but just then it upgrades and goes to level 2, where we can see that the amount of holograms have increased, which firstly shocks him. But Isagi then thinks that it's reasonable, and that since it recreates front of the goal, it's natural that there are defenders there, but he still finds a spot where he can score from, and he sends away the ball, which unfortunately ends up hitting one of the holograms in its head, and Isagi realizes just how much the difficulty has skyrocketed. He starts to stress and thinks that he has to increase his precision more, and that if he doesn't evolve, then he can't break through this. After that, we get to the control room where we see both Ego and Henri. Henri says that created by improving on power enhancement facilities from Germany's top clubs, a training room where balls are shot randomly from all 4 walls, and not to mention that it's covered in high-resolution screen panels, and above all else, it's an AI hologram that amasses data from the top goalkeepers in the world. saying that the Blue Lock Man system was made possible by inserting microsensor chips in the ball, which recreate a physical reaction once they sense that contact was made with the hologram. And she then tells Ego that after this, they are completely out of funds, and she looks worried, but Ego just tells her to be silent and says that this is wonderful and that this is the space that he has always dreamed of. The way to clear this first stage will differ depending on how each player uses their own abilities. For those that stayed alive thanks to other people's abilities and not their own, will feel like these 90 minutes are stopping them here. But those who can turn a 0 into 1 for those strikers who possess their own weapon, this will become a place to refine their talent and evolve it. Ego tells them to think of how to use their weapons and feel themselves improving, as the moment they leave this room, they will be strikers who reach the next dimension. And we then get back to Isagi, who managed to score a goal in the second level, and he looks super hyped as he says that he will evolve here for sure. We then get into his head as he says that 3 obstacles randomly appear alongside the goalkeeper's position and where the ball comes from. If Isagi can assess it all, then he can steal the goal. He then scores yet another goal, which means that he only has 52 goals left, with a time limit of 48 minutes. We then get back to Henri and Ego, where Henri says that somehow the kids are getting better and better, and says that this training is amazing. However, Ego tells her not to get impressed yet, as the real part of the first stage starts here. We then get back to Isagi, who has scored a total of 60 goals now, which means that he has 40 goals left. But just then, the level max starts, and this is what Ego talked about, as the targets start to move. But Isagi thinks that it's fine, as his course of action has not changed, but as the ball comes, he realizes that it's insanely fast and that it's even spinning. He tries to get it, but it's too hard to adjust to right off the bat, and Isagi looks mad as he thinks that this is the max level. Ego then explains that this implements high-level passes and randomly moving obstructions, all for the sake of artificially creating a world-class situation of being in front of the goal, saying that grasping the situation and reacting to it, shooting precision and quality, and having the stamina to keep that up for 90 minutes requires mind, skill, and body. If you don't possess all of these, then you won't be able to get past here, and imposters will notice their own weakness. Isagi then shoots a shot, but the goalkeeper easily grabs it, and Isagi thinks that this is bad, as he hasn't been able to get even one through for a while now. But he then thinks that because he's able to keep running like this is surely thanks to the training he did yesterday. But now that it's come to this, it's the first time he's felt like he's understood for real, that when he scored a goal it was always due to Bachira passing the ball to him, not messed up balls like these. Bachira was always kicking easy balls to positions where it was easy for him to kick them from, not to mention how Kunigami would always become a wall to keep the defenders away, and Chigiri would always wait for his passes where he could see him. Isagi thinks that because they were there, he was able to score goals, thinking that it was not like he was always fighting alone, as something like that won't do. And he needs the strength to be able to fight alone. He gets fired up as he tells himself to use his abilities all at once and figure out the things that must be done. He tells himself to, in a moment, grasp all of the space, read the positions of the defenders and keeper, run straight to the shooting spot, the ball's trajectory spinning, he needs to grasp it perfectly, and nail it to the top left corner. And when he does all that, he still misses, but this time he was super close. But he then says that it wasn't good, as first of all, he didn't even shoot through the course he was aiming for, thinking that he can grasp the shape and the positionings just fine. But the most important image of the direct shot isn't following him to reality. He looks annoyed and thinks that this won't work, no matter how many times he try, unless he changes his perception. He wonders just what it is that he is missing right now, before he realizes that it's his ability to shoot cleanly. He then tells himself to wait up, and says that so far, Bachira's passes were easy to shoot, but this room's rampant balls are hard to clean shoot. He then understands that of course it's no good to just blindly bail then, and that maybe the power to shoot is with around 80 to 70% to what he has been shooting with so far, and then at the last moment, put all your mind on the impact point. And as he does just that, he manages to actually get a goal again, which gets him hyped as he says that this is it, and that it's the essence of his goals, and that even in just one direct shot, calculations and formulas exist. After that, he thinks that this is actually super fun, and that he is finding new sides of himself, one after another. We then see Henri complimenting Isagi, and saying that he is getting rapidly better. Ego says that humans are creatures that only see things they want after all, but by clearly visualizing something that is wrong, the thing they see and their thought process change completely, ending it by saying that Isagi should be shaking at his evolution right now. And just then, he scores the last goal and screams out of happiness. After that, We see him walking towards the next stage and thinking that he hasn't given this much thought to even one goal as of now. However, he feels like he can fight evenly against anyone right now and that he can still get stronger and stronger. He then walks into the next room where it says that they need to move forward in teams of 3. He wonders just what he will do and that everyone who came here before him are all people who also cleared the first stage. He then spots both Nagi and Ryo and thinks that they are waiting for Zantetsu probably, and that it might be the same thing for everyone, that they are all waiting for someone. Suddenly Bachira comes by and screams out for Isagi. They go and shake hands before saying that they are once again reunited, and Isagi compliments Bachira on clearing the first stage. Bachira then asks Isagi who they should pick for the last spot. Isagi is just wondering what Bachira means, but he says that there is himself, and of course Isagi, and then one more. Isagi is shocked that Bachira had already included him in his team, but says that he doesn't really mind that, but still, Bachira then asks who would be good, and Isagi says that if he thinks about someone he would want as an ally right now, it would probably be Kunigami or Chigiri. Bachira says that it sounds good, but tells him that this is a 3-man team and that they can only pick one of them, and asks who it will be. Isagi thinks for a bit before saying that since neither of them has arrived, they can just pick the one who gets here first, and asks Bachira how that works. Bachira says that it works fine with him, and they then decide to wait. But suddenly, Nagi goes to Isagi and asks if he wants to team up with him and Ryo. This shocks not only Isagi, but also Ryo, who says that Nagi said that he wanted to wait for someone, but he didn't expect it to be Isagi. Nagi looks back and tells Ryo that he was the most amazing in their match, and that he wants to try playing soccer with him. Bachira then asks Isagi what he will do and if he will go with them. But Isagi says that there's no way that he will do that, as he is teaming up with Bachira, and Bachira just smiles. Isagi then apologizes to Nagi and says that he won't go over there alone. Ryo tells Nagi that he heard Isagi, but Nagi says that he's got it and asks if he can join Isagi's team, which leaves them even more in awe. Ryo then speaks up and asks him what he is talking about, as he thought that Nagi teaming up with Ryo was a given, and asks Nagi what he is thinking and what will happen to Ryo. Nagi looks back and says that he thought about soccer, and that he and Nagi together can become the best in the world, that's for sure. But in the end, they lost and they weren't the strongest, explaining that this is the first time he's felt like this, and in order for him to understand this frustration, he wants to play soccer with Isagi. Nagi's aura is wild as he says that, and his eyes light up as he says that he wants to try and put some effort in. Ryo first looks crushed before he looks at the floor and tells Nagi to do what he wants. Bachira then asks Isagi what they should do, and Isagi thinks that he knows for sure that it would be reassuring if Kunigami or Chigiri teamed up with them, and that it would be a good call. But he then thinks back to all of Nagi's insane moments in their last game, and says that he wants to try and play soccer with him. Isagi then looks intense as he tells Nagi to come on, and Bachira smirks, saying that he figured it would be the case, and they then enter into the next stage. But before that, Nagi looks back at Ryo and tells him that he will be waiting, but Ryo stays quiet. As they are walking in the hallway, Bachira tells Nagi that he is counting on him, and Nagi says likewise. Bachira then says that Ryo looked a bit sad over there and asks if Nagi is actually cold-hearted. Nagi says that he would be lying if he said that he wasn't feeling lonely without him, but that this side seemed more exciting and that following that ego is the correct way, right? Isagi then clenches his fist and thinks that Nagi is right, and that this is a place only egoists can survive, thinking that if his former Team Z teammates are the real thing, then they will meet again ahead of here. Isagi then puts out his hand as well and tells Nagi that he is counting on him, and then they get fired up as Isagi thinks that if it's the 3, then he doesn't feel like they can lose, and they then walk into the next room, where they spot Rin alongside 2 other players. After that, Ego pops up on the screen and tells them that the second selection's 3rd stage starts here, and that it's a 3 versus 3 team battle. We then get back to the earlier room, where we see Kunigami clearing the blue lock man room, and as he walks into the pit of players, he sees Chigiri. They shake hands, and asks if Chigiri is the only one from Team Z who have cleared it so far, but Chigiri says that he asked around, and that it seems like Isagi and Bachira already walked in with Nagi. Kunigami laughs and says that they left him behind and that it gets on his nerves. Chigiri then says that he thought the same before saying that he has got a suggestion. Kunigami says that he probably has the same idea, and both of them then look at each other and says that they should team up with each other. We then get back to Ego, who says that this will be a mini-game with the 3 they teamed up with just now, telling them that both teams will have Blue Lockman as their goalkeeper, and the team that scores 5 goals first wins, and then that winning team will pick one member from the losing team and steal him for their own, forming a 4-man team. This shocks Isagi. Meanwhile, Nagi and Bachira say that it's like something called Red Rover. Anyway, Ego continues and says that by rising up in the stages, they will increase the number of teammates by 1 each time, and that the team that creates a team of 5 and reaches the 5th stage will have cleared the 2nd selection. However, the losing team will have to go back to the previous stage. Thus, they'll end up as a team of 2, and the moment you lose a 2 versus 2 match, the person who's not chosen in the end, the one who becomes the last player, will drop out, telling them all that this is where you rob each other. Rivals and the true form of the 2nd selection is a rivalry battle. Thus, they are free to pick whoever they want as their opponents, and that the match will be made only if the both parties agree to it. Bachira says that he understands, and that there are more teams of 3, which will come later, and Isagi thinks that it's not like they have to fight against Rin right away. Nagi then says that since they are stealing someone by winning, it might be good to fight against those who have members they would want to get. Isagi then right away thinks of both Chigiri and Kunigami. Ego then says that Nagi is spot on, as the key to clearing this stage is picking their allies. And to represent that the new Blue Lock rankings are being announced, we then see that Isagi had gotten the number 15, Bachira number 16, and Nagi number 7. Ego explains that their rankings will be the order in which they cleared the first stage, and of course their ranks will once again be updated based on the results they show in matches. Ego then looks serious, as he says that those who grasp the chemical reaction between egos will be the strikers who claim the next ticket, and tells them to do anything to win, and he then leaves. Isagi thinks that from here on, it will be a fight to rob each other's friends and rivals. Bachira says that for now there's no hurry to choose an opponent and asks Isagi what they should do. Isagi wonders if they should wait for new enemies or pick the ones who are already here. He then overhears the ranked 3-player Tokimitsu wondering what he should do and saying that he doesn't want to do this. Isagi is in shock by his low confidence. He then overhears the number 2 ranked player Ryu, who says that if they should do this, they should go against the 4, 5, and 6 ranked players, right? And that it would be the most stylish, and that even if they win against those potatoes over there, he won't look beautiful at all. Rin then tells them to be quiet, and that it does not matter who the opponent will be, as he just wants to win quickly and go forward, telling both Ryu and Tokimitsu that they are here to just meet the numbers. Ryu gets a bit annoyed, but Tokimitsu tries to calm him down. Isagi just looks at them in awe and wonders if they aren't friends, and Rin then confirms that as he tells them that the 3 of them only happen to team up because they were the first to clear and show up, telling them that to Rin, they are just stepping stones, and that in fact the whole Blue Lock is a stepping stone for him, explaining that he is just here to take advantage of the chance to get into Japan's U20 team, and that it's all so that he can become Japan's representative and overcome his brother, and of course crush Itoshi Sai, as that's all football is about. Isagi then realizes that Rin is talking about that genius midfielder and thinks that Rin is his younger brother. Bachira just laughs and wonders how much ego Rin has. Nagi adds in and says that the team in front of them are just filled with a bunch of weirdos. After that, Isagi speaks up and apologizes to Bachira and Nagi. They are just in shock, but Isagi says that they are fine with whoever, right? And he then looks super fired up as he tells Team Rin to go, as he thinks that his ego is telling him to fight with Rin. Bachira says that it's the way to go, and Nagi says that it was what he was thinking the whole time. Rin just stares at him coldly and tells Isagi that anyone is fine. This only makes Isagi more fired up as he says that he wants Rin, and after that, all of them confirm, and just like that, the first 3 versus 3 battle is about to start. We then get explained that the match will happen in a mini field with an area of 40 times 30 meters and that the goal size is also reduced, not to mention that the goalkeeper for both sides will be a Blue Lock man with the exact same specs. Those who then win will be able to steal a member from the opposite team and advance to the next, and the team who loses will be a member short and go back 1 stage. We then quickly see them getting ready before we get to Isagi, who thinks that it won't matter if the opponent is a high ranker, as he wants to test his power against these guys who are currently Blue Lock top 3 players. But that's not all, as Isagi is even determined to win and make Rin one of them. And just like that, the kickoff starts, and Isagi passes to Bachira. Ryu tells Tokimitsu to take care of Bachira, and he nervously says that he got it. Bachira then looks fired up and says that their rankings are just the order they passed after all, and that he isn't scared. He then takes out his signature super fast scissors, which leaves Tokimitsu in awe, and before he can even realize it, Bachira has already gotten behind him. Tokimitsu apologizes. Meanwhile, Bachira says that he also happened to level up in that Blue Lock man room. Isagi compliments him, and Bachira says that Rin is up next. Isagi is next to him, and wants him to do a 1-2 pass, but just then, Bachira crosses the ball high up on the field. It's heading to Nagi, but just then, Aryu appears behind him, looking pretty scary. Anyway, Aryu tells Nagi that he will stop him in style, but that's when Nagi just lightly taps the ball, which makes it go back, and this shocks Aryu, but Nagi says that this distance and timing, this is all his range. And we then see Isagi running towards the ball in full speed. He looks completely devoured in aura, as he tells himself to focus on meeting the ball, and that he doesn't need any unnecessary power, calling it his new direct shot, which he shoots, and it flawlessly goes past Aryu, and right into the goal, giving Team Isagi the first goal. Isagi is super ecstatic, and says that because of the training with the Blue Lock man, his level has definitely risen. Bachira asks him if his shooting accuracy has gotten better, and Nagi adds in that he isn't wasting any movements anymore. They all then go to celebrate, and Isagi thinks to himself that since they understand each other's weapons, they can attack like this exactly because it's the three of them, thinking that it is totally working, and that they are seriously strong, even strong enough to win against the top 3 in Blue Lock. But we then see Rin letting out a sigh, which catches Isagi's immediate attention. Rin then says enough, and that he has just about got their level. He then looks sad, or rather disappointed, as he says that he feels so lukewarm that he could die, telling them that they still think that fighting with this one ball is nothing but a sport, asking them if they can just disappear, and calls this a battlefield, telling them that they are showing their backs against soldiers with guns, which is why he is saying that he feels so lukewarm, and he then puts the ball on the starting line before he without any hesitation shoots it right into the net right from kickoff, and scores his team's first goal, which leaves everyone in total awe. Nagi even asks Bachira if that is even allowed, and Bachira says that it is, but that it would not work normally. Tokimitsu then freaks out and calls it a super goal, and Aryu calls it stylish and tells him not to go doing that without telling him. Rin then starts to pick up the ball and says that he keeps saying this, but that he doesn't care at all whether they are a companion or an enemy, as they are all just lukewarm mobs to Rin. Rin continues to have this bored expression on himself as he tells them to just end it already, and that this is seriously just a waste of time. But that's when Isagi speaks up and tells him to hold up. He tells Rin that he is also betting his life here, and that he is playing football for the sake of his dream, the same as Rin. Rin is firstly quiet, but then asks what he means with dream, and tells him that it's not such a lukewarm, peaceful thing like that, explaining that the act of losing in soccer is the same as losing one's reason to exist, and basically the same as dying, looking really menacing as he says that soccer is a death match as far as he is concerned. Aryu calls him nuts, and Bachira adds in by calling him weird, but Rin then throws the ball back and tells them to come already, so that he can kill them, and that their lukewarm ball-kicking game will end here. Isagi just looks at him and calls it interesting, and says that he will also join this death match. They then restart the game, and Bachira gets the ball again. Isagi thinks that no matter how amazing Rin is, this is a 3 versus 3 fight, and a team battle where the one to score 5 goals first wins, which is why Isagi is determined to make Rin regret ever looking down at Isagi. Bachira then sees that Isagi is by Rin, so he decides to try, and yet again send the ball high up towards Nagi, but just as he is about to try and trap it, Aryu pops out from nowhere, and he heads away the ball. Isagi is amazed at how far that jump was, and Bachira says that Aryu saw through him. Aryu then gets back on the ground and says that he has descended, telling Nagi that his ball handling may be stylish, but if he doesn't let Nagi touch it, then he can't shine. Nagi calls it a mad jump. Aryu then starts running, and he gives it to Tokimitsu, telling him to give it to Aryu when he is in front of the goal. Tokimitsu then tries to do just that, but Bachira comes by and directs the pass a bit. Isagi compliments Bachira for making him able to get to the ball first. Isagi then has the ball but Aryu right behind him. However, he knows that losing the ball in front of their goal would put them in a pinch, and at this point, he will have to rebuild and carefully think the ball. But then out of nowhere he sees the ball flying, and Isagi says that Aryu was able to kick the ball while he was keeping it. The ball then goes into the net and gives Team Rin their second goal. Isagi looks at him annoyed and says that his jumping power is no joke, and with that reach that you normally can't find in Japan. He calls Aryu yet another monster who is almost unfair to go against. Aryu then says that it's settled, and that on this field right now, he is the most stylish. We then just leave him and get to Isagi, who apologizes, but Bachira tells him not to mind. The match then restarts, and Isagi passes Bachira. They then look at each other, and Isagi asks Bachira how they will attack. Bachira sees that Nagi is being restricted, and says that if his pass to Nagi is blocked, then he will have to slice through himself. He goes to Tokimitsu, and tells him to just try and stop this. Tokimitsu is just afraid, and asks Bachira to stop it. Bachira then tells Tokimitsu that his legs have stopped moving, but we then see Tokimitsu starting to freak out more and more intensely before he screams that he wants confidence as he starts to run with all that he can towards Bachira. Bachira is a bit shocked by the sudden change in speed, but says that there's no worries anyway as he gets behind him easily. However, it's not over, as Tokimitsu then turns around and is right by Bachira in an instant. Bachira tries to shake him off with a feint, but yet again, Tokimitsu uses an insanely fast cut to be right by him in no time. And before Bachira even noticed, Tokimitsu had already taken away the ball from him and left him stunned. Isagi, watching this from the side, thinks it's unreal and that his quickness is on a totally different level. Tokimitsu then screams that he wants a goal and he rushes towards the goal. Even Aryu wonders if he has gone nuts. Meanwhile, Nagi tells Isagi to stop him. Isagi sees that he is coming at a rapid speed, but he then screams at Isagi to get out of the way. He then gets right by him, and Isagi thinks that he can't react, so he tries to foul him to stop him. But even while having his hand on his shoulder, Isagi ends up being the one who gets turned around. Tokimitsu then looks happy as he says that he might be able to do it, and he scores his first goal. Isagi is just left on the ground, wondering what is wrong with him, before Tokimitsu lets out a big smile. But it quickly fades as he wonders if he is getting too happy, and if he will get hated if he winds up on a high horse. Isagi, who is still crawling on the ground, then says that Rin wasn't the only one who had an insane weapon, thinking that they just met, and that their teamwork is terrible, and that they are all fighting separately with just individual strength, while on the other hand, they have been fighting as a team from the start, and they have to rely on each other for their plays. So he starts to wonder what the difference really is, before starting to look lost as he looks at the scoreboard and starts to wonder if they will really lose. But suddenly Nagi comes by and tells him that it's amazing that there are guys like these still here, and says that soccer is seriously interesting. Isagi just says his name. Meanwhile, Nagi continues and says that it's thanks to Isagi that he is able to see this way and tells him that they should make it more interesting. Aryu wonders what is up with them as they are having a strategy meeting. We then get to them, who has just come up with a plan. Isagi then asks Nagi if he is the type to bring out ideas like that of his own accord, but he says that he isn't, and that this is his first time. Simply explaining that he hates feeling frustrated, so he doesn't want to lose anymore, and that it's not fun unless he wins. Bachira says that it's true, and Isagi then screams at them to go, and just like that the match is back in play. Isagi thinks that if Team Rin scores 2 more goals, then they will lose. He looks up on the field and sees that Nagi is being marked by Aryu, and that he won't be able to play freely, and that the same goes for Bachira, as his dribbling is pretty much sealed against Tokimitsu. However, they won't need to worry, as their plan is to keep in mind a 15-meter distance and attack as a triangle, explaining that Bachira is the anchor with his pass choices in this triangle, and that Isagi will lead them to the front of the goal. But since keeping the ball for a long time is impossible, Nagi and Isagi's play will be only one-touch passes, thinking that this type of attack tactic wouldn't work if it wasn't for his ball handling and Isagi's direct plays. Isagi then believes that they can actually do it and says that just like Nagi thought, if they can't win in one-on-one situations, then they just need to make a 3 versus 3 situation, and that with this they can control the middle field. But the finish won't be done by Nagi, but instead by Isagi, and that the moment they reach the front of the goal, measure timing and range, and with Isagi's eyes, he needs to run to the shooting point. Isagi then gets super fired up as he says that he can see it, and that the place is open. Bachira then smirks as he sees that Isagi is starting to break free, but just then, Rin comes in his way and tells them that it's way too lukewarm, asking Isagi if he really thought that Rin wouldn't be able to see the same scenery as someone of his level. Isagi is just in pure awe, and so is Bachira, to the point of his legs stopping to move, which Tokimitsu notices, and he tries to go for the ball, but he acts quickly and sends it over to Nagi instead. Isagi looks at this and says that it's a high-speed grounder pass and wonders if that can even work, and that right now he can't participate in the triangle. However, Bachira's eyes then light up as he tells Nagi to feel it and says that this is a present from him to Nagi, and as the ball is heading to Nagi, he actually realizes that it's spinning like crazy, calling it an interesting pass before he smiles and touches it with the back of his shoe, which lets the ball continue over Aryu, and just like that, Nagi is now free and is heading towards the ball. Bachira says, "Bingo," and Isagi thinks that this is amazing, and that Nagi and Bachira just had their talents clash together, and just like that, Nagi scores, and with that chemical reaction, the scores become 3-2. They all then celebrate together. Nagi says that it was unplanned, but says that he had no idea that passes like that existed. Isagi is shocked, But Nagi says that all of Ryo's passes he has caught so far were passed to Nagi to do whatever he felt like doing with them at that very moment. But on the other hand, Bachira's pass felt like it was pushing an idea straight to his brain. Bachira smiles and says that he bets that Nagi could get used to it, and Nagi agrees before asking how many more they need to score. Isagi then just smiles and says that they control the midfield with a triangle, and at the last phase, based on his movements, Bachira's inspiration, and Nagi's instinct, they react to that and steal goals, calling it their soccer. Suddenly, Rin speaks up and asks if they are chit-chatting in the battlefield, and asking if they never learn, and he then sends away yet another shot right from kickoff, while telling them that he is stacking his life on each moment here. Nagi knows that they are in trouble, and Tokimitsu says that they will have yet another goal, but just as the ball is about to go in, Isagi pops up right there and is able to, in the last second, head away the ball, which even leaves Rin a bit stunned. Isagi saves the ball but falls to the floor, but he doesn't waste any time to aura farm as he tells Rin if he thought that he wouldn't be able to see the same scenery as someone as Rin, calling it lukewarm while looking at Rin intensely as he thinks that with these eyes of his, he will control the field. Isagi then thinks that he has smashed the specialties of all three of them into his head now, and that from here on out, he will rule it all. Anyway, we then see that Team Rin had gotten a corner kick. Isagi tries his best to predict what will happen as he thinks that Nagi is against Aryu, who's good at aerial battle with his tall height, and Bachira is against Tokimitsu, who's good at shaking off markers. He thinks that the position he should be taking is this space where he can react to both of them, and by filling this spot, he can decrease the range of passes in an ideal way. Thinking that he will cut through this pinch and connect it to a counter, and Rin then starts to get ready to kick the ball off, and as he does so, Isagi right off the bat notices that it's high and believes that he has aimed it at Aryu, but as the ball slowly starts to come down, Isagi realizes that it isn't right either, as it goes way past Aryu's head and right into the net, meaning that Rin just scored straight from the corner kickoff, and because of that, gave his team one more goal and left everyone else stunned. Bachira laughs and asks if he is serious, and Nagi just asks how they are supposed to stop that. Isagi, on the other hand, is super frustrated as he wonders if his judgment was off. He wonders if he could have stopped that if he were near the far side from the beginning, and if he did that, then he would leave space open though. Bachira then speaks up and says that if they take one more goal from them, then they will lose. Nagi says that he is right, but also says that if they score 3 more first, then they will win. Isagi agrees and says that it's time to strike back and thinks that there's no way that it will end here. All 3 of them pass around the ball to start, and Isagi then thinks that by using this triangle, they can control the field as they push through the middle field, and that he only have to worry about the final moments, saying that his last pass was read by Rin last time, and that it only went well because of the chemical reaction between Nagi and Bachira. But that kind of goal is not something that will work against the top 3 several times, which is why he has to make it happen next. The chemical reaction, as if he doesn't do that, then a goal won't be born. But then suddenly Rin appears behind Isagi and asks him how long he's going to circle these passes around, and asks if Isagi can really call himself a striker. Rin looks coldly as he tells Isagi to, "Let's end it already." Isagi's eyes then starts to fire up as he says that he doesn't want Rin to look down on him, thinking that if Rin gets this close to him, then the space behind him will be completely open, and he sees that, and then screams Bachira's name. Isagi runs with all that he can, and thinks that he will create the scent of a goal, and Bachira then sends away the pass. But just then, Rin is also somehow on Isagi's side, and he asks Isagi if he found a good space or something, before telling Isagi to at least study how a human's eyeball works. Isagi is just in pure awe, as he can't believe it, and says that he thought that he had completely taken him back, and wonders just how Rin is able to be right by him, wondering if he completely predicted his vision. Everyone is in shock, and Bachira tells Nagi to go and stop him. We then get back to Isagi, who thinks that even if he read him, then that reaction was way too fast, and that it was like he knew ahead of time. Isagi starts to wonder if the scent of a goal just now, instead of seeing it, was shown to him so that he would move to that position, and wonders if he was being dragged around and playing right into Rin's hand. Isagi screams out to both Bachira and Nagi to stop him, as Isagi has just realized that the one controlling the field was not himself but Rin. Thinking that with his current capability, he can't even measure how much the difference between him and Rin is, and that he can't tell the difference is just that overwhelming and despairing. Anyway, Rin easily gets behind both Bachira and Nagi with minimal effort, and he shoots the ball into the goal. But even then, Isagi wonders why, in spite of the fact that they are going to lose. His eyes and his heart are completely smitten by the beauty of the parable that his kick drew. But with that team, Rin won the game with the final score being 5-2. Aryu then asks Rin and Tokimitsu who they should pick. Rin, however, says that whoever is fine and that it doesn't matter. Tokimitsu then asks if Aryu is fine with a special someone, and Aryu says that he wanted that one as well, and they then point to Bachira and tells him to come and join them. Tokimitsu says that his passes was amazing, and Aryu agrees, and says that he will be assisting his stylish goals. Rin then speaks up and asks them how long they will keep on talking, and tells them to get a move on, before looking over to Bachira and calling him Bullcut and telling him to stop spacing out, as Rin now holds his destiny. We then see them beginning to leave, but Bachira then speaks up and says that he wanted to stay with Isagi to the very end, but that he is going, since it's the rules. But he tells Isagi that he won't be waiting, and tells him that if he wants him back, then he will have to come and steal him, and those words leaves Isagi completely frozen. After that, we get to the 2 versus 2 room, where Nagi says that it looks like they are the first ones here. Isagi just looks depressed as he says, yeah. Nagi then asks him what they should do, and says that it seems to be a break room, and asks if Isagi wants to go there. Isagi says that this isn't the time to take a break, and that it's the end if they lose the next one. Nagi just says that they will win then, and that their opponents just happen to be too strong. Isagi, however, says that it's not the issue, and that he isn't like Nagi, and that he couldn't do anything against the top 3. But Nagi says that he scored after all, but Isagi says that he only managed that because all 3 of them were working together. Nagi asks him if that isn't how soccer is, but Isagi then screams at him, telling him that what he is trying to say is that when their team played, he was the only one who couldn't do anything. He couldn't create a chemical reaction like Nagi and Bachira did, saying that there is nothing more to it, and that if they lose the next one, then Nagi will be stolen, as he is the strongest. Isagi continues to whine like a little baby, but that's when Nagi grabs him by his hair and tells him to stop this, and asks him what Nagi is supposed to do if Isagi is like this. Nagi looks furious, and tells him that he teamed up with him because he thought that it would help him get better at soccer, and Isagi isn't helping him by being a sore loser, so Nagi tells him to get it together. Isagi asks him what his deal is, but Nagi tells him to work harder, and that Ryo wouldn't be moping like that. Isagi takes Nagi's shirt and asks him what his problem is, and tells him to team up with Ryo then, and not to compare and push his ideals onto Isagi like that. Nagi says that it can't be helped, as he has only played soccer with him. Isagi asks if he means that it's Ryo's fault then, and asks if he can't do anything without Ryo. Nagi is silent before he tells Isagi that neither can he, as he is useless without Bachira. This makes him even angrier, as he pushes himself away, and says that it's true, and that's the reason why he is irritated. But he then looks fired up, as he says that even without Bachira, he will prove that he can fight even by himself. Something then snaps for Nagi as he thinks that it's like a selection, explaining that he knows not too much about soccer, but during their 11 versus 11 matches so far, as long as a few could turn 0 into 1, everyone else could work as a team and turn that into a 100. But this time around, they are in small numbers, and the impact that each player has on the field is bigger. Continuing and saying that what is being tested is only the power of individuals, Isagi says that he sees, and that what they tried to do, a playstyle focused on passing and team play, isn't going to work. Nagi says that he is right, and that being able to hold your own in a one-on-one should be the minimum required, and that no matter who are your allies or enemies, the key to breaking through the second selection is to win one-on-one, and Isagi is now starting to look super fired up. But that's when Nagi asks him how one cure this frustration thing, and Isagi tells him that unfortunately, this fire won't cool down unless you win. But then suddenly, the door opens behind them, and we see Baru appearing, as he asks if there isn't anyone strong here. We then get to Isagi, who says that the beast inside him is telling him to overcome Baru in a one-on-one. Baru just walks forward, and tells Isagi not to stand in front of him. Meanwhile, Isagi just looks at him, and wonders how he would be able to win against Baru. Nagi then speaks up and says that it's unexpected to see him here, and asks if he wasn't the strongest, and then asks Baru if he would want to play against them now, as Nagi feels like he could beat him now. This makes Baru upset, as he gets right to Nagi's face. Baru calls him an amateur who only thinks about setting traps, and that Baru guesses that he wants to be destroyed by the king himself. Nagi tells him that he sure barks a lot for a loser, and that he will win, and make Baru his servant. We then see Isagi telling Nagi to hold up, as he thinks to himself that he still feels like he couldn't beat Baru. But then Naruhaya comes behind them, and says that there is a piece of paper saying that they have to wait at least 24 hours until they have their next match. Nagi just asks Isagi who that is, but he says that it's his former teammate, and Isagi asks if he is in a team with Baru, and he says that he is. He explains that their third was the goat Nishioka, Naruhaya then says that Baru was amazing and scored 4 goals alone, but in the end the others got 5 goals off them and lost. Then they said that Baru is too selfish and brings disarray, so Nishioka got chosen instead. Baru just asks what he is saying and says that they lost because Naruhaya and Nishioka was useless. Naruhaya tells him to calm down and that they don't have to fight them right away and that they could wait for other teams, as if they lose the next one, it's all over for them. And he asks Isagi if he isn't right, and Isagi says that he is. Baru then walks towards the break room and tells them that he won't run or hide and that they can come at him at any time and he will still destroy them. We then get to Isagi and Nagi in their room, and Nagi says that this is like a jail cell. Meanwhile, Isagi is looking at the dining area and showers before telling Nagi that they can also use the Blue Lock Man to train with. Nagi says that he is right before asking Isagi why he didn't say that they would fight against Baru, and that Nagi thinks that he would make a great teammate. Isagi says that he is right, but tells him that right now they don't have any decent strategy. Nagi asks what it is that him and Isagi is missing, and Isagi says that what he felt during the fight against Rin and the others was that his and Nagi's weapons are something that only become useful when there's a pass towards them, for example with the help of Bachira or Ryo. Isagi says that if there's no person that understands their weapons and has high ball passing skills, they can't shine. Nagi thinks that they can't use their weapons without those passes, saying that dribbling and quickness, stupidly long limbs or demon-like physique, if they have to go against that kind of stuff in a one-on-one, they stand no chance of winning. Isagi says that it's exactly what they are missing, a way to win in a one-on-one without passes. Nagi just apologizes and says that it got bothersome and says that he will think about it tomorrow. And we then see Isagi still trying to figure it out. After that, we get to the next day, where they are in the dining room, and Isagi says that there's plenty of guys who got dropped here after losing. Nagi, however, tells him to drop it, and says that this is the worst, and says that the only side dishes here are natsu and takuan. Isagi laughs, but says that he is already used to that. Nagi then asks him which team they will be fighting. Isagi says that honestly, if they look for a pair that's weaker than them, then they can probably win easily. But if they pick a weaker teammate like that, they might just lose at a higher stage and just be sent back here again, saying that in the end, it would be best to battle strong-looking guys and get them on their team. But by doing that, the risk of losing skyrockets, so they can't just choose anyone. Nagi says that he is right, but that everyone is most likely thinking the same thing. Isagi says that he is spot on and thinks that this is a rivalry battle and that it's not enough to just win and that they can't advance forward unless they think about who to team up with. We then see Isagi in the training room, and he says that he can improve his direct shot in this training room. But even if he can score against the Blue Lock Man in a match, he might not be allowed to do anything, saying that Bachira and the top 3 can win one-on-one battles and that they're able to create chances with their own abilities. It's those monster-level guys that he has to overcome, and the ability to create a chance in a one-on-one and a hint to finding that is to experience it one more time. Suddenly, he hears someone calling out for him, and it's Naruhaya, who asks him if he has picked their next opponents yet. But Isagi says that they haven't. Naruhaya says that he figured so much as if they lose, then it's all over. Naruhaya says that they have to take on a risk after all, and Isagi asks him what he means. But Naruhaya says that after all, if they lose here, then they will be the ones who won't get chosen, and says that they are both the same with a smirk on himself. Naruhaya says that it's scary, as his teammate is Baru, and his is Nagi, and that they will never be chosen when it comes down to it. Isagi tries to say that it's not like that as Naruhaya is still good, but Naruhaya tells him not to pretend as after all the one he wants is Nagi and not Isagi. This shocks Isagi, but Naruhaya says that Isagi must feel the same way as if they don't choose actually strong people as teammates. Then winning from here on out will be impossible. After that, Naruhaya looks super fired up as he takes out his hand and tells Isagi to beat each other and to put both of their lives on the line, telling Isagi to not get scared as they are at Blue Lock after all. Isagi just thinks that he can't back down after being told that, and he says it's fine by him, and that he was just thinking about how he wanted to fight with them, and it's then settled. However, there's a 24-hour time limit until the match actually starts. We then get to another training room where Isagi is now training with Nagi. Nagi tells Isagi to come, and he does just that, but Nagi then takes away the ball and tells him that he is too obvious. Nagi tells him that Baru's weapons are an absolute middle shot in front of the goal from the left side, at most 27 meters, and to invade into the point to shoot that from there, and the physique for charging in is what he needs. Isagi says that he is right. After that, Nagi says that Isagi is no good, and that it's not even worth training against him, which gets him a bit annoyed. Nagi then scratches his head and says that it's fine that they set up the match, but asks what their plan is, Isagi says that they won't know until they start. But Nagi says that Isagi was on that one-on-one situation plan before. And Isagi says that it's true, but that he thinks that the way of finding out how to beat a serious Baru would be actually going up against him. Nagi calls it a total gamble for them to survive, and that they will have no choice but to find the strength in one-on-one in the middle of a 5-point match against Baru. Nagi says that for starters, he will mark Baru while Isagi takes Naruhaya. Isagi says alright, but thinks that destroying those two will become his evolution for him to reach the next stage. And if it doesn't work out in the end, then it all means that he was a person who wasn't going to go any further. We then see Naruhaya and Baru also training before Baru says that he is going to sleep, before telling him not to get in his way and to just run around the field. Naruhaya says that he's got it, and he then falls to the wall thinking that he doesn't want it to end yet. After that, it has gotten 24 hours and the match is about to start. Nagi asks Baru to do it and asks if he did his kneeling down practice properly, and Baru just says that he will kill him and that he will make Nagi his servant. Isagi then calls out for Naruhaya and tells him that he will crush him and tells him to come at him seriously, and Naruhaya says of course, and just like that the kickoff has started and Nagi has the ball. Baru goes to block him right away, and Nagi is shocked by Baru's insane presence before he tells him to come on, and he then thinks that he will face Baru head on as it only begins after he beats him, and Nagi then starts going towards him. Baru however just asks him what the hell that dribbling is, calling both the range and timing trash. He then takes the ball and says that he is facing Baru after all, and that he lacks respect. Nagi then screams out for Isagi, and Isagi knows that he has to stop him. But just then, he sees Naruhaya moving, and he wonders what he should do. But he tells himself to calm down, as they are still outside Baru's middle shooting range. But just then, as he says that, Baru actually sends away his shot, which goes flawlessly right into the goal, which means that his shooting range has gone up, and with that, Team Baru leads with 1 goal. Nagi says that this is bad, and Isagi agrees, but he thinks to himself that they will just have to find the weapon of strength in one-on-one battles within this match. Isagi then gets the ball from kickoff, and Naruhaya is right in front of him. Isagi thinks that if he can just get past Naruhaya in a one-on-one battles, the match's odds are then a 50-50. However, he is quickly annoyed, as Naruhaya keeps himself real close to him all the way. He wonders if he should pass with some kind of perfect course that Nagi could use, but he also throws that idea to the side, as he doesn't have that kind of technique. This leaves Isagi stunned with not knowing what he can do. But just then, Nagi's eyes light up, and he screams out for Isagi that anything works, and to just send it to an open space. And Isagi does just that, as he shoots it to the left where no one is. Baru tells them that they can't get past him with a trash pass like that. But Nagi says that he knows that, but that it doesn't matter, as he just came up with a way to beat him. Nagi then thinks that if he stops when they are facing each other, then he can't evade Baru's pressure and charge, so they will instead fight while Baru is chasing his back. Thinking that it's a formula that is possible to recreate, saying that he doesn't need something like a special pass, as he can blow life into the ball with just the first touch. And just when Baru is about to try and go and steal it, Nagi traps it with the back of his heel, which gets the ball over Baru, and Nagi says that he is the god of the field. Isagi just looks at him in pure awe and wonders at what kind of speed Nagi is evolving at. Nagi then scores and says that they can beat them and that they just need Isagi now. Isagi, still in awe, thinks that with that one play he grasped it completely and that he has the formula to win a one-on-one battles. Nagi then says that he can get it with his back turned and that he won't lose anymore. However, we also see that Baru is mad as he says that he will crush them, and just like that, the match was back on with Baru having the ball. Nagi screams at Isagi to follow him and to surround Baru with a 2-on-1. Isagi asks what will happen to Naruhaya, but Nagi tells him not to worry as Baru is the king, so he isn't going to pass right after a loss. They then go to surround him, and it's just like how Nagi said. Naruhaya asks for a pass, but Baru tells him to be silent, and just then, Isagi comes out of nowhere and gets the ball. Isagi then thinks that Nagi's weapon is trapping, and if he can create a trap from behind like just now, he says that a defender, going against Nagi while he's backwards, they would normally approach him in a way to not let him see forward, and by using that logic, he can dodge with an unpredictable on-touch, and that this is how Nagi can get past his one-on-one battles. But Isagi thinks that they are aware of it now, and therefore Naruhaya won't approach him in the same way, which means that without the pressure from a defender up close, Nagi can look forward and make plays completely freely, and that the pass should go to the same direction as him. So Isagi passes the ball, just like a shot, because Nagi can now make use of a black hole trap, which he does. Isagi says that this worked because Naruhaya was too far away, explaining that this is Nagi's power, and that by creating traps that blows life into a play, and absorbing trap that kills the momentum to zero, and by making use of these two types of traps, Nagi's formula is complete. And just like that, Nagi scored their second goal of the match and says that it's just 3 goals left. Isagi just looks at him and says that he wants to find something too, and a method to win in a one-on-one battles. We can then see Baru being super angry as he says that he can beat the likes of them by himself, and he shoots the ball right from kickoff, trying to do the same thing that Rin did. However, this time the blue lock man stopped the ball, but it's far from over as Naruhaya then comes and takes the ball, which shocks Isagi as he got there so fast. Baru then screams at him to pass, and Naruhaya says that he knows as he passes the ball to Baru, who easily scores, making it even. Isagi looks at this annoyed and says that Nagi and Baru have equal scoring ability, which means that him and Naruhaya are the ones who hold the key to victory here. The match then restarts, and Naruhaya goes to Isagi. Naruhaya asks Isagi if he knows why he wanted to play against Isagi. Isagi says that it was so that he could take Nagi onto his team, but Naruhaya laughs and says that it was just an excuse, as his biggest reason is because he thought that he could beat Isagi, telling him that he knows it because they were together before, about what Isagi can and can't do. Naruhaya gets close and tells him that he is not the kind of player who can play alone, and that he can't score goals by himself like Pachira, Kunigami, or Chigiri, telling him that everyone was hyping him up a lot, but he could only do anything because of other people, continuing and saying that he is not a genius like Nagi or Baru, but that he is just a mediocre person like Naruhaya himself. Nagi then screams out for Isagi and asks him what he is doing, and to give the ball to him, but as he goes to try and pass it, Naruhaya intercepts the pass, and the ball goes over to Baru instead. Nagi screams for Isagi to stop him, and Baru then starts to rush with all that he can towards Isagi, charging in like a wild beast, but as Isagi was so focused on Baru, Naruhaya could sneak behind him without him noticing, and Baru then passes the ball to Naruhaya, who went behind Isagi. Baru tells him to give it back, but Naruhaya refuses, and says that he also wants to reach the level of geniuses. Isagi then realizes that he got done over as he remembers that Naruhaya's weapon was that he can fly across the pitch, thinking that he also can't win against Naruhaya. But just as Naruhaya shoots his shot towards the goal, it actually misses, which leaves him stunned. Nagi screams at Isagi to get the second ball and to steal it for a counter. But just then, Baru comes in between both of them and tells them to get out of the way and not to stand in front of the king, and just like that, he reaches the ball first and then scores their third goal of the match. Both Isagi and Nagi falls to the ground, and Isagi looks up and thinks that Naruhaya is also missing something like him. Isagi explains that he has his direct shot, but no weapon to get him there. Meanwhile, Naruhaya has a weapon to get himself to the goal, but not the ability to score consistently, calling both mediocre in opposite ways, and saying that the one who's able to conquer their weakness will conquer the one-on-one and win this match. Isagi then puts the ball back down and thinks that unless he is on par with those geniuses, he will never be able to become the best striker in the world. His eyes then get filled with determination as he tells himself to search for the power that he is lacking. After that, Nagi calls out for him and says that they are bringing it back, and Isagi agrees, thinking that he doesn't want it to end here. It then starts, and Isagi has the ball as he runs towards Naruhaya. He knows that he needs to try out everything that he can come up with, saying that it's not just dribbling but by turning it into a 2-on-1 even for a second, by doing a 1-2 with Nagi. Then, even if he lacks speed, he can still get behind Naruhaya. But just then, as he thinks that he is free, Naruhaya comes before him, telling him that it isn't happening. Isagi then realizes that this isn't good enough, and even Nagi asks him what he is doing and passes the ball back to Isagi. Isagi is mad as he says that all he can do for scoring is rely on Nagi, but if he does that, then he will never be able to beat either of them. Anyway, he still sends across to Nagi, who traps it effortlessly before scoring a goal, making it even in the scores. Isagi wonders if changing his tactics and actions is not enough to find the strength he is after. Suddenly, he hears Naruhaya screaming behind him out of frustration, saying that he won't let it end like this. Isagi just looks at him before saying that instead of his actions, he needs to change his thinking and that he can't get caught up in how he used to play, as he needs to discard everything else he has learned so far. But just as he is in his mind, Baru takes his chance and shoots the ball from kickoff again, and it's just about to go in, but luckily, Nagi is there to save it in the last second. Nagi then falls to the ground, but the ball luckily goes over to Isagi. Isagi thinks that he will counterattack right away, but that's when Nagi screams at Isagi to look behind him. Suddenly, Naruhaya is there, and he steals the ball away from him, leaving Isagi stunned. Naruhaya then looks at him and says that he won't lose a one-on-one if it's against him, telling Isagi to watch and saying that it's his win. But just as he is about to shoot, Nagi comes in front of him and tells him to just try it and calls him a shrimp. Now Nagi looks absolutely demonic here, and this makes Naruhaya freeze up. But then, luckily for him, Baru comes on his left side and screams at Naruhaya to pass the ball, which he does, and with a pass, and him being totally free, he scores his 4th goal of the game. Nagi looks annoyed and says that they are in trouble now, and Isagi thinks that if they score another one, then they will lose. But still, he thinks that the play right now was big, saying that he shouldn't have let Naruhaya steal the ball from him, and that it was a great chance to turn around. He wonders if he could have avoided that if he had observed his movements, but he came at him from outside his field of vision, and it would have been impossible. Isagi couldn't possibly have seen him as Naruhaya was in a blind spot. But then, something clicks inside his brain as he thinks that maybe Naruhaya was always going against him by positioning where Isagi couldn't see him, which makes Isagi realize that maybe he was wrong in the way he was going on about this, thinking that when it comes to soccer, a one-on-one isn't always just the moment where 2 players are fighting for the ball, but off the ball, and your movements when you don't have the ball are also a sort of one-on-one. Isagi thinks that if he thinks of every play happening on the field as a continuous sequence of one-on-one battles, then the logic of the field he was seeing can be overturned. Suddenly, as he is in his mind, Nagi screams out for him and tells him to go. Isagi agrees, and Nagi says that for the time being he will score one back. Isagi then has the ball and is, like always, up against Naruhaya. But now he says that he has started to understand that Naruhaya is always aiming for his blind spot. He then thinks back to the time with Rin when he was also using his blind spot and told him to study how eyeballs work. Anyway, Nagi then calls out for Isagi, and Isagi sends the pass away to him. But Isagi doesn't really care about what happens, as he says that he has found it, a piece of a new mindset. He thinks that he will create a new puzzle and smash it into his head and rewrite his own common sense. For the sake of winning, he should destroy everything about him and be reborn as many times as it needs. After that, we also see Nagi breaking free and getting to the ball before he scores his 4th goal in the game, just like Baru, and they are now even. Nagi then speaks up and says that whoever scores next is going to win, and says that they will have to steal the ball, but as he looks at Isagi, he asks him if he is even listening to Nagi. Isagi looks intense as he tells Nagi to be silent and says that he is on a roll right now. He then remembers Isagi saying the same thing in the Team Z match, and he says, "Very well, striker," and he guesses that it means that they will win, and Isagi says that he is right. After that, we see Baru stomping down the football onto the field, but as he looks ahead, he sees Nagi being right where he wants to try and score from kickoff. Nagi tells him that with this, he can't shoot in the right corner that he likes so much. We then see Naruhaya beside him, who says that whoever scores next wins and says that they're cautious against a shot straight from the kickoff, so the course is blocked. He says that instead, they could easily bring it to the goal in a 2-on-1 and that they should pass to each other, but Baru cuts him off saying that he can do that in his mediocre dreams, and that he is the one who decides what he wants to do, saying that this is how he wants to live and how he wants to win. He starts looking furious as he says that this is his imperial philosophy, as he then shoots away the ball towards the goal, but instead of going to the right corner where Nagi is, he went for the left corner, which only just misses the goal, and it then becomes a battle between Isagi and Naruhaya for the second ball. Naruhaya thinks that he is closer than Isagi, so he will reach it a moment faster, but he sees that Nagi is coming as well, and that the only course he has left is the goal, thinking that if he stopped the ball, then the 2 of them will steal it from him. Just then, Baru comes on his right and tells him to pass. Naruhaya wonders if he should pass or not, but he then gets fired up and says that a direct shot is what he needs right now, saying that in order to reach the level of these geniuses, he can change himself with his goal and his life. So as he gets to the ball, he uses Isagi's direct shot weapon and shoots it towards the goal, but his dreams quickly disappear as he sees the ball missing. The ball then goes to Nagi, who tells Isagi to go and to connect passes to counter-attack. Isagi thinks that right now Naruhaya tried to copy his direct shot, a piece that he lacked to score a goal. He took inspiration from his plays and bet on it with all that he had. Isagi then starts running with everything that he has and says that if it were possible to use both his and Naruhaya's weapons, then it could help in reaching the level of geniuses. Nagi just looks at Isagi, confused, and Naruhaya then tells Baru to stop Isagi and that he will mark Nagi. Baru, however, screams at him not to order him around and says that he will crush Isagi on his own. Baru quickly catches up to Isagi, but Isagi thinks that off the ball, when it came to moving around without the ball, what he was still lacking was the eyes of the opponent, the body's structure, and a human's field of vision. He then looks at Baru and says that right now he is looking at Isagi and Nagi, who is following a bit behind while holding the ball. Isagi says that he needs to be aware of both of them, but because of their positions, it's impossible to keep tabs on both at the same time. Isagi knows that Baru needs to check on the ball sometimes, and in that second he can get in his blind spot, and then Baru will reflexively move to find him, and then he will move on the opposite way again. He then says that it's here and tells Nagi to send it. Nagi says that he sees it and passes the ball to Isagi, who has just broken through Baru in a one-on-one. Naruhaya just looks at it in shock and says that it's his step work. Anyway, as the ball is going to Isagi, he says that he won't stop at just copying, as he is going beyond to an unknown territory with the geniuses. And just like that, Isagi scored the last goal and won them the game. Meanwhile, Naruhaya looks lost and says that in a split second, Isagi devoured his talent. After that, both Nagi and Isagi rush to each other to celebrate, as they have just won. Naruhaya, on the other hand, falls to the ground and wonders why it wasn't him, thinking that if only he had landed the shot earlier, he could have won. He starts to slam his hands into the ground and wonders why it turned out like this. Isagi then goes over to him and says that it was a close match and that between him and Isagi, it could have been either one of them. But Naruhaya says that he is wrong, saying that up until earlier, he thought that he and Isagi were on even ground, but he who has lost knows better. Naruhaya says that when he was in that position, he needed the technique that Isagi calls direct shot, so he tried to copy it, but it didn't work. And what he really did was merely a pretense of the real skill, like what a monkey would do. But Isagi is different. In that moment, he took away that weapon of his and made it his own, explaining that it's probably because he isn't afraid of changing and that he isn't an ordinary person, telling Isagi that he fought with a full resolution of destroying himself. And from there, he was able to create the best version of himself, calling Isagi a genius in terms of adaptability and saying that Naruhaya underestimated that, calling it their difference in their ability. Naruhaya then starts to cry, but Isagi thanks him and says that because he fought with Isagi, he was able to become stronger. Naruhaya is silent, but in his head asks Isagi to not take pity on him and to stop it. After that, Nagi speaks up and asks Isagi who they are bringing. Both Baru and Naruhaya look at him, and Isagi clenches his fist and says that he knows that they are going to go much higher, which is why he looks at Baru and says that he isn't done yet, right? Baru and Naruhaya looks at him in shock, and Isagi is just about to say something to Naruhaya, but he says that he already understands, and he thanks Isagi for taking him down. Isagi then tells him that he is going to win for his part as well. Naruhaya just asks him what he is saying and that if you say such soft-hearted things in this blue prison, then he will lose immediately, explaining that his part is already over right at this very moment, before he says that he also had a reason why he couldn't fail. We then get into a flashback to Naruhaya's past, where we see a ton of siblings and he tells them all to eat. Some of his siblings are sad, but he tries his best to cheer them up and to get them to eat their food. After that, we learn that their father and mother suffered an accident 2 years ago. Naruhaya sees that his sister is worried, but he tells her not to worry, as once he becomes a football player in the future, he will earn a lot of money, and they will be able to live a better life, and that he will protect everyone. We then see Naruhaya on the day of going to Blue Lock, where his sister says that she wanted to buy him a charm, but that they are too expensive. So she bought him a caramel as a substitute, telling him to do his best. But we then get back to Blue Lock, where he says that his dream ended right here. As Isagi is about to leave with Baru and Nagi, Naruhaya calls out for him, telling him that he better win and that he must struggle to death and keep winning. Isagi says, "All right," and Naruhaya then says, "So long, fellow genius," as he starts to cry as he gets eliminated. After that, we rewind the clock to 24 hours before, where we see Kunigami and Chigiri still in the room. After the Blue Lockman stage, Kunigami says that both of them can group together, but since it's a 3-man group who will be their third, Chigiri says that it would be nice if they could find someone on their level, someone who can pass and control the balance between the three of them. After that, Chigiri spots someone and points towards him. We then learn that it was none other than Ryo, who was sitting in a corner. Kunigami goes to him and asks him if he is alright, but Ryo just tells them to leave him alone. Kunigami asks what's wrong, but Chigiri says that he guesses that he's sulking since he got dumped by Nagi, who he thought was his pet dog. Ryo then looks mad, but Chigiri tells them that they are the same and that they want to crush both Isagi and Bachira, who went ahead of them, and Kunigami then once again asks Ryo if he wants to come with them. After that, we get to the dorm room, where Isagi says that he thinks that he might have misunderstood how living with two geniuses can be, as we see both Nagi and Baru fighting over a bed, which both of them want to sleep on. Isagi tries his best to add in that he also wants that bed, but he gets overshadowed by Baru, who says that the bunk beds are too small, and if the dude in the top bunk is rolling around, then the bottom's gonna shake. So he says that he is taking the single bed. Nagi says no, and that they should do rock, paper, scissors to decide it, and asks why Baru would get to pick first. Baru just says that it's because he is the rule, but Nagi then takes a pillow and throws it right towards him, telling him to stop talking big when he lost. And after that, it turns into a whole brawl between Nagi and Baru, while Isagi just tries his best to survive. Suddenly Isagi gets enough and screams at them to stop it. Baru then sees something and tells them to wait a second and tells them to stop messing up the bed. Isagi is shocked, but Baru then tells them to ventilate the room and not to leave their shirts and towels laying around. Isagi just says of course, and wonders if Baru is actually super tidy. Nagi says that rather than a king, he should be more like a maid. Anyway, the two of them continue to go back and forth. Meanwhile, Isagi thinks that Baru's way of living is a bit annoying, but at the same time that self-rule produces that next level ability on the field, and that it's the source of Baru's ego on the field. And Isagi thinks that he wants to know more about Baru and that he wants to understand him. So Isagi asks Baru if he wants to practice after this, as if they don't understand each other, then there won't be any synergy between them. After that, we get to training, and Nagi says that practicing is fine, but that it has just been the two of them this whole time, and asks what Baru is doing. Isagi says that it's his usual training routine, and that it seems pretty rigorous. Nagi asks Baru if he is done yet, so that they can practice their formation. Baru tells him to wait another 40 minutes, and that he will be ready then. Nagi asks if he forgot his sense of teamwork somewhere. Isagi says that Nagi is right, but that his diligent training and stoicism are what make Baru's plays so powerful. Nagi says that it's true, but that it seems kinda crazy. Meanwhile, Isagi runs to Baru and says that he will do it with him. Baru looks at him annoyed and says that he won't be able to keep up, but Isagi tells him that they won't know until they try, and Baru then tells him to do what he wants. Nagi just looks at them and wonders what this turn of events is before saying that he will also join in, and Isagi thinks that to win and move forward, to defeat the top 3 with this team, they will create a synergy. We then get to a Blue Lock conference room where Henri says that here is the current situation with the second selection progress, saying that by establishing a personal connection between individual personalities, they deepen each player's self-awareness and awareness of other, saying that each player will recognize this, create teams and play together. Originally, tactics and team direction coming from coaches will be established within the players, and by having the players decide for themselves, they can improve their abilities as individuals, explaining that this is how they will build an independent striker with no equal, and that this is the growth program of Blue Lock second selection. After that, Buratsuta speaks up and says that he is saying what everyone here is thinking, but doesn't it just boil down to talent in this world? Saying that geniuses will be geniuses even if they leave them alone, so is Blue Lock even necessary? The others agree, but Ego cuts them off and asks if they want a star that badly, asking them just how many geniuses have they snuffed out with that line of thinking. Buratsuta asks him what he means, and Ego says that all of them create a so-called genius, and the moronic fans of the Japanese star players obsess over him. Then they spend all of their money buying uniforms and tickets just for this genius. Filled with misplaced confidence, this genius takes their skills overseas only to be met by difficulties because of the culture, the language barrier and communication, and as a result, they're unable to produce the results they wanted. 2 to 3 years later, they return to Japan and finish their soccer career in a mid-level national league, explaining that they continue to repeat this situation, so Japanese soccer will forevermore be third-rate. And because of this, there's no chance in hell that a world-class striker will be born. Some of the people in the crowd says that they need at least some profits, and Ego then asks them all one question. He asks them what talent really is. They all talk, but Ego says that talent is the ability to prove one's strength, gambling their future, believing in themselves and their dreams, and proving to the world that their strength is real. That is what he calls a genius. Ego then starts looking super cold as he says that he will create a genius with Blue Lock, and that this is the proof that he is gambling his future on. Buratsuta just smiles and says that failure won't be tolerated, and we then leave them and go back to Team Isagi, where we see that Baru took the single-person bed while they were showering. Nagi asks if he can knock him back up, but he then sees that Baru cleaned up for them, and Nagi thinks for a bit before he heads up to the bed on top and says that it's a bother to think about and that he is going to sleep, which means that Isagi ended up with the worst bed, and he says that geniuses are so demanding. After that, we see Kunigami, Ryo, and Chigiri training together, and it's going pretty good. They then take a break, and Chigiri says that Isagi has probably already moved on, saying that team coordination is important, but that they have to hurry up and move forward, or else they will clear without them. Kunigami says that it's true, but that they can't rush it either, as they could randomly win and pick random teammates, but that's simply the wrong priority, as what they need now is to raise their strength properly. saying that winning against Bachira, Isagi, and Nagi is their ultimate goal, so they have to find someone strong and move forward with them. Chigiri says, yeah, but that they have been here a while, and that all the stronger guys have already moved on, and Kunigami says that he is right. Chigiri then asks Ryo what he thinks, and Ryo looks super depressed as he says, as long as he can win against Nagi, he doesn't care about anything else, and that he will make Nagi say that he needs him. Kunigami asks him if that's a lingering affection Ryo has for him, but Ryo says that it's called revenge. We then get to the dining room where we see Isagi thinking back to Naruhaya, calling him a genius in terms of adaptability, but he wonders what that really means. Isagi thinks that he won against him simply because he was able to mimic the way he dashes to the rear, and he wonders if adaptability mean to play according to the opponent's strength. If that's the case, then the next one he has to adapt to would be Baru. Isagi then sits down by Baru and asks him what his ideal match is like. Baru asks him what type of question that is, and wonders what Isagi will do with the information. Isagi says that he plans to synergize with his playstyle, and to achieve that, he needs to have a better understanding of his ideal match. Baru just calls it a bad idea, but Isagi once again asks him to answer. Baru just says that move was according to his wishes for the sake of his goal. That's it. Isagi is annoyed and asks if that isn't the reason why he lost to them before, and asks if he wouldn't consider a more team-oriented playstyle. Baru asks him what he means, as the only reason why they lost was because Naruhaya wasn't moving accordingly. Isagi says that the fact is that Baru lost, even if he can score a goal by himself, he can't take down a team by himself. Baru gets a bit mad and says that he will win with his own goal and that it's a rule he won't bend, telling Isagi that if he cares so much about team play, then he should have chosen Naruhaya instead. However, Isagi says that it's not it, and that if it's Naruhaya, Isagi is sure that he would have cooperate probably, but surely the same synergy won't occur, and that he was able to mimic his weapon, so he understands this, explaining that if it's something he can easily mimic, then it won't do. But Baru on the other hand, has his 28-meter range shot and charge power, saying that even if he were to practice these his whole life, he still wouldn't be able to master them. Isagi then looks right into Baru's soul, and says that if he teams up with Isagi, then he can make his skills shine even brighter. Baru then laughs and gets up and says that if that's the case, then Isagi should just do what Baru tells him to. Isagi says that there's no team play in that, but Baru tells him to be silent and that he is going to the bath. Isagi is left just wondering what is wrong with him, before thinking that his talent is the real thing though, and yet the fact that he doesn't do team things will be the cause of him not being able to win, calling Baru a waste of a genius. We then get to the bath area, where Isagi says that somehow his muscles today are pretty firm, and that it must be because of Baru's training course. Suddenly, however, he gets a ton of water splashed on himself, and as he looks back, he sees Kunigami. Isagi asks him why he is here, but Kunigami says that it's his question and why Isagi is still in the third round. Isagi then explains about everything. Kunigami just laughs and says that he hasn't seen him for a while, but that it seems that he has gone through war. Isagi then asks about Kunigami and who he is with, and that's when Chigiri comes by and says that he is alongside Kunigami, and asks Isagi why he went on his own and calls him stupid Isagi. After that, both Kunigami and Chigiri ambush him and spray water at him, asking why he didn't wait for them. Isagi says that he knows and that he is sorry and that he planned to wait but that Nagi invited him. Suddenly Nagi floats by and asks if they are talking about him, before saying that this is the most relaxing way to enjoy a bath. After that, both Chigiri and Kunigami says that they would also go if they got an invitation from Nagi, but then Baru comes and tells Nagi not to swim as this is a public bath and he looks pissed. Anyway, as Baru and Nagi argue, Chigiri asks Isagi if they have decided on their next opponents. Isagi says that they haven't, but asks if they have decided. But that's when Ryo interrupts and says that they are obviously going to go against them, saying that he grouped up with Kunigami and Chigiri for that reason. After that, Nagi sees him and goes to say hello, but as he goes to him, Ryo slaps away Nagi's hand. Nagi looks shocked, but Ryo tells him that they are rivals now and that he got left behind and that he will fight and defeat him. Chigiri and Kunigami agree and tell them not to run away and that they will fight. Isagi then looks super fired up as he says that it was exactly what they wanted, and just like that, the match was established. We then get to 15 hours before the match, where we see Isagi explaining the plan. He says that they are going to have Baru circulate passes around, and depending on the situation, Nagi and Isagi will work together to throw off the opponent, and then they will use a strong move to finish them off. Nagi says that it sounds like he will be making a bunch of decisions, and Baru just tells them to pass to him. However, Nagi says, hell no, as he won't pass it either. Baru then tries to argue his case. Meanwhile, Isagi thinks, as expected from them, and that it's going to be tough for them to get along on the field, and that Isagi will have to adapt to them and become the key to awaken their chemistry. Nagi then asks Isagi why he replied so quickly to their challenge, and asks if it wouldn't have been better to find other opponents. Isagi says that it's because he didn't want them to underestimate them, and also with Nagi's ball touch, Baru's charges, and his direct shot, these skill sets that they possess are what they need to reach Rin and the top 3. However, he believes that they are definitely lacking in strength. Nagi asks him what he means, but Isagi says that he wants Chigiri's speed. Baru, however, tells them to wait, and that if they are going to take somebody, then they should take someone who would pass to him, saying that it has to be Kunigami that they take. Isagi says that it's true, but Nagi then says that for him it would have to be Ryo, and that they did promise that they would partner up in the end. Isagi then realizes that who they want is all over the place, but Nagi says that it's fine, and that they don't need to decide now, as after all, if they lose, then it means that somebody from this team will be taken. After that, we get to Chigiri's team, where we see Kunigami saying that Chigiri and he will utilize their skills and keep attacking them from the sides. Meanwhile, Ryo will be the anchor that balances them out. Chigiri says that he is fine with it, and that they have trained in anticipation for this. Kunigami then says that the only thing left is to establish who each of them will mark, but without any hesitation, Ryo says that he will mark Isagi. Ryo says that he will seal his movements and prove to Nagi that he made the wrong decisions. Kunigami says alright, and that he will mark Baru then, which leaves Chigiri with Nagi. Chigiri then asks them if they win this match, who should they pick? Kunigami says that, to be honest, Isagi's skill set would greatly benefit them, but that there's no doubt that Baru's skills are also desirable, but in terms of scoring, it would probably be Nagi. Chigiri agrees, and he then asks Ryo if that would be alright. Ryo, however, looks at the floor and says that he was thinking after defeating him, he would make him feel the same pain he did back then. Kunigami tells him that it's a hefty personal vendetta, and that he isn't alone in this team after all. Chigiri just says that in that case, when the match is over, they should vote, and that the answer will show itself during the match. After that, we get to Ryu and Tokimitsu, who are trying to find people who would want to play against them. But as they are top 3, none of the others wants to go against them. They start to stress over when they will get to play. But Bachira then adds in that he didn't want to play against them either way, and that he was planning on waiting to go against Isagi's team when they've reached the 4th stage. Tokimitsu asks him what will happen if they don't advance, but Bachira says that they will before he asks where Rin is, and we then see Rin in the training room. After that, Bachira comes by and asks Rin to let him join in. Rin looks annoyed and says that he will only get in the way and to go away, but Bachira just walks closer to him and says that he started soccer to defeat his brother, right? Rin asks him, so what? And that he told him to leave. Bachira, however, tells him that it's the first time he has seen anyone seem lonely while playing soccer. Rin asks him if he's trying to start a fight, and Bachira then looks intense as he tells Rin to square up and that it will be lots of fun. We then get to 10 minutes before the Isagi and Chigiri game. Isagi is tying his shoelaces as he says that he can't afford to lose, and Nagi then tells him that they are leaving. Isagi gets up and says that in order to take back Bachira, they won't be stopped here. We then get to Kunigami, who asks Chigiri if heroes always feel this excited, and Chigiri asks if it isn't because he is teamed up with Chigiri and calls him an insensitive hero. Kunigami then smiles and says that they are going to win this, and Chigiri says, of course. And after that, both teams stare at each other intensely before the kickoff starts and the match is in full action. Isagi passes Baru and thinks that a chemical reaction with Baru will be the key to deciding this match. However, just then, we see Kunigami going to cover Baru, and he tells him that he will drag Baru off his throne. Baru just tells him to try it and smashes into his chest. Baru asks Kunigami if he thinks that he can stop him, but Kunigami suddenly backs off a bit, and Baru asks him what he is afraid of, but Kunigami tells him to come closer. Isagi, who is looking at this, is confused and wonders what Kunigami's plan is. Kunigami then says that it's impossible to stop Baru to 100% and that he will be pouring everything into stopping his shots. And Isagi then realizes that they know about Baru's weapon, the 27-meter extreme range middle shot, and that this man marking is specialized in not letting him get into that range. Thinking that they deemed it impossible to stop all of Baru's dribbling charges, so they'll not follow him, dribbles to the outer field, calling it a guard focused on blocking him from getting into middle shot range. Isagi says that it's an anti-Baru marking that makes use of Kunigami's physique. We then get to Kunigami, who says that he can only barely stop him after all. Anyway, Isagi then arrives by him and tells him to pass, telling Baru that they can get through with a 1-2, but Baru tells him to be silent and that he will get behind Kunigami by himself. Nagi says that Baru is seriously so self-centered and asks Isagi what to do. Isagi tells Nagi to back off and keep himself in the enemy line, and that he will compensate for Baru and somehow connect the path forward. But just then, Ryo comes by him and asks him what he can even do. Ryo tells him to brace himself, and he looks intense as he says that Nagi is a treasure he found and that with this match, he will steal him back from Isagi. Isagi just wonders what Ryo's problem is before telling him to go ahead and try. Isagi then once again screams out for Baru to pass and to use him, but just then Ryo charges towards Baru and says that of course the king won't pass. Kunigami says that Ryo is late, but Ryo says that Kunigami endured it well as he came by and stole away the ball from Baru. Baru looks super pissed. Meanwhile, Nagi just says that he told him so. After that, Ryo tells Kunigami to come, and he says that he is on his way. Isagi, looking at them coming towards him, is a bit amazed by their play just now, but he then snaps back and says that he has no choice but to stop them as he is the final line. He wonders if Ryo will come forward or if he will pass to Kunigami. Isagi waits until the last moment to try and read Ryo's decision, and he sees Ryo passing, which is great. Isagi was heading to Kunigami. However, as he goes to Kunigami, he realizes that the ball is going above him and that it's actually towards Chigiri. Chigiri compliments Ryo, but then Nagi comes by and says that he has caught up to Chigiri, but Chigiri tells him that he only caught up for 1 moment, and he then starts speeding up even more as he tells Nagi to get in his shadow as he runs above him. Nagi can almost not believe his eyes, but he says that Chigiri is way too fast. We also see Isagi on the side saying that their formation was completely destroyed. He looks at Chigiri running with the ball and says that the three of them understands each other's weapons, and by drawing out each other's abilities, they're surpassing Baru and Nagi, thinking that this is Chigiri's, Kunigami's, and Ryo's high-level try-session. And just as he says that Chigiri scores the first goal of the match with little to no effort, they all look super happy. Meanwhile, Baru looks annoyed, and Nagi says that they are strong and calling them a flawless team. Then his eyes starts to light up and says that suddenly he started to heat up. We also see that it isn't only Nagi, as Isagi's eyes are also going crazy, as he says that suddenly he wants to crush them. Isagi looks at their team and says that they are all strong and that they have their offense and defense super balanced at a high level, calling them a team with no weaknesses, and yet he is shaking to test himself against them, finally realizing that this new Isagi has gotten stronger, and he then starts it off with the ball. He looks at the other team and thinks about blind spots and off-the-ball movements, thinking that he has combined these new pieces, and with his spatial recognition ability, he now has a whole new field vision. He tells himself to be aware of the line of sight of both teammates and enemies, more precisely than ever, and delicately, he can see each individual's play. He looks super ready as he says that the route to the goal that he couldn't see before, they are now overflowing endlessly. Isagi then makes his move as he passes to Baru. He then runs right by Ryo and tells him to look over at him, and as he does that, Isagi thinks that the movement of his center of gravity when he looks in his direction means Isagi will then push to the opposite. And now that Isagi has broken free from Ryo, he is totally open, and he looks to Baru and wishes for a pass. But Baru just ignores him and runs to Kunigami by himself. Kunigami just smirks and tells him that he is being way too greedy as he steals away the ball from Baru. Baru then falls to the floor, and Isagi is annoyed that Baru lost the ball again. Right then, Nagi screams to Isagi that they are going back and says that he will handle Chigiri if Isagi handles Ryo. Isagi says that he already knows, but says that it's bad, as Kunigami is already in his range, and with no one left to guard him, he easily secures a goal for himself and gives his team a 2-goal lead. After that, Nagi goes to Baru and tells him to give it a rest, telling Baru that Isagi was completely free and asks him why he didn't pass. Baru tells him to be silent and asks him why he would pass for someone else to score. Nagi asks Baru if he is stupid and says that there's no point if they don't win. But Baru is still stubborn and says that it has to be with his goal and that Nagi and Isagi should be moving so that he can move more easily. Isagi then tells them to stop it and says that Baru might be totally at fault here, but that he will let it slide for now. After that, Isagi thinks to himself that Nagi and Baru don't mix together at all and that he has to control them. He has to input the new info and find an option that will let him create a chemical reaction with the three of them, telling himself to renew the vision inside of him and that he will lead this team. After that, the match restarts, and Nagi passes the ball to Isagi. But Isagi quickly gets shocked as he sees that when he focuses on finding a vision that lets Baru score a goal, then the pass course towards Baru completely dies out. He knows that this is bad, and that as things are now, a chemical reaction with Baru won't happen. But compared to that, the possibilities for goals come endlessly as he looks towards Nagi, as he is moving in a way that lets him catch his movements. Isagi thinks that he has advanced to the level where he can feel and pick up on Nagi's off-the-ball movements, and he then passes a pass towards Nagi. Chigiri, however, sees that it's a fast pass and asks Nagi if he is trying to compete with him. But as the ball is coming closer, Nagi asks Chigiri if he knows that no matter how fast humans are, they aren't able to suddenly go backwards, and Nagi then pulls out this insane-looking trap. And even Isagi is stunned as he says that Nagi did it with a pass that came diagonally from behind and against Chigiri, who was coming at top speed. He trapped the ball in the opposite direction and created a shot course while leaving him behind. Isagi then looks happy as he says that it's a play that went beyond his vision and that this is the chemical reaction between Isagi and Nagi. And just like that, Nagi scores and both of them look super hyped up. Kunigami asks if Nagi got better than before, and Ryo just looks in pure amazement at this. Nagi then compliments Isagi's pass and says that for now, let's go ahead and win with just the two of them. And Isagi says, alright. But he thinks that with this, they are barely evenly matched, and what's left is the chemical reaction with Baru, and he is sure that if he can make that happen, then he can win this match. Isagi then goes forward to Baru and tells him that as things are now, he doesn't give off the scent of a goal, telling him to move by also thinking of him and Nagi's goals, and that he believes that they can blow life into each other's plays like that, telling him that he wants to make a chemical reaction that can't be done alone. However, Baru just stares at him and asks him how many times it will take for him to say this. But Baru lives with his own goals and says that he would rather die than play for the sake of someone else. Isagi, however, doesn't back down as he says that a pass to Isagi could lead to bringing forth a new option, which could result in Baru scoring. Baru, however, says that the word could isn't good enough and that he wins how he wants to win, and that everything outside that is out of the question. Isagi, however, tells him that they will lose if he is like that, but Baru says that he doesn't mind that at all, as it's better to lose than to win by bending his principles. Isagi then starts to scream, asking why he can't understand that his way of thinking is destroying his possibilities. He tells Baru that he is better than this, explaining that he teamed up with Baru because he thought that he could become an even better player, but Isagi tells him that at this rate he will disappear. This makes Baru mad as he asks him what he just said, telling him that he has all this skill and yet he can't win, and that obviously the most pissed off is himself. Isagi looks confused, but Baru just takes his hand in front of his head and tells Isagi that he sickens him, and explains that everything he tells Baru just sounds like he wants Baru to do as he says, continuing by saying that in the end, they are both egoists, and that they are beings that can only do things the way they want. Looking back angrily at Isagi and telling him not to think that he can control Baru, Isagi looks completely in shock, but Nagi then comes by and asks if he can't just go with that, telling him that there's no reason for him to rely on Baru and that the two of them can win. Isagi says that he is right and wonders why he is obsessing over Baru so much. He wonders if it is to win this match or if it is because he thinks it's a waste to see Baru being so impatient, wondering once again what he needs to do to make a chemical reaction with Baru happen. Anyway, back to Nagi, who says that he wonders how Baru can keep up his king talk even though he isn't being useful at all, saying that if you don't admit your loss, then you won't earn the real feeling of losing. And with that, the game is back on with Ryo being in control of the ball. Ryo goes to Isagi and says that there is something he doesn't understand, and he asks why Nagi chose someone like him who's only good for direct shots. Isagi just asks how he is supposed to know and asks if Ryo even has some amazing ability. Ryo says that he doesn't have anything like Isagi, Kunigami, or Chigiri, and that he might not have a special weapon like that, which is why he is so determined to win this match, and he then leaves Isagi behind as he passes him. Isagi is in awe of that and says that Ryo is good at changing the pace and that he can't be stopped easily with basic abilities. Ryo spots both Chigiri and Kunigami near the box, and he passes the ball as he tells Isagi that by winning, he will deny Isagi. The ball goes to Kunigami, who alongside Ryo uses a 1-2 to get past Baru. Isagi, who is a bit behind, says that this is bad and that they are breaking apart, saying that when it comes to this team, Ryo is definitely the core, explaining that with Chigiri on the right and Kunigami on the left, and using their specialties well, then a utility player that carries the balance of offense and defense. He looks at Ryo and says that all of his parameters are top level, and says that his true essence is his all-rounder style with no shortcomings. After that, Ryo passes the ball to Chigiri, but right then, Nagi comes in front of him and tells him that he won't let him past anymore. Chigiri just laughs and tells him not to lump him together with Baru, as he isn't all about just pushing through, as he sends a pass to the center. Isagi says that he has to stop it and that it's going in front of Ryo, but just then, someone comes screaming for everyone to move it, and it's none other than the hero Kunigami, who jumps up and heads the ball into the net. Isagi falls to the ground and asks if they are for real and that they are really strong, explaining that when they cooperate, their next moves could start coming from anywhere, and that against that perfectly balanced tri-session, they are in a situation where they lost an arm called Baru, and that they can't win. But then, the puzzles around Isagi starts to spin, and he says that he shouldn't just think of a way to win with just him and Nagi, as he can't come up with a vision of winning against them like that, as they will end up scoring 1 or 2 goals and end up losing anyway. He tells himself to think of a way to turn things around. But then, as he is on the ground, it clicks for him, as he knows that he can't make Baru one of them, but that he instead needs to devour him, and that the adaptation that happens on the field is not to match with others. He says that he was wrong, and that he thought that he would find the answer if he played while matching up to Baru. But that was just control of others, while expecting them to change. But that's not what it means to adapt, and that he isn't playing soccer to learn how to adjust to others, as he is here to win. And in order to win, he will change the way he uses his abilities, telling himself not to expect anything from Baru. And instead of breathing life into plays, he will focus on devouring Baru, and that he will be able to control the field. Isagi then looks super pumped as he tells Nagi that the two of them will win. Nagi asks him if he is finally seeing the light, and Isagi tells him to pay attention to Isagi, and just like that, they restart the game with Isagi having the ball. He knows that the score is 3-1, and that they can't let them have the next goal. However, he notices that they are all cautious about Nagi's movements. Since Chigiri can't stop Nagi by himself, Ryo is marking Isagi in a way to not let him pass Nagi, and even if he manages to, they're positioned as to be able to overwhelm him with numbers. Not to mention that Kunigami is clearly not too worried about Baru, and that you could also say that just doing that much is enough to stop him, as Baru is already useless when it comes to this match, which is the common belief everyone on the field has. But then, out of nowhere, Isagi starts to run towards Baru, and even Nagi is in shock. Baru tells him that it was a good decision. Meanwhile, Isagi just thinks to himself that Baru wants his pass. Kunigami also looks stressed, as he tells Baru that he won't let him go. But that's just what Isagi wants, as he wants Kunigami to get baited by Baru, as his real aim is Nagi, and as he is free he passes to Nagi. Ryo thinks that he got them as he dribbled, as if he was about to pass to Baru, but his aim was to lower their focus on Nagi and create a pass course to him. Just as the ball is coming to Nagi, Ryo screams at Chigiri not to jump, as that's what Nagi wants, so he doesn't jump, and Nagi gets annoyed by that. Ryo compliments Chigiri and tells him to now get the ball. Chigiri then gets a smirk as he tells Nagi that when he isn't moving, he is powerless. But just then, Baru comes on his side and screams at Nagi to pass him before he loses the ball. Nagi looks over, but sees Kunigami guarding him easily. Ryo thinks that they have got the whole team now, but Nagi then spots something, and he says that he sees, explaining that everyone is focusing on his play, and that he is in a space that only he can see, and that this is the moment where he bursts out of the darkness of their blind spot, which is what Isagi was waiting for, as we see him going behind Baru and using him. Nagi says that he sees it and passes over there. Kunigami then looks over and sees Isagi, and he is in shock as he says that in order for Isagi himself to get in front of the goal he used Baru as bait. Isagi's eyes then starts to light up as he thinks that no matter how much he tries to understand other people's hearts, people aren't able to change others, which is why every time he has to change himself in order to change the world if nothing's going how you want it to. Thinking that if he can't see the light leading to a goal, then he has to become that light. He gets ready to strike the ball as he tells Baru to watch, as this is him adapting to Baru, and that the darkness that he created on the field, he will devour it and turn it into light. We then see Isagi scoring an awesome looking goal, and Baru looking to be in total despair. Isagi then screams out of happiness as he got his team their second goal, and everyone of Team Chigiri is stunned, and Ryo says that this is Isagi Yoichi, the egoist that Nagi was chasing. Nagi and Isagi then high-five each other, and Nagi says that it's time to catch up. Isagi says that he is right before he looks over to Baru and tells him to keep playing like always and not to drag them down. Baru is confused, but Isagi tells him not to get in their way, and then pulls out the slur like he always does, but this just leaves Baru looking at him stunned. After that, as Isagi leaves, Baru thinks that he was used. He gets angrier and says that he will slaughter Isagi and that he will for sure improve as he is the king of the field. And then the match was back on with Ryo having the ball but facing trouble right off the bat as Isagi goes to him. However, Ryo notices that something is different with Isagi, as his aura is different than before, and Ryo wonders just what Isagi can see. However, he thinks that as long as he doesn't know it's risky to match up against him from here on out, saying that both Chigiri and Kunigami also understands that, so they're being wary of this guy's movements and waiting for a pass, as right now the one to move forward shouldn't be Ryo, so instead he passes to Chigiri, who right away sends it to Kunigami on the other side. But just then, Baru barges forward on Kunigami's side and thinks that he has to get this ball. Kunigami says that it's rare for Baru to be this desperate, and then both of them jump up to meet with the ball, and the one who heads it first is Baru. Baru really looks desperate as he says that it's his ball. After that, Nagi comes on his side and tells him to pass, but Baru tells him to be silent and that he would never pass anyone. Kunigami just laughs and says that he should be listening to Nagi, as right then Ryo comes, and together with Kunigami, they double press Baru, which makes him lose the ball. However, fear not, as the ball rolls over on the grass and goes over to none other than Isagi. Everyone wonders why Isagi is there, and Ryo thinks that the moment Baru stole the ball, he predicted the loss of the ball and positioned himself accordingly. But just then, Chigiri comes and tells Isagi that he won't let him. Isagi sees him right away, and without any second of hesitation, he sends over the ball to Nagi. Chigiri can't even believe it as he wonders just how cool-headed Isagi is. Anyway, Nagi gets the ball and scores with ease. After that, both Nagi and Isagi look at each other, both looking ecstatic, and Nagi says that they are caught up as they are even. Team Chigiri, who are still a bit in shock, but they all say that right now this battlefield is being controlled by Isagi and Nagi. After that, the game gets back on with Ryo having the ball, but we then see Chigiri, who says that at this rate they will lose, so if they just use their abilities, they will be read and stopped. Ryo can't do anything with the ball, so he sends it over to Chigiri, who thinks that just like Nagi said, his weakness is the moment of the trap. And after that, the man of the hour appears, as Nagi says that he already knows how he can stop Chigiri. Chigiri, however, is in his own brain, as he says that no matter how much speed he has, the moment you take the pass, you will slow down, and Nagi's aim is to stop his advance at that moment. But if that's the case, then it's do or die, as he traps the ball without slowing down, and instead just keeps on moving forward without stopping. Then, he will bounce it to where he is heading. Nagi is completely blown away, and Chigiri knows that he can do this while maintaining his top speed, and that he will let the ball run at the same speed. But just then, Baru comes from the side and tries to tackle down Chigiri, but Chigiri just tells him to try and stop him, as he isn't like Baru, as he will instead drag them to the world of top speed, calling it his new running, and saying that his new speed won't be controlled by Isagi and Nagi, and then he gets free and scores, which means that it's now 4-3. Nagi says that Chigiri went and evolved, and Isagi laughs, asking if this isn't awesome, and looks at Baru, who is crawling on the floor, asking if someone like that could ever become the #1 in the world, and this comment shocks everyone, but also greatly annoys Baru. We then get to his perspective as he wonders why he is on his knees, unable to steal even one goal, saying that he should be the king of the field, and we then get into his flashback where we learn that Baru was always the main actor on the field. In fact, he had so much talent that he could talk how he wanted, which we see here as he told his teammates to move for the sake of his goal, as when it came to soccer, he thought everyone besides himself was a supporting role. The other kids just praised him, and every time Baru heard that kind of praise from those around him, he thought, these guys are so happy even though they're supporting roles, and just said that he was the king. At this stage, Baru gave up on trying to understand others, and he became obsessed with just pursuing his own soccer, which worked as Baru became stronger, and at some point he noticed that the reason why he enjoyed soccer to this extent is not just to taste the feeling of being the king, and of course not because he loved to kick the ball either, as Baru simply wanted people like himself, and people who also bet their lives in soccer. He wanted to use his goals to drag these people off the seat of main actor, and he played soccer to feel that pleasure. This feeling is something that only the absolute strong can obtain the ultimate exclusive joy, and Baru could very well understand that. Nagi then says that they will lose if Team Chigiri scores another goal, and Isagi says that he is right, and that they will try and catch up. But just then, Baru rushes up from the ground and goes to kick the ball right from kickoff. Baru prays for it to go in. Meanwhile, Team Chigiri can't believe that Baru shot it from kickoff, but anyhow the ball hits the post, and Baru screams out of frustration. Ryo then screams at Kunigami to get the loose ball, and Kunigami is right on it. He even blocks of Nagi when he gets to the ball. However, Nagi is still giving him a bit of trouble, so Ryo comes by his side and tells him to pass, as they can't lose the ball in front of the goal. But as Kunigami passes the ball, Ryo can spot a wild Isagi running with all that he can towards it. Ryo is firstly in pure amazement to how he read that pass, but he then looks angry and tells Isagi not to underestimate him and that things won't go his way any further as he kicks away the ball. Isagi is a bit annoyed, but everyone then screams that it's a stray ball again, but this time it's heading towards Baru. Baru looks super pumped as he says that it finally came, the chance to make him the main actor. He looks forward and says that right now his shooting zone is free, and if he can carry it 2 or 3 meters in on touch, he will be able to get to his range and score. But just then, Chigiri comes behind him and tells him that he is 1 step behind. Chigiri looks fired up as he tells Baru that he is faster than he is. Baru is in shock and he knows that if he takes the time to touch the ball, then Chigiri will catch up, and he wonders just what he should do. He gets pissed as he looks crushed and says that he is still 1 step behind. But just then, Isagi appears in front of him, and Isagi is in the perfect position as he signals Baru to pass. Baru gets a scared facial expression before he, without even realizing it himself, had passed the ball to Isagi. Baru then fell down to the floor and looked at the ball which was going to Isagi, and at that moment he was forced to realize that the main actor on the field was none other than Isagi. Isagi then scores the goal, which brings them even, but then he turns around and tells Baru that the pass was decent and tells him to move for the sake of his goal. Baru looks honestly scared as he looks at the fired up Isagi, and for the first time he felt the real feeling of losing. We then get into Baru's head as he says that he doesn't understand it himself, but that the ball was not passed but made to pass, and in that moment he says that he lost to Isagi. He thinks that he felt like what he had done to others so far had come back to him, and that Blue Lock's main actor was in fact Isagi, saying that soccer wasn't just a sport for him, as he wasn't the king in the end. We then get to Team Chigiri, where Chigiri says that Isagi is bad news. Kunigami says that whoever scores the next goal wins, and Ryo says that they can't let Isagi have the ball. But Kunigami says that in the last play, they are starting with the ball. Ryo puts his fist together and says that they need to score while absolutely not letting them steal the ball, and to think of losing the ball as losing the match. Chigiri says that if that's the case, then they should use his speed, and that his route has the highest chance of scoring a goal currently. They all agree, and Ryo says that they are betting on the last attack and that they will win for sure. We then get to Isagi and Nagi, where Isagi says that Team Chigiri is starting with the ball and that they need to steal it first. Nagi agrees, but says that Chigiri is bad news, and even if he is marking him properly, if they are lined up horizontally, he will simply burst past, and if he does that trap from before, then his speed won't fall either, and if he brings it to that, then they will lose for sure. Isagi's pieces then start to get active as he says that they need to stop him before that. Nagi asks him if he came up with something, but Isagi just says that he will go against Ryo, but Nagi then asks him to wait a bit, asking if they shouldn't share this with Baru, and with 3, it should be easier to guard, and if they steal the next one, it's over after all. Isagi is silent before saying that there's no point in telling a fallen king like that, and that the ending of the last play will be decided by him and Nagi alone, and Nagi says that he understands, and then the game is back on in full action. Ryo goes to Isagi, and Ryo notices right off the bat that Isagi is cautiously protecting the pass course to Chigiri more heavily than before, and that he's barely guarding them pass course to Kunigami, forcing Ryo to look to pass there. Ryo is annoyed and says that he wanted to use Chigiri's speed to advance forward, but that he has no choice as their attack is being completely read, so instead he passes to Kunigami. Kunigami gets the ball, but also wonders what they should do. He thinks that a careless pass is too dangerous, and that at least he definitely can't let the ball be stolen. But he will never be able to go past Baru with his own skills, and he says that the risk is too big. So he passes the ball back to Ryo. He thinks that it's no good, but then he switches up and asks himself what he's thinking about, and that he will beat Isagi, and that the road to Chigiri, he will open it in a one-on-one. Ryo tries to draw Isagi closer and says that he just needs to open up the path for just a moment, and just then he sees it, the path to Chigiri. So he screams at Chigiri to run as he passes to him and thinks that he has won over Isagi. Chigiri starts running and tells them to leave it to him, but just then, something weird happens as Nagi starts to run in the opposite direction towards Ryo's pass. Ryo, who fell to the floor, looks sad and thinks that this can't happen. He says that Nagi knew that he couldn't win against Chigiri and that he was betting on going midway and stealing it directly. After that, Isagi speaks up and compliments Ryo's pass and tells him that they were waiting on this. Ryo is in awe and wonders if this whole situation was in Isagi's mind, but he still believes that if Nagi can't reach it, then the ball will go over to Chigiri, and then it's game over. Isagi's eyes flare up as he tells Nagi to reach it, and just in the final moment, he manages to just in time reach the ball. The ball then flies high into the sky, and Ryo screams that the ball is stray. But then, to everyone's shock, it lands in front of Baru, and Isagi comes by him and tells him to go. Baru thinks that he can understand that the field is shining for the sake of Isagi's goal, but he doesn't feel any frustration. Is it maybe because he isn't the main actor anymore? Suddenly, Nagi comes on his right side and tells him that he is also here, but Chigiri then tells them to wait up as he is also here, telling Nagi that he isn't getting away. We then get back to Baru, who says that he is feeling this for the first time and that these two are showing him a vision for the goal, thinking that if he acts as a supporting role now and passes, then they will win and he can become a piece of the coming goal. But the way he is right now, both Nagi and Isagi are way too bright, and Baru then understands that it's how the others must have been feeling, and that he can be saved by this sense of defeat, and that he will be saved from this feeling of losing if he entrusts the goal to an absolute striker. They can win with his pass, and wonders if this is how a team is, and if this is the so-called chemical reaction, calling it the true purpose for a loser in a supporting role. But just as he is about to pass, he feels something holding him back, and he stopped his motion. He thinks that this is a crossroad and that there is no reason for this. But if he passes here, then his intuition is telling him that everything will end. Wonder what his future is beyond this pass. But he then realizes it, as it's nothing but escapism for people with broken dreams. For the sake of not denying their lives so far, he then sees his future, where he is sitting in his room drinking beer while watching Isagi playing for Japan, and he says that this is the excuse of the losers, and that a future like that isn't something that he wants to live through. We then get back into the game, where he does a chop feint to get behind Kunigami. Everyone is wondering what Baru will decide to do, and Ryo says that if he passes to Isagi, it's over, but he wonders if he will try to dribble past him and charge in. He looks closely at his feet before saying that the motion is here and goes to try and stop Baru, but just then, Ryo gets hit with one of his chop feints, and Ryo says that this time he used Isagi as the bait, and he wonders if Baru is experiencing an awakening at this point in the game. After that, Kunigami screams at Chigiri that Baru won't pass anymore, but we then get to Baru, who says that he sees it, saying that he knows because he knows how defeat feels, and that this isn't a route to entrust the main actor, and that even if uncertain, this still exists for the sake of his goal. After that, Baru gets behind Isagi and uses him as bait to hide his next action, and Baru says that this time it's his turn to devour Isagi, which he does, as thanks to Isagi, he gets behind Chigiri, and Isagi is looking at this in shock, saying that Baru's awakening is climbing by devouring each other, and that this is the chemical reaction between Baru, Nagi, and Isagi. Baru is then going towards the goal at an insane speed as he screams that he won't end up as a supporting role, and if Isagi and Nagi are the main actors, then he will devour that light and be the villain if he has to. And just then, he lets out his shot, which Isagi calls amazing, and Nagi welcomes back the king as we see the shot curving right into the top corner of the goal, and with that, giving Team Isagi the win, and Baru ends it by screaming out of happiness as he once again becomes the true king. Isagi then, right away rushes to congratulate Baru. However, Baru just grabs him by his shirt and screams at Isagi to take it back and asks if he is a loser. Isagi apologizes and says that he was wrong and that Baru is an amazing person after all. Baru says that he is making it hard to stay mad, but just then, Nagi jumps on Baru's back, which makes the three of them fall down. Baru tells him to get off him, but Nagi says that for real, that shot was amazing. Baru likes the praise, but says that he just came up with it, and Isagi asks him how and to tell them about himself. Baru says that so far, he thought this battlefield was just his and only his, and that he thought there was only him, but Nagi and Isagi, for the first time in his life, stole the leading role of the field from him, which is why, in order to survive in Blue Lock, he found a way to take control of the battlefield as the villain, and that's how it was. Nagi says that the opponent was ridiculously strong too, and that he probably couldn't have felt it with weak opponents. Baru says that it's true. Isagi just smiles and says that Baru is amazing after all. Baru says not really, and that it's just that even if he becomes a villain, as the king of the field, it's his dream to become the best striker in the world, and that he will never lose to Isagi ever again, and Isagi once again just smiles. Nagi then says that it was the first time he called Isagi his real name. Baru tells him that he doesn't remember stuff like that, and Nagi then asks Baru to also call him his real name, but Baru tells him to be silent. Anyway, he starts to walk away, and Nagi and Isagi, left on the ground, fist bump each other and say, "Nice game." After that, we get to Henri, who says a chop dribble past 3 players and that precise shot to the upper right corner. Just looking at those techniques, he's already among the best in Japan, and she calls it amazing. She then looks over to Ego, and asks if Baru's awakening was planned, but Ego says not really, and that it was his pure talent. Henri is shocked, but Ego tells her to listen, and he tells her that losing, a phenomena that unavoidably occurs in the world of matches, even for the world's best strikers. Winning every match is impossible, saying that what's important is what you earn from losing, saying that the ones who lose are denied from the field, and those fighting a bigger despair than that doesn't exist. Yet many normies do not properly engrave this despair. While claiming that they lack talent, they deny that they were powerless because it's scary to admit failure. They make excuses subconsciously, as if to not waste their hard work thus far to not give up is the correct answer. That's why they make themselves delusionally believe, and Ego calls it dreams doping. The dream that was supposed to come true will then exist just for the sake of being chased. And people like that who become ghosts of their own broken dreams while fooling themselves don't interest him even 1 millimeter, saying that there's no point if a dream isn't there to make it come true, which is why failure is the crossroads to the dream, and what's important in that moment is the strength to feel pain at your own powerlessness and the talent to despair, telling Henri that the path she saw that led to one's dream, only by giving up on it you will be shown a new path, and that becomes one's new possibility, explaining that humans who still try to fight even when they despair only in those does the power to make dreams comes true. And he then tells the losers, which is Team Chigiri, that it's time for their crossroads. We then see Chigiri saying that they were just one pass short, and if that pass had gone through, he would have scored. Kunigami looks at him, while thinking that he couldn't help against them, and that he couldn't do anything against those guys when they got serious, calling it the reality. We then have Ryo in the back just looking super sad, but we then leave them and go to Nagi, who asks what they should do, and Baru says that they need to choose. Isagi says that they are right, and all of them look over, wondering which one they will pick. Baru says that after all he wants Kunigami, and that with his physique, they can keep the ball by having him as a post player, and if he joins, then they can fill the front lines more, which would help Baru score more goals. However, Nagi says that Ryo is better in that case, saying that as an anchor, they could have him fill the rear, and most importantly, he would balance out their offense and defense, and he would be the best pick for the three of them to be able to move freely. Baru says that he guesses that it would work, but then Isagi joins the conversation as he says that it would indeed stabilize their team, but that it is something that would destroy their own possibilities, and he says that it would be suicide. The others look at him confused, but Isagi tells them to remember that the key to clearing the second selection is chemical reactions, and that they are still here because they were able to pull that off live during matches. Isagi devoured Baru, and Baru devoured him back, saying that none of them would have been able to even imagine playing like that, and it's that unpredictability itself that makes their soccer. Isagi's eyes then light up as he says that he wants an asset that's going to devour them, and without someone like that, then he is sure that they can't beat the top three. Baru says that it's a gamble, but that it makes sense. Nagi agrees, but says that there was only one who kept biting on their back, and the only one who could mix into this chemical reaction and not disappear is none other than Chigiri. All of Team Chigiri look to be in total awe, but Isagi tells him that his legs are needed and he starts to leave. But as he is leaving, he tells Kunigami not to forget that they still haven't won against Isagi, and that he will be holding on to the same frustration and waiting up there. After that, Nagi goes to Ryo and says that the last play was only possible because Ryo was there. Because of his excellent abilities, they were able to gamble, calling it a very close one, and that Ryo is amazing after all, which is why he's going on ahead. But Ryo then cuts him off and says that if that's true, then he should have picked him, and that he doesn't need Nagi's words of comfort, and to instead just say clearly that he doesn't care about Ryo at all anymore. Ryo looks furious as he says that Nagi has gone off and changed into a person who's forgotten the promise with Ryo to become the best in the world, telling Nagi that if he is abandoning him, then do it properly. Nagi is silent before he asks Ryo if he would be satisfied if he chose Ryo here and became a team, even if it doesn't feel exciting, and asks him if becoming the best in the world is such a simple thing. Telling Ryo that the one who's forgotten their promise is Ryo himself, Nagi then says whatever, and that he has had enough and calls Ryo a pain as he walks away, telling him that he doesn't care anymore, and Ryo looks crushed to the max. But before they leave, Isagi then calls out to Ryo and tells him that he shouldn't aim to be the one that gets chosen, but the one that chooses, asking Ryo what he is even playing football for, and saying that only people who will become the best strikers in the world can survive in Blue Lock. Ryo then looks down to the ground and starts to cry, but that's when Kunigami grabs him up and tells him not to look down, as if he looks away. Then it's the end of them, and they then watch the others leave. After that, we see Bachira and Rin going at it. and Bachira says that Rin is good and asks if he's getting serious now. Rin just tells him to be silent and that for someone who's provoking, he's sure lukewarm. Bachira smiles and asks if it isn't fun. Rin just sighs and says that a dribble like that, which is so reliant on instinct, won't work on Rin. Bachira says that the chances are 50-50, as you never know until you try. But Rin says that he knows, as Bachira's dribble looks like he's having fun, but saying that he is afraid of fighting alone, which is not good, telling Bachira that his lukewarm ego won't make Rin's heart dance. After that, we get to Isagi's room, where he says that he wasn't able to confirm, but if Rin and the others are here, they will pick them for the next match, right? However, no one responds, and Isagi basically gives up. But after that, Baru asks whose socks are on the floor, and after that, it turns into a total fight as Baru tries to clean everything while blaming the others. To break it up, Isagi asks if they should head out and go eat, but Nagi and Chigiri refuse. Meanwhile, Baru says that he is going, but tells Chigiri and Nagi that until he is back, they better have all of their stuff sorted. After that, Baru and Isagi go to the cafeteria. It's kind of awkward between the two of them, as no one is speaking, and Isagi wonders if Baru is mad about everything he said in their previous match. But he then calls out for Isagi and asks him just what it is that Isagi sees when he is on the field and what the soccer that he wants to play is. Isagi is kind of caught off guard as he says that, for Baru to ask something like that, he's changed somewhat. Isagi says that his weapons are special awareness and his direct shot, and with his off-the-ball movement, he has everything he uses to position himself. Baru asks if he means that he is controlling the field with all of that, and that he should have told him sooner, but Isagi says that he tried to tell him sooner and that he just didn't want to listen. After that, Isagi says that even if it was for the sake of winning, he is sure that he said too much on the field towards him, and he apologizes about that. Baru just says that he got him to take it back, and other than that, Isagi was just being correct. Isagi is shocked, but Baru says that he was immature and that's all there is to it, saying that he isn't chicken enough to not change after knowing pain, and that the him that has died once and crawled back up is strong. After that, Baru once again asks Isagi what kind of soccer he wants to play in this team, but Isagi just thanks him and says that he likes how he is right now. However, Baru says that he hates it, and besides, the reason he is trying to know Isagi better is so that he can devour his talent and completely beat him to a pulp. Isagi tells him to just try it, and that he will tell Baru about himself and even evolve twice as fast as Baru himself. But Baru calls it naive and says that he will evolve 3 times as fast and that he won't just devour Isagi, but also Nagi and Chigiri. After that, we get to them and see Chigiri saying that he guesses that he will try and tidy up, but he then gets distracted and asks what Nagi is watching. Nagi says that he is watching a World Soccer Super Plays compilation and that he wanted to study some trapping. He then asks Chigiri who a specific player is, and Chigiri says that it's Noel Noah. Nagi just asks who that is, and Chigiri says that it's the best player in the world and is shocked that Nagi knows nothing about football, but that he is still super good and calls him a cheater. Nagi thanks him before asking if his leg is wounded or something. Chigiri says that his right leg is a ticking bomb. Nagi is amazed and asks if it hurts, but Chigiri says that it's fine now, but if it breaks again, then it will be pretty bad. However, he says that he has no regrets and that he is running one day at a time with that resolve. Nagi calls it cool, and Chigiri says that before becoming #1 in the world, he has a mountain of people he needs to beat after all. After that, we get back to Isagi and Baru, and Isagi thinks that he wonders how many possibilities the 4 of them have, the reborn Baru, Nagi, Chigiri, and himself, and just what kind of soccer they will play, and he is super excited to be fighting Rin soon. Anyway, they then get to the door, and Baru says that they better have tidied up a bit, but as he goes in, he sees that it's even more of a mess, and he screams at them before it all turns into a brawl. After that, we get into a young Bachira, who we can see holding a football, and the text saying that he loved soccer. From morning to evening, he spent all his time kicking the ball, and whenever he played with other kids, he was of course the best among them. Notably, he loved dribbling, and sometimes he'd feel great and as if he and the ball had become one and the same. And when that happened, he became incredibly fast and strong, thinking that there is nothing in this world that's more fun than this, which was what Bachira strongly believed. After he had styled on all of his friends and scored, he quickly asked to play one more game, but the other kids said that Bachira was too good and that it was boring to go against him, and another one said that they would go home and play video games. Bachira is surprised and asks them why. He tells them that they just have to become one with the ball as well, and then they will all be strong, saying that there is nothing more fun than playing soccer. After that, the other kids actually starts being pretty mean to him and calling him dumb stuff, But just when they are about to leave, that's when Bachira gives them what they deserve, as he jumps on top of one of them and starts beating him, screaming that he isn't weird, and then all three gang up on him. We then see him with his mom, who tells him that he isn't weird. Bachira agrees and says that they are all wrong. However, his mom says that they're not exactly wrong, and that fighting is bad, but the things that Bachira feels these kids probably can't feel them at all. Bachira then asks him what he should do then, and that he just wants to play soccer with someone. His mother laughs and says that it's a wonderful thing to have something you believe in, and he just needs to keep believing like that, as when people become adults, they stop believing even when they don't want to, and while they are pretending to not hear it, they actually become unable to hear their own voice, explaining that the thing that he is trying to believe is something fleeting yet precious, calling it the voice of a monster that lives in his heart. His mother continues and says that she has always believed in that voice, and we then learn that Bachira loved his mother's paintings only second to soccer. After that, we see him on the pitch thinking about what kind of monster he has inside him, and that this happiness that only he can feel, he will, without a doubt, believe in this feeling, and because of that, Bachira started to play soccer with the monster. We see Bachira laughing while he plays with his monster. Meanwhile, the others just look at him and call him weird. We then see their football coach, who says that what's most important is the spirit of the team and that everyone is fighting together for the same victory. The other were ecstatic as they heard that. Meanwhile, Bachira just looked at the sky. The text then says that as he became a little bigger, some people became good at soccer, but even still, Bachira was always the best among them. We then see him in a match, and one of his teammates are calling for a pass. However, as Bachira looks at him, he says that the place that he is in is no fun, and that he is 3 steps behind, thinking that if it were the monster, they'd do a super special play. And as he thinks like that, he passes to a place where the monster would be, and accidentally missing his teammate. His coach got mad at him. However, he just thought that the fun that he felt, there must exist other people who also feel it. He looks at a highlight reel of Noel Noah and says that since these strikers inside the screen all could play just like the monster, and one day he would want to play soccer like that, and that someday he wants to meet someone who can understand this fun from the bottom of their hearts. After that, we once again see Bachira in a game, but the same thing happens. His teammate calls out for him, but he isn't where the monster is, so Bachira waited for him to go there. But in turn, Bachira lost the ball, and on the ground he thought that everyone else had stopped hearing the monster's voice, and at some point everyone stopped believing. But we then see the monster putting out his hand for Bachira, and the text says that Bachira always kept believing in the fun of soccer, but the truth is that he gets scared. What if things stay like this and nobody ever understands him? What if he has to play soccer alone forever? And when Bachira thought like that, he felt so lonely that he could die. After that, he went home, and his mother asked him if he was fine, and he said that he was fine, but that he was just tired. She then told him that he had gotten a letter, and it was the infamous blue lock letter, which got him a bit excited. After that, we get into one of his dreams, where his mother tells him that the monster is an imaginary friend. Bachira once again then asks his mother if he is weird, but she tells him that he isn't, and that this monster is someone who exists so he can play soccer with. He says that it's true, but that he wants a real friend who can play soccer with him. His mother smiles and says that it would be nice if he found someone like that, and Bachira agrees and says that he will believe, but until then, the monster will stay with him. And after that, in his dream, Noel Noah, Messi, Ronaldo, and even Zico comes forward and plays with Bachira, but we then get into Blue Lock where we see him sleeping on the floor, and he woke up in the middle of the game of tag and that it was time for the fighting in Blue Lock to start. However, Bachira was so sleepy still, and he wonders if this was because he didn't sleep yesterday, as he was too excited. But as the rat Igarashi tried to take him out, he started to feel excited as he kicked him in the face, because surely in Blue Lock, there's people playing all kinds of soccer, and among these people, there must be someone who's the same as the monster. Thinking that this place where he can get serious playing soccer is like heaven, we then get to when Igarashi was injured, and Kira screamed at Isagi to take the shot. Bachira looked at this, and said that there was one thing that Bachira was afraid of, which was what if even here there weren't anyone on par with the monster? What if even here there wasn't anyone who could understand him? And if that was the case, he would be so lonely that he could die. But he then saw that Isagi didn't take the shot, and Bachira instead took the ball from him and went for Kira, thinking that he doesn't want to be alone anymore. So even if he is a little scared, and even if he will be sad that he failed, I will believe. He then sends up the ball right to where the monster would be, and thinks that he has been longing for this for so long, and that he has been searching for it, and even chasing for it, as if there would be a monster. Then he would be there, which is right where Isagi was standing, and Bachira's eyes lit up as he saw this, because Bachira felt like he was being told to pass to Isagi, and that he also had a monster inside him, which is why Bachira strongly believes in Isagi. We then get to real time where he thinks that since then, the only one who understood his soccer the most and who could feel the same joy was Isagi, and of course that hasn't changed. But even then, he calls out for Rin, and he has big eyes as he asks Rin if he also has a monster inside of him. Rin is confused and asks him what he's on about, but Bachira explains that he doesn't mean a real monster, but like an image of the soccer that he wants to happen, and that he thinks that every amazing player has one. Rin just says that he has no clue, and that it's because Bachira is being controlled by that childish nonsense that his soccer is so lukewarm, telling him to go play soccer with that monster for all his life, while Rin becomes the #1 in the world. Bachira is stunned, but thinks that Rin might have a kind of monster that Bachira doesn't understand yet, and which is different from Isagi's. Anyway, as they leave and walk outside, we see Isagi standing against the wall, and he says that he has been looking for Bachira. Bachira looks happy, and Isagi says that he is here as they promised, and that he is here to steal him back. And Isagi's eyes light up as he tells Rin to fight, and Bachira wonders which one out of Isagi and Rin will make his heart dance the most. After that, we get to 20 hours until the match, where we see Isagi showing the others which formation he believes that they will go with. He says that he will face Rin in the center. After that, they will make use of Chigiri's speed on the right, and Nagi will go left. Meanwhile, Baru will be in position to devour the three in front of him as he wishes, and everyone is fine with that. Isagi then looks super pumped as he says that if they win this match, then they will clear the second selection, and he tells them to hit them with all that they have got. We then get to the others, where Tokimitsu says that it's thanks to Bachira that the team's actually looking like a team, and thanks him. After that, both he and Ryu ask for some passes. Bachira says that he's got them, while Rin just tells them to go and finish this already so that they can move on, telling them that it will be over in an instant. And after that, both of the teams start to walk out towards the field. Bachira looks super excited as he says that it's about to begin, but suddenly Ryu's eyes light up, and he walks towards them in a menacing way. And he walks right towards Chigiri before he grabs his hair and asks him what type of hair treatment he uses. Chigiri is a bit weirded out, but says that he uses whatever they have got, and Ryu is amazed by this and calls it all natural. Chigiri then starts to get annoyed and tells him to quit touching his hair. Ryu apologizes, but says that it was just so beautiful before he says that he is honored to face someone with such style and that he is looking forward to their match. Chigiri and Ryu then shake hands, and Chigiri says that despite how he looks, he's got a quite old-fashioned name, and he wishes for a good match. But just as he says that, Ryu breaks out in an outrage and tells him to stop it, telling him that his name is his one unstylish point, and calling it his one and only complex. After that, he starts to style to get his aura up again, and Chigiri runs to Isagi and asks what his problem is. Tokimitsu then goes to Ryu and tells him to stop it, as he will get tired out before the match even starts. They go a bit back and forth before Baru screams at them and tells them to go into their positions and get started already. Tokimitsu apologizes before he asks if they can postpone this, as Ryu is unable to move. This only gets Baru even angrier as he tells Tokimitsu that he will kill him. After that, Tokimitsu also starts to freak out, and he goes on and on about knowing nothing of their pain, which makes Baru snap even more, and he tells Isagi that they are changing positions and that he will go against this spineless guy. And he asks Tokimitsu if he thinks that Baru doesn't know what failure feels like. Tokimitsu calls him scary, but as Baru tries to lift him up, he realizes that he is unable to, as Tokimitsu doesn't even budge. Anyway, back to Isagi, who says, "Alright," and he then looks over to Nagi and asks him if he would mind switching with Baru. Nagi thinks for a bit, and thinks back to Ryo's words before apologizing and saying that he will be selfish here, explaining that unless he is facing someone who can get his pulse racing, there will be no point in having left Ryo, and that he will duke it out with Rin over there. Isagi just looks at Nagi a bit in shock, but Nagi says that he wants to get stronger. Isagi then says alright, but warns him that if he loses, then he will be stepping in to crush him. After that, he looks fired up as he looks at Bachira and says that it's him against him. And with that, the final showdown is about to start. And Isagi stretches as he says that finally the time has come to put everything on the line, to give it everything he has got, and says that the victor will be him, as the match starts with Rin kicking the ball to Bachira, who is right away faced with Isagi. But this time Bachira is fired up as he says that he will start off with a max speed scissor feint. Isagi is closely analyzing it, and Bachira just wishes him good luck on stealing it. Bachira then goes into a straight, sharp turn, but he is left in shock as he sees that Isagi is seriously keeping up. He thinks that he should have been able to lose Isagi with this, and he wonders just what is going on. He then looks at Isagi closely, and sees him glaring around on the field, which makes Bachira realize that Isagi is using his awareness of the entire field in order to position himself, thinking that instead of getting hung up on the one-on-one against Bachira, he's defending based on which side of the field he doesn't want him to go, as right now, Nagi's covering his left flank, which means that even if he manages to get past him, they can recover. But since there's nobody to his right, if he passed him there, he could score a free goal, and that he is facing him with the understanding of that critical hole in their defense, thinking that his ability to instantly grasp the situation has gone up a level, and Bachira says that it looks like his eyes has evolved, Isagi just smirks and asks Bachira if he can't get past him. But Bachira then thinks that if that's the case, then he will just attack in Nagi's direction. But we then see Baru coming over and telling Bachira to hand it over. This only leaves him more shocked, as he wonders if Baru predicted that Bachira would come this way, and then surrounded him. After that, Tokimitsu comes and tells him to pass it back for now, and as he is struggling with Baru, he has no choice. But as he sends the pass towards Tokimitsu, Isagi instead comes between them and steals the ball, and he coldly just says, "Thanks for the pass." Baru then screams out in frustration and tells Bachira to get out of his way. Bachira is honestly so confused right now, as he wonders if they weren't working together and that they are actually both using each other and devouring the other in order to take possession of the ball, calling them an anti-combo and saying that he has never seen this before. Anyway, after that we see Nagi rushing up towards the field, and he tells Isagi to send it his way nice and easy. Isagi says that he knows and sends a flawless cross. However, as the ball is coming closer, he spots Rin ahead of him. Nagi thinks that Rin is waiting for him to trap the ball instead of rushing in, thinking that this kind of spacing is what makes this guy so hard to handle, as even if he keeps pressing onwards without pausing, this distance means that he can't just burst past him, but if he stops, then he will close the distance in a flash, calling his spacing perfect, and wondering if, from just that one match earlier, Rin can now read Nagi to this extent. However, Nagi knows that he has to do something unexpected, so he jumps up and kicks away the ball with the outer part of his shoe, which we see leaves Rin shocked. Nagi then asks if he can feel it and calls for the Red Panther, who we see is coming in full speed as he says that it's his. But just then, Aryu comes on his side and calls it a stylish pass, and not only him, but also Rin is on his way. Chigiri very well knows this, and thinks that gauging Aryu and Rin's distance and himself at full speed, that split second before everything intersects, that coordination, and this instant is his one and only chance at breaking through, and we see Chigiri leaping with the ball over both of their legs. Bachira looks at this and is just in shock as he wonders what is up with them. He says that Isagi's and Baru's anti-combo that resulted in that steal. Then immediately afterwards, the way Isagi and Nagi instantly saw what the other was seeing, followed by Nagi's response and turning that perfect trap into that decisive pass, and at its culmination, answering the call is Chigiri's leg, thinking that this is what they have evolved in order to beat them, and calling it a seamless chain of chemical reactions. A full Isagi, Baru, Nagi, and Chigiri chemical reaction. Anyway, as he says that, we see Chigiri just being an absolute beast as he scores the goal with ease and gives Team Isagi their first goal. But we also see Bachira starting to smirk as he says that he has been waiting for this and says that the monster is rejoicing. Isagi thinks that there are over 35 meters to the goalpost and that at this distance even Rin shouldn't be able to shoot in a goal. But still, there's no way that the top three will let it end like this. But even so, Isagi will keep attacking so that they don't even have time to catch their breath, as after all, they are the challengers here. And with that, the game is back on. Bachira starts off with the ball again, and he tells Isagi to go, and that it won't go like last time. Bachira then quickly takes a glance towards Baru, and Isagi sees that and says that even with him looking at Baru, his dribbling is flawless, and that it will be impossible to straight up steal from Bachira. Suddenly Aryu comes running on his side, and Isagi wonders if Bachira will pass him. However, he thinks that it's fine as Nagi is behind him, and also Chigiri is marking him, thinking that the worst case scenario will be if he gets past Isagi, but that it's okay as long as he can block him. After that, Baru comes charging towards him and Bachira stops dribbling, which makes Isagi think that he can now steal the ball. But just then, Bachira puts out his tongue and makes a back heel pass, without even looking. The ball is headed for Aryu, and Baru screams at Chigiri to get in front of it, but Aryu uses his long legs to intercept it mid-air. Chigiri even says that his reach should be illegal, but Aryu tells him that the airspace is his territory, and that all he has to do is pass before Chigiri can catch up, which is exactly what he does, as he sends a pass to Tokimitsu, who is in a fierce battle with Baru. They are really going back and forth in a battle of strength, but Baru is quickly losing as he thinks that he can't even move Tokimitsu. After that, Tokimitsu gets to the ball and makes a fast pass to the incoming Rin, and everyone knows that they are in trouble, as this is Rin's shooting range, but Nagi says that he is here and that he won't let him shoot. Isagi then screams out for him, but Nagi is too focused on Rin and asks if he will still force a shot. Isagi firstly thinks that Nagi has got him, but then he opens his eyes some more and thinks that Rin will hit him with a feint, which is exactly what he does. Isagi thinks that Rin let Nagi outread him and then lured him into it, calling Rin a cut above, but while he is slowed down, Isagi knows that he can catch up. And it's not only as Isagi as Chigiri comes on his side and says that the two of them will surround him, he is firstly happy that they have the advantage. But just then, Bachira appears on the left side, and it has now turned into a 2 versus 2, which makes them wonder if Rin will pass or dribble. But Rin then quickly goes into a shooting stance, and Chigiri thinks that he will intercept it, but Isagi knows that something is up, as he thinks that it must be another feint, which once again he reads flawlessly, but Chigiri unfortunately isn't on the same wavelength and gets hit with it. Isagi thinks that Rin is taking advantage of the time it took for them to process how to counter the 2 versus 2 situation. Isagi knows that this is bad, and that everyone is just dancing into Rin's hands, and he says that even without a chemical reaction, just by himself, he's a monster with countless possibilities in his arsenal, calling him a class of his own. After that, Isagi screams and thinks that even if he has to foul, he will stop Rin. But Rin is just calm like always and says that it looks like Isagi has been studying on how to use his eyes, but that lukewarm soccer of his won't make Rin's heart dance. And after that, Rin gets above him and scores his team's first goal, and everyone is left wondering how in the world they are supposed to stop something like that. But Isagi, who is in his own head, thinks that even though he couldn't stop Rin here, he is for sure getting closer, and that in their previous match, he couldn't even understand why they lost, but now he can understand the meaning behind all of Rin's movements, and Isagi knows that if he can devour him, then he can for sure win. He orders his brain to work overtime, and to think of what he can do to overtake Rin, and to seize control of the field. Chigiri then says that you can't be serious, and asks how Rin is that good. Nagi also apologizes, and says that he couldn't do anything either, but he asks Isagi how he can play like that, and wonders if he is just wired differently from the rest of them. However, Isagi says that it makes sense to how Rin got past them, explaining that in that play just now, Rin was constantly positioning himself in a range from where he could shoot the ball, which is why, no matter what they did, they were always one step behind, saying that he reads several steps ahead of the game, and while they are still processing the situation, he lures them in, and that it's the core of his playstyle. Nagi says that he can't keep up with that, but Chigiri says that the fact that Isagi can explain Rin's play in an instant like that makes him kinda amazing too. This makes Isagi understand that this isn't something that everyone can understand right away, and he wonders if that means that now on this field, the only one who can keep up with Rin's way of thinking is himself. Then the only thing that can stop Rin is Isagi's eyes and brain. Anyway, they then get fired up and says that it's their counter, and the kickoff begins with Nagi passing Chigiri, who goes up against Ryu right away. Isagi looks at this and says that they are starting their offense with Chigiri on their right against Ryu's long reach. It will come down to getting around him or passing the ball. However, Rin's positioned himself in the perfect spot to respond to whichever Chigiri decides. But in that case, Nagi is wide open, as Bachira can't mark him and Nagi on his own. Chigiri then glances towards Nagi, and Isagi thinks that it's coming, saying that while everyone's got their eyes on Nagi in this instant, he will bypass them in their blind spot. And just then, Chigiri sees him and sends away a flawless cross towards Isagi. But just as the ball is about to land, Rin comes in front and steals it away. Isagi is in pure awe, thinking that Rin perfectly predicted his approach, but he says that he was able to get past Nagi and Bachira and that their view of the field should be the same, thinking that it's just that Rin's able to predict the situation one step faster than him, which makes Isagi realize that he is still one step behind. But as Rin is sprinting with the ball, both Baru and Nagi comes in front of him. But this doesn't annoy Rin at all, as he simply passes to Bachira, which even leaves Bachira surprised, but Rin tells him to bring the ball to the goal, and he looks pumped up as he says that he will. Isagi then screams that they are countering, and Bachira thinks that Isagi is really amazing, and that he has come to the point where he can actually compete with Rin, but Bachira knows that he can also do more. Isagi then goes to him and tries to block him, but that's when Bachira sends a cross right past him. Now who is the pass going to? Well, it's none other than the tall giant Ryu, who calls the spin on the pass beautiful. But it's far from over, as Chigiri is right by him, and tells Ryu that he is going down. Not to mention that Nagi is also a bit ahead. All of this combined makes Isagi sure that this pass won't succeed, But Bachira then speaks up and tells Aryu that he better noticed it, and to not think of this pass as a point as a line. And as Aryu looks at it, he sees exactly what Bachira is going on about. He knows that it's a parabola, which is warning him that if he waits until it lands, then they will lose possession, which is why he will change up his tactic, and instead jump to the point in midair, which only he can reach. Everyone looks at this in shock. Meanwhile, Aryu says that he is dancing, as this is Bachira's and Aryu's chemical reaction, and Aryu heads the ball into the ground, which bounces into the net. Isagi then looks frozen in place as he says that he thought that they could win if they just stopped Rin. However, Bachira is rapidly changing the flow of the game, which makes Isagi realize that this is truly the ultimate showdown. Anyway, with Aryu's goal, it's now 2-1, and Aryu thanks Bachira for his pass. Meanwhile, Isagi at the bottom just starts to look more and more ready to give it his all, but it's far from only Isagi who is feeling it, as we also see Nagi looking super ecstatic as he says that this match is amazing, thinking that Isagi and Rin are trading blows and competing for control over the field. And even though it was already taking everything they had to handle Rin on his own, Bachira is now sparking a chemical reaction with the top three. Nagi says that they are not just flexing on their own anymore, but that they are seriously strong, which just makes Nagi want to crush them even more. He thinks that the reason why he can feel this fire now is because Ryo invited him that day, and Nagi thinks that Ryo was probably right about Nagi, as since he has started playing soccer at Blue Lock, he has learned the taste of defeat and he has changed. Now he wants to grow stronger, and he apologizes for not being with him and for leaving him behind and changing. We then see Isagi calling out for Nagi as he says that it's time to eat and devour them, and Nagi couldn't agree more before hoping that Ryo will be able to forgive him. But with that, the kickoff starts, and Chigiri has the ball. Baru calls out for him, but as he sees Tokimitsu right by Baru, Chigiri isn't that tempted to pass. We then get to Nagi, who says that Isagi is always on the lookout for a pass from Chigiri, and that he's circling Chigiri while using Baru as bait and positioning himself for a direct pass that even Rin can't touch. But Rin is also reading that, and Nagi says that if he is honest, then he has no idea what the two of them are seeing, as those two are viewing the field on the same level. And yet the reason why Isagi can't win against Rin is pure and simple: the difference in their physical stats, explaining that outside from their spatial awareness, when it comes to other factors like height, physique, speed and jumping ability, Isagi falls short, which is why even if they predict the flow of the game exactly the same way, Rin comes out ahead with his positioning, and Isagi falls just one move short of the checkmate. And in that case, Nagi will become that one move, as we see him starting to rush up on the field, thinking that the future that Isagi and Rin can see and control the field, he will smash it up. And we even see Isagi's whole puzzle being completely rewritten by Nagi's unpredictable play. Chigiri then spots Nagi and give him the pass, but even then Nagi says that Rin reacts too quickly once again. But if that's the case, then he will just let the pass roll and go towards Isagi. Nagi tells Isagi in his mind to read this situation, and in this moment, for the sake of his goal, rewrite the future of this battlefield, which we see that Isagi does as his brain is legit working overtime trying to cook up something nasty. And it's exactly what Nagi wants, as Isagi sends a pass directly behind Rin. But even with a perfect pass like this, Rin is still not lagging behind. In that case, he has no other choice than to trick Rin, as it looks like Nagi goes into a shooting position. But in reality, he was only trapping the ball, and from there, he can use his two-stage fake volley to score his first goal and making the scores even. Isagi calls it insane, and as Nagi lands, he says that he knew it, and that with Isagi, he can become even stronger. He looks completely fired up as he apologizes to Ryo, and says that he has now gotten the taste of this thrill, and that he can't go back to who he used to be. Tokimitsu, Aryu, and Bachira are mind-blown by this play, and Bachira asks Rin if this is still lukewarm. Rin tells him to be silent, but admits that even he feels the heat when he is provoked. We then see Team Isagi celebrating behind them, and Isagi thinks that they did it, and that this is the first time they beat Rin, thinking that if he is with Nagi, then they can duke it out evenly. However, he can't become the best striker in the world that way, as he wants to win against Rin on his own. But it's far from Isagi who can feel the heat, as Bachira starts to look manic, as he says that the monsters are coming out to play. We then get to Henri, who says that Nagi's shot just now was unbelievable, saying that with that fake shot, he kept the ball spinning, and then he let it stay afloat, and when it came down, that's when he actually shot to make the goal, looking super happy, as she says that a play like this is nothing short of a miracle. But we then have Ego in the back, who says that dismissing it as something as easy as a miracle is what exposes her mediocrity. Henri gets mad and says that the play right now was crazy and that it isn't something you could pull off again, even if you tried. Ego just says that he wonders about that, as the will to score a goal here and the skill to back it up, all put in the environment of a specific set of game situations with just the right players. When all of these conditions stack in just the right way, one's performance can exceed human understanding and miracles can be explained, saying that its formula lies just beyond this selection. We then get back to the game where Isagi thinks that it's now 2 versus 2 and that the match is just starting, while Isagi's perception of the field and Nagi's physical ability might not be enough on their own. They just proved that when they put their abilities together, they can win against Rin, but still that goal wouldn't have been possible without everyone's performances building on each other. He thinks about how their respective parameters looks like and says that if they want to win against Rin, then just like now, they have to create a situation where they are facing him in a parameter where they have got the edge, and as long as they can advance the ball evenly, their weapons that are superior to Rin's will work, and the fact that they're going back and forth in score is proof that his eyes and brain have evolved to the same level as Rin. But so what of it? If he can't win against Rin on his own, then he can't become the best striker in the world, so being on the same level isn't enough, as he needs to be one more step ahead of Rin and read the flow of the game to then seize the future of the field ahead of Rin. But suddenly, Rin speaks up as he says that he will from now on control this field, and he tells his team that if they want to win, then they will have to do their best to keep up, which gets all of them excited, and they then start the game again, with Rin's eyes burning like never before. Rin has the ball, and he spots Tokimitsu on the right, but he doesn't send a normal pass, but one that is curving on the outside. But Baru is unable to see it, and thinks that Rin missed the pass, and that he will get to it first. But Isagi knows that it's not like that, as the ball will land in front of Baru, but then start to spin back in Tokimitsu's direction, which we see as what happens. And with the ball, Tokimitsu can use his shoulder charge to completely kill off Baru. After that, Rin comes to Tokimitsu, and with him being positioned freely, he is able to receive the pass from Tokimitsu with ease, and without wasting a single second, he sends a direct pass right off the bat towards Ryu. Ryu sees that this pass is different from Bachira's, and that this is an oppressive pass meant to challenge his limitations, which leaves him with only one choice, which is to rise to the challenge as he jumps up and makes a mid-air chest trap. He then gets down to the ground, but unfortunately Chigiri had already caught up, and this forces Ryu to send the ball back to Rin. Isagi then screams at Nagi to look out for Rin's shot, and Nagi says that he is on it. Isagi knows that it's a 2 versus 2 in the goal zone, but he wonders whether he will shoot or maybe pass to Bachira. Nagi thinks that he is moving to shoot, but he tells himself not to jump in and thinks that it might be a feint and that he won't fall for it again. However, it turns out to be far from it, as Rin does a roulette turn around him, but right behind Nagi was Isagi, who says that he can read him. However, Rin, to his surprise, tells him that he is 2 steps behind, which we clearly see as the ball, which Isagi was supposed to grab, is already heading to Bachira, who even he is in shock. But he then smirks and says that he sees, and that he wasn't reading the flow, but that everyone was being manipulated. Tokimitsu's physique, Ryu's jumping power, and even Isagi's ability to read. Testing the limits of all those on the field, and drawing out their abilities to new heights, and all to make them dance to the tune of his will. Isagi then understands that all of them were just Rin's marionettes. And then we see Bachira obviously scoring the goal and winning Team Rin the lead. But it's far from over, as Rin looks furious as he asks Isagi if he really thought that he could read him, calling Isagi a puppet sideshow, which leaves him extra annoyed. Chigiri then says that friend or foe, it doesn't matter, as Rin is controlling everything on the field. We then get to Isagi on the ground, who says that now that he thinks about it, it's been like that from the very first match that they played. At its core, Rin's soccer is all about manipulating and controlling what his opponent thinks. Until now, Rin's always played on his own, using just his own abilities to demonstrate this. But now, he's starting to use both his opponents and his allies to manipulate the entire field. What's more, is that he's identifying each person's individual talent and drawing out their maximum potential, all to drag everyone to the high-level future that he's envisioning. Technique, an eye for tactics, physical capability. All of these come together to allow Rin to do what he does. This makes Isagi realize how truly scary Rin is, and he wonders if he can even devour him. After that, Nagi speaks up and says that it looks like he'll read through anything even remotely easy, which means that they just have to go beyond what he can even imagine. Chigiri agrees and says that it is a goal that, even if he understood, he couldn't possibly chase after, saying that they are going to be playing at a merciless difficulty. But if they can all go in with their weapons cranked to the max, they might be able to break through. Isagi says yeah, and for them to let's go, as he thinks that this is the only option. However, at that same time, the king was quietly and secretly sharpening his fangs. But with that, the game was back on, and Isagi has the ball. He thinks that there's no room for error, and that they need to spark the chemical reaction of an all-out attack. He looks at Rin and Bachira, and thinks that they've changed up their defense, and now Rin's pressing in the front while Bachira is bringing up the rear. Isagi wonders what his plan is, and thinks that he can't tell. So instead, he decides to bet on Chigiri's speed. Ryu goes to him, and says that this pattern is getting boring. But that's when Chigiri cooks up a new move, as he kicks the ball and then enters his top speed, which leaves Ryu in the dust. Isagi thinks that Chigiri broke their formation, and that they will burst through in one stroke. But just then, Rin appears in front of Chigiri. Chigiri wonders if he should confront him or not, but he then remembers that this means that there's one less person in the middle, so he passes to Nagi telling him to break through. The ball lands in the pit between Tokimitsu, Bachira, Nagi and Isagi, so it's now a death battle for the ball. Isagi thinks that Tokimitsu is coming for the tackle. Meanwhile, Bachira is waiting to counter Nagi, but due to that, Isagi thinks that he will use his blind spot to rush outside, and as he tries to respond, he will pivot in the opposite direction of his center of gravity and then get behind him. Nagi then gets to the ball before Tokimitsu and passes it perfectly over to Isagi, who broke free from Bachira. And he says that he is free and that he only needs to score now. But then, out of nowhere, Rin appears, and Isagi wonders where he came from, wondering if Rin predicted what he was planning and headed for the point that he didn't break through. Isagi gets stressed as he wonders just what he should do. However, he knows that at the very least he needs to retain possession, but in a battle of physical contact, he has no chance of beating him. Isagi looks lost as he thinks that their perfect chemical reaction when playing against Rin at full strength is all useless. But then, out of the blue, Baru comes and says that he wins, and that this is his ball now. Everyone is shocked to see Baru, and Ryu and Tokimitsu are amazed that he stole the ball from his teammate. Isagi, however, thinks that with single-minded intention and famishment, the king had been lying in wait in the blind spot of his prey. From a place where Isagi wouldn't notice him, he stole away the ball all for the moment when he could feed upon the spoils of his hunt. Even Rin is pissed off, as he has never seen something like that, and that's why Isagi thinks that it worked, as there's no entry like that in Rin's database. And to someone like Rin with his finely calculated soccer, Baru's villainous playing style is an out-of-control irregularity, saying that this is King Baru's proof of existence. After that, Baru scores with minimal effort and asks Rin what's wrong before asking if he doesn't want to try and control him. He then goes to Isagi and says that this isn't enough and for Baru to get to devour even more, and Isagi just smiles as he thinks that Baru is the key to cracking Rin. Isagi thinks that in his dogged persistence to devour Isagi, throughout this whole game, Baru's playing style has centered on stealing the ball from him before trying to score a goal, and in the brain of the genius Rin, he's an unpredictable irregularity. Having grasped the abilities of both his opponents and his allies, he forcibly draws them out and utilizes them, which is Rin's logical and predictive style of playing, which is precisely why he couldn't read the King of Villains, Baru's self-centered soccer. This makes Isagi's eyes light up as he says that he sees, and that the key is to become someone he can't read, and that way, Rin can't control you, calling Baru's existence a glitch in the system. The others from Team Rin then say that it might get a little troublesome, but Rin says that he has already inputted him, and that there won't be a next time, and just like that, the match is back on. However, just as they start, Isagi goes to Chigiri and asks if he can go all out from now, using his speed, as Isagi needs him to hound whoever's in possession of the ball. Chigiri says alright, and that he will go for it. Nagi then says that it means that he will take care of Ryu. Meanwhile, Chigiri positions himself in front of him, telling Rin to just try and get past him. But Rin isn't playing around like that as he passes to Bachira on the right side. Bachira says that Rin gave him a pass to the wide open side and that he is telling Rin to dribble through, but just then, Isagi appears in front of Bachira, but Isagi then stops. Bachira thinks that he is keeping his distance instead of rushing in and that he is more concerned about letting Bachira through, but just then, Chigiri comes behind Bachira and is so close to stealing away the ball that Bachira says that it was close, and says that they wanted to use Chigiri to surround them into a 2 versus 1 situation. He sees that Rin was waiting in a good spot, but just then, Isagi went to him, and Bachira then realizes that by using Chigiri's speed to stall them, Isagi, who is always one step short of Rin, is now trying to devour him. Chigiri then says that this is their first time facing one another, and Bachira asks him to please go easy on him. Bachira then pulls out some scissors and tries to get past Chigiri, but he is following closely with his speed. Bachira says that it will be harder than he thought, but that's when he lifts the ball to both sides, and before Chigiri knows it, Bachira has already gone to the right and is now halfway past him, which makes him able to send a pass. Or that's if Isagi wasn't right by him. Bachira can't believe it, as he says that he was just by Rin and wonders if he waited for Bachira to make his move. Bachira knows that he is now in trouble, but he thinks that he might be able to just barely squeeze through. But just as he is through, Isagi says, "Now." And that's when Baru comes and is ready to devour him. Bachira can't believe it, saying that they got him and that all along it was a setup for Baru. While preventing him from passing to Rin, Isagi was closing in on him with Baru in tow, looking back at Isagi and saying that he used himself as bait and paved the way for Baru to steal the ball. We then get to Baru, who is headed to the goal, but he has Tokimitsu right by him. Chigiri screams at him to get past him and that he is free after Tokimitsu. Baru then uses a chop feint, which Tokimitsu falls for, and just when he should be free, Rin comes by and tells him that he won't let it happen on his watch as he kicks away the ball out of bounds. It looks like time freezes for Isagi as he asks if Rin is serious, saying that he took one look at Baru's chop feint and was able to predict and stop it. But he says that it wasn't like he read him, but that he was able to react in time to counter. Because Rin couldn't predict Baru, Rin was constantly positioning himself in a place he could counter, and if either one of them missed a single step, they would lose the goal. Isagi knows that they are now neck and neck in a race of who can read faster, and that Baru's very existence, which is incomprehensible to Rin, is between Isagi trying to maximize its use and Rin minimally withstanding it. Whoever succeeds in taking control of Baru in the field will win this match. We then get to Bachira, who looks at both Isagi and Rin having monster auras around them, and he is in pure awe. He says that they are trading blows on an unbelievable level. On this field, right now, there are two monsters. Bachira says that he knew it, and they're both monsters, and that he doesn't even care which one wins, as the soccer he has been wanting to play is right before his eyes, and that his dream will finally come true, and that he can play with these monsters. But just then, his world stops, as both Isagi and Rin runs past him without even batting an eye to him. And Bachira is just left wondering what happened before he looks back at them, and says that at long last he is not alone anymore, but in their world, he simply doesn't exist. Bachira continues and says that he thought that he would finally be able to play soccer with them, so why are those two playing soccer in a different world from him? He asks them to please not leave him behind, saying that Rin and Isagi are a pair of monsters. But what is Bachira then, thinking that the one being put to the test was actually himself? We then see Isagi and Rin being in a furious battle with each other before Chigiri comes by and kicks the ball out of bounds. Isagi compliments Chigiri and says that he was trying to pass to him. Chigiri says that he wishes that he was just a little bit faster, but we then see Chigiri being a bit hurt, so Isagi asks him if he is okay and if it's his knee that is hurting. Chigiri, however, says that it isn't, but that he is starting to run low on gas, telling Isagi to not even dare worry about him, as if Isagi loses to Rin, then Chigiri will personally kill him. Isagi looks intense as he says, "Yeah," and tells Chigiri to run till he dies. After that, Isagi thinks that the reason why he could trade blows evenly with Rin was because of Chigiri pressuring them, but it's impossible to expect him to maintain that speed, thinking that it doesn't just apply to Chigiri, but that everyone, including Isagi, is running dangerously low on gas. He knows that it's a given, and that in this high-level soccer game, everyone's been going full throttle. Now that their conditions are starting to deteriorate, it's definitely going to impact everyone's play, thinking that whoever can adapt to this change first will control the endgame. And just then, the match is back on with Ryu throwing the ball over to Rin, who right away sends it toward Tokimitsu, which confuses Isagi as he says that neither of them are exactly in position to pose a threat, which is why Tokimitsu right away sends it back to Rin. But as Rin gets the ball, he just sends it back to Tokimitsu again. Isagi doesn't understand Rin's plan and wonders what kind of offense this is, but he then sees that this is bad, as Tokimitsu and Rin are breaking their formation while pushing forward. He explains that this is a new pattern. Before Chigiri can pressure them, and before they can react, the ball's already in motion. But he wonders how they are getting past them so easily, as it's not like Rin's pulling out any special passes here. But suddenly Isagi sees Tokimitsu starting to break away from Baru, and knows that the one who's making this possible, the one who's been snapping at Baru's heels from the moment the match began, the only one who isn't starting to feel the burn of the endgame and continues to be able to respond to Rin's passes, it's Tokimitsu, who is a beast with unlimited stamina. We then see Tokimitsu beginning to smile as he says that this is a pass in the goal zone, but just then, both Baru and Chigiri crashes into him. This makes all of them fall to the ground, and it's obviously a foul, so both Chigiri and Baru gets a yellow card, which they really tries to argue with. We also see Tokimitsu apologizing to Rin as he only got them a free kick, but Rin is just silent. We then see Isagi trying to catch his breath as he says that Tokimitsu and Rin's chemical reaction just now, he has never been able to realize it, and if he would have been able to do it earlier, then he might have prevented it from happening. But still, it's not like they will concede the goal to them, as Isagi is determined not to let this free kick go as Rin wants it to. Nagi says that it's about 25 meters to the goalpost, and that it isn't looking good as it is within Rin's reach. Isagi glares at Rin as he thinks about whether he will go straight for the goal or if he will pass, thinking that these are Rin's only two options. Isagi says that if he tries to shoot, then he will act like a wall, and if he tries to pass, then he will move to where they are outnumbered to press, and he says that he is in a position to be able to respond to whichever he chooses. But even then, he needs to react the moment he kicks the ball, and just then, Rin gets into position and runs to the ball, and before Isagi can even realize it, Rin has already shot the ball over him, which meant that it easily went right into the goal, and Isagi is amazed that Rin didn't even give him a chance to react. Anyway, with that, Rin's team got the lead, and Rin looks super cold as he asks Isagi if he was wavering between whether Hiei would pass or shoot. However, he tells him that his analysis was off, as there were never two options for Rin in this position, as the only option for him was to score a goal, which we can see annoys Isagi a bit. But we then get to Bachira, who just looks at this confused. He says that both Rin and Isagi are playing for the sake of their own goals, and that they're playing soccer in a way that's true to their egos, thinking that, in that case, what exactly is he playing soccer for? Wondering if it's to find a monster or maybe to make friends. But he quickly says that with something like that, he won't be able to catch up to Isagi and Rin, so he starts looking wild as he wonders what exactly his ego truly is. After that, we get to Baru, who screams at Isagi and asks him why he didn't jump. Nagi, on the other hand, says that this isn't good, as it's one more goal and it's game over for them. We then get to Isagi, who is cooking in his mind as he says that Rin's free kick just now. There was no feasible way to defend against that goal, and what he should have read instead was the play before that where Tokimitsu and Rin broke through. Isagi says that he was able to see that everyone was moving a bit more sluggishly, but Rin realized before him that Tokimitsu was the lone exception. Then he drew out Tokimitsu's bottomless stamina, made all the more effective in the final phase of the match, and to set up that huge opportunity. Meanwhile, all they could do was try and stop them, thinking that if he had noticed Tokimitsu's ability before Rin, then he might have had a chance to change the outcome. He looks annoyed as he says that it's always that one last step. Just when he thinks that he is about to catch up, Rin slips out of his reach. Isagi then overhears Baru saying that if he was in that wall, then he would have blocked Rin's shot, and Isagi thinks that it was because he was in the wall that Rin aimed above his head, and that if Baru was in the wall, Rin would just have aimed somewhere else to make the goal. But suddenly, Isagi comes up with something as his puzzle pieces start to go wild, and he says that he understands, and that Rin kicked that way because he was his opponent. He says that this is it, and that from that perspective, if he can utilize himself from a different angle, and if he can devour Rin, then he can turn it around. We then see all of Team Isagi being super pumped up, and Nagi says that they will catch up no matter what, and asks Isagi if he is right. Isagi looks intense as he says yeah, and that it's too soon to end the game here, and just like that, the kickoff is back on. Baru is running straight to Tokimitsu and knows that if he can't outmaneuver Tokimitsu, then he won't be able to score, but suddenly Baru spots Isagi with the ball behind him. He thinks that for once Isagi is moving along with him and thinks that he is telling Baru to ditch Tokimitsu. Baru then does that and screams at Isagi to give him the ball, but in reality, he was far away from ditching Tokimitsu as he appears right on his side, telling him that it's so easy to keep up with Baru. But as they are arguing, Isagi continues to run up the field, and Baru thinks that Isagi used him as bait, but Isagi won't have it that easy as Bachira goes in front of him. Baru, who is still struggling with Tokimitsu, screams for the ball, but he is not the only one, as Nagi comes on his side asking for a 1-2 pass. But Isagi thinks that no matter what they do, Rin's watching over everything and lying in wait. But he then says that he was waiting for this, and that right now, while everyone's waiting for him to pass, he sends the ball all the way towards the other side, and to a wide open space, where we see Chigiri using all of his speed to run towards it. Aryu, who is right by him, asks if he isn't getting tired, but Chigiri doesn't respond. After that, Isagi says that in anticipation of Chigiri's pass, they all rush to the goal zone, thinking that in this evolving situation, he is the only one who can read ahead and move accordingly, as while everyone else is struggling to gain the upper hand, he will disappear into the far side of Rin's field of vision and cut towards the inside. Taking the shortest route, he will break diagonally to the goal post. Chigiri spots this right away as he sees Isagi slipping out from the group that's heading for the goal zone. We then see Isagi looking super furious as he tells Chigiri to give the ball to him, which is exactly what he does. With this, Isagi says that the future that he envisioned, it's here, and that everything is wide open. He knows that with his direct shot, he can shoot it. But just then, as the ball rolls closer to him, out of nowhere Rin appears, which Isagi can't even believe, as even though Isagi broke away perfectly, Rin still managed to keep up. Isagi says that Rin is in range to block his shot and that he can't shoot like this. He gets sad as he says that he knew it and that he can't beat Rin after all. But that's when Isagi gets the biggest switch up, as his eyes starts to burn with determination as he says that he has got him, thinking that sure, if Isagi tried to shoot here, then Rin would stop him. But on the flip side, it means that Rin have to step out to block his shot, and because of that, the next move they make will be their last. Isagi then starts to turn and says that this is only possible because Rin could predict what he would do and calls it the blind spot of a genius, thinking that since he isn't shooting here and Rin has already taken that last step, he will fall behind, because this is his true last move and it's nothing other than a direct kick backwards, which is exactly what he does as he makes a back heel shot right into the top corner, and everyone except Baru from his team looks super excited to see this, and mostly Isagi, who says that he has now devoured Rin and that he will surpass him. We then see Isagi, Chigiri and Nagi celebrating as they have just evened out the scores. Chigiri is in pure shock, and he says that Isagi has caught up and calls him the best. Even Nagi looks amazed, as he says that it was amazing and that he took out Rin on his own. We then have Baru on the side, who asks Isagi if that entire play right now was calculated. Isagi looks at him and says that it was. He explains that his thought at first was just to slip out and shoot straight for the goal, but then with the assumption that Rin would predict everything, he finalized his plan with a back heel as the finisher, saying that under normal circumstances, he should have been able to score just by breaking through to the goalpost. But because it was Rin, he was able to keep up and even block his shot. Because of his genius and his superior physical capabilities, he knew that he would be able to keep up with him all the way to the end, explaining that it's a formula specifically designed to counter Rin, only made possible because he believed in him. Baru says that it means that if he hadn't come through as planned, Rin might have scored instead, and calling it a big gamble. Chigiri says that even then, if it wasn't for him sharing the same eyes as Rin, this wouldn't have been possible. And Nagi adds in by saying that this means that in terms of both score and ability, they are on even ground with the top three. Isagi says that he is right, and in this last play, they will win and show them once and for all who the better team is. And all of them look super fired up, with Isagi thinking that they need to win and that there's no point unless they can surpass them. We then get back to Bachira, who wonders about the ego that he is lacking in order to catch up with Isagi and Rin. He says that the reason why he came to Blue Lock was to find a monster and to find friends that he could play soccer with, thinking that he doesn't have any other reasons, as he just wants to play soccer with those two. But he deep down knows that with this feeling alone, with this ego alone, he won't be able to reach their world, so what more should he really be wishing for? After that, we see both Tokimitsu and Aryu beginning to panic a bit, but Rin tells them to bring out everything that they have got left or die trying, as he says that the final goal will be his, with his eye burning like never before. And then the last play starts. Rin starts off by trading passes with Tokimitsu, but Baru quickly comes by him and tells him that the same trick won't work twice. Chigiri then comes by and tells him good job and to focus on Tokimitsu. However, Tokimitsu still managed to get off a pass to Rin. But just then, we get to Isagi, who thinks that just like Rin and Tokimitsu's combo broke through the midfield earlier, Chigiri and Baru are pressuring him, and that he's going to get scared and pass back to Rin, which is right when he needs to cut in. And he does just that as he goes to Rin and says that it could go either way. But in the end, he misses the ball in the last split second, and Rin then gives it over to Aryu. However, Aryu isn't having it easy exactly, as he has Nagi by him, who says that this is going to come down to who can trap the ball. He thinks that he will let Aryu trap the ball in midair, and just when it's bouncing off him, he will come in and steal the ball, which at the start looks to work, but that's when Aryu calls him impatient and jumps up again to trap it. Nagi thinks that he stole it right back and tells Aryu that his legs are way too long. Aryu just lands on the ground, however, with the ball in possession. Isagi, who is a bit behind, says that this isn't good and that they are going to get through, but he is determined to, at the very least, hold Rin down. Aryu sees Isagi covering Rin and says that he is always in the way, but that he can see an opening, so he passes the ball behind Isagi to Bachira. Bachira gets it and thinks that right now he is being tested on what he can do. He starts to wonder who he should give it to, if he should pass or keep on dribbling. But what happens after that, and what does everyone want from Bachira? Bachira is confused and asks his monster to tell him what to do for both Rin and Isagi to acknowledge him. But just as he is in his head, Chigiri comes by and tackles him, telling him that if he is looking for an answer, he should ask an 8-ball, and saying that this is a battlefield. Rin is visibly annoyed by this. Meanwhile, Isagi says that it's a loose ball and it's heading over to Baru, who just in time gets it before Tokimitsu. Chigiri screams to go and counter and starts to run with all that he can. Suddenly Nagi appears right by Bachira and calls it unlike him and asks him if he is trying to throw the game before asking him if he seriously thinks that he will be chosen even if he loses. Nagi tells him that, to be honest, the way that Bachira is now, they don't need him, and that if they win, Nagi wants Rin, and he tells Bachira that he is pretty sure that Isagi feels the same way. And as he hears this, it looks like his whole world crumbles, as he says that if they lose, then he won't get chosen, and that he won't be able to play soccer with either Isagi or Rin. This makes him super upset, as he starts to run and scream no, over and over again, telling himself that feelings and ego, none of that matters right now, as he is going to win, even if it kills him. We then get to Baru, who is struggling with Tokimitsu, and Isagi screams at him to pass, and not to try and fight with Tokimitsu. Baru laughs and says that he doesn't have to tell him, and that he is tired of this muscled beast, so he passes Isagi, who right away returns with favor, with a pass back, and tells him to let's go. Isagi thinks that since they have only ever stolen the ball from each other, they will subvert Rin and Tokimitsu's expectations by passing to each other, calling it a Isagi and Baru anti-combo 1-2 pass. Tokimitsu screams at Baru to come back, and Aryu says that this game is giving him whiplash. Meanwhile, Chigiri says that they got through, and Nagi tells them to finish this. But the text then said that in the midst of everyone whose eyes were fixed solely on the ball, there was one lone boy who had been left behind, who was Bachira. Bachira says that he doesn't want to lose, and that with everything that he has found here, he was really happy just being able to keep playing soccer with Isagi by his side, saying that he doesn't want to lose the first friend he has ever made, explaining that he is scared to go back to those days of being alone. But then, he remembers his mother's words, telling him when he was a kid that as people get older, everyone stops believing, even when they don't want to, and while they're pretending that they can't hear it, they actually become unable to hear their own voice. And this makes Bachira confused, as he wonders, since when he became afraid of being alone again, and when he did start playing soccer to avoid being left behind, explaining that without even realizing it, he has been playing soccer in order to be wanted by someone, and that he has been seeking someone else's voice instead of his. But what he should have been believing in wasn't someone else's voice, as even if it kills him, he will win and steal back Isagi. That's what his voice is telling him to do. We then see Bachira coming closer to Isagi and trying to tackle him, which Isagi manages to avoid. But Isagi admits that he didn't expect Bachira to come at him this hard, and says that Rin will definitely try and make use of this. So now one step ahead of him, he will pass to Chigiri on the right. Chigiri gets the ball right away and says that they have reached the climax as he sends it into the goal zone. Bachira sees this closely and tells them to hold on and not to end. Back to the ball, which goes to Nagi, who makes a high jump towards the ball and says that he is here for his Best Supporting Actor award, as the trap he did with his chest. He then let the ball roll over to Isagi and told him to finish it, and calling him striker. We then see Isagi running towards the ball in full speed with Bachira behind him. Isagi looks determined as he tells them that his teammates are the best, and he says that it's narrow, but that he can still make the shot. Isagi says that this is the end and their victory as he shoots away the ball. But just as he does that, Bachira tells him to wait and to just give him one last chance, and someone seems to have heard Bachira's prayers as Rin came in the last second, and with his head he stopped the ball from going, in which Isagi can't even believe. But the ball then soars over the sky and goes to Bachira. Rin falls to the ground, but Aryu and Tokimitsu is right on it, as they scream for them to counter, and alongside Bachira, they rush to Team Isagi's goal. But as Bachira is running, his monster begins to creep out, but Bachira tells him to stop, as if he is here. Then he will just end up relying on him. Bachira says that at first, that was enough for him, and because the monster was there, he wasn't alone, and that it's thanks to him that Bachira was able to keep believing in himself, which is how he was able to come to Blue Lock and make friends. He sincerely thanks the monster for being by his side until now, but he says that he can't go with him any further, as if he is always relying on him, then he won't be able to catch up to those two, screaming at the monster to go away, and that he is begging him as he doesn't need a monster anymore. We then get to Isagi's perspective as we see Bachira rushing towards him, and Isagi says that if Bachira gets past him, then the game is over, and that he needs to defend at all costs until the rest of the team can get back to their side. We then get back over to Bachira, whose monster comes out, and tells him that if he just waits for someone to come to him, then he will be able to pass the ball and break past Isagi. But that's when Bachira stops the ball, and says that the habit of him seeking a monster is ingrained in his body, and that the monster that played soccer with him when he was young, the monster that once became his hope, has now all of a sudden turned into a curse that's limiting and locking away his thoughts. Bachira says that at some point playing with the monster became his purpose in life, but once he met Isagi in Blue Lock and he became a true monster for Bachira, it was all so much fun that playing soccer with Isagi then became his reason for existing, and he became someone who couldn't play soccer without Isagi. But he very well knows that if he doesn't break this curse, then he won't be able to go any further. Just then, Tokimitsu appears on his right, but Bachira sees the monster being right by him. Isagi thinks that he will pass, but Bachira tells everyone to get lost and that he won't pass to a monster anymore, as he instead just takes the ball and goes forward against Isagi and hitting with him an outstanding nutmeg. Isagi looks back shocked and says that his dribbling is so wild and that he has never seen Bachira like this before. He knows that this isn't the old Bachira, and his eyes gets fired up. Nagi then screams out to Chigiri telling him that he should be able to catch up, which we see is true as he comes right in front of Bachira and tells him that he won't let him get away. But then again, Ryu comes on his left, but like before, the monster is right by him, which is why Bachira looks angry as he says that he won't pass and does an out-of-worldly double nutmeg on Chigiri. But then suddenly someone grabs his shoulder, and it's Baru. Tokimitsu once again screams at him to pass and that he will lose the ball, but Bachira tells them all to be silent and that he is waking himself up to break this curse, and he gets out of Baru's grip with him doing his third nutmeg. Nagi looks at this and says that his movements are sharp and that at this rate they will lose. But we then see Isagi alongside Rin, and Isagi says that there are 40 meters to the goalpost and that right now, without a doubt, Bachira has become an unreadable wildcard. But just then, he gets surrounded by Nagi, Baru, and Chigiri. Isagi says that they are doing a good job at keeping him in check, but he then sees Rin, who is starting to move. He looks at Rin's positioning and thinks that he's moving to a place where Bachira could easily pass to him and from where he could easily go on to score the goal. However, Isagi can see that as well, and he will not let the pass go like Rin has planned. After that, Nagi, Chigiri, and Baru get ready to go at him, but Bachira tells them all to be silent and that all of them are scurrying around him, telling them to get out of his way and calling them nobodies before he then lifts the ball, which shocks everyone, and Ryu says that he still plans on doing it alone. Bachira then looks completely manic as he wonders how long it has been since he tried to fight without the monster, thinking that he had almost forgotten this freedom and his origin. We then get over to Isagi, whose pieces are beginning to scatter around as he says that he sees, and that the unreadable existence he needs to win against Rin, he will risk everything on this last piece, and that the one he needs to devour is the monster, Bachira. We then move back to Bachira, who says that it's right, and just like those days when he didn't need a monster, even though he was alone, it was just so much fun. He would have chased the ball from sunrise to sundown, and just like those earlier days, he needs to think back and remember that feeling that he grew unable to hear. Back when becoming one with the ball was all that mattered, back when that was the only reason he needed to play soccer. He sticks his tongue out and says that for him, there is nothing in this world that's more fun than this. Even if he gets called names and made fun of, even if he is alone, and even if he doesn't have Isagi, he will fight. Bachira then does an awesome looking heel pass to himself. But just then, Nagi puts out his whole arm and manages to just in time grab Bachira's shoulder, telling him that it's enough. Just then, Rin comes and is free. However, Bachira's monster is all around him, so Bachira screams that it won't happen as he will become the monster. As to get off Nagi, he legit makes a spin right there and says that even if there's nobody else waiting for him there, it will be lonely, but from now on, he will dance by himself. He gets into shooting position and says goodbye to the monster and goodbye to the Isagi who played soccer with him until now, before shooting his shot and saying that he is taking back the soccer which he played alone, explaining that it's what will release him and calls it his original ego. But just as he shoots the ball, Isagi pops up right in front of him and manages to just in time block the shot. Bachira's eyes then goes back to normal. Meanwhile, Isagi's looks completely manic as he says that he believed in Bachira. After that, we get to 8 seconds earlier, where we see Isagi thinking that Rin's positioning is perfect, saying that once Bachira is surrounded by those three, he will at some point have no choice but to pass, and Rin ran towards the best position to receive the pass, saying that Rin is predicting everything, and the only one who can stop him is of course Isagi, who says that if he takes the shortest route to chase after Rin, he might be able to intercept the pass, but instead, he drops that plan as he heads over to devour Bachira, saying that instead of the evenly matched future that they have predicted, he is going after the unreadable Bachira's future. in which he alone breaks through everything. He's been receiving his passes all this time so he can see the ego that the Bachira until now would never have chosen in this very last moment, which is why Isagi decided to believe in him and win, not to mention that in that instant, Isagi's play surely surpassed that of Rin. Now, if the ball that Bachira had shot had grazed Isagi's right foot at an angle that was even 1 centimeter off, the fates of these 8 players may have changed dramatically. But the ball randomly and mercilessly fell towards none other than Rin, who firstly traps it before he locks in and sends it right into the goal and wins his team the match, and all of Team Isagi looks completely crushed. Isagi even slams his hands into the ground the hardest that he can. Meanwhile, we get to Bachira, who says that he fought all by himself, and he believed in the soccer in which he didn't need anyone else, and there in the world in which he is alone, Isagi was, and Bachira looks happy. Meanwhile, Isagi still looks towards the ground. After that, Tokimitsu jumps on top of Aryu and asks who they are picking, and Aryu says that it's a good question, but that's when Bachira tells them to hold on, as now that he knows that he can live without Isagi. That's why with his head high, he can say that he wants him. And just when he is about to say it, Rin speaks up, and he has an angry tone as he tells them that he will choose, which leaves them all shocked. But Rin says that there will be no objections. He says that he was completely unable to read that last play, saying that it's the first time since coming to Blue Lock that he has tasted defeat, which makes it one more person that he needs to crush. And he looks towards Isagi and tells him that he won't let him sink here, and tells him to come on, and that he will have a front row view of his ascension to the world's #1. And we then see Bachira having a huge smile on himself as he hears that. However, we then get to Isagi, who is just in shock as he wonders why he got chosen, saying that in that final play, when even Rin was unable to read Bachira, he was able to read him and won, but then the ball fell towards Rin. Once again, Isagi was unable to win against Rin, and he wonders what he could have done better, and just what he is missing. He says that the ball he sent flying up, no one could have possibly known where it would fall, meaning that when it came down to it, the determining factor of this game and the difference between him and Rin, Isagi wonders if it could have just been a bit of luck. After that, Bachira speaks up and tells him to go, and Isagi snaps back and gets up. He says that his head is all a jumble right now, but as he is walking, he remembers his former teammates and waits up as he looks back and apologizes to them. They all look out of breath as Isagi tells them that they were just 1 step short of beating the top 3, explaining that the last goal was nothing but pure luck, so it's not like they really lost. Chigiri then cuts him off and tells him to cut it out. He tells Isagi that Rin chose him and that it's their reality, telling him to just go already. Baru adds in and says that if he has to see Isagi's face any longer, then he will smash it and to go on already. Lastly, Nagi speaks up as he says that Isagi really was this team's protagonist, but he tells Isagi that the next time they will crush him and that he will claw his way up without Isagi. Isagi just looks at them in shock before he says that without them, there's no way that he would have been able to come his far, and that the fierce times they have gone through and the fact that he was able to fight alongside them is something he will take pride in. And Isagi looks at them and tells them that they better come and that they will fight again, and he then starts going towards the door. All of them looks at him, and just when he has left the room, they can finally fall to the ground, and there they admit how truly angry they are as they are going back to the 3rd stage. After that, we get to the 4th stage clear corridor. Tokimitsu welcomes him and says that he was gonna pick him as well, and says that he is happy to now have a reliable teammate. Isagi thanks him before Aryu says that, to be perfectly honest, he wanted Chigiri, but he says that Isagi's backheel goal was pretty stylish and welcomes him aboard, and he then bows and thanks them both. Both them goes into their stylish and weird characters, and Isagi thinks to himself that they truly are weird. But that's when Bachira speaks up and says that Isagi told him that he was going to steal him back, but that it looks like the reverse happened. Isagi scratches his head and apologizes about that, and says that it's pretty lame. Bachira, however, says that it's fine, and that since it's because he wasn't here, that Bachira was able to learn how to fight by himself, explaining that the thing is, until now he was afraid of playing soccer by himself, and that he guesses that he wanted Isagi to come and save him. But once he tried fighting on his own like he had done as a kid, he realized that in this whole wide world, he is the only one who can save himself, saying that it was with that belief that he was able to push onwards and make that miraculous play. And then Isagi was there, and in that moment, without a doubt, they definitely surpassed Rin. He looks to the ground and thanks Isagi as he has become someone who can fight even without him. But now that he is here, Bachira is thrilled as they are in this together, from now on. Isagi just thinks that seeing Bachira say that with a smile, he felt a growing sense of maturity from him. But as they go to high five, Bachira instead smacks him on his head and they laugh about it before Isagi calls out for Rin, asking Rin to tell Isagi exactly why he lost. Rin is confused, but Isagi says that in their match just now, he couldn't defeat Rin, and he asks Rin just what he is missing. Rin is silent before saying that it's so obvious that even a monkey could tell it, and says that it was all luck. Isagi then screams out and tells him to wait. He tells him that a vague answer like luck isn't enough for him, and that he needs to get stronger, and that Rin has to have something else. Rin then takes his hand on his head and says that luck isn't a result of pure coincidence, as it's an underlying element of the field that reaches only those who move by their will, telling Isagi that if he can't understand that, then he has no right to live in a competitive world. Suddenly, as they are talking, they can hear Ego, who congratulates them on clearing the second selection. He says that they wonder what luck is, and laughs before saying that it's quite an alluring discussion. They walk into a dark room and see Ego on 3 different monitors, as if one wouldn't have been enough. Ego tells them that he will teach them the mechanism of luck in the football world. Isagi is clueless about the mechanism of luck, and because of that, he screams out saying that luck is just luck, and that it's based on coincidence, nothing more. Ego looks bothered and says that that's the thing that losers always say before telling all of them to be quiet, and asks them the most important question in a decade. No, not even that a century, as Ego asks them if they ever been shat on by a pigeon. This confuses the players before he says that it's the worst when it happens, and that you always notice afterward. Even so, this is all something that they could have avoided if they would have noticed beforehand. So can you truly call that bad luck? After that, he moves on to yet another question, as he asks them to imagine a lottery game at a summer festival. If the store owner were to only put losing tickets and someone drew a losing ticket, could you really call that bad luck? Isagi has never been this confused before as he asks Ego what his point is. Ego says that luck is not something to be found just anywhere, rather it's something that descends only upon those standing where it will drop. The same concept applies in a game of football. Imagine those 90 minutes of a football match with a series of inevitabilities and coincidences, improving your shooting, dribbling, and passing in order to make full use of one's strategies and formations. All of those acts are deliberated to create the inevitability called a goal. Ego tells the players to think back to when they managed to make one from zero, increase the repeatability of their goals, and of course, learned to wield their weapons and formulas. You could say that everything they have learned in Blue Lock was to increase the rate of the inevitability of their goals. However, the moment their teammates and their opponents' acts of inevitability collide, even if they like it or not, coincidences begin to crop up, which becomes the epicenter of luck. This is exactly what happened in the final play. The moment when Bachira broke through the back line and headed for the goal, there were 5 of them there who either slowed down or stopped entirely, except for Isagi, who had predicted this and continued to press onwards in the judgment of that singular moment. They became that reality as a warning to himself for having almost lost to Isagi. Isagi is both amazed and stunned as he says that the only difference between him and Rin is the difference in their resolve to accept the fate of the outcome. Isagi thought that he'd finally reached Rin and even that he had won against him, but in the end, he lost. To evolve, he has to now incorporate the piece called luck into his thought process. He has to update his understanding on a fundamental level in order to win against Rin. After that long-ass talk about luck, Ego says that it's finally time to move on from the second selection, saying that for the third selection, they will enter a training camp with several world-class players, starting with them playing a 5 versus 5 match against some of the mightiest world-class players, telling them that it's time for them to learn about the world. After that, we head back into their dorm room, where they are discussing their upcoming match. Tokimitsu is afraid, as he says that they are some of the best strikers in the world. Meanwhile, Isagi is looking at the screen with an intense look on his face as he says that Blue Lock is amazing. Bachira says that he's both scared and excited. However, he asks the football genius who that guy in the middle is. Tokimitsu tells him his name is Julian Loki and that he's a rising star who's been making big waves in the French league, saying that he's 17, meaning that he's around their age while being labeled as a prodigy. After they are done admiring Loki, Isagi asks Bachira where Rin is, as he hasn't seen him in a while. Bachira tells him that he goes off on his own at the end of the day, and then Isagi goes to seek him out. He goes to the physical studio where he sees Rin stretching and tries to copy what he's doing while being ridiculed by Rin. Rin tells him that this is the aftercare of his body as it helps him cool down with some yoga and meditation. Isagi says that it's amazing that he does this every day, but Rin just tells him to get out if he will keep distracting him. Rin explains that he's only doing all of this to beat his brother, and that it's the sole reason he's playing football. And if he wants to beat him, then he can't afford to waste a single moment. That doesn't satisfy Isagi, and he asks him if he's on bad terms with his brother. However, Rin tells him that they aren't necessarily on bad terms, but that it's as simple as if he wins, then everything will be resolved. That's the kind of inconvenient but favorable relationship they have. After that, Isagi tells Rin that he seems strict on himself, and that he gets the feeling that if he chases after Rin, he will get stronger as well, and that's why he sees Rin as his rival. Rin is surprised, but says that to him, Isagi is nothing, saying that it's true that in the last match, he lost to Isagi, but that won't happen a second time. As he said that, he went into a one-arm handstand, and as Isagi tries to replicate him, Rin tells him that he calls this "you're never gonna beat me" pose. This turns out to be true, as Isagi tries the pose but ultimately falls on top of Rin, which is so funny. After that, we get to 12 hours earlier where we see Ryo and Kunigami walking down a long path of stairs. Kunigami is thinking to himself, saying that they have ended up at the point of no return. He says that loss is no longer an option, and it's do or die in the next match. No matter what they have to do to win and claw their way back up, to then once again play with his former teammates. With that said, they have to pick carefully, as Ryo isn't in the best place mentally. He wonders if they should just pick a team they can win against easily, but that won't do, as it will make the following matches impossible. As they approach the 2 vs 2 meeting hall, they see a bunch of people. All of them tell Ryo and Kunigami that there is a guy who's beating everyone and won't agree to play him. Another one tells them that he was the top scorer in their stratum before, and it's none other than the man himself, Shido Ryusei, who's holding the monk by his head as he deserves. Shido asks Igarashi what they will do, and he tells Shido that he's too violent, which scares the players, saying that they lost their last match because Shido was beating up people and got sent off with a red card. Igarashi says that he should have never teamed up with someone like Shido, but then Shido has had enough of him and goes in for the finishing blow. But just as he's about to crush Igarashi's skull, Kunigami interferes, telling Shido that it's enough. However, if it were me personally, then I would have just let Shido crush Igarashi's skull. After that, Shido goes in for another blow, which Kunigami once again blocks. Shido compliments him and asks him if he's up for a match. However, Kunigami says that Shido won't get a rise out of him and that he was only helping Igarashi out. And he adds on by saying that he hates violence and that he's only here to play football. After that, Shido triggers him even more by slandering the word sportsmanship. Shido says that to him, football is just fun and games. It's the very act of living, and compares it to an explosion of life. Kunigami is hesitant, as Shido once again asks them to play, however Ryo tells them to do it. He says that he doesn't understand what Shido means with explosions or whatever, but when it comes to hot-headed morons like him, you just need to give them a good beating. Kunigami is still on the edge, as he reminds Ryo that the other guys said that he was the top scorer of their stratum. However, to Ryo, that isn't any worry, as he says that it doesn't matter how strong he is, and tells Kunigami that he has Igarashi as a partner after all, saying that if Shido really is strong, then they will just have to win and make him theirs, and that if they hit rock bottom, it will be all over. And after that, Kunigami finally agrees. And with that, the match begins. Ryo has the ball, and Shido comes to pressure right off the bat. Ryo thinks that Shido is fast, and that he charges in head first, wondering if he's the explosive sprinting type. After that, Ryo sends the ball back to Kunigami. However, something to note is that as Ryo passes to Kunigami, Shido kind of judges his pass and says that Ryo is at that level. The ball goes to Kunigami, who is up against Igarashi. Kunigami thinks that he just needs to get behind Igarashi and get to his scoring zone, but just as he's one step from his shooting zone, Shido comes out of nowhere and smashes into his chest, and with that also gets control of the ball. Igarashi goes up against Ryo and tries to fool him with some scissor feints, but as we know, Igarashi is shit, so Ryo can easily predict where he wants to go. However, as he goes in for the ball, Igarashi makes an intentional foul, which to be fair is quite impressive, but still just look at what a rat he is. The game restarts, and Igarashi passes the ball to Shido right off the bat. Shido tells Kunigami that they aren't the ones he's searching for, and that they won't make his heart explode. Kunigami is shocked that Shido has already been able to analyze their skills and their key points. Shido tries to go behind Kunigami, but as he's doing so, he tells Kunigami that they are just trying to play a game of football, so there's no way that they will be able to figure him out. After that, Shido makes a back heel pass to Igarashi and starts sprinting up on the field. Igarashi shots in a cross in the box, but Ryo manages to touch it in the last minute, which made it rebound. The ball falls to Shido in a very unfortunate position, and even Kunigami tells him that it's impossible to score from that position. However, Shido jumps and asks who decides what's impossible or not. as he makes an, I would like to say, bicycle kick, which goes into the goal beautifully and gives them the first goal. Both Ryo and Kunigami are in shock as they ask how it's possible for someone like him to even exist, while Shidu is just asking them to let him explode some more. After that, we jump to Team Isagi, who's currently walking out. Isagi stops and wonders how far he will actually be able to go against these top players. Before he can get any deeper in his thoughts, Bachira comes to him and asks him if he's scared, and he can't deny that he is, and Bachira says that he feels the same way. As they are about to walk out, Rin tells them that it doesn't matter who the opponent is, as they are going to win either way. He also kind of ruins the team's spirit by telling them to not drag him down. They finally walk out and see the furious World 5 staring at them. One of them starts to laugh at how skinny they look, and even though they don't understand English, they know that they are mocking them. However, then Rin out of nowhere starts to speak English with them, and then we get to see some of their names. We have the heavy tank Dada Silva from Brazilian, the goal junkie Adam Blake from England, and then we have the freckled child, as he's called for some reason. Anyway, his name is Pablo Cavazos from Argentina. However, it doesn't matter who they are for Rin, who tells them straight up that he will crush them so much that this little trip will be a traumatic memory for them. Just before a fight breaks out, another one comes to the rescue. He tells Rin that he's heard about him from Ego, and that he knows about Rin's brother Sei, saying that Sei is pretty well known all round. After that, we then finally get to see his name, and he's none other than Leonardo Luna from Spain. He tells Rin that he must be amazing if he's Sei's brother, and that he's been eagerly awaiting to play against him. Luna then out of nowhere starts making some passive-aggressive comments, saying that he doesn't really understand why Japan is willing to go through with all this much trouble for something which might not even come true. We can clearly see that Rin is starting to get angry, but then the last player comes in between them. It's the prodigy Julien Loki from France. He apologizes to Luna and says that he's got a pretty nasty personality. He then starts to greet every Blue Lock player and wishes them a good match. And with that, the third round selection, World 5 battle starts. Rin starts with passing to Bachira on the right. Bachira goes up against Pablo, and he does an outstanding double spin to get around him. Isagi compliments him and says that they can take them together. However, Bachira says that he would never pass to someone that would only match his expectations, meaning that Bachira won't pass to Isagi as long as he doesn't evolve and resonate with him. Even so, Bachira is already getting into some trouble with Pablo. Isagi knows that he has to be quick and adapt to Bachira if he wants to receive a pass from him. Isagi says that he needs to move just outside Bachira's range and then aim for the goal using his positioning while he's not noticed. When he gets into the perfect position, he gets some competition from no one else than the prodigy himself, Loki, who's come to stop Isagi in his tracks. Isagi has no choice but to challenge him. However, as he's doing so, Bachira passes, but it isn't to Isagi, but instead to Rin, who's been lurking behind him. Rin gets hold of the ball and scores a wonder goal. I love how blown away Tokimitsu looks. It looks like he's just seen a ghost or some. As Rin lands, Isagi says that Rin and Bachira have become able to match the likes of the world. And with that, Blue Lock is in the lead with 1 goal. Rin looks back and tells them to just keep acting like bait for him. Bachira is impressed, but also says that Rin's movements has gone up a level since Isagi joined. After that, we get an insight into Isagi's little brain. Isagi says that just then, he tried to surpass Bachira's vision, and his approach became the key. Thinking that even if they are world-class players, they probably weren't ready for such a swift attack from the get-go, and so he just ran into position to then be devoured by Rin. After that, we get Tokimitsu and Aryu, who looks feared by Rin, Bachira, and Isagi, before they go up to Isagi and kind of treat him like their little brother as they ask him to let them join in on the fun. Isagi is happy that they managed to score, however, that goal wasn't his, and he's set on scoring the next one. After that, we get to the side of the world-class players, who say that they weren't expecting this type of level, and say that they will have to try a little after all, as they restart the game. Loki is going up against Isagi. Isagi thinks that everything is fine as long as he doesn't let Loki pass him. He says that Loki is watching and taking his time to draw closer. However, Loki just straight up stops the ball and asks Isagi if this is it, and all he can see is openings as he then starts going against Isagi at full speed, which Isagi is no way of reacting to as Loki goes right past him. Loki's speed shocks Isagi, but not only him, as Loki gets behind Bachira, Aryu, and Tokimitsu as well. Even so, Rin is still left, and he goes to meet up with Loki, saying that it's obvious where he's going. Loki compliments Rin's decision-making. However, he once again reminds him that he's fast as he blitzes through him and scores the world-class team's first goal. However, Loki's goal does more than just make the scores, even as he inflicts fear into Rin's team. However, Rin tells them that it will be fine as long as they pass to him. The game restarts and Rin has the ball. However, he gets right off the bat. greeted by Loki, who's accompanied by Luna. Luna tells him that his lack of experience makes his perspective limited, and with that takes the ball and passes to Pablo. Isagi tells Bachira that Pablo is theirs and that they will surround him. However, before they can do any of that, he's already fired off a pass. Pablo's pass is an incredibly precise kick, but it's fine as Ryu will go to cover it. But somehow, and I don't know how, but Silva jumps even higher than Ryu and reaches the ball first. The ball goes to Blake, who is in a duel against Tokimitsu, but not even he can do anything against a world-class level player who tells him to move it as he's only interested in women, which is extremely important to state under this football match. Anyway, back to the game. Blake uses his body to make Tokimitsu fall to the ground, which makes him free in front of the goal, which in turn leads to him scoring a wonder goal, which gives the world-class players the lead. Isagi is standing there just watching while being amazed. He says that everything they have been doing in Blue Lock won't work and that they are getting crushed like ants. Even so, this is the level that he's trying to reach. He ends it by saying that football is amazing and that he also wants to join that world as well. However, it isn't only Isagi who's amazed about their strength. As Bachira says that they are farther away than he thought, the game restarts, and Bachira once again goes up against Pablo. Bachira starts doing some scissors, and when he's about to go behind Pablo, he gets the ball completely stolen. Pablo tells him that his rhythm is dynamic enough, but that he doesn't have enough attack patterns, as he takes the ball himself and makes a really cool looking heel pass to Blake. Tokimitsu is trying his best to move Blake's body, but it's to no use as he's like a bulldozer. Blake then passes the pass forward to Loki, who sees Silva in the box waiting for a pass. Loki makes an outstanding cross, which Silva manages to head perfectly and makes their third goal. Isagi is beginning to realize the sad reality that they have no way of winning, as he says that they are just getting pushed around. No matter what they do or how much they struggle, it's all worthless in the end. And we don't even get to see the play for Pablo's goal, but he sees him shooting the ball into the goal, which makes the score 1-4. Everyone is slowly beginning to realize the sad reality. However, someone who is determined not to lose is Rin. Rin tells Luna, who has the ball, that it's not over yet. Luna compliments him and says that he's the only one who truly thinks that he can win, and that's exactly why he's going to crush Rin wholeheartedly. Luna starts with some furious scissors. Rin is keeping close eyes on his legs, which leads to his downfall as he leaves himself open. Luna makes a gentle touch with the ball under Rin's legs. After that, there is no one to stop him as he makes the final goal of the match. As they leave, they tell them not to worry, and that their true purpose was to assess them, saying that the real point of this match was to pick members for the Japanese team in the U20 World Cup. Loki adds on by telling them that it was already settled on them losing his match. As they're about to walk out, Luna tells them to meet in a real game next time. The world-class level players leave, and the Blue Lock players, while furious, can finally catch their breath. After that, we get into the Blue Lock special conference room. The businessmen there are furious at Ego, saying that he's spending way too much money on world-class players and asking him what his goal with this was. Ego tells them that if you love your children, you send them out into the world, explaining that the point was to have them experience the world at this sensitive period in their development, telling them all that he doesn't expect old-timers like them who gotten comfortable with giving up to be able to dream. The leader of the board tells Ego that it's enough and that he's putting a halt on the Blue Lock project. They are already fending off complaints from the participating students' parents, and the scope of this project remains unclear, not to mention that they are seeing zero results. Telling Ego that carrying this on any further would blemish the name of their organization, and ending it by saying that it's time to end this foolishness. Just as he's about to say something more unimportant, Ego stops him and tells him that he will get his results, saying that they will have a big match, and that it's time for Blue Lock to change the face of Japan. After that, we get back to Blue Lock and see their new third selection 5-person room. Isagi sits down and says that they really couldn't do anything in that last match. Ryu and Tokimitsu agree, but Bachira wonders why he feels so refreshed about losing, saying that it's probably because he's now fought against those he once thought he'd only ever see on TV, and that it feels like he's actually gotten a sense of what the world's best is like. Ryu says that becoming the world's best doesn't seem like such a fantasy anymore, and Tokimitsu says that it is definitely far away, but that it's possible. Isagi says that was probably Ego's goal with this match, to show them that. However, he thinks that Rin is different. In that match, Rin alone played from start to finish with the intention of winning against those world players. Of course, he started off trying to win as well, but they were so overwhelming that at some point, it started to feel more like they were just practicing moves on them. They were thrilled to have the chance to play against these players that they looked up to, But the way that Isagi is now with his current abilities, it's useless. However, he compliments Rin for feeling so frustrated and calling him amazing. As for Isagi, those world players are still just an existence he aspires to, but to Rin, they equal who he's trying to beat, saying that it's people like Rin who rise to the top of the world, which in turn means that the day Isagi wins against Rin will be the day that he will be able to stand on the world stage, ending it all with this cool panel, and Isagi saying that from his front row view of Rin, will he rise above him to become the best in the world. After that, we get into one of the most important things for foreign players to learn, which is of course language studies. Bachira tries to learn the different days, but gets most of them wrong, which makes Rin question how he even passed middle school, which is a fair question when looking at Bachira. Everyone keeps on bothering Rin, as he's the only one that can English decently. However, Isagi decides to start by training his ears to cut some slack off Rin. Rin is beginning to lose it all, and it doesn't help that he gets a paper plane thrown at him out of nowhere from Bachira, which makes him go into a furious state of rage. After that little rage break, the screen turns on behind them, and it's Ego talking. He says that the second selection has just come to an end, and all members who will advance to the third selection have now been gathered. Ego asks them to please put on their uniforms and gather in the central joint room, saying that altogether, 7 teams comprising of 35 members have successfully advanced, and members will be admitted in the order that they cleared the selection. As they are about to walk out, Bachira and Isagi state that a lot of people have failed, and Isagi wonders if their teammates from the first selection managed to advance. After that, they enter the room first, as they were the first team to finish. All of them are kind of nervous to see which players will have advanced and which players will have failed. However, they don't need to wait long before the second team enters. The second team consists of Nagi, Baru, Chigiri, Zantetsu, and Kiyora. Isagi has a relief look on himself as they come out. They see this and ask if he seriously didn't think that they would make it, and Chigiri says that he's still treating them as support characters in a joking way. Isagi assures them that that's not the reason, and that he's just really happy to be able to see them again, which created a very sweet moment between the 4 of them. However, not long after comes the third team, which consists of Yukimiya, Otoya, Karasu, Himizu, Yuzu. Isagi and Bachira say that they don't recognize any one of them, and says that it's not just them that are fighting after all. After that, the fourth team comes out, and it consists of Nanansa, Endoji, Hiragi, Tsunzaki, and Haji. Nothing too special to say about them. The fifth team enters, and it consists of Hiroi, Nico, Saranadara, Ishikiari, and also Nishioka. But he got injured during the world-class match, so he's currently being treated. Even Tokimitsu states that that's the Aomori Messi, and I really hope that we will get to see him play sometime in the future. But how do you feel about him? Would you like him to play? Or do you rather want to have him like a joke character? Let me know down in the comments. Anyway, after that the penultimate team comes out, or I should say fall out, as they make a rather interesting entrance. The sixth team consists of Gagamaru, Raichi, Tanaka, Shiguma, and one of the Wanima brothers. Isagi is extremely happy to see both Raichi and Gagamaru once again, and Bachira says that they haven't changed one bit. However, this leaves them with just one team left, and not to mention that not Kunigami nor Ryo has made their entrance yet. Even so, Isagi is sure that they will both come out. The last and 7th teams entered, and we can clearly see Igarashi, Kurona, and Sokura being the first 3 coming out. However, there are 2 dark silhouettes behind them. I swear I was as shocked as Bachira is that Igarashi managed to clear it. Anyway, one of the first silhouettes comes out of the dark, and it's Ryo, which leaves them with one more chance to see Kunigami. However, the one to come out isn't Kunigami, but unfortunately, Shidu. Isagi is stunned, saying that there's no way that Kunigami didn't make it. He looks over to Ryo and asks him why they aren't together. However, Ryo isn't responding, so Isagi screams out of anger that there's no way that Kunigami would let things end like this. However, after that comes Shidu, who tells Isagi that it did really happen, and that he was the one who sent him to hell. Shidu adds oil to the fire as he says that he admits that Kunigami was pretty well built, and that he had a graceful heart. However, they were out on the field. He doesn't give a damn about how good a person is, saying that a shitty hero like Kunigami with his purity and seriousness was just a slime who couldn't even give him enough XP to level up. Isagi only gets angrier after that as he tells Shidu that he knows nothing about Kunigami. However, as Shidu already said, he doesn't care about anyone's story, as we see here where he jumps up and tries to kick Isagi right in the face. Luckily, Chigiri was there to drag him down and avoid Shidu's kick. Bachira comes to back them up, saying that if Shidu wanna have a go, then they can. However, he will be standing alone. Before they can get any further, Ego pops up on the screen and says that any further violence will lead to them being forcibly ejected. Not only that, but he says that the players don't have any time to worry about dropouts as their football lives are on the very edge of being trashed and disappearing into oblivion, alongside Blue Lock. However, before he goes any further, he congratulates everyone who's managed to get here, saying that their defeat against the world-class players will be an invaluable experience, but that he will explain the reason for it another day. Ego had originally planned for them to whittle down in their group, however there's been a change of plans. He says that it seems that the overlords of the Japanese football world have made up their minds to stamp out Blue Lock as soon as possible, and that's why he had no choice but to give them a challenge, and that's why their next selection will be in 3 weeks, and it will be a match with the continued existence of Blue Lock at stake. It will be the spectacular match between the Japan U20 versus Blue Lock's 11, and if they manage to win this game, then they will hijack the Japanese national team. Before Ego goes into more detail about the match, we get a flashback to 72 hours ago where we see Kunigami alone in the field. He thinks back to his defeat against Shido and hears Shido's voice as he says that he will take Ryo over Kunigami, looking at Kunigami with disappointment as he says that someone who can't break themselves down will be able to trigger an explosion. After that, Kunigami walks out and thinks about what it was that he was lacking as he couldn't become the best striker in the world. His precious dream, this is where it all ends. That is what I would have said if Kunigami didn't notice that there was 2 doors as he was walking out. One door led to the exit while the other one led to the wild card, which is the loser's qualifier. Before we see what the hero chooses, we get back to Ego. Reichi is surprised at how they even accepted those conditions, and Ego says that it's because they don't think that there's a chance they'll lose. Their opponents are a ragtag team of high schoolers after all, and not to mention that every single member is a forward, which had them laughing as they were signing the agreement to the game. Their goal is to terminate the Blue Lock project and to make a ton of money off the potential crowds who'll be buzzing about a national rep match. By then defeating Blue Lock and making them the laughingstocks, they will use Blue Lock as an example of failed nurturing which will sear into the history of Japanese football. He asks them how they feel and if they resent their contempt. Did they flare up with the desire to put them in their place? As for Ego himself, a level-headed and realistic standpoint, he says that the way they are now, they have a chance to overturn the world of Japanese football. However, with all that said, their opponents are also using every card in their hand to ensure their victory, saying that the current Japanese national U20 team they will be facing will be adding 1 member to their roster, which is none other than the man himself, Itoshi-sai, who will make his first appearance in the squad, which gives Rin a shocked look at his face as he sees his brother. Ego tells his unpolished gems that the time has come for them to stake everything that they've got. All through their experiences here, they have realized their egos and acquired weapons and chemical reactions. For the 35 of them who have experienced what it means to face the world's best, a position in Japan's national U20 team is not a pipe dream, but a reality that can be grasped simply by reaching out for, ending it, by telling his unpolished gems that the ones to change this era will be Blue Lock. And as he says that, we also see a fired Buisagi, but also a fired up Kunigami, who's decided to go into the wild card. You thought that Ego was done talking, didn't you? Well, so did I, but Ego can't stop himself, it seems like. Ego says that the match will take place in 3 weeks, and it will be the Japan U20 led by Itoshi-sai versus the Blue Locks program. Not only that, but victory will grant them a position in the U20 national team, while defeat will mean utter dissolution of Blue Lock. Isagi is standing there looking at Ego amazed, saying that not too long ago he was just a nameless nobody. But now if he can manage to win, then he can finally join the national team. He knows that he can completely change his life with this match. However, Reichi quickly catches on and asks Ego how he will determine the members that get to play, and Gagamaru asks if they will have to play as midfielders and defenders. Ego says that that goes with saying, and that they can't forget the goalkeeper. Other than the forwards, they will have to rush to patch together a team. Tokumitsu is scared, as he says that this is too much as the U20 will have actual defenders and suches. However, before he can say any more, Ego tells everyone to shut up and says that he isn't some moron. The formation of the Blue Lock team will center around the following 6, whose names he will now call out, given their overall evaluations as of this moment. These individuals rank as the top 6, and with the goal of putting together a team in just 3 weeks short, this will be their best method. The first and best player is to no one's surprise Rin. After Rin comes Shido on a steadily 2nd place. As Ego is reading out the names, Isagi is thinking to himself that he also wants to be chosen. After that, we get right into 3rd and 4th place, which consists of first Karasu and then Otoya, After then comes the fifth player, which is Yukimiya. Isagi is thinking that there's just one more player, and that the candidates that Ego has chosen to center the team's formation around. He wants to be one of them. However, his dream quickly gets shattered as Ego calls out Nagi as the sixth player. The fifth player, Yukimiya, asks for Ego's reason for putting him in fifth place, asking what the difference between him and the first is. Ego tells him that it's simple, and that among the 35 of them, the only ones able to score a goal against the world-class players were Rin and Shidu. After that, he took into consideration how many goals they scored in the first selection, and the world-class players' personal evaluations, and lastly, he used his own judgment. After that, Ego starts explaining the next election, saying that the top 6 will be separated into pairs in descending order, and will be assigned A, B, and C rank, which will make 3 separate teams. Next, the remaining 29 players will decide at their own discretion which team they want to join, and they will be added to their chosen team in randomized groups of 3 to make a complete team of 5. After that, each team will have the chance to play matches against another team in a 5 versus 5 style. Isagi thinks that this is very well set up, and Ego's goal is to find out which members will suit the top 6's best offensive pattern. Ego gets back to his planning and says that members of the top 6 will be playing in multiple games, while the remaining 29 will have just one chance to play, saying that this is the final task of the revised third selection, and with a position as a regular on Japan's national U20 team on the line, it's time for their tryouts. Also, once the 29 who aren't in the top 6 have divided into groups of 3, it makes 3 times 9, which equals 27, which means that one team will be a member short, making them a team of 2. So as an exception, just one more person will have the chance to play in 2 matches, and that honor will go to the runner-up to the top 6, which is the number 7th player, Bachira. Bachira is happy to be chosen, while Isagi is a bit jealous, saying that up until now they had been playing side by side. However, now all of his teammates are above him. Ego tells the top 6 players to proceed to a different room, which only they will enter. While they are doing so, Ego continues and says that these rankings are merely reflected in their current evaluations. And even if you're in the top 6 now, by the end of the tryouts, these rankings could be turned completely upside down. So go in with that mindset as they face the upcoming battle. So the top 6 have left, and Ego talks with the 29 remaining, and he tells them that the key to clearing the tryout lies in how they will face the top 6, and most importantly, how they will assert and coexist. Ego says that the top 6 are players who have already shown strengths of their characters and proven their ability to score goals. Against them, they must assert their own evaluations and coexist as an irreplaceable entity. And lastly, he tells them to go and surpass them. To them, the top 6 are there to be challenged. They are their greatest opponents. They are not their fellow comrades to fight alongside, so steal their thunder and use them as your stepping stones. Within the next 24 hours, they must choose the ones who will hold the fate of their future in their hands. After that springing and intense speech, we get into the dining hall where most of Team Z is eating. They reminisce about the ones they've lost, who are of course Naruhaya, Kun, Imamura, Ieman, and Kunigami. Everyone is surprised that Kunigami lost. However, Chigiri reminds them that this is Blue Lock and says that more importantly, this whole place is toast if they lose to the U20, so none of them have the leisure to worry about others like that. After that, they discuss which team they will be joining. Igarashi says that he's thinking of Team A as he's been with Shidu this entire time, and Gagamaru is thinking of going to either B or C. The other ones don't really know yet where they want to go, and Raichi is a bit angry that Bachira is the highest ranked out of Team Z. They ask Isagi, but before he can even answer, Bachira says that it's either A or C, right? Isagi says that he's right and asks how he knew. Bachira explains that if you want to spark chemical reactions with his weapon, you will pick Team C, which has Nagi, who he can combo with. However, if he wants to bet on his unsurpassed and unknown potential, he'll pick Team A, which has Rin in it. Isagi thinks that trying to draw attention to himself in Team A with Rin won't be easy, and there's a considerable chance that he'll get buried without doing anything. So should he choose the foundation with established combos, or should he jump into the hands of his rival? After that, Isagi wanders off to the washroom where he talks to Baru. Baru says that he is going anywhere that isn't Team C, as he's tired of Nagi, and he isn't going to get better by playing with the same old people. However, Baru quickly changes tone and asks Isagi why he isn't in the top 6 and says that it pisses him off. Baru tells him that he's planning to crush him and to not let himself get buried in a place like this. After that, Baru leaves and another familiar face comes around, and it's Nico. Nico tells him that Ego is planning on putting flames on the competition with this, and in the end, Nico thinks that they are being tested on how well they can fit in with the top 6. Nico says that he's going to pick members where he can get his plays through and that he has had enough of being pushed to the sidelines, saying that he's learned from Isagi that you have to steal the main role for yourself. However, after that awesome speech, Nico asks Isagi to leave as he doesn't like to wash his forehead in front of other people, and Isagi is just thinking about how weird that complex is. After that, we get into the top 6 VIP room where the top 6 players have been gathered. Ego says that by fighting to come this far, all of them have undoubtedly proven their place as the Blue Lock's elite. Ego tells them that he's tuned each of the teams A, B, and C with the pairs that'll allow for the most theoretical attack power. Ego wants them to show him new attacks that they couldn't do alone, and to think of the other as a tool to make them the best striker in the world, and not to dare lose their position in the top 6 from someone else, as all of them stand at the very peak of Blue Lock, and the football that they create will become the blade that destroys Japanese football. Ending it by telling them to remember that he wants to see all of them rise up to that challenge. After that, we get into the monitoring room, where Isagi is looking at both Nagi and Rin, while wondering who would make the best choice. Someone comes and asks if he's having trouble picking a team, and it's Ryo who says that he's also struggling. Isagi says that he thought that Ryo would go straight to Nagi's team. However, Ryo says that he doesn't want to hear it from the very guy who split them up. Even so, he says that he was planning to, but is having second thoughts, saying that after Nagi chose Isagi in the second selection, he ended up coming all the way here planning on making him regret that, but now seeing how he's risen all the way to the top 6, and objectively comparing Ryo's level compared to his. It feels like Nagi's starting to feel more and more like someone he'll never catch up to, saying that he doesn't know if he has the confidence to play besides him. However, he also feels like if he let this chance go by, he might not get a second one. Even so, if he mess up while playing with him, it feels like he'll get even farther away, so he doesn't really know what he should do anymore. When Ryo is done, Isagi says that he knows exactly how he feels, as Isagi feels the same way about Rin. However, how he sees it now, it's like if they don't fight together, then he might go beyond somewhere Isagi can reach, and that's the one thing he doesn't want to regret. He says that as he picks Rin and thinks that that's the guy he wants to be beside right now. As Isagi gets up, he thanks Ryo as he found the resolve thanks to him. Isagi has a determined look on his face as he says that he's going to prove that the path he's chosen for himself isn't wrong. The next morning rolls around and the deadline for the voting phase has ended, telling the players that the third selection will soon begin and to gather up. They arrive in the gathering area, and Isagi is thinking that it's finally time for the last stage before the match against the U20, and that he will give it his all in these tryouts to get a position in Blue Lock's 11. However, as he's chosen Team A, his fate lies in the hands of Rin and Shidu. Even so, he has to give it his all in these upcoming matches. After that, we get to see which team everyone chose. We also see that Bachira went to Team A as Isagi, and Ryo followed his heart and went with Nagi. The first match in the third selection arc will be between Team A and Team B. Ego beginnings to randomly select the members. The first one on Team A is Nanansa Nijiru. The second one is Hiroi Yu. And lastly, it's our poster boy, Isagi Yoichi. That's a very fearful lineup, so let's see which players they will play against. The first two are Shiguma Kyohei and Saramadara Kairu. And then we have my lover boy, who is none other than Hyuma Chigiri. Anyway, the game starts with a pass from Rin to Shidu. He dashes up on the field, but gets accompanied by Otoya, who is giving Shindu a hard time. Isagi sees that Otoya is able to match Shidu's level, so he goes to assist him, which gives him a pass. With the ball at Isagi's feet, there is only one player he is set to pass, and it's of course Rin. Shiguma goes to block Rin, but gets hit by a 2-on-1 from Rin, and Isagi who gets behind him in no time. Isagi sees their opportunity, and passes to Rin, but just then, the princess himself goes to block the ball. The ball bounces up in the sky, and lands in Team B's goal penalty area. When Saramadara goes to clear it, he gets interrupted by Shindu who gets to the ball first. Isagi says that Shidu's reflexes are in fact not normal, but instead really fast. He also says that he can read the possibilities of Shidu and goes to assist him with the ultimate goal of also throwing Rin into the mix to get him to score. But just then, Shidu reaches the ball and kicks it from behind right into the goal, giving Team A a 1-goal lead. Isagi is shocked at Shidu's ability to score without even looking at the goal and understands that this is the true power of the second best player in Blue Lock, Ryusei Shidu. But with Shidu's goal, he also woke up another furious player on the field. After that, Team B started with the ball and Otoya passes it on to Karasu. Isagi goes to block him, and when he sees Karasu looking away, he sees his opportunity to take the ball, but Karasu had already anticipated that and gets around him. But Isagi is still at the back of his tail. Karasu tells Isagi that he is the weak point of Team A, and that he will crush them in this match. Just then, Shido comes to back up Isagi. But Karasu uses his knowledge of gravity and uses it to shift both Shido's and Isagi's center points, which lets him get behind them with a feint. After that, he scores with ease, making it even. Hiroi tells Isagi that Karasu uses his sharp analytical ability to pinpoint the weak link in the opposing team and crushes them, and tells Isagi that he is Karasu's prey. Hiroi knows Karasu since their time in the youth team in Kanzai and advises Isagi to not hide his weakness, but instead to fight with his strengths. Shido passes the ball to Isagi and tells him to do the same thing as before, basically making Isagi do all the dirty work. Karasu goes to block Isagi and also blocks his way of passing to Rin, making it a one-on-one. When Isagi thinks about ways to get the ball to Rin, Karasu takes his hand and forces his way into Isagi's lane, which also gives him the ball. Karasu runs to the goal, but is met with a 3-on-1 by Team A. But another player has been making quiet steps around the field, and that player is none other than Otoya, who gets behind both Hiroi and Rin with the use of his stealthy steps. And with no one left, the ninja scores, giving Team B a 1-goal lead and also showing off their full abilities. Every one of the Team B gives them credit for their insane strong offensive abilities, or except Rin, who just brushes it off. The game is back on, and Rin has the ball. Isagi screams to use him, but just then, Karasu comes in his way, blocking Rin's passing way. But Rin isn't two-faced as he passes the ball to Hiroi, telling him to match him. The two of them break through both Saramadra and Shiguma with ease. Isagi sees their play and understands that Hiroi's skill is his really good passing. Otoya goes to block Rin, not to mention that Shido and Chigiri also come, but none of that matters, because Rin is the best player after all, and he proves it by using Shido's movements as a cover to then score, making it even. Even though Rin is playing the game perfectly, Isagi isn't happy as he hasn't been able to do anything this game. He knows that this might be his most important match to prove himself, and thinks about what it is he can do to stand out. Chigiri is also having the same thoughts as Isagi has, and knows that to the top 6, they are all replaceable. But even then, he is determined to do all he can to prove himself. The game is back on, and Karasu starts with the ball. Chigiri tries to analyze the field to find out what he can do. He sees that Otoya is always sticking close to Karasu, and that it's useless to get between them. To be useful, he has to do what he is best at, which is running. So he goes to the right side. Isagi tries to stop him, but Chigiri just bursts through him. Karasu sees Chigiri and decides to give him a chance, so he passes. Rin goes to block Chigiri's passing ways, but it's useless because Otoya has already entered the penalty area and Chigiri sees it as he makes his pass, and tells him that Chigiri's speed hypes him up as he scores another goal. With that, Chigiri finally proved himself to both Karasu and Otoya. The game is back on, and Rin passes to Hiroi without even thinking about Isagi. Isagi realizes that he can't do anything about that, and instead goes to wait in front of the goal for a chance. But Isagi is quickly accompanied by Karasu, who isn't letting him go. Hiroi sees Rin and passes, but just as the ball is going down, both Rin and Shido go for it, making them collide with each other. The ball bounces to Chigiri, who passes it to Otoya, who passes it on to Karasu, who scores his second goal this game, making the score 2-4 to Team B, who is now only 1 goal from winning. With that mistake, Rin and Shido start going off at each other before Nanase breaks it up. The game starts with Rin being in control of the ball before passing it on to Hiroi, but it gets intercepted by Otoya, who breaks their 1-2 pass. Isagi screams to use him, but it's useless as Karasu is still marking him down. But then for the first time in this match, Nanase calls for a pass which he gets from Hiroi. This also benefits Isagi, because when Karasu looks over at Nanase, that's when Isagi uses Karasu's blind spot to break through him. Isagi now has the ball, and he looks for an opening for Rin. He sees one, but just when he's about to shoot the ball, Shido comes running to him, telling him to pass him. Isagi thinks that Shido will pass the ball to Rin after receiving it, so he passes. But instead of passing, Shido turns around to shoot the ball himself, making an amazing goal. Isagi now knows that what's left for him is to score his own goal, and to really mark his presence in this game. Team B starts with the ball, and Karasu is set on breaking Isagi. Just when they are about to meet, Rin comes in their way, telling Isagi to go away. The duel between Karasu and Rin is fairly even, but Karasu sees it as meaningless as he isn't getting past him. So instead he decides to pass to Otoya, but when he passes the ball, that's when Isagi strikes and comes from behind both of their blind spot and intercepts the pass and gains control of the ball. He makes a 1-2 with Hiroi to get behind Saramadara, but behind him waits Otoya, who tells him that the roads are closed. But it doesn't stay closed for long as Nanase comes asking for a pass from Isagi, which he receives. The three of them completely break Team B's midfield. But back in defense lies Chigiri, who tries to stop their breakthrough, but just then, Shido comes running, asking for a pass, telling them that he can score. So Hiroi passes, but he doesn't pass to Shido, no, he passes to Isagi, who is running freely on the field. But unfortunately, Isagi misses the ball with just the tip of his shoe. Team B clears the ball, but the cleared ball falls to both Rin and Karasu, who is in a fearful battle with each other. Rin luckily reaches the ball first, and makes an incredible goal, making it even. Isagi knows that the final step couldn't be reached by him, but by Rin. When Karasu and Rin fall to the ground, Karasu compliments Isagi and says that he has awakened into a better player than he was before. Isagi says that the three of them have finally become useful to Shido and Rin, but even with that, Isagi is frustrated because this isn't the type of football he wants to play. Hiroi goes forward to Isagi to apologize for the pass he sent, but Isagi denies that and tells Hiroi that his pass was perfect and that it was his body that couldn't keep up. But that's when Hiroi explains to Isagi that if he starts to move after he has thought about it, it will be too late. Hiroi tells Isagi that up till this point, he has made plays by seeing, thinking then moving, but that it won't keep up anymore. And to become a stronger and a better player, he has to do it in reverse and move before even thinking. With that, the game is back on. Karasu has the ball, but is being marked down by both Rin and Isagi, so he decides to pass to Chigiri and tells him to burst past them. But just as the pass is going down, Shido intercepts it and steals it from Chigiri and says that the star has now entered the stage. The loose ball falls to Nanase, who passes it on to Isagi. Isagi and Hiroi link and passes each other before Karasu comes and blocks his passing way to Hiroi. But just then, Rin comes and tells Isagi to pass him. Isagi also sees Nanase on the side and creates a triangular formation to break through Team B, with Karasu and Otoya left in the dust. Isagi passes the ball onto Hiroi, but Hiroi is getting into some real trouble with Chigiri, who isn't letting him pass. Isagi knows that whoever takes control of the middle area of the goal will be the one who scores the final goal. He thinks about where he should position himself to score, but he can't find anywhere. After that, he gives up to try and think about where to position himself, and instead does as Hiroi told him, and to move before thinking, so Isagi stops thinking and is now moving by feeling. Hiroi finally shakes off Chigiri and passes the ball into the middle where both Rin and Shido are headed to. Both of them are about to hit the ball, but just then another player enters. And that player is none other than Isagi Yoichi, who goes in between both of them and reaches the ball first. So he shoots a killer ball right into the net, which gives Team A the win. Isagi doesn't understand it, but what he does understand is that in that moment, he definitely surpassed both Rin and Shido. Nanase jumps on top of Isagi out of happiness and tells him that he was unbelievable in that moment. Even Shido says that he quite liked it when Isagi exploded. And to top it all off, Rin comes and tells him that he made a super goal before ending it with calling it luck and telling him that he pisses him off. After that, Shido and Rin get into a fight like they always do, and I love how Otoya is just spectating as he says that he loves seeing these kind of brawls. However, the brawl doesn't last long as Ego tells them to break it up immediately and prepare for the next match. After that, we get into the monitor room, where Isagi and Nanase are watching the replays of his fantastic goal. Nanase asks Isagi if he had it all planned out ahead of time. However, Isagi tells him that it was like he was thinking as he was moving, and then as he was reacting. And at the end, while avoiding the space between Rin and Shido, he broke free. Nanase is amazed, saying that it was like Isagi was sensing that moment. Hiroi comes by and says that he didn't expect Isagi to score. He made that pass thinking that either Shido or Rin would pick it up. Even so, Hiroi tells him that right now, reflecting and analyzing his own plays is a really important thing to do. Isagi thanks him, but asks him why he gave Isagi the advice about thinking by reflex, which was what led Isagi to that goal. Hiroi asks him if he's big into games and starts saying that he's a huge gamer, and brings up tile matching games like Tetris, saying that in those games you start out slow, so you have time to make your moves, but by the end, they're way too fast, which makes it hard to even think. A play speed required to coexist with Shido and Rin is about as difficult as that. While playing Tetris, everyone is thinking about how many pieces are piled up right now, which block they have now, and which will come next, saying that you understand, think, and then act. The best gamers can process that information at a high speed and are able to press the buttons to get the best course of action, which is a way of reflex. Even so, this can also be applied to football. Isagi finally gets it, and Nanase, I'm not too sure, but whatever. Isagi says that at that moment, he was thinking about where everyone was on the field and what they had planned, what weapons he can use, and where the next pass will come. Processing all of his abilities simultaneously at top speed, he was able to arrive at the best point before anyone else. Hiyori tells him that that's correct and that it was the result of everything he's built up until now. It may look like he got incredible out of nowhere when in reality, everything that he can do came together in that moment. Isagi's puzzle pieces start floating wild as always, as he says that this is the truth behind this sensation, something that almost makes him forget about himself. Even though he's gotten praise a lot now, he's still our humble king, as he says that he was only able to pull this off because of the right conditions came together. Rin and Shido fighting amongst themselves was what allowed him to move easily. And above all, if the two of them weren't there, this all would have impossible. And with that, he thanks them. Nanas tells him that, to be honest, he was the only one he could really catch up to. He apologizes if he sounds rude, but Rin and Shido's movements felt like they were in a different dimension, so he couldn't really figure them out. But in Isagi's case, it felt like he could understand a bit what was going on. After that, we get a really sweet moment where they all celebrate their result for the tryouts. Isagi is thinking that he's managed to acquire a new sensation, but that he hasn't mastered it yet. He needs to be able to reproduce it, and if he can learn to use it freely, he will be able to go even higher. Before he can dream any longer, Hiroi tells them that the second match is about to start, which is none other than Team C against Team A. As they are beginning, Ryo goes to Nagi and says that he better watch him closely. After that, the kickoff begins. Ryo has the ball and is thinking to himself, saying that after Nagi left him, he's become stronger. He has given everything he had to win so that he could reach him. But even so, Nagi is so far ahead of him, and that's why in this match he will prove to Nagi that he's the only one who should be by his side. They get behind Shido by trading passes with each other, and then Ryo sees a perfect cross opportunity. The ball is going down, but it isn't going to Nagi, as Ishikari, who's the tallest high school player, comes and heads away it. The ball lands at Rin's feet, and Igarashi comes beside him and tells him that he can help, just straight lying to him, but that's who Igarashi is. Rin somehow decides to pass him, and he's ecstatic over it, before Ryo comes in his way and guards him. Igarashi sees both Rin and Shido awaiting a pass, and he thinks about who to pass to. However, suddenly he hears Shido screaming at him and asking him if he wants to have his head smashed in, which leads to Igarashi passes him out of fear. However, Gagamaru is guarding the flying ball clearly, as he jumps up and Scorpion kicks it away with a small sacrifice of all of the ribs in his body. The ball goes to the number 5th player, Yukimiya Kenyu, who's right off the bat facing trouble with Rin. However, he deals with those problems by doing drag scissors, which catches Rin off guard. Even so, behind Rin lies Shido, and I don't know how he does it, but he doesn't only break Rin's ankles, as Shido joins in on that list, after getting dumb fooled by Yukimiya. But once again, his problems just keep piling up, as Ishikari and half a brain are behind. Ryo comes by telling Yukimiya to use him. However, that's not how Yukimiya does things, as he goes into a shooting stance and shoots the ball even though the goal is more than 30 meters away, and not to mention that he's got no opening. The ball is going way over the goal, and Igarashi thinks that he's smart, as he laughs at Yukimiya's shot. But suddenly the ball starts to drop, and we get to see that he shot a gyro shot. However, even though it's a great shot, it's not over just yet, as Ryu is heading for it, but so is someone else. And that someone else is our beloved Nagi Seishiro, who traps the ball just outside the goal, and then shoots a pretty outstanding shot into the goal, making their first goal of the match. However, something is more important to Nagi, as he apologizes for stealing Yukimiya's goal. Ryo is looking from afar, saying that he isn't capable of scoring a goal like the one Nagi did. Everything from Yukimiya's dribble to his gyro shot, and Nagi's decision to trap the ball, saying that they aren't linking up but rather bringing out their super plays. They're enhancing one another, and to Ryo, it feels like he will never reach them. He isn't enough to satisfy Nagi anymore, not to mention that it looks like Nagi is having so much fun now. Ryo thinks back to the old days when he was looking bored while receiving his passes. Ryo realizes that this isn't the Nagi from that time anymore, and most importantly, Nagi isn't Ryo's treasure anymore. After that, the match restarts, and Shido really thinks that Rin will play with him, which he won't, of course. Ryo is going to stop Rin while thinking that the top 6 really are in a class of their own. They're on a level that can't be achieved through effort alone, and all the weapons that they possess which go above and beyond. In contrast, Ryo is a balanced all-rounder with any special weapons, no matter how much he improves the quality of his plays. His max stats will end up capping at 99, and with specs like that, how could he ever become one of the top 6? Rin ends up getting behind Ryo with a nutmeg, and Igarashi comes by, asking for a pass. However, Rin passes to Ishikari, who heads it to Ryu, who gets the ball to Rin's feet, which leads to an easy goal, making it even between the teams. Ryo is amazed just looking at the top 6 go. He thinks that all his life he's always gotten what he wanted, but it looks like there may be some things in this world that are out of his reach. World champion and becoming the best striker in the world. As it isn't only Rio who's aiming for those things, saying that he's pretty sure that there is nothing else they want. No, that's the only thing that could ever get them fired up, calling them all utter idiots, which is exactly why they are so radiant. However, Rio is different. Even if he loses here, he will be able to live just fine, calling it all bullshit and saying that if he were to go back to his company, all he would ever find is boredom, and what he really wants is here in Blue Lock. And if his dream is something already bound to disappear miserably, then he will throw it all away and become an idiot himself. He says this as the game restarts, and he rushes up on the field. Yukimiya has the ball and gets behind Igarashi easily, but fails when Rin comes. The lost ball falls to Rio. Rio thinks that no matter how much he raises his stats, he can never pass his limit of 99%. Then, with the talent and the dexterity to constantly play at a balanced high level, Rio says that it's finally time to be brave and kick back into gear as he has the ball at his feet. Rio continues to advance on the field and he sees an opportunity with Nagi. Nagi tells him to come to him, however Rio is getting into a shooting stance, saying that he isn't passing and that he's also changed since coming to Blue Lock. Rio finally pulls the trigger and shoots. However, it isn't just any shot, as it's the exact shot that Yukimiya used. The ball goes into the goal, and Rio introduces his new style, which is the infamous chameleon style, and with that, they got the lead. After that, we see the trio watching Rio's goal in full action. Isagi is impressed, and says that this is the answer Rio came to in order to survive Blue Lock. Nanas says that copying others must make him unbeatable, however Hiroi tells him that copying others is just copying after all. No matter how skillful you copy something, you can only reproduce 99% of its best potential, and if he tries to copy someone who's strong enough to push past 100%, he won't be able to win easily. While they are talking about that, we see Rin scoring the final goal of the match, giving Team A their well-deserved win. After that, Rio sits down on the ground saying that his new style isn't something that can beat the top 6 yet. However, he's definitely caught sight of the path he needs to take toward his evolution. Nagi comes by complimenting Rio's goal. However, Rio looks at him with a rather sad look and says that it's still not enough and not the football that Nagi wants to play. Nagi says that he's right, and then Rio tells him not to bother with him and keep waiting for him from above, thinking that he will become someone who Nagi wants to chase after and that he won't rest until he gets what he wants. After that, we get into the Football Association top secret meeting room, where Japan's team coach and the president of the football union are talking. However, they are so boring, so let's skip their speech, because the real deal happens when Sei barges into the room. He tells them that he's watched the videos of all the Japan U20 players and says that they are all shit, especially the forwards. He tells them that he agreed to join the team because he heard that he would get to play against Blue Lock. However, if this is the kind of school team level trash they are gonna throw at him, then he's backing out. The football coach gets really mad, but the other guy knows how to strike a deal, as he tells Sei that he can nominate anyone to play in that match, as long as they are from Japan. Sei tells them that there is one striker that he would like to play with, and that striker is in Blue Lock. After that, we get to the third selection waiting room. Isagi wakes up and goes to check up on the last game of the selection, and he's greeted to a bunch of players, having a watch party to the matches. Nanas tells him that he tried to wake him up, but that it was impossible. Even so, he tells Isagi that he can watch the recordings, and that he can see all of the member that scored over at the board. He takes a quick look and sees that both Bachira and Baru has managed to score, but that's not all, as the last match is in its last stages. Both Rin and Shidu are headed for the ball. However, as they get away the ball to the goal, they kinda crash with each other. They win the game but start fighting with each other right after. Shidu gets in a hefty kick to Rin's face, which makes him fall to the ground. Even so, this doesn't satisfy Shidu as he goes in for the finishing blow. But before he can actually execute Rin, Ego sets out a shock which makes Shidu kind of paralyzed. Ego says that the tryouts are over and that 6 hours from now, he will announce the regulars for the match against the U20 team. We start the U20 arc off with Tokimitsu asking how Rin's nose is. Rin tells him that it's fine, but asks him where Shidu is. Tokimitsu tells him that he got sent to the punishing room and that he was unconscious. After that, we get to Igarashi, who is currently freaking out and is wondering if he will get chosen as one of the regulars in the U20 match. However, Raichi quickly shuts him down and says that there is no chance that he will, saying that his even making it to the third selection was a miracle, which leads to an argument as always. We get to Isagi, who thinks that he actually managed to score a goal, aside from the top 6, The only ones who scored beside him were Bachira, Baru, and Rio. On top of that, Isagi doesn't even care which position he gets, he just wants to get chosen. He wants to experience the U20 players for himself. He wants to get into a place where he can change his destiny. And on top of that, he wants to fight. After that, we leave Isagi and get to Ego. Henri enters and asks him if he's chosen the players. Ego says that he has, and that in order to seize victory, certain talents get cut away. But suddenly Henri feels her phone ringing and says that President Buratsuta is on the line. The time is ticking down, and the players have gathered in the third selection central room. The clock goes down to 0, and the door opens. Ego comes out and tells them that they have done well, saying that he believes that this is the second time they are actually meeting one another. The players are a bit shocked seeing Ego in the flesh and not on a hologram, but Ego gets right into the meat of it, saying that football is a sport where you score goals, which is also the entire reason a striker exists. That's why with the third selection tryouts, he's decided to form a team centered around the one with the highest goal rate, and with that, he says that he's about to announce the 11 players who will play against the U20. Firstly, the number 1 player is none other than Itoshi Rin. With an average of 2.5 goals per match, the team will be centered around him with an aggressive offense-oriented formation. The type of team that might suffer 5 goals but win by scoring 6 is the only way that Blue Lock with a team full of strikers can win. The following 10 players whose names he calls out will become the ammo that can escalate that destruction, starting with the goalkeeper, which is none other than Gagamaru. With the ability to react to balls at an instant notice and overall flexibility, Gagamaru's physical attribute numbers make him the top candidate for a goalkeeper, making him the team's guardian. Next up are the 2 center-backs, Nico and Aryu, a right-sided center-back that can overwhelm players with height reach, and not to mention an intelligent left-sided center-back with high spatial perception and ball-stealing ability. On either side of those center-backs, there will be 2 dribblers that boast speed and technique. On the right side is where Chigiri will be, while Bachira takes care of the left side. Even so, Bachira says that it doesn't matter what position he's in, as he's still gonna score. Moving on, ahead of the 4 in the defense line, there will be a midfielder who will transition to their offense, and that one is none other than Karasu. As the player with the best ball-keeping sense in Blue Lock, and he's the analytical ability to see through goals, he will be the beating heart of the team. Karasu seems a bit annoyed, as he says that he knew that it turned out like this. But with that, we move on the attackers, and the ones who will tear down the enemy's walls from either side are Otoya and Yukimiya, the right wing with the speed and stealth to get behind their opponent, and the left wing with the ability to overwhelm any opponent in a one-on-one. Finally, in between them will be Nagi. Nagi is superior with his ball control, scored goals that went above and beyond the feasible, and just a brilliant, outstanding talent. Ego goes over it once again, saying that with Rin at its center, this team's formation specializes in aggressive offense, meaning it needs to be able to maximize Itoshi Rin's performance. Among all the players who interacted with him, the one who was able to bring out the best numbers, and the one who repeatedly coexisted and asserted himself as Itoshi Rin's shadow, and contains the talent to surpass and score their own goal. The ideal partner to Rin, and the last piece, is none other than the man himself, Isagi Yoichi. And with that, the 11 players who will face the U20 team have been chosen. Isagi is ecstatic over being chosen as a starter. Meanwhile, Baru is completely furious, but before he can go on a rampage, Yukimiya has a question. He asks Ego why Shidu is none of the members, saying that he scored plenty of goals and that he's the number 2. Ego says that Shidu had an average of 2 goals per match during his tryouts, demonstrating the makings of a striker only second to Rin. Even so, his behavior outside of the matches cannot be overlooked, but it's also true that his physical abilities are extremely high. However, all of the goals that he scored were a product of his own skill. So in other words, during the tryouts, Shidu was unable to spark a chemical reaction even once with Rin, and given the flagrant display of violence at the end of the match, if he were to do such a thing during the U20 match, he'd get a red card, which would put their team in an overwhelming disadvantage. So for those reasons, Ego decided that Rin and Shidu should not stand on the same pitch as one another. And above all, none of the Blue Lock players could be able to handle Shidu. As Ego said earlier, Shidu's goals were scored on his own merit, and someone who could understand his thoughts and raise his level of play does not exist within Blue Lock. Yukimiya understands Ego's point, but asks him if it wouldn't be a waste not to make use of his abilities. Ego agrees with him, and says that that's why if his original team were to find themselves in a pinch, Shido would then be the Joker that would replace Rin as a powerful force that could completely reverse the flow of the game. However, that was what the plan was. But right after he had finalized the roster, he got a call from Buratsuta. He said that Sei was dissatisfied with the forwards in the Japan's U20, and if they didn't accept Sei conditions, he would refuse to play, and then the match itself would have to be cancelled. And if that were to happen, Buratsuta threatened to simply just go ahead and shut down Blue Lock. And finally, the condition he has was that Itoshi Sei got to pick one person from Blue Lock to add to the U20 team. And just like that, we get to 3 hours previous where we see Shido kinda looked up, you could say. He screams at Ego to let him out. But just then, the door opens and someone enter. It's Sei who tells him that Blue Lock is a cage much too small for Shido, and that he's come to free him. And Sei tells Shido that he wants his Ego and for him to go wild for his sake. We get back to Ego, who tells them in Blue Lock that Sei didn't choose any one of them here, but instead Shido, which understandably makes Rin mad, which means that Shido will play against them in the match. Even so, their team would always be going to center around either Rin or Shido. In Ego's head, those were the only two viable options for Team Blue Lock. With Rin's playstyle involving his surroundings and synergizes with them, while Shido will not link up with anyone no matter who it is, his playstyle is self-sufficient. They both may have an individualistic playstyle, but when pressed to choose between those two different egoisms, Ego chose Rin while Sei chose Shido. As for which one of them chose correctly will be determined in 15 days, in front of the entirety of Japan. Additionally, including those on the bench, the team can register 23 players, and the remaining 12 players have not yet been set in stone, telling them that those of who didn't make it this round to show what they can do and seize a spot on the bench. Ego tells them if they lose this battle, then Blue Lock will be dismantled and their future will be crushed along with it. They still have 15 days remaining, and in order to whip into shape a battalion to pulverize the Japan U20 team, the players will undergo training to become a team, looking them dead in the eyes while telling them that there is no longer any room for failure. However, Rin just calls him lukewarm, telling him that this match is just another stepping stone for becoming the best in the world. Even so, it isn't just Rin who's feeling like this, as all of the Blue Lock players are hyped to the max. But someone who really is hyped to the max is Isagi, who thinks that being chosen as a regular isn't the endgame. There's a huge 19-year-old defender who's already got an offer to play for a Serie A Italian team. Not to mention that it looks like the team is centered around him, with a focus on a strong defense and quick counters. Chigiri says that it will be tough, however Bachira just keeps on saying that they will just have to break through them, and even Isagi is starting to get annoyed. Not long after, Ego's voice comes on from the speakers where he tells them that it's time for their break. Isagi is thinking about his crazy play during the third selection before he stumbles across Rin. He goes in and tells Rin that it's break time, but Rin just tells him not to lump him in with them and that he can go away. Isagi tries again to warn him that if he trains too hard he might, and before he can finish his sentence, Rin tells him that if I break down from this, then that just means that it was all he was ever gonna amount to. Rin says that he can finally fight him, his brother, he can finally crush him and surpass him. He has a furious look on him as he says that he's longed for this very moment a while now. When he's finished, Isagi gives him a water bottle. However, Rin again doesn't want it, but this time Isagi tells him that if Rin gets hurt, then Blue Lock's done, which would present a problem for Isagi, which makes him finally accept it, but even so, he says that it's lukewarm, which is quite funny. After that, every player gathers in the Blue Lock meeting room, where Ego will talk about the miracle equation or phenomena called flow, which is indispensable to becoming the best striker in the world, and he tells them that he will teach them how to set their life ablaze. Ego tells them that when a person focuses on something, they can get so absorbed in their work that they don't notice the passage of time. Taking enjoyment in the process, their brain then enters a state of excitement, which is basically just called flow. It's possible for a shogi player to experience it during a match, also for a lady working the register on her part-time job. Everyone from programming, mountain climbing, musical performances, and other artistic expressions. Regardless of the scale of activity, it is something that can occur to anyone. And for football, it's not an exception. Ego asks them to think back to the moment they broke out of their shells after coming here, saying that they must have experienced it, a moment in which they put everything into their play. Isagi thinks that this is the first time he's heard about it, but that he definitely gets what he's talking about, thinking back to a couple of moments where it was in a trance, and says that flow was the key to all of it. After that, Ego gets to the million questions as he asks them how one enters the state of flow, saying that there are several conditions, but the one that he most discussed is the challenge-centered focus. This involves attempting an objective at a suitable level of difficulty, They ask them to take a look at the scale that he's showing to them, saying that this shows the balance between challenge and skill, which is necessary to enter flow. If someone challenges something at a lower level than their skill level, they will be unable to find any enjoyment in the task, which will lead to them becoming bored. On the other hand, if they challenge something at a level too far above their skill level, convinced of their imminent failure and unable to concentrate, they will become anxious. To put it shortly, one cannot achieve happiness when in a bored or anxious state, which is exactly why challenge-centered focus is about accurately understanding their abilities, gaining control over them, and setting up clear, suitable goals for yourself, which is the way to become immersed in a state of flow. It is in such moment that mankind takes new steps forward and pushes themselves up to ever higher heights. Plays that may seem like miracles to others are in fact brought about by their individual state of flow. Even so, this is no easy feat, as in our society people cannot easily become immersed in something. Their everyday life, overflowing with a constant stream of information and entertainment, is an infinite hell designed to distract them from their boredom and anxiety. And perhaps you could say that it's easy to become immersed in their smartphone screen, and indeed you will be able to forget about both time and yourself with it. However, that is not a unique state of immersion that you actively obtained for yourself. Something as passive as that cannot be called ego. The exaltation of scoring a goal and the elation of obtaining a new weapon. The happiness which only belongs to you. They have all experienced it already, so they can clearly understand that ego and blue lock are a place where only those who can leave the beaten path, where only those who can immerse themselves in football can survive. Ego tells them that they have already experienced the world and realized just how powerless they are, and he asks them if the objective of winning against the Japan U20 team makes them bored. However, that's not the case, as this is a challenge in which Isagi is certain that he can immerse himself. Even so, it won't be easy, as Ego says that the door to victory against the U20 will only open if, on the day of the match, all 11 players from Blue Lock that stand on the field enter the flow state. Isagi knows that on that big stage, he will reach his flow. He needs to find a goal in which he can immerse himself, and a goal that only he can score. And with that, the final time of the training camp starts with the world awaiting its goals. However, we quickly leave them and go to the training camp for the U20, where Aiku is waiting for Sei and tells him to have a chat, and Sei just coldly tells him to make it quick. Aiku tells him that Sendo and Shidu got into another fight, and that they don't seem to see eye to eye. Sei doesn't care and tells him to just kick him out of the team. Aiku says that Sendo might be trash to him, but to them, he's their ace. So with that, most of the members are saying that they refuse to play if Sendo isn't in, which could end with them boycotting the match altogether. Sei asks him what it is that he wants, and Aiku says ask Sei to take them to victory without using Shidu, and that it should be easy enough for Sei. Sei is quiet before he asks Aiku if he's speaking on behalf of the team or the Japan Union. Aiku says that it's just that he wonders what Sei will be able to bring out of their current team, and that it might be a bit selfish. Sei says that for a captain he sure does as he pleases, and that he's intrigued and that he's on board with it. Even so, as he walks away, he tells Aiku not to misunderstand him, and that the one testing them is him, and that if they can't keep up, he will drop out of the match. The match we have been looking forward to in the whole series is finally here, the U20 versus the Blue Lock 11. The Blue Lock 11 knows that if they lose this match, it will be the end of their football career, but their worries suddenly disappear for a quick moment as they enter the stadium, and is greeting to an audience they have never seen before. Fans screaming and hyping up the players from all over the area, and the commentator brings a nice and warm feeling to the game. Isagi takes a real look at all of the people in the stadium and thinks that he has come a really long way to be here. He thinks back to his past and says that the Isagi from before could never imagine such an outstanding sight. In front of this immense crowd, how far will Isagi be able to fight? He suddenly stops himself and says that that's not it. It doesn't matter who else is there. Isagi needs to focus on himself. He has to become immersed in this fight. Just as Isagi is in his little bubble, Rin comes and slams him on his back. Calling him lukewarm, he asks Isagi what he is getting nervous for. But Isagi tells him that it's called being excited, and with that the game starts. The Blue Lock 11 starts with the ball, and Rin passes to Isagi. But right off the bat, the prodigy himself, Itoshi Sai, goes to block Isagi. So Isagi passes back to Rin, who alongside Nagi creates a central triangular formation. After that, we get a quick flashback to Ego talking about their formation, which is led by Rin at its top. However, this is only when we're defending. When we're on the offensive, the key players are at its core, which means that Karasu will have to fall back and defend as a back three with Nico and Aryu. Meanwhile, the two side backs will move up, to make a 3-6-1 explosive formation that crowds the midfield. This is only made possible because this is a team formed of only strikers, as a variable formation that allows for goals to be scored from everywhere. So with all that, Chigiri and Bachira move up on the field, starting the super aggressive blue lock system. The U20 quickly sees that the blue lock 11 has raised their numbers, so Isagi has to quickly make his play, while the U20 players are still reacting. So he passes to blue lock's own little monster Bachira, who goes up against Einstein. I mean, you can't tell me he doesn't look like him. Bachira starts with his fierce double touch feint. He gets closer to Hayate and finishes off with an aerial rush turn. Bachira tries to find the best position to pass to. He thinks about giving it straight to the goal zone, but quickly throws that idea to the side, as he sees the only person linking up perfectly to his best move, which to no one's surprise is Isagi. He quickly confesses his love to Isagi before saying that both the U20 team and this field will fall to the two of them, as he passes to Isagi. Isagi sees the ball flying to him and says that they can break through even the U20 team, before the U20's captain and defender Oliver Aiku comes and heads the ball away. Isagi is shocked, wondering how he is there, and Bachira is stunned that he managed to reach that. Isagi wonders how he managed to see through their play. Did he see it coming? No, that can't be right because they broke through their defense and passes perfectly. Was it just luck, or did he manage to predict it? Or was it possible that everything, the players' positions, Isagi's speed, even where the pass would land? The only way to explain his movements is that he took everything in at that moment and reacted on reflex. Field of view, brain, and physical ability. Just what kind of parameters does this guy have? When Aiku lands, he asks Isagi if he knows that people often like strikers as robbers and defenders as cops. He tells Isagi that as long as he is there, he won't let any robbers steal any goals. The crowd is screaming Aiku's name, while Isagi is thinking that even though Bachira and he brought out their best plays, Aiku managed to see through it and shut them down in an instant. He thinks how amazing the U20 team is and thinks that this will be fun, as he tells Aiku to go ahead and try it and says that he will want to have Isagi on a leash. After that, Isagi thinks to himself about Aiku's play, and he realizes that Aiku was able to run without hesitation toward where we could do the most damage. That's the only way he could have cleared it. That's the type of reflex that Isagi want to use in order to score goals, and Isagi assumes that Aiku already had that type of reflex, but in his defense, and on top of all that, Aiku has extreme physicality. He's got eyes with high spatial awareness and a body that allows for powerful dashing and jumping. However, Isagi had already prepared himself with game recordings, but actually playing against them is a completely different story. This kind of defense that they are facing is on a whole other level, and unless they can crush Aiku, they won't be able to win this match. Anyway, the game is back on, and Chigiri throws the ball back into the field to Isagi. He knows that breaking through directly will be tough, and no matter how much he trades passes with Rin and Nagi, as long as Aiku's watching, they won't be able to get past easily. This leaves Isagi with one choice, and that's to use Blue Lock's second offensive option, is the ninja himself, Otoya Eita, who has been assigned to break through their right side. However, in doing so, he gets interrupted by Darai Miroku, the U20's side back, who tells him that his moves can't escape him. Otoya tries to get around him, but Darai is following Otoya's steps to perfection. But suddenly Darai starts to level up, and Otoya quickly realizes that there is no way for him to get past, as Darai is anticipating and moving in on all of the areas Otoya is trying to get to. Isagi is shocked that Otoya is unable to get behind him and thinks that he can't afford to pass there. But just then, Rin tells Isagi to change up his train of thought and passes him. So Isagi goes for his second option, which is Yukimiya on the opposite side. Yukimiya goes up against Neru Teppei, the other side back of the U20 team, and Yukimiya absolutely crushes him with his La Boba. Or that's what he thought, because Neru was able to keep up with Yukimiya's tricks. Neru compliments him and says that he is even faster than he looked on the recordings. Yukimiya quickly comes to the conclusion that Neru is like him and specializes in speed. Unfortunately, while Yukimiya tries to get past him, he loses the ball, so Nagi goes to take it. He thinks that it's going to be tough to get past them, but it might work if he traps the ball and turns around. And before he can think any further, Nyu Kazuma, one of the U20's center backs, gets as close to Nagi as possible, giving him little to no space to trap the ball. Nagi can't even turn to the goal due to Nyu's super strong core. Nagi asks him if he is a guard dog, and Nyu tells him that he is and that his owner is coming, which turns out to be true as Aiku comes and steals the ball from Nagi. While watching all of this breakdown, Isagi is shocked and thinks that this is the true power of the U20 Japan team's Iron Wall Quartet. Aiku tells the Blue Lock players that they have stopped moving as he passes the ball to none other than the prodigy and the man himself, Itoshi Sei, who finally gets his time to show off. The commentators and the crowd goes crazy for Itoshi Sai, who is now running with the ball. Chigiri goes to accompany him and knows that their defense is already prepared for a counter, because when Bachira moves up to attack, Chigiri falls back in order to reinforce the defensive line. It's a system where Bachira and Chigiri balance each other's defense and offense, making it a lot stronger both in the attack and defense departments. And Chigiri says that he won't let Sei pass with the help of his speed, but just then, Sei passes the ball. Chigiri is amazed that he's already passing it to the front line, and didn't give Chigiri even a moment to think about it. Though the pass from Sei goes to Cho Kento, one of the forwards of the U20 team, even Cho is amazed at how perfect the pass was when it lands on his foot. However, Ryu is quickly there to stop it. He tells Cho that he is his opponent, but Cho is like fuck that, and passes it to his teammate Kitsunezato Teru. Kitsunezato tells Karasu, who came to stop him, that the U20 players don't waste any time and keep moving ahead. That's the basics of a counterattack. Karasu tells him that they had already foreseen that, but Kitsunezato doesn't look surprised, and tells Karasu that they had also foreseen that as he passes to Sei. And Karasu immediately knows that they are in trouble, because Itoshi Sei is totally open. Karasu screams at Nico to go, but Nico tells him that he is on his way. Nico thinks that the best way to stop Sei is to get in his shooting vision and stall him for a second. Before Chigiri can come from behind and steal the ball, Nico thinks that they now have got him surrounded, and that they managed to neutralize Itoshi Sei. But that's when Sei touches the ball with a gentle touch, making a perfect lob pass to Sendo Shuto, who is another one of the U20's forward. Sendo gets the ball and shoots right away. Chigiri screams Gagamaru's name, and Gagamaru somehow uses his super reaction speed to make an incredible and life-saving save for Blue Lock. Gagamaru falls to the ground and says that it's not over yet, and that the ball is still in play, and the one running to it is none other than Itoshi Sei, who quickly gets accompanied by Chigiri. Gagamaru thinks that it's fine and that Sei can't shoot from that angle, but that's when Sei says fuck that and shoots the ball, which goes over Gagamaru into the goal, shocking everyone at the stadium, and gives the U20 team a 1-goal lead. Isagi is stunned by what he was just witnessed. He finally understands that he is the genius that the entirety of Japan has been eagerly waiting for, and says that the leading actor in this game is Itoshi Sei, and the ones from Blue Lock are just this week's bad guys placed for Sei's act. Isagi is quickly realizing that nobody is looking at the likes of them, but just then, Rin comes to Isagi and tells him to not get swept away. He tells Isagi that he just has to look at him because, in these 90 minutes, he will turn those cheers into screams of anguish. The U20 player goes to celebrate with Sei, but when Kitsunezato tries to lay his hand on Sei, he tells him to hands off, which to be fair, sounds pretty cold. Anyway, Sei looks at Sendo and says, 3. Sendo looks confused, so Sei tells that 3 is the number of times he could have shot, but even then he held himself back and spent his precious time passing to them. Instead, he calls Sendo a waste of oxygen and tells him that even a monkey would have scored, but in the end, Sei got pissed and just did it himself. Sendo looks furious, but just then, Aiku comes forward and says that it was just the Blue Lock goalkeeper who happened to make a pretty good save. Sei looks annoyed and says what's the point of a striker that doesn't even score? Someone with worse scoring capability than a midfielder like Sei isn't worthy of being called a striker. Aiku tells him that he is a bit harsh and asks him if that's the case, then how many strikers does Japan even have? Which Sei coldly responds that the point of the match is to figure it out. Aiku tells Sendo to not miss the next one, and he tells Aiku that he knows, and that the U20 is his team. Back to the Blue Lock side of things, we can see Gagamaru being really hyped that he blocked the first one. Nico tells Isagi that with a perfect defense followed by a quick counterattack with Itoshi Sai there, their team's strategy has gotten considerably stronger, and Isagi agrees. Back at the benches, Henri tells Ego that the plays that they practiced in the training camp aren't working at all, and asks Ego if they are gonna be okay. Ego looks unbothered, and says that he didn't expect any better, which gives Henri a surprised look. But Ego continues and says that practice is just practice. When you're practicing, all you're really doing is demonstrating your technical skills in a no-stress environment. It happens in all fields of performance. Some people perform well in practice, but fall short when it comes to the real thing. The decisive difference between practice and the real deal is the presence of stress, the setting, your opponent, your own body condition, changes in your mental state, your muscles tensing up, and your thoughts coming to a stop when it comes to the real deal. There are plenty of factors that can lead you into a downward spiral. Nothing goes like in practice, and the only way to overcome that stress is by improvising. After that, Henri asks Ego if he isn't going to give them any directions, and that if they don't do anything, they will. Before Henri can finish her sentence, Ego tells her to shut up and to trust them, because when it comes to the real deal, our egoists always deliver. The game is back on, and Isagi has the ball. He knows that he is still missing a piece to crack their defense line. He says that the only thing he can do in the meantime is to discard all unnecessary thoughts and concentrate on what he is doing right now. Isagi is now going to use everything he's got and focus only on building his plays with Rin. While they are trading passes, Wakatsuki Itsuki, the U20's defensive midfielder, comes forward, and that's when just trading passes isn't gonna cut it. But Rin and Isagi don't care and start trading closer distance passes with each other. Hayate quickly comes to help out, but it's little to no help, as both Isagi and Rin are keeping a close distance and are able to help each other, and Isagi is even moving in a calculated way which drastically broadens that of Rin's range of options. But just then, they make something unexpected. They make a heel pass to Bachira, who is right behind them. Isagi says that they have the advantage in numbers, and Nagi got 2 center backs behind him. If only they can get past Aiku and Nyu, it will be their chance to score. And if that wasn't enough, Isagi now says that from here on out, he will follow his own ego. However, Aiku is quickly on Isagi's tail, which lets Bachira makes an easy pass to Rin, who traps it perfectly. Ego says that Rin's awakening will pave the road to victory. Rin is in the perfect position to shoot, but instead of shooting, he goes forward. Isagi looks at him and wonders why he's worsening his shooting angle on top of that. He's kicking with his non-dominant left leg. But as Rin shoots the ball, Isagi understands. Rin is trying to repeat Sei's goal from just now. The ball goes over the goalkeeper, but just in the last second, the goalkeeper manages to touch the ball with the edge of his hand, making the ball hit the post. The second ball goes to Yukimiya, who is in the perfect position to dribble to the left, but it won't be that easy as Naru comes right away. Or will it? Because Isagi says that this is an attacking pattern that they have practiced. While Yukimiya takes them on in a one-on-one, Isagi gets within visible range of the defense line, and by opening up the possibility of him receiving a pass, their split-second hesitation will jam their movements, and it works exactly as they predicted because Neru's movements suddenly stop when Isagi runs up, which gives Yukimiya a chance to step aside with the ball and shot an amazing shot, which unfortunately gets blocked in the last second by none other than Oliver Aiku. Nyu tells Darai to get the lost ball, but he gets accompanied by Otoya, who runs beside him, and the first one to reach it is Otoya, who shoots it at the goal. However, the shot gets blocked by Nyu, who uses his face as a shield. The ball goes once again up in the sky, and Isagi screams at Nagi to take it. Nagi knows that this is his chance, but it will be tough, as both Hayate and Wakatsuki are there with him. So when the ball lands on Nagi's feet, he doesn't shoot right away, but instead brings the ball with him into the air using a lift trap. And then, when he is in a perfect position, he shoots the ball into the net, making an incredible goal and making it even between the teams. The crowd goes silent for a second before they burst out in excitement. The U20 players are annoyed that the crowd is supporting them, but Aiku has finally realized what all of the Blue Lock players have in common, which is that the only thing on their minds is scoring, as he kind of compliments them and says, "So this is Blue Lock if you get drawn in. It's destructive indeed." Back to Nagi, who sits on the ground with his fist in the air, which he later says is cringe. Isagi and Jigiri are over the moon and runs to Nagi and jump on top of him, creating one of my favorite panels of the series. But it's not just them that are happy, as we can see most of the Blue Lock players smiling. On the bench we can see Henri, who is also extremely happy, and says that they are now caught up with each other. However, she wonders why their offense strategy suddenly worked, and she says that it makes her wonder why they had so much trouble in the first place. But Ego tells her to not get carried away by a goal and calls her errand girl. Ego says that if they can create a situation where they've got a 50-50 chance at scoring, the Blue Lock forwards are expected to do that much. Henri is a bit annoyed at getting called errand girl, but asks Ego if that means that the play before that was the critical one. Ego tells her that she is right, and that Itoshi Rin's improvisation was the origin of that goal. He tells Henri that their players are strong, and that all the selections he put them through have trained their capacity to improvise. Henri asks if that's the thing he is always talking about, chemical reactions between players. He tells her that it's also a form of improvisation, as he starts telling a story. He says that when one moves toward an objective, things rarely ever go according to plan. Whatever is written in textbooks and manuals may be textually correct, but out in the reality of the field, it's nothing more than abstract theory. And when one's strategy doesn't go as planned, your average guy will start to panic. They'll find comfort in locating the source of their failure and then waste time revising their approach. However, a winner sees a challenge. He asks Henri what the objective of this match is, and Henri tells him that it's to win, and she is right. Whether they can get into that mindset quickly will be crucial, even if your plans fall apart, even if the path you take is not ideal. As long as you don't lose sight of your objective, your situation just becomes another challenge. Henri says that that's the mindset necessary for improvising. After that, Ego says that Blue Lock doesn't need an average guy who waits around for orders. What he wants are egoists who can discover their own challenges. Itoshi Rin moved toward that challenge faster than anyone else, and Isagi responded to that. Ego ends it by saying that Isagi might be the key to Itoshi Rin's awakening. Isagi goes forward to Rin and tells him that it was too bad he didn't manage to score. But Rin takes it in a bad way and asks if he is making fun of him, and tells Isagi that there is no point unless you score. However, Isagi still says that it was a great play, but Rin says that who cares, and tells Isagi that he was also trying to score. Isagi asks Rin if that's bad, but Rin tells him that it's the opposite, and that they are devouring each other to achieve their objectives. He ends it by saying that this distorted relationship is how he and Isagi are supposed to be. Isagi understands that he and Rin poses a threat to the opponent, and says that there is no need to play nice and to fight for the sake of his own goals. With 15 minutes left in the first half, the game restarts at 1-1. Sei has the ball, and Rin goes to block him. Rin tells him that it has now been 30 minutes since the game started, and asks him if he isn't even going to say hello. When it has been this long, calling Sei a shitty brother, Rin tells Sei that this game isn't for him, but for Rin to surpass him. Rin and Sei goes into a furious duel with each other and challenges each other in a different type of ways, but Kitsune Zato and Isagi goes to back up. Rin tells Isagi to not get in the way and that this is a fight between brothers. The battle between Sei and Rin is close, however Sei has a slight edge, with Sei hitting Rin with a great should block which basically reverses his center of gravity in response to Rin's tackle. Sei is able to hit Rin with multiple techniques, but hasn't quite lost him yet, as Rin is still on his tail. But that's when Sei separates himself from Rin and says, "So long as you're still hung up on being my brother, you'll never be able to surpass me," as he makes a nutmeg and a cross elastico to finally get behind Rin. The crowd and the commentators are astonished by Sei's play. As he is now headed to the back line, Karasu and Aryu are waiting for Sei to make his move, and Aryu tells Nico to stay vigilant on the defense line. After that, we get a flashback to when Ego talked to Nico about his match appearance. Ego tells Nico that he is average in both height and speed, and asks Nico if he knows why he was chosen as a starter in the center-back position. Nico asks if it was for his vision, and Ego tells him that it's correct. He tells him that someone as capable of accurately grasping the state of the field will serve as the Blue Lock's watchtower. Nico quickly grasps the situation, and knows that he has to detect every player who is currently trying to link up with Sei, not focusing on the one who currently has the ball, but rather on the others squirming around him, and after that quickly and accurately locate the most dangerous trespasser and exterminate them. Nico is running to the ball which is headed to Sendo. While running to the ball, Nico sees that the pass has a backspin to it, making it easier to trap, and he knows that even if he runs at full speed, he will be half a step behind. Sei's idea with this brilliant pass was to drag Nico out and break their formation, to then be able to easily get past their defensive line. However, that's not nearly enough to fool Nico, who goes in and pretends to fall for the trap. But when he gets to half a step before coming in contact with the ball, he will put on the brakes, and with the ball bouncing up again from Sendo's trap, he has the chance to kick it away, making an awesome and important play for the Blue Lock 11. The flying ball falls right into Karasu's left foot, and both Hayate and Wakatsuki go to defend. However, that won't be enough, as Karasu has been able to figure out the U20S defense, which is split up into 3 stages. First, the moment their opponent is in possession, Hayate comes to press. Meanwhile, in the back, their 4 powerful defenders guard their designated areas, forming an iron wall defense. Sadly, the U20S defense doesn't have any weak spots, so instead he has to make one himself, which he does by using his greatest weapon, Otoya, who is quickly accompanied by Darai. But instead of trying to get through Darai on his own, he decides to pass with Karasu instead. But after some 1-2s with each other, they arrive at the U20S third stage, which is their critical safeguard, Aiku's total defense. Aiku tells Otoya that they were close, but not quite there yet, but that's when Otoya tells him that it isn't just the 2 of them. As the passes to the Princess Chigiri Hyoma, Aiku quickly reacts to Chigiri, who is running like a panther on the side, but it doesn't matter how fast you react because no one can beat Chigiri's incredible speed. As the roars through the world and gets behind Aiku, Chigiri thinks if he should go further out on the field, but quickly leaves that thought and decides to pass instead. But to who is the real question? One of the U20S players is already coming at Chigiri at full speed, so he has to act quickly, but that's when he sees Karasu running behind all of them. Chigiri compliments Karasu's position and tells him that he owes him one before passing it over. The pass is going perfectly to Karasu, and he thinks that he can just barely make the shot from there. But right as he is about to hit the ball, he gets interrupted by Sei, who comes and kicks the ball away. The second ball goes up in the air and falls to Sei's brother Rin, who quickly gets blocked by Aiku, who says that he underestimated Blue Lock. Even if they're a team of strikers, Aiku assumed that in the end, they'd just be a bunch of Japanese high schoolers who faithfully followed their coach's orders. But he was wrong, because every single one of these Blue Lock players has their only desire to change their fates with their own goals, meaning that they are a bunch of starving beasts. But just then, Isagi comes behind Aiku, calling Rin's name, and Rin makes it look like he is about to pass, but in the end, uses Isagi as a decoy. Aiku says that he noticed that Rin's dominant leg is his right, so because of that, he will leave Rin's left side wide open, giving him a free chance to shoot, while Aiku focuses on killing Rin's right side. However, what Aiku failed to take into consideration is that Rin is an unstoppable beast who is Blue Lock's best striker. And Aiku gets to learn it the hard way, as Rin shoots his shot with his right foot from the left side, but gave the shot an outside spin. And Rin's shot doesn't only go into the net, but it makes one of the most mind-blowing Blue Lock's goals of the series, and also gives the Blue Lock 11 a 1-goal lead. Isagi thinks about Rin's last plays and says that he is a goddamn genius. That motion that prevented the opponent from predicting his timing, and that outside shot with his right, he thinks that this is Itoshi Rin playing with everything that he's got. Isagi runs to Rin to celebrate, but when he is about to jump onto Rin's shoulders, Rin moves himself to the right, giving Isagi a one-way ticket to the ground. Rin says that they are in the last 5 minutes of the first half mark, and tells the players of the Blue Lock 11 that they are finishing this half off with Plan B. The U20 players are shocked by Rin's plays, but Aiku says that it was his fault and that he let him shoot. But New tells him that they can't really complain if even Aiku can't stop him. Anyway, we go over to Sei, who asks Sendo how many more times he's gonna keep on missing. Sei tells him that it turned out this way because Sendo couldn't score and calls him a piece of shit striker. Sendo gets mad and says that it's unfair to just pin the blame on him, but Sei tells him that this isn't about pinning the blame on him. However, when someone creates an opportunity for you, it's like they're saying score a goal. Sei continues and says that if the U20s were to lose this match, their positions in the team would be hijacked by Blue Lock. This motivates the U20 players, who say that they won't let it end like this, and asks Sei to use them more. Aiku tells the U20 players to think of these last minutes as everything they got left, and with 3 minutes left in the first half, the U20 players start with the ball. Isagi quickly notices that the U20 has increased their numbers up top, and with Sei at their center, they're pushing forward while trading short passes. Isagi thinks that they're completely different from before and that they're desperate now. Saib passes the ball to Kitsune Zato, who isn't getting an easy time with both Bachira and Isagi around him. Isagi thinks that the U20 isn't the only one who can change its attacking style, because when Blue Lock is in the lead, whether it's in the first or second half, for the last 5 minutes, Nagi alone will remain on the offensive while everyone else falls back to defend. It's a system in which they change formation to protect their lead. This is Blue Lock's answer to the holes in their defense, the plan B for seizing victory. When Isagi and Bachira get closer to Kitsune Zato, he has no choice but to pass to his teammate running on the side. However, he won't have it easy either, as Nico is there to stop him. Nico tackles him, which leads to a limited area where he can shoot, and Gagamaru reads it perfectly as he makes a wonderful save. With 1 additional minute left on the clock, the second ball calls to none other than Itoshi Sai. Isagi and Bachira go to take the ball from him, but end up getting outplayed by the prodigy. After that, Sei passes the ball into the middle where Sendo is. Sendo finally thinks that he will become the hero, but that's when a devious figure comes behind him, calling him lukewarm, and asks Sei if he plans on becoming the best in the world with a pass like this, as he tells him to dream on you, piece of shit older brother, and kicks the ball away from Sendo. The ball goes up in the sky and falls in the hands of Sei, who tells Rin to not get in the way and calls him an annoying little brother as he shoots a killer ball to the net. However, someone more elegant and stylish manages to get the ball first, and it's of course Ryu who uses his long feet to save the ball from going in. And with that, the first half is over and the Blue Lock 11 is in the lead. But someone even more furious is still waiting on the bench for the next half. But it's not only the Blue Lock 11 who is hyped to be leading this match, but also the commentators who can't believe what they are seeing. One of the commentators, Natsuki Harutaru, says that Blue Lock is amazing. They're a type of team never before seen in Japanese football. However, the two teams are even in terms of ability, and he says that he can't imagine Itoshi Sei take a loss like this. In the crowd, we can see both Isagi's mom and dad being really proud of their son. Isagi's mom, Iyo, says that it's amazing that Isagi is out there playing, but to have his team winning on top of that is amazing. Isagi's dad, Issei, also says that he is really proud. But while they are talking, someone starts screaming behind them. She asks what Bachira is doing and tells him that he has to try and score more goals. When she has calmed down a bit, she introduces herself to Isagi's parents. She thanks Isagi's parents for playing football with Bachira and says that this is the first time seeing Bachira having so much fun. But it's not only Isagi's and Bachira's parents watching the game, because as Chigiri is walking to the changing rooms, he hears someone calling his name. It's his mom and sister who have come to watch him play. But the embarrassment doesn't stop there for Chigiri, as Otoya and Karasu comes to him and makes fun of him. But not everyone is in such a good mood as we can see right now, where Buratsuda Hirotoshi, the head of Japan's football association, is angry at Huichi Yasumori, the coach for the U20. Hirotoshi asks Yasumori what is going on and says that he believes that he told him that he has to win no matter what. Yasumori tries to reason with him and says that the Blue Lock 11 is a very tricky team, but Hirotoshi says that he doesn't need his sorry excuses and tells him that results are everything in sports. He ends it by telling him that it doesn't matter what he has to do as long as he crushes Blue Lock. The mood in the Japan U20 locker room is very gloomy and everyone is wondering what they are supposed to do next. But just then, Itoshi-sei enters. Kitsunzato asks him if he thinks that they should have their coach change up their formation, but Sei tells him that it doesn't matter to him and says that he is leaving. The team is furious at him, but Sei tells them that he doesn't care and that all he did was take up the bet their captain gave him. "What will I bring about in the U20 match?" he says, and tells Aiku that this is the result of their way of fighting. Sei also tells them that he was only here because he was interested in Blue Lock, and says that while they're all still rough around the edges, the world they see, the place they're aiming for, it's different from the U20. Sei gets up and is about to leave as he says that he saw what he came for and that he is satisfied. But that's when Aiku asks him to please wait. He apologizes to everyone for making such a selfish bet and says that he wanted to test their current strength. He wanted to know where they currently stand. But after that first half, he knows enough. He know enough that they are weak, and at this rate, they will lose to Blue Lock. The Blue Lock 11 will steal their places, and then we'll be the ones disappearing. Aiku says that this is the first time in his life that he has felt it sting this badly. But Sei tells him that it's too late now and that he is leaving them with no chance. But Aiku looks confident and tells Sei that they still got their demon. Sei looks over at Shidu, and Shidu asks him if his life form isn't a good enough reason for Sei to fight. And with that, Sei drops his bag and tells him Little Demon to go wild, and that they will be the headliners in this game. The mood is a bit different in the Blue Lock 11 looker room, as all of them are celebrating their well-deserved lead. And here we have a wild Tokimitsu just smiling and being happy, which is quite cute. I just really like how the players talk to each other and care about each other, as we can see here where Hiroi is complimenting Chigiri's sprinting and asks how his leg is doing. Chigiri thanks Hiroi and says that there are no worries and that he can still run. Here we have Nagi thinking that he needs a towel, and just then Ryo comes and throws one to him and compliments his goal. However, Ryo asks him if he can score more goals than this, because after all, it's Nagi they are talking about, and Nagi says that he can score more goals than this. After a while, Henri and Ego enter the locker room, and Henri compliments them, saying that they did a good job, while Ego goes right into it and says that it's time for the halftime meeting. Ego starts by explaining a question that is on everyone's mind. Why were you able to score? Whether it changes in formations or combinations, they all anticipated and prepared various strategies in preparation for this match. But facing the top players of your generation, it didn't work at first, and says that the ones who made it work were undoubtedly Itoshi Rin and Isagi Yoichi, closing their distance more than they'd done during practice. By keeping Isagi nearby constantly, he was able to dramatically increase his options. After that, Ego asks Rin why he did that. And Rin says that he couldn't get past all of their defenders otherwise, and they wouldn't get started unless he did. So Rin needed a sacrificial lamb, and Isagi just happened to be readily available. Ego says that Rin's answer was good, and says that something like that couldn't have been conceived in practice. After that, he turns to Isagi and asks if he considered himself a sacrificial lamb. But Isagi says that he wasn't, and that he had intended to score his own goal, which also was the answer Ego was looking for. Ego says that all 11 players on the pitch see himself as the protagonist of the game. The go-to to continue fighting is within all of them, and that's the reason why they were able to seize the lead in the first half. However, there's no guarantee that the second half will go just as smoothly. In fact, there is no way it will. So it's time to put an end to the festivities right here and now, because the Blue Lock 11 has not yet accomplished anything. So do not be satisfied with this and keep on attacking until the very last second. Do not give up on being the protagonist. Ego ends it by saying that's all, and that they will not change formations, that the only order for the second half is to overwhelm them, and says that there is no need for more than one protagonist. While all of the players are hyped to the max after Ego's speech, Isagi thinks to himself. He says that Ego is right and that they may be ahead in the score, but those of them from Blue Lock aren't here to win as a team. Push forward only for the sake of my own goal, and no matter who or what I have to sacrifice, just like how Rin is fighting. With this game, I'm going to prove myself, he says. After that, we get to see Rin sitting on one of the benches. He thinks back to when Sei said, so long as he is hung up on being his brother, Rin will never be able to surpass him. After that, Rin thinks back to when they were kids, and Rin was watching Sei crush the kids on the field. No one could even come close to guarding him. After the game, some reports came to Sei and asked him how it feels to be standing in the world spotlight as the 8-year-old football prodigy, but Sei just tells them to shut up and leaves with Rin. Sei asks Rin if he wants ice cream, and when they are eating it, Rin sees that he has won a prize. He looks over to Sei and asks if he won one too, but yeah, it's pretty obvious that he didn't. After that, he tells Rin that someone who'd waste their luck on stupid stuff like this couldn't become the best in the world, trying to make himself feel better for losing. But after that, he tells Rin that he's gonna be the best striker in the world and that anything else is worthless. The next time Rin is watching Sei's game, he thinks that Sei never loses and wonders if he can be as strong and cool as Sei is one day. However, in the game, Sei passes the ball into the box, and the one to reach it isn't anyone on his team, but instead Rin, who makes an awesome goal. When Sei goes forward to Rin, he tells Sei that he is sorry, but Sei tells him that he was incredible and asks Rin to play football with him, and says that if it's Rin, then he can be the best one after him. Rin and Sei continues to play with each other and just keep getting better and better. They even start to gain recognition among the players. Sei tells Rin that his last shot was shoddy and asks him to pick up the speed a bit. Rin thinks that playing football with Sei is fun, and when he is with Sei, he feels invincible. Rin thinks that together with Sei, they will become the best in the world. After the game, they are back to eating ice cream, and once again, Rin wins. Sei tells Rin what a way to waste his luck, so Rin quickly destroys the evidence by throwing it in the water, which I thought was quite funny. After that, Sei asks Rin what he thinks about when he is playing football, but Rin tells him that he doesn't think that much. He just looks for where it looks critical, and then Sei passes to him. Sei asks him what he means by critical, and Rin explains that he looks for where the enemy would panic and fall apart. After that, Sei tells him that he relies on his instincts too much, but Rin tells him that it all works out because Sei is there to pass either way and says that anyone else feels kinda lacking to me. After that, Sei asks Rin what he plans on doing if he isn't there. Rin says that he doesn't know, but that he would look for someone else to replace him. But that's when Sei kicks him and says that no one can replace him, even scaring the cat away, also making Rin feed his ego. However, after that, Sei quickly becomes serious and tells Rin that he is going to Spain tomorrow and that he will play football in the youth team of Real Madrid, the best football club in the world. Rin is kind of surprised as to why Sei tells him this now, as he already knew it, but he tells Sei that's obvious because he is going to become the best striker in the world after all. Sei tells him that he is just going ahead of Rin and tells him that he better come after him and not give up just because he isn't here. Rin agrees and says that for now, his goal is to become the best in Japan and then get scouted like Sei. They end it by saying that the two of them will become the best in the world. The day after was the day of the trip, and Rin says that if he were, to be honest, he felt a bit lonely, but he knew that he would definitely catch up to him. After that, we get into one of Rin's games, where his coach tells him that he can't just play by himself all the time. But Rin knows that he wants to become someone who can fight on the world stage, and says that playing football without Sei feels a lot more cramped than he had expected. But that doesn't matter, as he makes a crazy goal and says that he will become the best in Japan. The evening quickly comes around and Rin stays longer to practice. He shoots a shot, but after that, he hears someone say that the shot was a bit shoddy. It's Sei who comes back with an unpleasant look on his face. However, Rin welcomes him back and says that it has now been 4 years. Rin tells him that he has been keeping up with Sei in the news and says that playing in the Real Madrid youth matches and managing to score is amazing. However, Sei kind of ignores that and tells him that it turns out that the world is huge and that there are players way better than him out there. Rin is surprised at where this is coming from, but that's when Sei tells him that he has changed his dream. Instead of becoming the best striker, he will become the best midfielder in the world. Rin is shocked and asks what the point of becoming the best at something other than a striker. But Sei tells him to shut up and says that Rin is only saying that because he doesn't know the world. Rin gets angry and says that Sei can't just decide that on his own because after all, it was him that said that they were going to fight together. Sei told him himself that Rin was to be the best after him. Sei tells him that's still fine and says that he will become a midfielder while Rin reaches the top as a striker, but Rin screams out of anger and says that he doesn't want that and that he is the younger brother of the world's best striker. He asks Sei if he only came back here to spout those pathetic things and says that he doesn't want to see him like this, and ends it by saying that Sei isn't the same brother that Rin shared a dream with. However, Sei just tells him how lukewarm he is and says that if Rin can beat him in a one-on-one, he will once again share the same dream with him. However, if Sei wins, then his and Rin's dream ends right here. Rin isn't too happy with Sei's proposal and says that he can't just decide that on his own, but Sei tells him that all he has to do is win, and then they will both share the same dream. Rin tells him to stop joking around like this, but that's when Sei tells him to start. He does as he comes running to Rin, saying that the first to score wins. Rin asks him to wait and thinks that he doesn't want to have a match like this, but just then, Sei starts doing some super fast scissors, which leads to a double trap. Rin notices that the tempo between each touch is so fast and that it's way faster than when he was in Japan. Rin says that Sei dribbles have clearly evolved and that he is on another level. However, Rin thinks that he can still stop him, but that's when Sei pulls a magic turn on Rin, giving him no time at all to think. After that, Sei turns around facing Rin and asks him what he has been doing for these last 4 years. As he gets behind him and scores, he looks over at Rin and says that they are done. But Rin tells him to wait. He tells Sei that after he left, Rin did his best to become the best in Japan, and then get scouted like Sei did. Rin tried to become someone who could replace Sei, and after that, he became the best in Japan, just like he promised. But even with all that, Sei still says that they're done. Rin says that if he can't chase their dream together, then he won't have any reason to play football at all. However, Rin's sobby talk doesn't work on Sei, who just straight up tells him to quit them and asks if he wanted him to console him or something. Sei tells Rin that Japan really is too used to peace. Anyone remotely talented just ends up becoming trash. He looks over at Rin and says that he makes Sei vomit and tells Rin to not use him as his reason to play football ever again. But Sei's rant doesn't stop there as he continues. He says that Rin maybe sees Sei as someone special to him, but to say Rin is just an eyesore of an annoying younger brother, and tells him to not get full of himself just from being born as his brother. If you can't play football, you're not worth anything at all, and tells Rin to get lost and says that he isn't necessary in his life anymore, leaving Rin alone. When Rin is home, he watches his brother play and thinks that Sei might be right. Rin thinks that he has had enough of football and that he just wants to be by Sei's side. However, Sei only thought of Rin as a training partner. He needed to become the best in the world, and now that Rin has lost his value, he's just become unnecessary. However, Rin starts thinking through and wonders if it means that Sei being nice to him was just a lie that he constructed because Rin was worth using. He wonders if the brother he saw was all just a lie. Rin starts saying that he wished that they shared a dream as he destroys all of their stuff together. Rin is so furious now and says that this feeling and the time they spent together, they're not something he can just wish away. It wasn't all just a lie. Rin is now set on breaking Sei. And with that, we are back to real time where Isagi comes and tells Rin that the second half is about to start. When Isagi and Rin enter the field, they see someone new in the U20 team. It's of course Ryusei Shido, or as Rin calls him, Antennae Bastard. Shido sees them and gets closer. He tells Rin to make it clear which one of them is the real number one. Isagi tries to stop Shido, but Rin agrees. Back on the benches, we can see Anri talking to Ego. She tells him that the U20 team has changed their formation and asks Ego how he is going to respond to this. But Ego tells her that they won't be changing anything and says that they have already practiced for the possibility of facing Shido. Ego says that the Blue Lock 11 won't fall apart this easily, and it's not like the coach of the U20 can use Shido properly. After that, Ego says that this match is finally getting started, and with that, the game is back on. Nico says that Shido's weapon is his overwhelming scoring ability in the goal zone and knows that he can't let him out of his sight. But Nico knows that the moment of truth will be when Shido gets the ball near the goal, and then Nico will hunt him as the last line of defense. However, Shido is completely destroying the field, ignoring both the opponent and his teammates' formation, making their practice worthless. Because to Shido, it's not 11 versus 11, but 1 versus 21. And Shido plans on destroying the whole field by himself, and the one to help him with that is Sei, who is able to link up with him, passing the ball to Shido in such a narrow route that even Nico didn't see. However, Shido won't have it so easy anymore as Chigiri comes to attack him, but just then, Sendo comes forward telling Shido to pass. However, Sendo isn't like he was in the first half. because now he's acting to support Shidu. As a decoy, Sendo passes to Itoshi Sae, who is already in the penalty area. Sae makes it look like he's going to take his shot, but just as he shoots, it's revealed that it's a cross to Shidu. Isagi thinks that just by Shidu being there, their offense dramatically improved. However, just as Shidu is going to shoot the ball, he gets interrupted by Nico, who saves it and kicks it away. Shidu is pissed and says that Nico is as good as dead, but Sae stops him and asks if he wants to throw away his dream by getting a red card here. Sae tells Shidu that he can prove his worth by scoring and to not discourage him anymore. However, Nico didn't get away with anything as he gets a yellow card. Nico talks with Gagamaru and Isagi and says that he couldn't stop Shidu without fouling, even though he was able to see it clearly. He tells them that he was simultaneously watching where the ball was coming from and where it was going, by taking in Itoshi Sae's kicking motion and Shidu's off-the-ball movements. With that, Nico was able to predict the most dangerous spot with pinpoint accuracy. Isagi tells Nico that that's amazing, but Nico denies that and says that Sendo messed him up because he kept following Shido's movements and running to weak points in the defense line. Nico couldn't help but pay attention to him, which led to his momentary hesitation, which in turn led to Nico getting a yellow card. Nico says that with Shidu thrown in the mix, Sendo's presence, while playing, has become an annoying distraction. Isagi is shocked that Nico was able to see all of that, but just Nico feels some kind of pain in his foot, and Isagi asks if he is okay. Nico tells Isagi not to mind, and that he wants to continue playing. Nico says that even though he is frustrated that he wasn't chosen to play as a striker, using his eyes he realizes something, and that is how fun it is to play defense and crush the forwards. Because of that, they are gonna win no matter what. Nico also thanks Isagi, because now he isn't afraid of changing anymore. The U20 team got a free kick from Nico's foul, and Shido says that he is gonna kick it, due to Sei's course getting cut off by Rin. Sei tells Shido that they're close, and that there are lots of them, and that there's nowhere for Shido to shoot, but Shido ignores him, and says that he earned this free kick, and he gets to shoot it. However, Sei still asks him if that really is the best option, and asks if such a primitive option is the only option he can think of. Sei continues and says that the play that's realistically possible, and the play that's ideal, is to target the point that as close as possible to both of those. He tells Shido to think outside the box, and tells him to right now imagine his very best goal. Shido right now tells him that he has just thought of a new super move, and asks if Sei can keep up with it. Anyway, Shiodu gets ready to take the free kick, but just as he is about to shoot it, he runs past it, which leaves Sei to take it. Chigiri quickly catches on and thinks that it has to be a pass. Chigiri understands that Shido is heading for where he will be free, and will await a pass from there, but Chigiri is determined to stop Shido from doing so. And Chigiri was right, because Sei passes the ball to Shido. The ball is coming at an ultra-fast speed, and the only way Chigiri might be able to reach it is if he headbutts it. However, as Chigiri jumps, he sees that the ball is heading over Chigiri's head. He is in shock. The ball is only a few centimeters in front of Chigiri's maximum reach, and wonders if they actually aimed for this. But Shido, on the other hand, is happy, and says bullseye as he jumps up and shoots an incredible shot which is unable to save. Shido scores and makes the scores even with the blue lock 11. After that, he drops some weird questionable statements as he says that he is gonna come, and I don't think we need to go any further if I am gonna be honest, but yeah, Shido is a strange guy. After the goal, we get to hear Isagi's thoughts and opinions on it, as he says that Shido probably imagined where he most wanted to shoot from and just made a beeline for it. However, as we saw, Chigiri predicted that and dashed to intercept, but Itoshi Sei sensed that would happen, so he passed to a point where Chigiri would just barely be unable to reach. Chigiri's full-speed sprint, Shido's desired shooting point, and the speed and angle of his own pass, with all such conditions in place. In that split-second's judgment, he made a pass like he was threading a needle. However, Isagi experienced this before, and knows that all of this was a play by reflex, and thinks that Shido's shot was the same. While running at the top speed, his response to that high-speed pass was to leap around for a jumping volley, and it was a drive shot at that, Shido's specialty. Shido couldn't have done that unless his brain and body were moving by reflex. Itoshi Sei and Shido's superhuman plays came together to make that goal happen. While Blue Lock was unable to handle Shido, Sei managed to grasp Shido's vision and answered in kind with a flawless pass. Isagi is fully focused on trying to understand Sei and Shido's last play while they are doing something else. It looks like Shido is trying to hit on Sei, who asks for his number. Sei tells him that he will consider it if Shido can score a hat trick, and Shido accepts. However, not everyone is as high in spirit as them, as we see Chigiri falling to the ground. Isagi quickly asks him if he's okay, but Chigiri tells him that it's fine and not to worry. However, Chigiri isn't alone, as we see Nico also having a hard time with his ankle. Ego says that it's time to make some substitutions, and Henri asks him who is going in. Ego tells her that their balance has been broken and that they need players who can tighten up the lineup. Now the players who are going out are Chigiri and Nico, but the new ones to arrive at the field are Ryo and Hiroi, so sadly no Corona. Chigiri goes to sit down at the bench and Ego asks him what's up with his face and asks if he's got a problem with his substitution. But Chigiri screams that he hasn't while crying. Ego tells him that if he were to cry about it, he should have built up his stamina to last the entire match. Now as Chigiri's #1 stan, this was very heartbreaking to see, but he honestly did an amazing first half. Same as Nico with the substitution, the Blue Lock 11 is changing some positions as well, with Hiroi on the right wing and Ryo as a centre back. Ryo goes forward to Nagi and says that he better score this half and tells him that if they don't win here, it's all over. And with that, the game is back on with the Blue Lock 11 in control of the ball. Isagi says that they are now changing tactics with Hiroi in the front line and says that up until now, they have all moved separately with Rin at the center and acted dynamically without pause, expressing all of their individual strengths at once, but with Hiroi's strong suit, cool-headed vision, and ball control, he will become an anchor on the front lines. However, Hiroi is facing trouble right off the bat as Darai goes to block him, but that doesn't of course matter to our favorite blue-haired boy, who makes a super fast outside pass to Karasu. Karasu tells him that he is only good when sending the ball away, but Hiroi ensures him that he can do more, so Karasu asks him to come and show what makes him special as they trade passes with each other. When they have managed to steal a moment from their opponent, Hiyori is now in a calm and precise spot to make a pass as he shoots it right into the middle. Even Sendo admits that Hiroi's pass has the same level of speed and curvature as Itoshi Sei. The ball goes behind the other Itoshi and into the hands of Nagi. However, Nagi isn't able to do much with it as he is blocked by Niu once again. With no choice left, he sends it to Isagi, who is running behind Rin. He gets the ball and has the perfect opportunity to score, but just as he is about to shoot, Aiku comes and kicks it away. Isagi is in disbelief over how much space Aiku is able to cover. The second the ball falls into Hayate, who passes it right onto Sei. As they are starting their counterattack, we get a flashback to when Ego subbed Ryo in. Ego tells Ryo that the only reason he is being subbed in is to stop Shido. Now in the game, Ryo sees both Shido and Sei running, and knows that he can't let either one of them out of his sight. Ryo watches Sei toy with the Blue Lock 11 before passing it to Shido. But Ryo comes in and sets a stop for the attack, and uses his chameleon style to copy Aiku's defense ability to get the ball away from Shido. Ryo knows that as long as he is moving according to his body's limits, he can copy any move with 99% accuracy. Ryo says that he will win this match no matter what, and then work towards becoming a striker again. Ryo isn't the only one who is impressed by his ability. As Isagi calls it amazing, he says that Ryo marked Shido with his chameleon defense, and that Hiroi's anchor allowed for their attack formation to be more varied. Once they were subbed in, the Blue Lock 11 were able to rebalance the game, and they took the offensive again. Isagi knows that now that the substitution worked, he has to score, but unless he is able to break through Aiku, he won't be able to. Shido goes forward to Sei and compliments his pass, and tells Sei that playing football is pretty fun with him. It's like electricity pulsing through his brain. Sei is confused and asks what it means, but not even Shido knows. He says that this is the first time his freedom was understood by someone, and compares it to a big bang coming. Sei is somewhat happy for him, but says that he still needs to score, and after that, the match continues with a hand-in from the U20. Shido thinks that the world still doesn't know him. Things like passes and tactics will get you the win, but it's still pathetic. Football isn't a sport, but instead a biological phenomenon. Shido says that his weapon is the ability to steal a goal and live on this field. He will use everything he can for the sake of penalty area perfection. As long as Shido is inside the penalty area, even with his back to it, he is able to find a way to score without even seeing it. Sei passes the ball to Shido, but Ryo is right behind him and tells him that he is not letting Shido shoot. However, that doesn't stop Shido from trying to score as he shoots anyway. But the shot is pretty easy for Gotamaru to catch. Now here Shido actually says something I think that many people feel like. He says that every human on the planet wants to leave proof of their own existence behind them. The act of passing on their own genes has been programmed into all living beings. They will connect with others, even wound others, and do things that make them persist in the memories of others. Those who create something, those who want to become something, and of course those who make children. They're doing something that leaves behind proof that they existed. It just happened for Shido that his thing was football. Gotamaru kicks out the ball and the ball falls right to Sei's chest, who passes it back to Shido right off the bat. None of the Blue Lock players expected this, but someone who did was Shido, who moved on reflex to Sei's pass. and with that, he was able to break free, leading him into a one-on-one with Gotamaru. Gotamaru doesn't get tricked that easily, as he gets out and heads the ball away from Shido. The ball is now up in the sky, but Shido feels something. He feels a strange kind of sensation. He knows that it's still way too far, but even then he can feel his goal. And with that, all of his cells are telling him to score a super goal. While this is happening, we get to see Ego saying that Shido has now entered the stage of the flow. Anyway, let's get away from that bowl-cut head and focus on the main actor, Shido, who jumps back and does a crazy cycle kick right into the net, which still blows my mind to this day. However, Shido manages to now give the U20 players the lead. The U20 players run to congratulate him, but he just runs past them and instead jumps on Sei's back and basically confesses his love once again to Sei. However, Sei isn't as into that as Shido is, so he slams Shido into the ground and says that he still needs to get a hat trick. Shiodu is still on game with that, and asks if he can move in with Sei if he gets 10 goals, which is pretty funny. However, on the other hand, we have Isagi, who is blown away by Shido's unbelievable goal. He says that while no one in Blue Lock could handle Shido, Itoshi Sei continued to challenge him with his passes, and it was by Shido surpassing those trials that an ultra goal was born. And states that Shido is currently in a state of flow, the thing that Isagi wanted to reach. With the help of Sei's guidance, Shido has completely taken over this match, even though all of the Blue Lock 11 has been playing nothing short of their best. If they continue at this rate, they will lose, and then it will be all over. Henri goes over to Ego and asks what they should do about this. She says that Shido's goal shouldn't have been possible according to the date they had on Shido, which means that he is in an awakened state. She tells him that if they don't think and do something, they will lose, but Ego straight up tells her that he's got nothing, no plans beyond this. This shocks Henri before making her angry. Blue Lock 11 is about to lose this match, and then Blue Lock is going to have to shut down. Before Henri can continue, Isagi rushes to the benches and screams Ego's name. He tells Ego that he can't let it end like this, and asks what they are supposed to do now. Isagi says that they are fighting with all their might, like Ego instructed them. However, it's still not enough, and Isagi asks how they can win. But Ego tells him that Blue Lock has already won, dominating the first half. Shido's wild playing style. Everything that happened played out just as Ego wanted it to. Blue Lock will indeed be erased once they lose this match, and Ego will likely be banned from the world of football. However, the Blue Lock won't disappear. Shido, the player acknowledged by Itoshi, Sei will become the star of Japanese football. As an ace second to him, Itoshi Rin will likely join the U20 team as well. But it doesn't stop there, because the other Blue Lock members will likely draw attention and see doors opening to famous universities and national clubs. Their performances have earned that, and that's why from now on you will experience an era in which having been part of Blue Lock will be a great asset. Ego himself will vanish, but the Blue Lock 11 has the chance to change Japanese football, so be proud because Blue Lock has already won, he says. However, this doesn't sit right with our poster boy, who asks Ego who the fuck cares about that. He doesn't care about the future of Japanese football, or about some safe future for him. What the Blue Lock 11 wants is to win this game. Isagi says that the future doesn't matter because losing here is the same as dying, and they are not gonna accept death just yet. And the only thing Isagi cares about is being the best in the world. So he asks Ego to make them win, and tells him that is his ego. Ego has finally grasped the egos of those playing in this game, and tells Isagi that if that's the case, then they are gonna go with a gamble, which not even Ego knows how it's going to turn out, and sends out the joker of this game, the Furious King, and the self-centered Baru Shuei, who tells them that he is sick and tired of waiting. The one who sadly has to leave this game is Otoya, who gets subbed out for Baru. And with that, Hiroi moves down to the right side back, while Baru is playing right wing. While Isagi tries to inform Baru with information, Baru stops him and tells Isagi that these last plays have been really boring. After that, we move back to Ego and Henri, where Henri tells Ego that the players didn't practice this formation too much and asks if they really will be alright. Ego tells her that he planned on using Baru from the start and that he has no intention of throwing this match. He tells Henri that the match has unfolded exactly as he wanted it to. However, he admits that one thing exceeded this expectation, which is the ego that has been cultivated within Blue Lock, and that passion has far surpassed his wildest expectations. Henri says that then they still have a chance, but then Ego returns to his Sigma state and tells her to shut up and watch the current Blue Lock, which just might be able to create football's most critical moment. On the field, Nagi welcomes in the king, but Baru straight up tells him that he scored one measly goal and then died, and tells him that he better pass to him, but Nagi of course kindly refuses his offer. After that, Ryan speaks up and tells them to forget about balancing shit out from now on, and says that all forwards can rush in and attack as they please, because the Blue Lock 11 will win, even if they have to crush each other. And with that, the game is back on. Isagi thinks that Baru's weapons are his charging dribbles and middle shot with a range of 28 meters, and says that if Baru is free in that area and receives the ball, he has a high chance of scoring. However, Isagi isn't having this thought because he wants to help Baru. No, he wants to lead Baru into that area and then shadow him from behind to find a chance to score himself. After that, we get a flashback to Ego and Baru talking. Ego tells him that if Yukimiya is around when he charges in, he is going to dribble on both sides to break the enemy formation, and the players in the vicinity can use their individual skills to focus their attacks around Baru. That's what Ego informed the team. However, Baru can completely ignore all of that, but Baru tells him that he had already planned on doing so. Ego says that it's perfect and tells Baru that what he has to do until the last second of this match is to devote himself to devouring Isagi. Hayate goes to block Baru and wonders what Blue Lock's last card is made of, but he's quickly surprised to see that Isagi and Rin aren't using Baru, both instead trading with each other, even sending the ball back to Hiroi. But that's when they go into offense mode because as Hiroi is getting ready to pass, both Rin and Isagi start running. Hayate thinks that he should catch the one who is more dangerous, and with Rin already being marked by Sendo, that only leaves Isagi, and he was right because Hiroi passes the ball to Isagi, who notices Hayate too late, which gives him a chance to intercept. But Hayate wasn't the only one to intercept, as we see when Baru comes in and steals the ball from Isagi. Isagi asks Baru what he is doing, but Baru coldly tells him that he is Isagi hunting. Hayate thinks that this is absurd and wonders how he was supposed to predict this. After that, Ego says that Baru's style doesn't care about any rationality, and says that the more knowledgeable about football you are, the more likely you are to fall for it. And that's why Baru is the Joker card, because he can wreak havoc among both friends and foes on the battlefield, making him a completely self-centered king, which leaves even Ego wondering what will happen in these last 30 minutes. Baru gets behind Hayate, but is right away faced with a new threat as Darai comes and blocks him. Darai notices that Baru glanced at the inside of the penalty area and wonders what he is up to. But just then, Isagi comes and tells Baru to pass him. Darai thinks that they might try to make a 1-2 with Isagi or use him as bait to get inside. However, Baru didn't do any of those things, as the only thing Darai was certain that he wouldn't, which was to go outside. Darai thinks that he can't shoot from this position and thinks that he might pass after Isagi, who is free. And as Darai goes to block the pass, that's when Baru tricks him and instead makes a chop dibble. Isagi screams at Baru to give it and says that this match is too important for his games. But Baru says that even if the sky falls down, he will never pass to Isagi, and says that he is going to devour Isagi alongside this match as he shoots the ball, which sadly hits the post. The second ball falls to Yukimiya, who sees that the enemy formation has crumbled due to Baru's existence. Yukimiya is now set on creating the optimal goal, but just then, Neru comes in his way. But that's when Yukimiya tries to enter the flow state and looks for the best path with his next step. First, he tricks Neru by doing a cut-in, then he follows his route, which doing Las Croquetas full speed, with his movements being more precise than before. Yukimiya is finally showing his dribble style from his street football. Yukimiya gets behind both Neru and Hayate, but knows that Niu is too fast to avoid his pressure. He sees Aiku running on the right side, but knows that he isn't there yet, and asks his flow to guide him, which leads him into shooting an insane and incredible gyro shot at the left corner. However, the shot may be incredible, but it wasn't enough as Aiku jumps in and saves the ball. Yukimiya is in shock and says that Aiku couldn't have predicted that because Yukimiya's gyro shot came from the defense's blind side. And on top of that, he just jumped there without any guarantee, Aiku's playstyle to react accordingly after watching each play. That kind of gamble is clearly unlike him. However, if we take a look at Aiku, we can see that he is feeling amazing and feels this crazy feeling. Aiku was able to see the most critical point in their defense and protect it. And with Aiku's save, the thing on everybody's mind is if Aiku has reached flow state. But we will have to hold on to that thought as we get introduced to Aiku's earlier years of playing football. Aiku says that at first, even though he wanted to be a striker, everyone around complimented him and said that if he is around, then the other attackers can also work. However, when he went to talk to his coach about his wish of becoming the best striker in the world, he asked the coach to let him try and play the football he wanted to play. However, his coach denied him and said that football is a team sport, and says that if Aiku doesn't follow his rules, then he won't get to play in matches. Aiku says that all the adults only give water to buds that are acceptable, and only the flowers under their control are allowed to bloom. They even decided where you'll be allowed to bloom. And by the time you notice it, everyone has turned into the same flower. and Aiku was no exception. By the time he noticed he had forgotten how to bloom, after that Aiku once again goes to his coach. He tells him that lately, football hasn't been fun. The coach asks where this is coming from and tells him that he's a regular forward on the team that even got every middle school title. Aiku may not score as much, but his assists are nothing to sneeze at. The coach continues and says that Aiku has a bright future ahead of him and that going pro is just an arm's length away. Aiku thinks about going pro, then getting rich, marrying some girl from TV, and being happy, but Aiku won't ever be satisfied with that. He asks the coach if he thinks that Aiku can become the best striker in the world, and the coach says that he can, but Aiku tells him that he seriously doubts it. The Aiku who thought that he could do it has been dead for some time now. And here was the time it changed for Aiku, because he told his coach that he wants to become the best defender in the world. All these boring strikers that the adults keep mass producing, Aiku wants to destroy them as a defender, and he wants to bloom for his own sake. However, if one day a true striker appears to be struggling to bloom in this country, Aiku swears to never allow it to be plucked because he wants to become someone who can tell them to bloom. And after that, Aiku says that Blue Lock might be that bud. Back in the match, the second ball falls to Rin. However, Rin will have a hard time because Aiku is now in flow state, because he now has the ability to see all of the positions of friends and fours, their fields of vision, predicted actions. The level at which Aiku perceives all of it with his body increased. Aiku can see this new amazing world because they're all working at their full potential. Rin goes to attack and even hits Sendo with a nutmeg, but that's when Aiku comes in to save the day. However, Isagi also gets thrown into the mix and comes to help Rin, as Rin tries to get behind Aiku himself. Aiku says that if the Blue Lock project had started 3 years earlier, he would also have been over there aiming to become a striker and asks Blue Lock to try and surpass him. Rin tries to trick Aiku, but Aiku puts a stop to that, and the ball heads over to Sei, who gets all of the U20 strikers to rush up on the field. However, Sei isn't going to have it so easy as Karasu comes and tries to stall him while the defenders get information. Bachira goes to mark Kitsunezato while Aryu goes to block him, who has such a forgettable name that I have forgotten it. Anyway, that leaves Ryo with Shidu. Shidu uses his steps so fast to get behind Ryo in no time. Ryo can barely keep up with Shidu and falls behind little by little. And with Karasu not being able to stall Sei anymore, Sei sees he has his chance to pass to Shidu. Gagamaru knows that with someone like Ryo blocking Shidu, his options are limited, which leaves Gagamaru with two choices. Shidu can shoot at, Gagamaru has to bet on it, and use his instinct. Gagamaru prays that Shidu shoots bottom, but as he jumps he sees that Shidu shoots at the top. When you think that everything was lost, you are wrong, because this is Gotamaru. We are talking about who uses his hand to pull up his body mid-air to block Shidu's shot with his foot. However, even though Gagamaru did a life-saving save, it's not over yet. As the second ball is still in play, both Cho and Kitsunzato are running toward it, and Ryo is their last hope. So Ryo uses Nagi's own technique, his jumping turn, to shoot away the ball, which luckily happens to land in the hands of Nagi. As Nagi says that it's time to counter the counter, Isagi knows that this time they have to score to be able to turn it around. However, there are 4 of them currently rushing toward the U20's goal, putting them at a disadvantage. Isagi thinks that if he can get to the goal by reflex, then he will be able to score. He has to find a point where only he can steal a goal. But just then, Baru comes from behind, and Isagi realizes that he was trying to intercept his pass. But Baru isn't the only one to join the party, as Darai comes and tells them that Baru is just following number 11 around, and tells him that he isn't falling for it again. Baru is annoyed that Darai has already figured it out, and sees that it isn't only him paying close attention to Baru, as Aiku is staring Baru down from the defense line, and because of that, he has to switch his objective. While Isagi is creating light, he has to look for darkness, because Baru thinks that darkness will lead him to flow. The Blue Lock 11 has already reached the goal area by trading passes and gets closer and closer. Isagi wants to score, but knows that this isn't the place yet, because trying to score right now is just gonna end up with one of the defenders blocking him. Isagi knows that to be able to score, he needs a place where he can score a goal by using his direct shot, and then for someone to pass to him. And of course, for their defenders to not predict his movements, Isagi needs to use his eyes and head to find a spot where those 3 conditions are in place. But just then, Karasu comes and joins them, saying that they seem to be in need of an extra helper, and with Karasu, their Isagi gets more pieces to play with. Isagi knows that the flow of the ball is changing, and that the turning point is here, as he gets a pass from Karasu, which he sends over to Nagi right away. With Nagi so close to the goal, their defenders don't have a choice but to pay attention to him. and Nagi tells Isagi that it's not fair for him to use him as bait as he passes to the wild Isagi running past him. Everything went exactly as Isagi had planned it to, well except for one thing, a very big thing, which is Itoshi-sei, who comes in and tells Isagi that it was unexpected that he was the heart of the Blue Lock. Sei tells Isagi that he's got a good brain in there. While on the other hand, Isagi is stunned, not because he got a compliment from Sei, but because he didn't account for him at all. Sei was completely outside his field of view, and on top of that he even took the shortest path to the most critical point to destroy Isagi. This was supposed to be Isagi's best play, and just in an instant Sei ruined it. But not yet, he says, because this isn't over yet. Isagi knows that he still has this moment in front of the goal. Even against the genius Itoshi-sei, Isagi still has a 50-50 chance in this situation, and Isagi will be the one to do it. Predictions don't matter right now, what matters is winning this battle. Isagi says that he will beat Sei if his right leg reaches the ball first. Isagi knows that he can score by just extending his leg, even just with the tip of his toe, so Isagi goes for it. But just then, Sei pushes himself away from Isagi, destroying his balance. Sei tells him that he was too hasty, and that without a stable core, he can't use a direct shot. Isagi's core is too unstable, and he won't be able to make a shot with his posture, even though the goal is right in front of him. Against Sei, this weapon just dies. But just then, Rin comes in and screams for Isagi to look at him. Isagi does everything in his power to kick the ball to Rin. However, behind Rin is Aiku, who has come to join the fight. Rin has to reach it and shoot to take back the hope in this game. Or does he? Because can you believe someone else joins this fight? It's Baru who is coming at full speed, even though both Darai and Niu are clinging to him. Baru reaches the ball first and gets ready to shoot. As he is about to shoot, he thanks Isagi for the feast and says that Isagi's light is his prey, as he shots a wonderful and outstanding kick right into the net, which has definitely gone down in history as one of the best. And with that, Baru managed to turn the scores even. Everyone in Blue Lock 11 rushes to congratulate Baru's insane goal. Isagi, in particular, is amazed and asks how he did it. But Baru, however, just throws him down on the ground. He tells Isagi that there is nothing mysterious about it. From start to finish, he just moved in with the intent of hunting and devouring Isagi, however. That answer doesn't satisfy Isagi, who asks Baru how he managed to just vanish at one point. Baru tells him that he didn't vanish, but instead that he was erased. Baru's style of focusing just on Isagi was read instantly, so Baru focused on moving on to the next stage of that, meaning that he had to hunt where the plays Isagi made when he evolved. However, Baru can't predict what Isagi is going to come up with, so instead he focused on following Rin, because Rin had the power to react to however Isagi evolved, and then Baru just waited in the shadows the whole time, waiting for when Isagi would pass Rin. Isagi asks Baru how he can manage to visualize stuff like Rin's movements, positioning and all that. Baru is confused and tells him that Isagi and Rin are so synchronized that they already look like the same player, and to Baru Rin is just another Isagi. However, as Baru continues, he gets stopped by the referee, who gives him a yellow card for the uncivilized act of striping his uniform. After that, we get a look into Isagi's thoughts. Isagi says that Baru's goal only was possible thanks to Baru's obsession, a super goal that only he could have scored. However, before that, if Itoshi-sei hadn't come, Isagi would have been the one to score. Isagi thinks back to his last play more calmly once again. He thinks that Sei aimed for the weakness of Isagi's direct shot by pushing his core. At the very same instant Isagi got into a shooting position, Sei did a shoulder tackle weak enough to not count as a foul and to break Isagi's core. It may look easy, but it's a very highly technical play executed in an instant. Isagi thinks that Itoshi-sei really is capable of techniques of a higher dimension than his, and the only reason they still scored in the end was because Rin was there with Isagi. That brilliant play got Isagi through their defense to later pass to Rin, who managed to react to it all. And of course, Baru's heel move managed to snatch the ball, but it wasn't only them, because Karasu and Nagi were also involved in that chain. It's because everyone challenged themselves, making a chain of trances, and right there, Isagi sees it. To demonstrate a higher performance you have to move while believing in other trances. This is the last piece for the fight against the U-20, Isagi says. On the other half of the field, we have the U-20 Japan's coach, who is scared to death. However, Sei approaches him and asks him if he has any plans. The coach tells Sei the basic plan, and when he is done, Sei calls it a stupid idea and says that it's lacking in originality. However, that wasn't what Sei came for, because he quickly tells the coach to not make any substitutions unless someone gets hurt because the players of the U-20 team can still fight on, says Sei. And with that, the final stage of the match enters with only 15 minutes left on the clock. Before the game starts again, Baru goes forward to Isagi and tells him to shine even more and to be more dynamic, because after that, Baru will devour him and become the star of this match. And everyone in the Blue Lock 11 is pumped up to the max. However, someone is even more pumped up, and it's Rin who says that he won't let things end like this. He tells the others to stop getting in the way, because then the next one scoring will be him. Rin says that this game is his, and that he will defeat Sei and carve his name into the world. After that, Rin thinks back to their last play. He thinks that the pass from Nagi and Baru's moves, and even the block from Sei, were made not to Rin, but to Isagi. After that, he says that at some point this field has been moving around with Isagi at its center. However, he won't let himself be devoured. On the other hand, we have Isagi who thinks that the center of Blue Lock is still undoubtedly Rin. However, that goal just then might have been centered around him. But it's only because Rin exists as a lightning rod on the field. Thanks to Rin being there, Isagi is able to vanish from the enemy's field of view, which makes Isagi move more freely. Isagi says that their last goal was a one-time success and not something which can be reproduced easily. It's game over if Isagi fools himself into thinking that he can do it again. What he needs to do next isn't to replicate the form of the goal, but instead the phenomenon of a chain of trances with everyone facing their own original challenge, and the end result of mixing it all up will lead it a goal. However, this is very difficult, but if they manage to pull it off, they will win. And after that, we get this iconic panel of both Isagi and Rin thinking that they will devour each other and become the main star. And with 15 minutes left on the clock, the U20 team starts with the ball. Isagi knows that to set a stop to this match, he has to watch out for the place where Sei passes. Sei gets past Nagi and comes at him at full speed. Sei tells them that he will increase the game level and starts looking really menacing. Sei uses an Elatisco nutmeg to get behind Isagi, who wasn't even ready to react. Isagi says that instead of prioritizing a pass whenever a chance showed up like before, Sei is now breaking past himself to increase his own pass options. With that, Isagi realizes that Itoshi Sai wasn't even playing seriously with them before, and says that even Isagi can't see the limit of his parameter. Anyway, Sai gets behind both Baru and Karasu with little to no effort. Rin looks over from the side and wonders just how far he has come. He thinks back to when they were kids and says, at that time they were playing side by side. Rin asks Sei just how far he is gonna go while leaving him behind as he does a slide tackle on Sei, who was able to get over it. Suddenly Rin starts feeling like he is drowning as he did before. However, this time he is tired of feeling like that and says that he will destroy Sei's and change this match. With that, he also starts trying to think as if he was Sei and wonders how Sei would destroy Blue Lock. As Sei gets to move freely on the field, he gets behind Yukimiya as well. While looking at Sei destroying the Blue Lock, 11 Rin says that natural-born dribblers have their own individual style, and they actively move past defenders. However, Sei is passive, and he specializes in moving after observing the opponent's rhythm and motions. Then he just flows past them with a counter dribble. However, Rin says that it's not over yet. Before Rin started playing football, he simply admired it. The football philosophy which Sei had. It's the most efficient, it crushes the opponents quickly, and it's a playstyle that calculates the most optimal way to score. The essence of Sei's football lies in destroying beautifully, and that's exactly why he wanted an egoist outside formulas, someone who is a problem that nobody else can solve, and that player is of course Shidu. Anyway, Sei gets to Ryu, however this time he doesn't try to get past him, because this time he does a cross into to the middle, and there in the middle is the demon himself, Shidu. The cross from Sei is so perfectly calculated that the ball will hit a perfect spot that only Shidu can reach. However, someone comes to interrupt them. It's Rin, who tells Sei that he knew that he would pass here as he puts his head in front of the ball, getting a hefty kick from Shidu but saving another goal. Karasu tries his best to demand that Shidu gets a card from that kick, however it doesn't go his way. Isagi looks at Rin and thinks that Rin's last play was nothing like him. Every move Rin makes is to score for himself, and all of Rin's plays are always self-centered. However, this time it was the opposite, because Rin moved with the intention of defending, which means that Rin switched style this late in the game, just to be able to seal Sei. Isagi is really impressed with Rin's determination, but wonders how he managed to do it. Isagi says that he could have never done the same, and that there's something that only Rin can see. This match's level increased after each player reached flow, and because of that, Sei had to raise the levels once again, which in turn woke something up in Rin who now exists to kill Sei. Anyway, Ryo sees that all of the players are a bit distracted, so he starts the game by himself, and passes a long pass to Nagi in the midfield, who is accompanied by Isagi. Isagi says that Rin erasing Sei changes everything. Isagi's combinations, his vision, the scenery, it's all completely different. And if Isagi also changes, then all of his surroundings will follow him. Isagi thanks Rin and says that Blue Lock can still evolve. He also says that right now, he has to find a chain of trances that will lead to an attack only the current blue lock can create. But just then, someone appears on Isagi's side. It's Bachira, who tells Isagi that his last piece could only be him. However, he says that he didn't come for Isagi's sake, and that he is there to score his own goal, which starts the competition for the last goal between the two, who are both looking more furious than ever. Nagi passes the ball to Isagi and Bachira, and he makes a 1-2 to get behind Hayate. However, it won't be as easy as Isagi thinks as Baru comes out of nowhere and tries to steal Isagi's ball. Baru tells Isagi that he left himself wide open and asks if he didn't think that Baru would come and steal the ball away from him. They go back and forth for a bit, acting like a married couple, but Bachira puts a stop to it as he goes to steal the ball instead, and says that it's finally time to dance. Bachira is going to play with purely his instinct and throw away any thoughts he has. He makes some crazy fast scissors before he gets behind Neru by lifting the ball over him. Niu comes and tells Neru to pincer him, but he clearly forgot who they are dealing with as Bachira makes a feint into a roulette to get behind Niu. However, the boss fight still awaits him as Aiku is coming closer and closer. Both Nagi and Isagi scream to Bachira to pass them, however Bachira is now in the zone. He gets behind Niu and starts with some insane scissors. Aiku thinks that there is a 2% that Bachira will pass, and 98% that he is gonna dribble. Just then, Bachira lifts the ball and goes into a shooting chance, but instead of shooting, he smashes the ball into the ground and makes it bounce over Aiku. Aiku screams for the goalkeeper to come out, but just as he is about to catch the ball, Bachira lifts it even more. The ball is headed to the goal, but so is Sendo, and unfortunately for the blue lock, 11 Sendo is able to save the goal just in time. The ball falls to Aiku, who tells Sendo to get up and asks if he is only good for defending. Sendo gets up right away and says that he isn't going to hand over his throne to some dumb blue lock players who just came out, who knows where Sendo also says that he is going to change Japanese football and that he doesn't care about some idol anymore and that he only wants to be the best in the world. And of course, marry a Hollywood actress instead. With that, Aiku passes the ball to Sei, who joins the whole U20 in their counterattack. Aiku says that Blue Lock's heart didn't only affect him, but everyone on the U20 team. A single striker was able to awaken the middle fielder and made the defenders evolve, and also guided a goalkeeper to the next stage. This is a fight that lies beyond his desires, because with this match, Japanese football will change forever. Both Yukimiya and Karasu go to stop Sei. They know that Sei is waiting for a chance to pass to Shido. However, they get surprised when they realize that Sei isn't waiting for Shido anymore. Sei now says that he treats all proper strikers equally, and that the person with more heat toward the goal right now gets their chance as he passes the ball to Kitsunezato and Cho, who go up against Hiyori and Aryu. However, the two strikers of the U20 team get behind them pretty easily, and after that, Kitsunezato gets his chance to shoot, so he takes it only to get interrupted by Ryo's head. The second ball falls to Sendo, as he says that he is the ace and shoots the ball, but once again gets interrupted by two, this time Baru and Nagi. Now I don't know if you can believe it, but the ball falls once again to one of the players from the U20 team, and it's Sei who gets hold of it. Isagi goes to block it, but Sei wasn't here to shoot, as he sees him pass to Aiku, who comes in full speed. Aiku shoots a real powerhouse of a shot, which luckily gets stopped by Rin's majestic leg, and the ball falls over the net. Aiku tells Rin that he can't believe that he was able to reach it, and calls Rin a self-centered captain. However, Rin tells him that he is the little brother of someone self-centered too. And with that, there are only 5 more minutes until the match ends. However, the U20 team is given a corner kick. Rin thinks that he has to overlap his thoughts with Sei so that he can see the critical points in their defense. Just like Rin did as a child when he was simply admiring the way Sei played. Even if Sei learned new techniques, even if he went out in the world, he still kept sharpening his own senses. However, if this goes on, and even if Rin manages to stop him, he won't be able to score his own goals. Rin thinks about what to do, because if he doesn't defend, then this match will be over. But is that really okay? Of course not, because it's game over if they score now. And the only one to stop him is Rin, because right at this moment, Rin is going to surpass his older brother. As Sei shoots the corner kick, Rin looks around for the most dangerous and beautiful spot for Sei to pass to. Rin decides that Sei is going to pass Aiku, so he jumps on top of Aiku to reach the ball first. However, the pass wasn't for Aiku, but for Shido, who is running behind them. But the one to save the day isn't Rin, but Isagi Yoichi, who says that he knew it would be here as he kicks the ball away. Isagi said that when he watched both Rin and Sei, and then included Shido in the prediction, he somehow got here by reflex. The second ball falls in the hands of Hiroi, who says that it's time to end this match. Rin looks back at Isagi, who is running to the counter and tells him to stop getting in his way. Rin just wanted to fight Sae alone, but the whole of the Blue Lock 11 kept biting back at Rin's football. Rin says that the Blue Lock doesn't let him be alone and wonders what this feeling of not being alone is, before saying that it's disgusting and says that he will crush them to pieces. With only 2 more minutes, the Blue Lock 11 starts their counterattack. Hiroi thinks about if he should pass Nagi or Baru, but before he can decide, Rin comes from behind him with a menacing look to him as he steals the ball from Hiroi. Rin says that Sei doesn't matter anymore. Revenge doesn't matter. Rivals don't matter. Sei, Isagi, and even the Blue Lock 11, anything that ties Rin down is disgusting. Rin was only feeling tied down because he was expecting answers from someone other than himself. And with that, Rin finally understands what Sei was trying to tell him when he called him lukewarm. Sei tried to tell him that he is disgusting, and that the one who needs to be crushed and broken to pieces is Rin himself. Isagi goes to Rin and says that they should play together. However, Rin is not listening to Isagi anymore. Rin starts running outside, and Isagi thinks that if he keeps this up, they will only lose time. Neru goes to block Rin. However, Rin is ready. Rin knows that Neru's weapon is speed, and he goes to crush him. Another one goes to try his luck on Rin, and this time it's Darai, who once again gets bodied by this new savage version of Rin. Neo rushes in to overwhelm Rin with his physical strength. However, Rin completely destroys him and flips him upside down. After that, we see Ego looking at Rin very closely as he says that Rin brings out the opponent's strongest weapon and focuses on a play that destroys that, and says that Rin is now in flow state. After that, we get to see how Isagi views this new version of Rin. Isagi says that this is a Rin that he doesn't know existed. If Sei's style is to seek and calculate everything perfectly and then destroy it beautifully, then Rin's disposition is the opposite of that. Rin lets the opponent bring out their best, a football style that destroys hideously. And after that, Rin goes to his final enemy Aiku, who is left to defend Rin. Aiku says that Rin's concentration is out of this world and that he doesn't even notice that he is drooling. There are a little over 28 meters until the goal, and if Rin gets past him, then they're down. So Aiku's job is to make Rin waste time here. Aiku takes all of Rin's new data that he used to get behind the U20 team and says that Rin has gone up multiple levels. However, Aiku is still confident and tells Rin to just try and surpass him at his best. But suddenly all of Aiku's data disappears, and Aiku suddenly says that even though he hasn't got a chance against Rin. But just then, Shidu comes from Rin's blind spot, which boosts Aiku's data up to 50%, bringing it down to luck, so Aiku starts running toward Rin. However, just then, Isagi comes and tells Rin to pass him. Both Aiku and Shidu know that if Rin passes, they are done. But luckily, Rin doesn't care about Isagi anymore and tells Isagi to get away from him and not limit his possibilities. Rin continues, and Aiku thinks that Rin will shoot, so he blocks off Rin's shooting course. However, it turns out that Rin was only doing a feint. This would have broken most of the defenders, but not Aiku, who says that he isn't broken yet, and tells Rin to just try and break him. Just before Rin's shot, Aiku cuts off some of Rin's shooting area, which leaves Rin's shot into the right post. The second ball goes up in the sky, and it's heading to Isagi. But before he can take it, Sei comes and steals it, telling Rin that he is still lukewarm. And with that, the match goes down to its final extra minute. Reichi jumps out of the bench and screams for the Blue Lock 11 to stop him, even if they die in the process, and I don't think that he was joking. Isagi goes up against Sei, but gets easily bodied by the Prodigy. Same with Nagi and Baru, who went to challenge Sei just to get completely destroyed. Karasu comes and tells them to not swarm around Sei, and tells them that he will stall him instead, so that the others can block the U20 players who are running to their goal. Isagi looks back and tries to find a new piece, so that he can turn the game around. However, in the meantime, Rin goes up against Sei, completely disregarding what Karasu said. Sei tells Rin that he still hasn't fixed his habit of sticking his tongue out and drooling. Sei says that the fact that Rin didn't score just now proves that he is at his limit. Sei continues and says that if only Rin would have stayed quiet at home, he would have been able to live without this downfall. Sei tells Rin that he can't become the best in the world, and that what he can do is live in the shadow of his older brother. This doesn't have any effect on Rin, who tells Sei to stop trying to bind his ego with words again, and says that he isn't something in their lives anymore, and that he is done with being Itoshi Sei's little brother, because he is Itoshi Rin the Egoist. And with that, the two brothers start their final matchup against one another. Sei starts with doing some of his super fast scissors before he kicks the ball up in the air and makes a back heel kick. However, Rin is steadily keeping up with his brother, and the two of them continue their furious and epic duo, which will for sure go down in history next to Ronaldo and Messi. Sei tries to make his famous nutmeg, but that's when Rin denies that and kicks away the ball. The ball goes up in the sky, and it looks like Aiku will be the one to reach it. However, that's not the case because the number 11 striker Isagi Yoichi comes running right behind him and shoots a killer ball right into the net, finally giving Blue Lock their well-deserved win, with the final score being 4 to the Blue Lock 11 and 3 to the U20 team. Everyone in the Blue Lock 11 is ecstatic for Isagi, and they all come and huddle together. After that, Aiku comes forward and compliments Isagi's well-deserved goal and tells Isagi congratulations as they shake hands. However, not everyone is as cheerful as them, as Rin is sitting on the ground. But just then, Sei comes over. He tells Rin that he was wrong. Sei thought that Japan was unable to ever give birth to any decent strikers. Rin looks really happy as Sei continues and says that the one he talks about even manages to call forth Rin's instincts. Sei says that the one who's able to change this country's football is Isagi Yoichi. After Isagi has celebrated, Igarashi runs to him and says that an interview team is calling for him. They ask how Isagi feels about the match, and he tells them that he is very happy. The interviewer continues and asks Isagi what his future goals are, and Isagi straight up tells him that Blue Lock will win the U20 World Cup. He starts saying that they will before correcting himself and saying that he will lead Japan to victory in the U20 World Cup. After that, the players can finally go into their locker room to truly celebrate their win. With all of them screaming and being hyped about being the new U20 team, we can even see Henri crying her eyes out, saying that she's really proud over them. After that, Ego comes by and tells her to stop crying and that everything happened as planned. The U20 team subbing in Shidu, and they even going as far as playing Baru. Ego had up until that part planned out everything perfectly. However, that last goal was beyond his calculations, saying that Rin's awakening broke everything apart, and the only one who responded to that was Isagi, telling them that the last play was without a doubt a goal that made Blue Lock known to the entire world. This victory was brought on by every one of them here, and they have all surely made this the one place in the world where football was the most heated. And they have all grasped victory at a turning point in their lives. Ego congratulates them and says that they have accomplished something amazing. However, this cannot become the peak of their football lives, and this victory isn't the end of a fight, as it's the true beginning for Blue Lock. Isagi might have been the one to steal the spotlight today, but everyone will still have equal chances in the future, as Ego intends to make someone among them the best striker in the world. And in order to create a single hero who will lead Japan to victory in the World Cup, everyone else will have their lives ruined. As Ego walks out with an immense arua, he tells them to prepare themselves, and that Blue Lock has reached the point of no return. However, the surprises don't end there, as Henri tells them that as a special bonus for their victory today, the menu at the cafeteria will be super luxurious, and of course, all you can eat, which hypes the players up. However, as Isagi is walking to the cafeteria, he stumbles upon Rin sitting alone in the locker room. He goes forward to him and says that what Ego said was true, and that he was only able to score because of him. At that moment, only he believed that Rin was going to defeat Sei, and that's why they got the result. And because he had learned about the mechanisms of luck after losing to Rin, he was then able to grasp that chance in the match. He ends it by thanking Rin and saying that the goal wasn't his but theirs. But Rin isn't as friendly, as he tells Isagi to shut up and go and die, looking him straight in the eyes and saying that he will never forgive him, and that from this moment onwards Rin is his rival, and that it means that he will definitely kill him. Isagi looks shocked before walking away, telling Rin that he can try. And with that, we finally come to the end of the whole match, but as we are doing so, we also see a familiar face walking out of the wild card. After that, we get to the day after the match, where they have gotten their smartphones back, and not only that, but as 2 weeks off, where they can go outside of Blue Lock. Isagi gets home, but leaves shortly after to have some fun in Shibuya, where he meets up with Bachira and Chigiri. Isagi asks them if it will only be the three of them, and Chigiri says that Nico and Raichi didn't want to come, and that Hiroi lives far away, and Gagamaru went into hiding in the mountains. Anyway, Isagi is just happy to have his freedom back. They think about what to do before Chigiri shows them that they are blowing up online. The article says that this match got a lot of attention, as Hitoshi Sai's debut as a player in a national team. However, what awaited them was a completely new and fantastic spectacle that impressed everyone. Ego Jinpachi's dream of creating the best striker in the world here in Japan has shown its fangs, and the team born of that sensational concept has gathered attention not only in Japan, but also on the football scene across the entire world. In response to that, Buratsuta from Japan Union said that Blue Lock is the future of Japanese football, and that he simply opened the door of a path that he believed in. They trash talk Buratsuta for a while, before they say that they truly did something amazing. After that, Chigiri spots the other guys at a different table and they decide to go over. Isagi asks them what they are doing here, and they have such grown-up and fascinating discussions, which is just like them. And of course, Tokimitsu is just there to listen, and Otoya is checking out another type of system. They decided to team up and do something fun altogether. However, while Isagi checks his phone, he sees that Nagi has gotten distracted by an arcade along the way, so they decided to go and jump him as said by Bachira. Nagi is completely crushing it in the arcade before they go and hijack him. And while they are there, they decided to have some fun by playing some of the different games. While they are going to check out the karaoke, they stumble across some women being angry in a karaoke booth. We later learned that it was thanks to Aiku who wanted to have some fun, I guess you could say. They later learned that it isn't just Aiku who's here, as their whole team is there, and they decided to do the only responsible thing, which is of course to challenge each other in an intense and fearsome bowling match. But before they start, they see someone who's absolutely crushing it and says that he seems rather familiar. They go forward and see that it's Baru, and that bowling is his personal sanctuary, which honestly caught me so off guard. Anyway, they go back and forth a bit before it's Nagi's turn, and when he's about to walk and throw the ball, he stumbles. However, it's not lost just yet as the ball still goes in a straight line and gives them a strike somehow. They finish, and they want to go for a second time, but Isagi tells them that he's leaving, and that he has made plans with another friend. He goes to the train station where a family approaches him. Their son tells him that he's become a fan of him, and says that he loved the goal at the end. He asks Isagi if he can shake hands, which Isagi of course agrees with, and that's just so cute, like I can't. But Isagi gets on the train and thinks that things really have changed. No, it's not that, as it's Isagi who's made them change, and with his goal change the world. Isagi arrives and meets up with his useless teammate from before. They small talk for a bit, before this useless guy decides to open his big mouth, as he tells Isagi that he can't believe how lucky he is, and that an excuse goal like that at the last moment was made with pure luck and nothing else. Isagi is rightfully shocked, and asks what he means, and the guy says that Isagi just picked up the sloppy seconds that came his way. He starts saying that if he went to Blue Lock, he could have been a hero too, but that maybe that goal of his was already used up all his luck. Isagi is in shock, wondering how he can say that the goal was just luck. How does he think that Isagi felt when he's been fighting all this time in Blue Lock? The guy leaves, and Isagi is left behind. He thinks that even more than he's realized, he might have been stained by Blue Lock and by the world of fighting. And with that, we get one of my favorite panels of the series with Isagi just looking out on the field. After that, we get to Ego, who's sitting on a call with a bunch of important businessmen who are discussing if they want in on Ego's newest endeavor. Ego tells them to don't misunderstand and that this isn't simply business, as Blue Lock's Phase 2 is going to involve the whole world as a massive scale entertainment project. As he says that he's going to create the best striker in the world. We start the Neo Egoist League arc off with Rin sitting on the shore that he and Sei used to visit. He looks at his phone and sees how much criticism Sei is getting for his last play in the U20 match. Rin then thinks back to that exact moment and says that he definitely had the upper hand there. Rin's offense kept up closely with Sei's when he obeyed his instincts of wanting to destroy him completely and then managed to stop his last play. However, even though he won, he still don't really understand that new side of him. It felt new, but at the same time, nostalgic, almost like his veins were dancing. And on top of that, it seemed like Sei knew that part of Rin. Rin starts to wonder if this was his plan all along, and that Sei always wanted him to bring out this ego. However, none of it matters, as he only recognized Isagi in the end. Anyone can tell at a glance in that match that Isagi gained everything, while Rin was one step short. As Rin is looking out at the sea, he's determined to change, and give it his all to destroy both Isagi and Sei. After that, we get to join the household of the Yoichi family, who is proudly replaying Isagi's interview over and over again. As they are getting ready to eat, Isagi's mom asks if life at Blue Lock isn't too difficult for Isagi, and that he's really evolved since joining the program. His dad agrees, and says that even though they don't know a whole lot about football, they are still extremely proud over Isagi. However, if Isagi wins or not isn't their biggest concern, as what makes the two of them glad is seeing Isagi happy. They don't care if he scores or even wins or not, as they will always be there for him, and only wishes him to live his life as he wants to, which makes Isagi extremely happy, as he says that from now on, he will become the best in the world. After dinner, he goes upstairs into his room. He thinks if living the life that you want is what it means to be an egoist. Even though Blue Lock helped him become something that he could never imagine, he still had to leave behind plenty of things and people. In Blue Lock, Isagi was able to learn the excitement of victory and the pleasure of scoring, the happiness of changing the world with his own hands. He sits up in his bed and says that he will do whatever to stay in Blue Lock. Just then, he gets a notification from Blue Lock, telling everyone to get back and to let the next act begin. We can also see Gagamaru just chilling in the woods as he gets his invitations, which is just so hilarious. The next day, all of the players arrive and lets the Blue Lock Project Phase 2 start. As they walked into the building, they are greeted by a bunch of players, kind of like how they were greeted in the first selection arc. But this time, it isn't just the Blue Lock players, as the former U20 players are here too. Isagi asks Aiku why they are here, and Aiku tells him that Ego asked them to. And I love how the first thing Naru and Bachira do is greet each other really happily. It's so cute. After that, Isagi spots Rin against the wall. He goes forward to greet him and says that it wouldn't be Blue Lock if he wasn't there. However, Rin tells him to stop talking to him and asks if he wants to get stabbed. However, before they can go any longer, the bowl cut himself pops up on the screen. He says that from now on, he holds the power of deciding every member of Japan's U20 team. And since he figured that even the losers might have their uses, he decided to invite them as well. Ego says that there are 100 days left before the U20 World Cup, and if they were to take part in it now, it would be simply impossible. Even so, it's not lost just yet, as he says that he's come up with a way to allow them all to evolve at a rapid pace, but before that, he has his annual quiz time and asks them what the cause for their improvement was. Awakening your ego, becoming aware of your innate weapons, the reason all of that happened was without a doubt due to this environment, this special yet cruel enclosed space called Blue Lock, and to be able to rise to greater heights. A new environment will be needed, and that's why Ego has decided to throw them into the hottest hellfire that exists, because in Blue Lock's Phase 2, they will all be thrown into the peak of the world, which is of course Europe's Big 5 leagues. Popularity, ability, and money in these European pro football leagues are at the peak of all these things. Among these 5 countries, each of you is going to choose which environment you want to sharpen yourselves in. But before they can start choosing their league, Ego will give his judgment regarding each league, starting with England. A league characterized by speed and physical battles, where goals are stolen by the law of physical prowess. Next up is Spain, a league where technique and creativity are desired. Their citizens won't get satisfied by just seeing goals. It's a place that gathers footballers who want to express creativity and playfulness. After Spain, we have Italy, a league that favors slyness and tactics. They hold history in being able to win 1-0 while holding their defense. A playstyle that fuses individual strength with robust team organization was born here. After them comes France, which is a league that acts as a gateway to success for newcomers and young players. In recent years, their market has received a grand lot of investments, so the money flows constantly. They're currently in a great spot in becoming the greatest league in the world. And to end it all, we have Germany, a league that fundamentally understands that football is a sport that you win by scoring the most goals. They favor getting to victory by logical and rational means. And on top of that, the player who currently holds the title of the best striker in the world, and Isagi's idol Noel Noah, is here. After that, Ego tells them that the survival battle in the new environment you select will double as the final selection for the U20 World Cup as well. And with such an environment being the highest peak of the world, the one thing that will be the key to winning your place among the best will be demonstrated using your uniqueness. Their talents and weapons may have stood out here in Japan, but they will fall to the average level when compared to the world. So what you felt then and what you believe in will serve as a test, and if even then you're still able to show you have value that no one else does, then the world will be waiting for you. This next step they are about to take is a rite of passage to becoming a professional. Therefore, they must accurately visualize what they want to become and then choose the best environment for themselves. For better or worse, this choice is guaranteed to completely derail your life. And then, with 90 minutes left, it was time for them to make a choice that will completely change their life. Igarashi has decided that he wants to go to Germany, Otoya is going to Spain, Aryu is headed to Italy, and Zantetsu has decided on France, and I really hope that we get to see more from him in this arc because I feel like he's a really underrated character who deserves more love. Chigiri looks over at Isagi and asks if he's decided. Isagi says that this is also for national teams, so they have to choose a pro league that they want to learn from, but even then he isn't quite sure. He says that he's been watching a lot of English leagues recently, but as a kid, he always wanted to go to Germany because of Noah. After that, Isagi asks Chigiri if he has decided on a club, and he has decided on England as he wants his own speed to be tested. Ryo overhears them and says that they will be going together as he also chose England because he's fond of a lot of teams there and it also smells like money. Isagi turns around and asks Nagi if he's decided, and he says that he wants to go to the league which Bergkamp is in. However, Chigiri tells him that he's already retired, but tells Nagi that he played with England, and because of that, he's also ready to choose England. After that, Bachira comes and says that he's chosen Spain not to anyone's surprise. However, he says that it doesn't really matter anyway. Isagi is confused and asks what Bachira means. Bachira tells him that he's set on becoming the best striker in the world, so no matter what environment he experiences, all that matters is that he gets to wherever the top is. It's not a matter of making the right choice and instead making a path for himself, telling Isagi that what he trusts most isn't logic but his instinct. However, as he leaves, he says that even if they go different paths, it's common courtesy to have evolved by the next time they meet, which is quite sweet. Anyway, thanks to Bachira's words, Isagi has chosen to follow his instincts too and chooses the place which will make his blood boil the most, and that's none other than Germany. After that, the Germany players move in with each other and we get a look at who chooses to go the German path. And it's the following: Igarashi, Yukimiya, Hiroi, Raichi, Gagamaru, Neru, Corona, Kiora, and of course Isagi. By the way, a hot take: I would love to see more of Kiora, as he seems like such a cool character, so I really hope that they show him off more and at least something in this arc. Anyway, the players enters a dark room and sees a hologram of Ego. Ego says that the team that's currently the strongest in Germany is Bastard Munchen, and they will get the opportunity to play with the team's U20 players and train with them. Igarashi is hyped that they will be going to Germany. However, Ego stops him in his tracks and says that the environment of the Big 5 European leagues will be recreated right here in Blue Lock. And to serve that purpose, he's invited players their age, who currently plays for the strongest teams in 5 big leagues, from England's Manchester City, Italy's Ubers, Spain's FC Barça, France's Paris X-Gen, and Germany's Bastard Munchen. The Blue Lock players' next goal will be to win in this environment, and the one who will be guiding you all won't be Ego himself, but instead the ace strikers who reign over each of these top teams. The Blue Lock players are able to see silhouettes of the players as Ego introduces the ace of Bastard Munchen and the master striker Noel Noah. Ego says that thanks to the result of the match with Japan's U20, Blue Lock has gained the attention of the entire world, and this pipe dream of his has caught the attention of greedy sponsors, which has made Phase 2 better than he could have imagined. But all of this isn't just limited to Germany, as a master striker has been gathered in each stratum. After that, he introduces all of the master strikers, starting with England's Chris Prince, who is considered to be a striker on par with Noah. Spain has got Lavinho, the genius dribbler of Spain's league. From Italy, we have Snuffy, who is said to be Uber's secret to success. And not to mention France's Loki, the #1 supernova who football fans around the world have their eyes on. They'll each guide their players on their own philosophy, and they will all evolve in that environment whether they want that or not. So how will this work, you may ask? Well, firstly, you will train under the master, to then possibly be chosen for the regulars, so you really must show your value to be chosen for a team mixed with the 11 members that were brought from the original team. After that, the 11 chosen will play in matches where the opponents will be the other teams, and therefore a league will be formed with those 5 teams, and you will have the chance to fight against new players, but also teammates who chose different leagues. In the matches, there are some rules. For example, it's the first to 3 goals that win, and 2 infinite substitutions exist. And now the most exciting feature of them all is that the masters are allowed to sub in for 3 minutes. Even though this is extremely hype for the players, they can't forget that this is the final selection for the team that's going to the U20 World Cup, and depending on how the matches go, after each one of them, the ranks could completely change. Ego says that this is exactly what he's been dreaming of, a fight to create the best striker in the world, calling it a battle for survival in the new generation and the creation of a football never seen in history before. Isagi is stunned to get the chance to learn from Noah himself, and even playing with him will definitely help him reach new levels. He's now on the path of becoming the best striker in the world. However, before he can calm down, Ego says that he forgot to say something. He says that on Bastard Munchen's team, there's going to be another player who he just had to personally include. All of the Blue Lock players that are already here have taken the proper path. However, Ego also prepared a hidden path for those who were defeated and forced different philosophies upon them. And he's now chosen to bring back the monster born out of that path. The doors open and he calls out the only survivor of the wild card and the final dark horse, which is none other than the man himself, Kunigami Rensuke. And with that, Blue Lock Phase 2 can officially begin. As Ego leaves, he says that he leaves everything to Noah, and just then, some sort of door opens up to what looks like a cybernetic world. Noah tells them in Germany to proceed to the goal and that he will be waiting there as he leaves them. The Blue Lock players quickly understand that they will have to race against the German players to see who arrives faster. Isagi goes forward to Kunigami and says that he knew that he would come back, and says that it's nice to have the superhero here. However, Kunigami tells him to quit it and that he doesn't call himself that childish name anymore, as he tells Isagi to get ready because the one who will be the best in the world will be him. Isagi is shocked to see Kunigami so changed, however he can't do anything else but to fight, and then the training starts. They start with some running, and Isagi notices that Kunigami is much faster now and that his physical specs are way higher now. As they come to the second zone, they have to sprint up a very steep road. Isagi is amazed at how the German players can keep up with this and wonders if they really are the same age as them. Even so, he's determined to not fall behind as he gets through Zone 3 easily. However, in Zone 4 he's facing some problems as he's having a hard time keeping up and says that the only one able to keep up is Kunigami. Just then, he sees that someone named Kaiser has already finished. He arrives at the final zone and will do everything to prove his worth. He gets behind the hinders easily and aims at the highest score possible. But just as he shoots, he hears someone speaking in German saying that he's been waiting to meet Isagi. He shots the ball at Isagi's ball, and no, not those balls. Isagi is amazed that he managed to block his shot, but just then, the mysterious man introduces himself as Kaiser, who does the impossible, as he tells Blue Lock to kneel for him. Just unfortunate that Isagi didn't understand any of that, as he was speaking in German. Isagi recognizes Kaiser right off the bat as one of the new Gen 11. But just then, someone else comes. He tells Kaiser that they can understand him and gives the Blue Lock players a special micro interpreter, which is a gift that helps them understand each other. After that, when they can understand each other, the guy introduces himself as Alexis Ness. But the Blue Lock players are to focus on their headphones and notice that they are built by Ryo's family. Suddenly, someone else joins in. It's Eric Gesner, who tells Ness to stop being so polite and that they are only here because they were told that Blue Lock was amazing. After that comes Benedict Grimm, who's acting like he's in a school play, kind of like Are You actually. After that, Isagi looks away for less than 1 second, but just as he does so, Kaiser drags him closer to him as if he were in a K-drama. He tells Isagi that he came here to meet him, Blue Lock's own ace striker, and tells Isagi to not disappoint him. Isagi tries to get free, but then Kaiser uses his full force to what it looks like pin Isagi against the wall. He tells Isagi to shut his mouth and to give him a reason not to feel like coming here was a waste of time, saying that he wants Isagi to get into his life. Finally, Isagi agrees and says that he will do as Kaiser says. He will gladly destroy his life. Kaiser then asks Ness to give him a tissue as he owns him or something. Anyway, Ness asks Kaiser what Isagi's title would be. Kaiser says that until he takes his place on the stage as the world's best striker, and now that he's stuck in this jock of an interlude called Blue Lock, the other players are the circus animals that provide some entertainment, but when he takes the stage, it makes Isagi into the pathetic clown who thought he was the star. But just then, Noah comes and tells Kaiser to knock it off, calling it childish. Kaiser tries to argue, but Noah tells him to not talk back, and that it's him that makes the rules here. After that, Noah says that their initial training is done. Noah states that this room was designed to measure their physical abilities due to Bastard Munchen's philosophy being that of extreme rationality. Noah doesn't put any stock on the invisible powers known as impression or emotion, but instead only thinks with logic and numbers, saying that the 21 players here will be ranked based on training and gameplay data, which will give the top 11 the chance to play in the next match. Isagi realizes that this is a game of data survival where numbers are everything. He also says that he's in a pinch due to him being rock bottom on the leaderboard. None of the Blue Lock players managed to snatch a place in the top 12, or except one, the newly founded weapon Kunigami, who got a 3rd place in the rankings, followed by Ness in 2nd place and Kaiser in 1st. Even though Isagi is at rock bottom, he's determined to rise through the ranks to then drag down Kaiser from his throne. After that, Isagi and the players start their training. They only have 10 days left until the first match and have to follow Noah's designated training every day. Not to mention that each time the ranking changes, they swing between hope and fear as they battle to get into the top 11. Isagi knows that he won't get to play unless he can make it into the top 11, so he's got no choice but to keep up with them. Is the place that's going to create the best striker in the world, and asks Isagi to bring him logic that will defeat even Noah himself. After that, we jump right into the first of many thrilling Neo Egoist League matches. And we're starting it off with a bang as FC Barca is facing off against Bastard Munchen. As the FC Barca players enter the field, Otoya and Bachira spots Isagi on the bench, and Bachira says that he's going ahead. Isagi thinks back to the 10 days of training leading up to this and says that he wasn't able to reach the top 11 regulars, and out of everyone in Blue Lock, the only one who was chosen was the wild card himself, Kunigami. Isagi is both angry and pissed at every single second he was to spend on the bench. He wants to be on the pitch and burn his presence into the players' minds. And just then, the match starts. Kaiser and Ness begin their honeymoon phase as they pass each other. Ness spots Grim on the other side and passes him a super clean vertical pass right between Barcha's players. Grim uses his brute force to get behind not one, but two players from Barcha, and then when he gets his chance, he passes the ball to the other side, into the legs of Eric Genser. Isagi is stunned as he is looking at their play, saying that Eric is outstanding at trapping, and says that he threads the needle with his delicate dribbling, which is such an over-explained way of saying things. Eric looks into the box and decides to pass Kunigami even though he's being surrounded by defenders. The ball is approaching, and so is Kaiser. Kaiser is in a perfect position to receive a pass from Kunigami. However, he instead decides to trap the ball with his chest to forcibly keep it. He moves forward while he pushes the defenders back, and then shoots an incredible shot with his left leg trademark. The ball is going at an impressive speed, however the Barcha goalkeeper managed to reach it in time and save it. Isagi is still just watching from the sidelines, but he compliments Kunigami, saying that he's evolving at an incredible speed, and that he's drastically boosted all of his physical abilities, which has given him the freedom to be able to score a goal from anywhere on the pitch, calling Kunigami the perfect striker without any weaknesses. The ball is still in play, and Barcha decides to counter, but as Kunigami runs back, Ness stops him. He asks Kunigami what he's trying to do, and that if he had passed to Kaiser, they would have scored. Even so, Kunigami doesn't give a shit, and says that he will follow his own way of dominance, telling Ness to go and bark up another tree. This upsets Ness, and he grabs Kunigami, telling him with a smile that a violation of loyalty to Kaiser is his first yellow card. After that, we go into something more interesting, as Blue Lock's own little monster gets the ball and says that it's showtime. He also says that it's time to raise the BPM before thinking about what football he shall dance. However, before that, we go into a flashback and turn back 10 days to when the Blue Lock players first get introduced to Lavinho. Otoya asks him if this is for real, and if Lavinho will teach them football. Lavinho says that he's their master, however he will not teach them football. He laughs and says that this place was built to make the best striker in the world, but he is already the best, so why would he give out any hints? Even so, Bachira asks him if Noel Noah isn't the best striker in the world. This upsets Lavinho, who asks him if he's trying to pick a fight. He then says that he doesn't care what anyone says because he knows that he's the best. Lavinho then goes off and says that he has something inside him. It's something that others can't see, but instead, an image that exists within him alone. He then takes the ball and says that if you want to become the best, then you can't just do as you're told. Back in Brazil, they have a word called ginga, which means something like shaky or swaying. It comes from capoeira, which is a mix between dancing and martial arts. He tells them that you can start out by copying other strong dudes and then try to mix it up and create their own image of the best in the world, saying that their original style starts there. Lavinho himself uses the image of a butterfly as he dances on the field. He ends it by saying that football is all about improvising at the moment. It's about stealing the rhythm to one that pleases you. Then Bachira jumps in and steals the ball, and I love Otoya. He's like Bachira's own hype man. After that, Bachira gets to see how his movements look like. He says that he should try to copy Lavinho's movements and then mix that up with his own image of the world's best. So he begins his training with some hard work and meditation. After that, when Bachira and Lavinho are alone, Bachira tells him that he can also see a thing which he calls his monster. However, Bachira is unsure what to do with it, as he got stronger by overcoming it. But what image should he come up with now? Lavinho asks if the monster is still there, and Bachira says that he can bring it up again if he wants to. Lavinho then says that it's easy, and that Bachira has to evolve that monster to the next level. Bachira's monster is his own guide to his originality, and will lead to him reaching the spot as the world's best. After that, we get back to the game where Bachira is absolutely crushing an opponent. Igarashi and Hiroi are amazed, but Isagi is focused on something else as he says that he feels that Bachira's dribbling posture has changed. It now feels like he's spending less energy. He's moving the ball around with his foot practically glued to it. Even so, his ball touches do very little movement to his actual center of gravity, which makes him a lot more stable. Another one from Bastard Munchen goes to stop Bachira and says that even though he has infinite options to dribble to, he's still not moving forward. He gets impatient and decides to go in himself, but because of that, he gets absolutely demolished, as he was the first one to taste Bachira's new dribble style, his Ginga X Monster style. But then another threat comes around as Kunigami comes to stop him. However, Bachira is hyped up as he tells them to go, and even calls Kunigami the wild hero. However, before they go at each other, Bachira tells Kunigami that it's nice to see him again, but Kunigami just rushes at him, saying that he will take the lead. Bachira tries to shake off Kunigami with some dribbles, but Kunigami is steadily following. Bachira then swings wide with a double touch, which then leads into another double touch. However, this one is much faster than the last one, which makes him get behind Kunigami in no time. After Kunigami stands both Grim and Eric, but they are nothing to Bachira, who makes a beautiful back heel pass to Ignacio Lala on the left wing, who right away passes it away to Otoya in the box. The ball falls down and leads on his heel, which he uses to continue the attack, and passes it back to Bachira, who's by his side. Bachira jumps up and does an outstanding goal, which gives FC Barça a 1-goal lead. Isagi is watching from the benches, and says that FC Barça really is a free and amusing team that lets the players play as they want. Both Ignacio and Otoya go to celebrate with Bachira, which is kind of sweet. They all look so happy. As Isagi was able to analyze Bachira from the bench, he says that Bachira's dribbling has clearly evolved, saying that Bachira is now able to just do what he wants, and says that he attacks like a child, which is also quite sweet. Even so, Bachira also has his adult side where he waits for his opponent and makes a move based on that. Bachira is only able to play like this thanks to FC Barça's carefree and fun environment. Isagi then compares it with Ego's speech and says that this was what he meant. However, if that's the case, then what is it that he's supposed to learn from his environment? Bastard Munchen's style is rationality, and judging from the other series of plays earlier, they basically cut off every unnecessary move and get in front of the goal by using the shortest possible distance. Isagi thinks about what he would do if he were to get subbed in right now. Should he stick to the role of connecting with Kaiser? No, that's not going to work, as he doesn't possess any individual skills that Grim and Eric don't have already. But if he were to ignore their rule and play for the sake of his own goal, he might just end up getting ignored like Kunigami is. After that, he overhears Igarashi and Hiroi talking. Igarashi says that Kunigami is going to be substituted any second now, as it's completely a one-man egocentric play. Hiroi agrees and says that it's damaging the team's rationality. Igarashi is really out here thinking that he will get subbed in. Keep wishing, bro. Isagi goes back to his little mind and says that even if he were to get subbed in now, he's no idea what to do. Up until now, he's only been able to fight this far because of Blue Lock's ego mindset and rules. But now it's different, as he has to fit into the Bastard Munchen system. It's already hard getting in with just numbers, but now he has to change his style as well. He looks over at Kunigami and says that his existence is for sure a hint for him to be able to get into the spot of the regulars. And then the match was back. Ness asks Kaiser what they are gonna do now, and Kaiser coldly tells him that they will execute them. They start their 1-2s with each other and flawlessly get behind 3 of FC Barça's players, including Bachira. Isagi is in shock. He says that Ness is really good and that his ankles are really flexible. He then compliments Kaiser for moving up to the perfect position to create a pass course, while Ness stays at the perfect distance to pass at any time. And with his ankle technique, he's able to easily switch directions past an opponent, calling Ness the beating heart of Bastard Munchen. Reichi is pissed at the bench and says that if he also had an impressive midfielder behind him, he would be able to score up to 1,000,000 goals, saying that Kaiser is just blessed by this system. Isagi agrees to an extent and says that the team is moving by doing rational plays. However, ever since this match started, Kaiser's movements haven't had a single second to waste. He's been moving as bait, positioning to receive the ball and breaking out for a shooting course. The way Kaiser moves, it's almost like he's embodying Isagi's ideal movements. They have finally reached the critical point of the field, and just then, all of Bastard Munchen moves up, which gives Ness infinite cross possibilities, which makes it so that the defenders can't even imagine what comes next. And then Ness shoots his cross. The ball goes of course to Kaiser, who's been hiding stealthily in the infinite options within the most efficient spot. However, it's not as easy for Kaiser as it sounds, as the man, the myth and the legend Bachira comes behind him. Kaiser takes his hand and tries to push him back. Even so, Bachira is still holding on. The ball goes down, and Kaiser starts off with a fake out, which disturbs their movements. And then right as he gets his chance, he uses his Kaiser impact to shoot the ball right away. The ball is flying so fast that the goalkeeper has no chance of reacting, and with that, he makes the scores even. Isagi is amazed and calls Kaiser a genius, saying that unlike Bachira, Nagi, or even Rin, on the field, he's a genius of extended plays. Kaiser is able to embody his ideal form, but it's not even that anymore because he's already managed to surpass that. Noah gets up and says that Kaiser's right foot kick that uses all of his body at once to execute, calling Kaiser the fastest in the world when it comes to the swing, which is the one thing he beats Noah in. This makes Isagi wonder if he's been thinking about it all wrong. The foundation of Bastard Munchen's hyper-rationality isn't the players around him, but it's Kaiser's ability itself that is the philosophy of the team. If all the goals are scored with Kaiser impact, an absolute rationality without any inefficiency would be created in the team, the method of turning 0 into 1. Isagi then thinks back to Ego, saying that it's just as he mentioned before, that an original striker with an overwhelming 0 to 1 is here. But does this mean that Kaiser is the embodiment of Blue Lock's ideals of having the world's best qualities? Kaiser is walking beside Bachira, and he tells him that it was to be expected that the world was filled with nasty egos. Bachira looks back and says that Kaiser is the best, and that's why he will crush him. However, just then, someone rises himself from the seat. He says that he wasn't planning to come out, but even so, he's ready to use his 3 minutes. And it's of course the man himself, Lavinho, who gets out and goes to join the battle. This shocks everyone who wasn't ready for Lavinho to come out. However, someone quickly goes to the counter, and it's Noah who says that Lavinho is still as immature as always, as he takes off his jacket and goes to join in as well. They go forward to each other and face off, which actually looks so incredibly cool, with both Noah and Lavinho facing off, and not to mention Kitsunezato and Hayate being 2 hype men as they always are. Noah looks furiously into Lavinho's eyes and says that he lost to Noah last year, but Lavinho just calls Noah's football boring and too rational, saying that his heart goes out to his apprentices. Even so, Noah just tells him that his team is filled with children without a proper adult, which funny enough makes Lavinho turn into a child. After that, Noah turns to Kunigami and asks to hear his theory, saying that to fight on this team, one of the options in the attacks is centralized with Kaiser. And if you don't want to do that, then you will have to show that your abilities surpass Kaiser. However, Kunigami managed to fail in both of them, and on top of that, he's got nothing to say in his defense. Noah then turns to the players and says that the opposite of chance is a pinch, and if you miss the chance that's in front of you, you will then fall into a pinch, which is equal to a missed opportunity. But that's only because the risk and return are equal. He goes back to Kunigami and tells him that he's failed and is being put on the bench for a better player who is none other than Isagi Yoichi. This makes Four Eyes angry, and he goes to argue right away. He asks Noah to give him an explanation, and that when it comes to training numbers, he is better. Even so, the world has to get what they want, and that is Isagi. Isagi's chance has finally come, and he will now make his debut match and dive into the field of superstars. And with that, the two teams get ready and then quickly start the game. Lavinho has the ball, and Noah goes to stop him right off the bat. Lavinho tries to throw him off, but it's the best player in the world we are talking about here. Isagi is looking from the side and says that there is no way for him to keep up, calling it a battle of the gods. Even so, it's not like he just wants to give up and let them have their fun, because he finds a space that he thinks he can use to help Noah. However, as he gets closer, Lavinho does a rainbow flick, and then uses Isagi as a block to get past Noah. Igarashi is screaming from the bench, but it's not like he could have done any better. Noah quickly asks Isagi if he knows why Lavinho is called the Dance Man. However, Isagi has no idea, so Noah explains that he's the best in the world at taking his opponents by surprise. However, those magnificent steps are not the origin of that name, as the players who are led by his dribbles seem like they're dancing as they topple down. While Noah is giving his explanation, we can see Lavinho absolutely destroying the Bastard Munchen's defense. He gets to the goalkeeper and jumps over him to then get to the finishing line and backheel the ball into the goal, making FC Barça take the lead in this game and also telling everyone to dance till they die, and then calls them cripples randomly, just standard Lavinho. With Lavinho calling everyone cripples, he got Bachira to fanboy over him to then call him a god. We then get this wholesome panel of FC Barça celebrating together. After that, Kaiser goes over to Isagi and says that he really screwed up there. This makes Isagi mad and says he couldn't get in either. However, Kaiser tells him that he's wrong and that he chose not to, saying that he and Bachira were waiting for a chance where either of them seemed off rhythm. Any other timing and they would just be a nuisance dragging the two down. He asks Isagi how he could be so lowly to not understand such a thing, calling him an overly self-conscious clown. Kaiser walks away and Isagi stays behind thinking that he can't get into the game. However, he can't just give up and tell himself that there's a gap in ability between him and the Masters, and to leave a trace of his existence, he will have to score his own goal and says that he will devour the superstars. And just like that, the game is back in action. Ness and Kaiser start off passing to each other, while Isagi thinks that the only way to steal a goal in this team would be to find a better position than Noah, and then patiently wait for a pass there. But just then, Noah starts to speed up and accelerates behind a bunch of FC Barca players. Ness sees him speeding up and passes him. He gets the ball and embarrasses another FC Barca player. As Isagi is trying his best to keep up with Noah's play, he finally realizes that it's impossible for the current him to find a better position than Noah. Noah keeps on destroying until Lavinho goes to stop him. However, Noah gets over him surprisingly easily. Even so, he gets stopped by the other players, which gives Lavinho time to get up again, to then bash into Noah's strong body. However, Noah uses this to his advantage and gets on top of Lavinho, to then use his ability of being ambidextrous to shoot a power shot with his left leg. The ball has incredible speed as it goes into the goal and makes the scores even, and making the last goal more important than ever before. Isagi thinks back to Noah's outstanding goal and says that a person completely ambidextrous is really rare to see and happens to less than 1% of humans. But with Noah's insane performance comes also a tragedy, as the 3 minutes have passed and both of the masters have to go out. As Noah is going back to his seat, he looks at Kunigami and says that it's time for him again. He asks if Kunigami thinks that he can trace Noah's movements after seeing it live, also calling him the wild card's copyman. As Noah is getting to his seat, he tells both Isagi and Kunigami that this is the last chance for both of them and says that if they disappoint, then they can get replaced at any time, telling them to prove themselves with numbers. And then, the rivalry of the last goal starts between Kunigami and Isagi. As they are walking onto the pitch, Isagi asks Kunigami what Noah meant when he called him a copyman. Kunigami asks why it would matter to Isagi, but he tells him that he wants to know what happened at the wild card so that he can beat him. Kunigami explains that the wild card was an experiment to create a vessel and someone with the same physique as Noah. A physique that would be the same as the best player in the world. Isagi is shocked and asks how it worked. However, Kunigami says that it doesn't matter and tells him that it's not like anyone on this team is going to pass to him, telling Isagi that he should worry about himself more. And then the final stretch starts as FC Barca starts with the ball. Isagi goes to block Bachira, but gets hit with his incredibly fast stepovers. But before he can do anything, Bachira passes to Otoya and then manages to get behind Isagi. However, behind Isagi comes Grim, who's fast on the attack and gets help from Kunigami. But not even the two of them can stop Bachira when he's starting his dance. But someone who can is Ness, who's been hiding in the dark and has waited for the right moment to strike. He gets the ball and begins the counterattack of Bastard Munchen. Isagi knows that Ness will try to pass to Kaiser, so as the ball is getting closer to Kaiser, he gets in the way and hijacks the pass. However, he's in a very bad position to score from, and only has a total of 2% goal percentage. He tries to think about what to do, but the FC Barca players are pushing him fast, and he has no way to react, so he ends up taking the shot anyway, which sadly gets blocked. Even though he managed to get the ball, he was left with no ideas from that point on, and to begin with, that pass from Ness was perfected for the purpose of letting Kaiser score. So even if he were to get the ball again, without Kaiser's weapon, it's useless, as this isn't a range that you can score from without Kaiser's impact. The ball finally lands in the hands of Grim, and Isagi tries to get him to play together, but he quickly gets ignored. He knows that now more than ever, he needs to find a new way to score, because if he fails, then this match ends. And if the match were to end, then he's failed at proving the worth of his existence. The only way he could turn this around is if he listened to ego and tries his best to get into flow state and then find a way to score the finishing goal. Grim is quickly advancing through the left side. He looks into the box and sees Kunigami trying his best to block of Kaiser. This makes it impossible for Grim to pass Kaiser, so he turns to his other option, which is Ness. However, before the ball actually reaches Ness, our main man Isagi comes and steals it again, making it 2-0 for Isagi versus Ness. Even so, Isagi is facing trouble right off the bat as Bachira goes to cover him, saying that stealing the ball from his teammate is so like him, which is quite funny in a way. However, both Bachira and Isagi know that he has no way of scoring from that angle. As Isagi does a fake shot to get Bachira off balance, he says that he can't see his own goal, but this is his only option to devour Kaiser, even if it means abandoning his own goal. It looks like Isagi is trying to pass Kaiser, and Ness suddenly looks happy, saying that he's finally aiming to assist Kaiser, and Kaiser adds on calling him a good boy. And let me just say that I wish I was Isagi so much right now, for absolutely no reason, of course. Isagi passes the ball into the middle, but as he passes, he tells Kaiser to go fuck himself, and that he would never pass someone like him, because he was instead aiming for the person behind Kaiser, and that person was none other than the edgelord Kunigami. As Kunigami is powering up his shot, he tells Kunigami that the two of them can destroy not just Kaiser, but the whole team. After that, Kunigami understands that if he doesn't shoot soon, then the ball will hit his balls, so he takes his outstanding left shot to shoot an incredible goal, which from the looks of it, even shocks Noah. And with Isagi's and Kunigami's teamwork, it leads to a goal, but not just one goal, but also the honor of winning the whole match. And to end it off, Isagi tells Kunigami that this team is there to take. Kunigami goes forward to Isagi and asks him why he decided to pass him, telling him that there's no reason for him to owe Isagi such a favor. Even so, Isagi says that he just wanted an outcome that he could grasp. He tells Kunigami that he didn't do it for him, but instead to benefit him. Kunigami looks disappointed and says that Isagi's only solution was through an assist. As he walks away, he calls Isagi a fallen striker. After that, Bachira goes forward to Isagi and says that he won't criticize the goal if that was what he intended for, but still hints that he was a bit disappointed at Isagi's decision. But even so, he is curious as to why Isagi passed to Kunigami instead of Kaiser, who was in a much better position. Isagi tells him that he wouldn't want to be Kaiser's pet, and that Kunigami's lefty shot was the only element he knew of. Bachira is still a bit disappointed, but he tells Isagi that the next time the two of them meet, it will be as egoists aiming for the same goal. Isagi agrees and asks for Bachira to wait for him, saying that he will soon be on the same stage as him as a striker. But as they are talking, they can hear someone laughing, and it's none other than Ness. He laughs about the thought of Isagi as a striker and says that Isagi didn't only steal the assisting role from him, but he even ignored Kaiser and passes the ball to Kunigami, who were at a disadvantage. Isagi just tells Ness to shut up and says that at the end of the day, they won with Kunigami's goal and that numbers don't lie. He asks Ness if that isn't the team philosophy. However, Ness is persistent and says that the team just happens to be Kaiser's. And I just love Bachira's little confused face as he's unsure if he should break up the fight or what he's supposed to do. Isagi then coldly tells Ness that the team will soon be his. Before they can start to actually fight, Kaiser comes in between and completely shoves Ness face down. He apologizes and says that he underestimated Isagi. Kaiser says that after the last play, it's time for a revision in their casting, and says that Kunigami is the leader of their Blue Lock squad, while Isagi is the pawn under him. I actually feel sorry for Bachira, who just randomly got dragged into this conversation, and has to listen to them. Anyway, Isagi then gives Kaiser his own role. How kind of him. Isagi gives Kaiser the role of the Naked King who had everything stolen from him, which definitely deserves a place in Isagi's top 10 coldest moments. But just then, they get interrupted by Ego, who compliments them on their first game. He then randomly starts talking about how good his drink is, before starting to compare the world of pros to a game of musical chairs, saying that when you get into a team that's already complete, you have to then steal somebody's position, or else you will end up with no job, and every team has its own philosophy with everything from logic, freedom, rules, and that sort. After he's talked some more, he goes into the new rankings now that the match is over. We can see all of the numbers just starting to add up more and more. Reichi asks what the numbers mean, and Ego says that they're yearly salaries for the players, revealing the true purpose of the Neo-Egoist League, telling them that all of the matches are under the inspection of football club owners in the whole world. All of them will watch the game and then bid on each player after each match, and the highest bid will represent their value. Isagi's salary finally comes to a stop, and it's at 17 million yen, which completely shocks him. Ego also explains that these aren't just some made-up numbers, as they are all actual contract offers that will be given after each match is finished. Each bid gives the club the right for negotiating a contract for that annual salary, and it also serves another purpose, as it's their current value. Isagi's club offer came from Dortmund, which is Bastard Munchen's biggest rival, kind of ironic. We also get to see other players' offerings, like Kunigami, who got a 24 million yen offering from Kawasaki Breakers. Bachira had one himself, which came from FC Portimian, and had a salary of 32 million yen. The Rat also got one from his own club, which is kind of weird, but then we see the real price, who is Kaiser's offering, which also comes from Bastard Munchen, and contains a total of 300 million yen. After that, Igarashi and Reichi quickly realize how useless they are as their offerings are zero. Ego explains that it's because they haven't played any matches yet, and tells them at the end of the Neo-Egoist League, excluding the overseas players of course. But they will use the salary ranking from Blue Lock to determine the top 23 players in Blue Lock, who will automatically join the team in the U20 World Cup, which is quite sick. Ego tells the Blue Lock players that this is an opportunity to hone their skills, and for the foreigners, this is a place to showcase themselves to club owners all over the world, making this a marketplace for new talents. Reichi looks upset and asks if that means that they are simply products to him, and Ego says that he would be fully right. However, It doesn't end there, as Ego says that he made a deal that he would showcase the popular players, and especially Isagi. Even so, Noah was against it until the bitter end. In the end, he only accepted to be forced to use him for a single match, to then get a price tag on the poster boy. Bachira quickly grasps the situation and says that in the end, it doesn't matter if the team wins or loses as long as they can show off their value. And Bachira is correct, but for a striker to show off their value, they have to score goals, so in the end, they will have to try their hardest to win. Igarashi adds on by saying that this is a big chance for most of the players, but on the flip side, if you fail to get a spotlight here, you will leave an impression on all big teams that you're just some loser. And Ego simply ignores it and says that he loves that they show off their angry faces, telling them that it sells like hotcakes. He asks them if they don't think that it's weird that he managed to get world superstars and top clubs to take part in a project like this. But he then reveals that he's sending a reality show of them. He then shows them a live video from the second match, which is currently going on, which is the Ubers versus PXG. He shows Rin fighting his all on the pitch before saying that the number of people who subscribe to this content has already surpassed 80 million, revealing that it's his own super entertainment Blue Lock TV. So all of them Blue Lock players are currently fighting for their lives while it's being streamed to the whole world. We get back to the match where Rin has gone into his shooting stance and makes a wonderful goal, giving PXG the win. Ego tells the Blue Lock players that there is no doubt left that Blue Lock is the most critical place in the current world of football. Isagi is thinking to himself how amazing this is and calls Ego a genius. But it doesn't end there, as Ego reveals the sad truth that if you can't get into matches, you won't get to show off and will end up with no offerings. They may continue to aim for the striker position as they have, or they can try escaping to another position to steal the place of another regular. No matter what they do, they have to prove their worth. And then he ends it by telling them that their next match is in 10 days against England's Munchen City. And with that, we jump right into a flashback to 10 days earlier, when the Blue Lock players first meet Chris Prince. Chris explains that the philosophy of his team is speed and rush, which only a healthy body can harbor. Now that's a very good message and all, but it would help if he actually said it to the Blue Lock players and not to the camera. Anyway, Chris goes up to Chigiri and asks him what exactly he was hoping for when he chose Munchen City. Chigiri doesn't really have a straight answer, but says that he wants his speed to be more powerful. After that, Chris takes the matter into his own hands as he starts analyzing Chigiri's body, and I mean his whole body. But it's not just Chigiri who gets the special service, as both Ryo and Nagi also get a taste of it. After Chris is done with his assignment, he says that he understands their talents and that he's able to see how they've managed to get this far. Even so, he tells them that they all rely too much on their talents, and when they don't take care of their talents, it will end up withering. He takes the talent to run fast as an example, and says that it's not something that was taught by someone else, and that they simply acquired that talent naturally thanks to their body's disposition. However, in order to become a better player, that person desired the power to be like a tank. Their own body was previously developed only to be able to run fast, and then the training was like putting on a suit of armor to a body like that. What ended up happening was that they got slower. They managed to lose their balance thanks to the excessive muscles, and became a worse player. If someone lusts for power while not understanding the mechanism of their own talent, they might start training blindly and end up with a body completely unbalanced, which makes your talent useless. Thanks to that, you would end up losing your identity, breaking your mentality, and being completely done as a player, which is quite common in the world. It happens all the time that geniuses vanish completely. And being successful while still not understanding your own mechanism can easily turn into a curse that brings you suffering. Chris reveals that he was just like that in the past. It's extremely important for you to understand what kind of muscles helps you bring out your talent and create plays that you want. But when you figure out how to do it, your body will look as jacked as Chris's does. After Chris's emotional speech, which lasted an eternity, he goes full ad mode and says that that's the reason why water is better than cola and promotes his Prince water. After that quick ad breaks provided by Chris, he reveals what the players will get in joining Munchen City. They will understand all of the mechanisms of their bodies and start to feel their own talents in their body, and only with a perfect body will you be able to use your talents properly. And the reason they are all here is to awaken the unknown talent that still sleeps within them. And that's how the Blue Lock players' crazy journey started. After that, we get back into real time where Munchen City is reacting to the game between Bastard Munchen and FC Barca. Nagi is shocked at Isagi's 17 million salaries, and one thing which I think is on all of their minds is the possibility of them debuting in the U20 team, which still blows my mind. However, it's quite hard seeing the whole picture as Chris is like a walking ad everywhere in Manshine City. But after that comes the salaries for the PXG and Ubers match, where we see Aryu, or the style guy as Nagi calls him. Anyway, he got a 5 million offer from Urawa Rubies. After that, we have Karasu, who had to play as a midfield, which is quite unusual for him, I would assume. Anyway, he got a 12 million offer from the real PXG, which is quite sick. After him, it's Aiku, who got a 15 million offer from Bolos. Shidu also managed to get away with a 20 million offer from Ajax, and Rin with the astonishing 36 million offer from PXG as well. And then we can see the whole ranking, and just look at how many people are without any value yet. I'm sure that the rankings will shift a lot, but there will be a bunch of players without any in the end, unfortunately. Chris then tells them that he knew about everything the whole time, but Ego made him keep quiet. However, he says that now that everything has been revealed, they can truly get started as their next opponents are Bastard Munchen. And then we get 2 panels where we can see all of them putting in their maximum work effort, and Nagi also tells the world to wait for him, which sounds so incredibly cool. After that, we leave Mansion City and head back to Bastard Munchen, where they have just gotten back to their changing room. Isagi is sitting on the bench, thinking about Kunigami's goal, and says that he wants it to be his goal next time. Even so, it doesn't take long for his peace and quiet to last, as both Igarashi and Reichi start pimping up against each other. Igarashi walks over to Isagi and says that his new salary is amazing, but even though he's gotten a huge offer, it's more about the club, he says, as he's been a big Dortmund fan. Then Isagi takes a moment to think back, as he says that their efforts in Blue Lock have directly reached the world, saying that all of them are incredible. However, the one who's the most incredible of them all is Rin, who's even got a higher value than Isagi. In the end, it comes down to who's scored the most goals, and on top of that, he knows that he can't be a forward in Japan's U20 team the way he is now. After that, Gagamaru gives everyone a reality check real quick and says that there are only 3 more games, and if you can't play a match, then you're done for. Corona agrees, and adds that they might even have to resort to taking other positions than they aim for. Even so, Reichi says that he refuses and is persistent on being a striker. Then he tries to feel pity for himself and says that if he only were a favorite of theirs as Isagi is. However, Isagi quickly tells him that it's not like he asked for it. The other players say that they think it's great that Isagi got his opportunity, or well, everyone except one, and that's Yukimiya, who says that he will never accept it. He asks Isagi how he can even think about being in the regulars if he's out on the pitch assisting. Isagi tells him that it wasn't like he wanted to, but Yukimiya adds oil to the fire and says that even if that's true, he's still disappointed in Isagi. Even Hiroi and Gagamaru acknowledge that this isn't like Yukimiya to say. However, Isagi still responds to him, telling Yukimiya that sure he did an assist, but that play was only a waypoint to becoming a striker. He even asks Yukimiya if he wouldn't have done the same thing, however Yukimiya denies that, and says that he wouldn't, and that passing doesn't feel good. Isagi tells him that this isn't about feeling good, it's the result of focusing on what he could challenge in his own way. He tells Yukimiya that he has no regrets about making that choice. Yukimiya then says that if that were the case, Isagi could have just lost by himself without getting an assist, and this makes Isagi mad as he gets right up and asks if Yukimiya is trying to pick a fight with him. Yukimiya tries to defend himself and says that he was just saying what he thought, but Isagi tells him to speak only after he's realized his own ideals and says that if he can be in the regulars with just lip service, then even an idiot like Igarashi can. Isagi calls Yukimiya blind to reality. Now Isagi has lit Yukimiya's fire as well as he gets angry and tells Isagi to not expect that his righteousness to be accepted by everyone, telling Isagi that as long as his ideals are far out of sight, he will fight until he dies. This makes Isagi furious, who's about to probably place Yukimiya in his place with a beating. But before he can do so, Hiroi comes in between and stops him. And then in the midst of it all comes Kaiser, who tells Yukimiya to join him if he hates Isagi that much. Kaiser says that they're all afraid to face the reality of their own weaknesses, so they shift the issue by finding fault in others who have succeeded. However, eventually they run away from their ideals, telling Yukimiya that he can help him tame the jealous demon inside him. Even so, Yukimiya isn't so interested in joining Kaiser either as he turns him down. However, before he leaves, he tells them to make a good choice and to not end up serving the wrong king. As Kaiser has left, Hiroi says that he's so full of himself and says that they are all still by Isagi's side. However, the room is silent after he said it. He asks everyone what's wrong, and they all say that they have to think about themselves and that they either link with Isagi or become a part of Kaiser's system, realizing that they have their own way of fighting, and Corona even says that either one of them can turn to a friend or foe. After that, we jump right into a flashback, starting with Yukimiya just going about his day shopping when he was approached by a photographer who asks him if he wants to model. However, Yukimiya tells him that it causes trouble as there's an All-Japan Soccer Championship next month. Yukimiya continues fighting on the soccer path and is determined to become a pro soccer player. However, when he's suddenly out with his friends, his vision starts to get blurry and weird, so he goes to the doctor, who says that it's tunnel vision, and appearance of blind spots when he's fatigued, which is common causes of optic neuropathy. The progression of this eye disease can't be stopped. It's accompanied by headache and nausea, and in the worst case scenario, it could lead to blindness. Even so, with the proper treatment, the progression can be slowed down, so Yukimiya shouldn't be generally concerned, as he can still model and go about his daily life without any problems. However, it comes down crashing when he asks about soccer. The doctor tells him that as long as it's a hobby, it won't be a problem to continue playing, but he finds it difficult to see Yukimiya being able to take the path of becoming a pro. Yukimiya asks the doctor why it was he that had to face this, and if he did anything wrong. He just wanted to become the best player in the world. His words start to shake as he starts to cry, asking for his dream to come back. The doctor feels sorry for him and says that he understands his pain, and that he will from now on support him the best he can on Yukimiya's road to becoming a pro. Yukimiya knows that his time is running out, however. Before he completely loses his sight, he will become the best striker in the world. After that, we go back into real time, where we see Yukimiya training extremely hard, and because of that, his vision starts to get blurry due to his tiredness. Yukimiya thinks back to Isagi's words and says that he's really annoyed with him, and surely it could be jealousy, as he hasn't done anything since entering the Egoist League, and yet Isagi keeps getting what he wants. He knows that even though it's frustrating, he has to recognize his own weaknesses. It doesn't matter how much passion he puts into it, or how much hard work, as he has to prove his existence in his own way, even if it means dying with his ideals. After that, we get to Isagi also doing some extremely hard training. He, as Yukimiya, also thinks back to their argument before. He admits that what Yukimiya said is true, however it's more than just that, as the real problem is that he couldn't do anything in that game as a striker. He's shown results for the team with his assist, but to be able to score the next time he has to find out what it is that he's lacking. After he played with Noah, he was able to fully realize that he couldn't see himself beating him right now, and that he admired him too much to be a target. He has to find a target before taking on Noah, and says that the one who would fill that place is none other than Kaiser. Isagi will now do his best to study Kaiser, make him his weapon, and he will show him who survives in this dog-eat-dog world. After that, we fast forward to 10 days when it is time for Bastard Munchen and Noah to announce the regulars for the next match. Noah says that he has based the result of their training and match appearance. Every player was then selected for bringing the desired numbers, and without further ado, he reveals the starting squad. The start with the obvious one, which is, of course, Kaiser in the center forward. After Kaiser comes to Kunigami, who's been placed on the same position but on the right side. And then finally he gets to the offensive midfielder position, which luckily Isagi has managed to snatch away, taking Gesner's spot in the team, while Grim takes the other side. On the top center, we have Ness followed by Ali, who will play as a defensive midfielder. Then for the right side back he puts in Kurona, which makes me so happy to finally see him play. Noah says that both Kunigami and Isagi are on the right side, which gives Kurona the chance to link up with them. After that, Kurona looks at Isagi and says that as long as he's in the match, he will take Isagi's side. For the two centers back, we have Menzer and Birkenstock. To follow them up, we get to the left side back, which Yukimiya is given, which will definitely make an interesting match between him and Isagi. After that, Noah gets to the final position, which is the goalkeeper. However, he doesn't want to use their goalkeeper because he chose the man himself, Gagamaru, to get a special position. Noah says that it might not be the position that he had hoped for, but Gagamaru is just happy to be playing. After that, Noah says that this team was formed using only their numbers, but it also serves as an experimental team of 11. Because as they know the team has two different philosophies. The first, and that the Rio from before would just focus on passing to Nagi, but now he's using Nagi as a dummy to head for the goal himself. As Rio is getting closer to the goal, he says that he won't rely on Nagi, and that he will surpass him and become the best striker in the world as he shoots a wonder ball to the goal. However, Ryo's shot was merely a copy of Rin's goal, which Gagamaru has already been able to analyze, so he just barely manages to stop the ball from going into the goal, saying that Ryo is still just a copy after all. Bastard Munchen clears the ball, and the ball is headed to Kaiser. However, Chigiri swipes in between and steals it. After that, we get right into a flashback to 20 days earlier. Chris Prince is talking to the Blue Lock players about a body revolution, which basically means increasing the potential of their own strengths in their body. Even so, you can't just train blindly, as every player uses their muscles differently, which is why Chris has created individual training routines for every player. He starts off with Rio and asks him what type of player he wants to be. Rio says that he needs to think, but Chris tells him that this isn't something that you should think hard on, asking Rio how the world's best striker would respond to that question. Rio then says that he wants to be able to control the field by himself and become a striker who can steal goals. Rio doesn't want to be a player who's in need of other players anymore. He straight up says that he now wants to have the power to be the best striker in the world. Chris then explains that no matter how talented someone is, it's not like they can stay positive every day. They might feel a sense of negativity and have moments when they lose confidence. And by always being destined for more, he's become unable to forgive himself when he doesn't match his ideal. Chris says that there have been people that have described him as a narcissist and people who think that he's crazy. Even so, he can't just betray the ideal that he's set for himself, telling the Blue Lock players to pursue their ideals and fight against reality. And if they want to become the best striker in the world, then they need a body that can host their ideals. After Chris's pep talk, he goes back to Rio and asks him if he's able to specifically say what kind of player he sees as his ideal. Rio smiles and says that Chris is right and that he's forgotten how to live like that. And for Rio, the best player in the world that he can imagine would be a fusion of Itoshi Rin and Itoshi Sei. After that, Chris gets a feel of Rio's body. I mean literally. After that, we get back into the game and Chigiri is still in possession of the ball. He has a fierce look in his eyes as he runs towards Bastard Munchen's defense. As he's running, he says that his ideal would be to not pass the ball, as he wants to use his legs to go past all the defenders and then score goals as a striker. And that's basically what he's doing on the field now, as he's gotten behind both Ali and Corona and is now faced with Isagi. Isagi tells him that he won't let Chigiri pass. However, Chigiri coldly tells Isagi that he's the perfect guinea pig. Chigiri then rushes toward Isagi and gives us this outstanding panel, which looks so dope. Anyway, the fierce duel between Chigiri and Isagi starts. Isagi knows that Chigiri's dominant leg is his right, and that Chigiri is only able to shoot high-precision kicks with it. And therefore Isagi thinks that it's strange that Chigiri was assigned to the left side, where he's forced to use his left leg. But then he understands that Chigiri's goal isn't to fully use the left side, but instead cut into the middle. Chigiri goes for a cut inside, and when Isagi goes to cover it, he realizes that he's been fooled, and that Chigiri was aiming to do a double feint. However, ahead of Chigiri lies another player from Bastard Munchen. Then we get a quick flashback to Chris Prince and Chigiri talking. Chris tells Chigiri that to connect his speed to the goal, he should try to create a golden zone. It is said that the famous star player Del Piero had one as well. He had a zone where he could mass-produce goals from. Chigiri quickly connects a golden zone to Baru and Zantetsu and says that they probably had one as well. And after that, we get back into the game and learn that Chigiri's golden zone is 19 meters from the goal and then 44 degrees to the left. Chigiri stops the ball before he goes all into a cut in which Isagi and Messner are unable to react to. Just as Chigiri is 4 meters away from his golden zone, Kunigami comes in his way. However, even the muscle head is nothing to Chigiri, who gets behind him in an instant and then gets into his golden zone. He aims at the top corner of the goal, and the shot from Chigiri is so outstanding that Gagamaru has no way of saving it, which means that Chigiri scores and gives Munchen City a 1-goal lead. After that, we can see how Chigiri's mom and sister are eagerly watching and game and get super excited as Chigiri scores, which is quite wholesome. However, it's not only them that are mind blown by Chigiri's goal, as Isagi is looking at Chigiri amazed. He says that all of Chigiri's qualities have bumped up by a huge margin. He is now able to use his own speed as bait and then manages to slash throw players with his lightning quick cut-in. Not to mention Chigiri's amazing goal that he managed to make. Isagi tells Chigiri that he's changed, but then Chigiri tells him that it's the golden formula. They managed to break down the equation that has worked so far, and after that, they picked out which factors stood out and then reconstructed the most ideal combination for him. If that wasn't enough, he also had to train endlessly to create a specialized body that helped him to evolve. Chigiri says that in this Neo-Egoist League, he's going to be a striker who is able to rise to the top of the blue lock. He looks behind and says to both Isagi and Kunigami to not be too slow or they will be left behind, which is just so cool. After that, Kaiser comes and says that Chigiri is good, fast, strong, and above all beautiful, which I definitely can't argue with. Kaiser gets closer to Isagi, and this time I mean closer like bro was legit breathing in his ear. After that, they go to start the game again, and Kaiser asks Isagi if he has a plan, or if he's already stuck, kind of mocking him, but that's what Kaiser usually does. And after that, to everyone's surprise, Kaiser passes Isagi, telling him that he can do whatever he wants with it, with the ball. Isagi is looking more fearful than ever, as he says that he will make Kaiser regret that pass. Right off the bat, Ryo goes to guard Isagi, telling him that he's already splitting up with his teammates. However, this time Isagi has someone to fight with, and it's of course our favorite Shark Boy, who tells Isagi that he's decided that he will ally himself with Isagi. Corona gets behind Ryo, and Isagi says that Corona is a perfect teammate for him, as he allows Isagi to look ahead and see the entire field, by Corona's ability to instantly sense a position that is both unfavorable to the enemy and advantageous to him, comparing Corona to an orbit which is always following him around. And then we get this incredible panel which looks so stunning with multiple Coronas which are surrounding Isagi, and it also creates Isagi's and Corona's planet hotline attack. As Corona and Isagi are steadily moving up on the field, Isagi says that their key to breaking through the right side is Kunigami. Due to his goal in the previous game, the opposing team is wary of the passes directed to him and needs at least one or more players to guard him. Isagi wants to move up to the space where Kunigami wants to move and then catch it from behind. So Isagi passes back the ball to Corona to then receive it at the perfect position to finish it in front of the goal, except he forgot one little small detail, and that's Kaiser, who comes in his way and steals the ball, asking Isagi if this is all he's got. However, the chain follows as Chigiri now comes in Kaiser's way and shoots away the ball. This just makes Kaiser more excited, and I just need to tell him to back off because Chigiri is mine, nothing more to it. Anyway, the ball goes to Ryo and he traps it marvelously, and with that, both Agi and Nagi start to move up on the field. The ball is headed to Nagi, and two players from Bastard Munchen tries to sandwich him. However, Nagi is able to shove them away with his core power, which definitely surprised me. Then he does some kind of backward roulette into some dribbling moves, which gets him away from the Bastard Munchen players. Nagi's play shocks Isagi, as he says that this isn't the Nagi he used to know, and that Nagi never used to create plays on his own. However, we once again get interrupted when it is as exciting as we get a flashback to 20 days earlier, where Chris asks Nagi what kind of football the ideal Nagi desires. Nagi just straight up tells him that he wants to beat Isagi, saying that they are rivals. Chris tries to get into more details and asks Nagi how he plans on defeating Isagi, but Nagi has no idea, saying that he hasn't really thought that it. After that, Chris asks Nagi what he thinks about when he's about to score a goal. However, as we know, Nagi doesn't really think that much, like at all, so they go to gather data instead. Chris says that Nagi's results are quite intriguing and that what's necessary for his greatest strength is to relax his body instantaneously so that Nagi can use his whole body to trap the ball. Chris even says that when it comes to relaxing his body, he's better than Chris. However, it isn't only praise that Nagi is getting, as Chris tells him that when it comes to creativeness, he's basically pointless, saying that Nagi depends on others too much and that his playstyle is determined by the level of his partners. To fix that, Chris suggests that Nagi should try to play an active playstyle, something that starts from Nagi's trapping abilities. However, all of this talking fries Nagi's brain, so Agi comes in to help. Agi suggests that Nagi should learn a trap that brings things back to zero, which works well in any situation and can basically just reset the game. After that, we finally get back into the game. As Nagi is thinking about what to do, he wonders if Isagi and Ryo think this much all the time, calling it tiring. Nagi sees Agi up in the box and passes him. Agi makes a massive jump into the sky and is in the perfect position to score, but that's when he instead passes the ball down to Nagi again. Nagi legit traps the ball with his foot to then juggle to the ball and get it up in the air, and then just shoots an awesome shot to the goal. However, Yukimiya comes in Nagi's way and covers the goal with his face. No wonder that he has trouble seeing. Anyway, Yukimiya's save was a life-saving save for Bastard Munchen, because I don't know if they would be able to recover from 2 goals. Even so, Manshine City still walked away with a corner kick. After that, Agi goes up to Nagi to give him his diagnosis. He gives Nagi's attack an 8 out of 100, which is a really surprising score. However, Agi tells Nagi that it was because his pass was too rough, and that if it were anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to reach it. Even so, Agi compliments Nagi's finishing idea and calls it interesting. While they are talking, Isagi is watching from afar. He's stunned to see the two of them testing stuff out in the middle of such an important match, and even more surprised that Agi is able to teach Nagi football. Then it snaps for Isagi as he thinks back, saying that Nagi has only moved according to his or Ryo's commands, and that he's a newbie when it comes to football. Because of this, Nagi is sitting on a pile of infinite potential. Just then, Ryo comes by. He says that it was first him, then Isagi, that influenced him with football, and now it's Agi and Chris. And if their guidance proves to be successful, he may reach more and more levels, and then it will be the birth of the actual greatest genius in the world. As Ryo is walking away, he tells Isagi to not get left behind, and says that Nagi is the type of guy who can discard anything to chase what he wants. And then it was time for the corner kick. Isagi thinks that Chigiri will probably try to shoot a precise curve into the box, and said that Chigiri's most likely target will be Agi because of his height. Chigiri shoots it, but it isn't a precise curve as Isagi thought, but instead a low trajectory. Isagi tries to get ahead of Agi, but he's no match. Isagi thinks that he can at least limit his shooting course, however Agi isn't there to shot, but instead to do a backheel pass to Nagi, who's been eagerly waiting in the box. He's just about to jump and maybe do the first cycling kick of the series, however that's when Kaiser comes in his way and almost catapults the ball away. As Kaiser falls to the ground, Agi says that it's nice to see him again, and that he finally has a chance to analyze him. Kaiser just coldly tells him to make sure to babysit properly, and calls him the mad footballer. And I'm really interested in learning more about Kaiser's and Agi's connection to each other, as it seems that they kind of know of each other, and has probably played before. After that, we get back to the game where it's starting to look like a race to the ball, and the one who wins the race and the one who should probably change sport to formula is Ness. Ness says that it's the magic hour as he completely destroys a player from Munchen City. As Isagi is following both Ness and Kaiser, he says that even if he tries to steal Ness's pass from Kaiser, he will just end up getting a bad shot out of it. So this time to score a goal, he has to change his train of thought. He decides to follow Kaiser from behind and study his thought patterns from his viewpoints. He analyzes as Kaiser and Ness exchange passes with each other and says Kaiser will probably try to find a less marked place as they are getting closer to the goal. However, that is the exact opposite of what Kaiser does as he starts to sprint to the Munchen City defenders. As Isagi is able to get a closer look at Kaiser, he notices something. He sees that Kaiser isn't looking at the ball at all. He's twisting his neck to see everything, and instead of the ball, his field of view is what he's doing. As this is going down, Ness has just gotten off a pass to Kaiser, and when I say that almost the entirety of Munchen City goes to block Kaiser, I mean it. However, even though 5 players are there to block him, he still manages to find a little place where he could send the ball in. And that's exactly what he does, and Kaiser's outstanding shot goes into making it even, and also showcasing the real power of Kaiser's impact. Everyone is surprised by Kaiser's immense powers. He even got Chris Prince to shake a bit. After that, we jump right into Isagi's thoughts as he says that even if he wanted to learn Kaiser's impact, he can't as it's unique to him. What he instead should try to pay attention to was how Kaiser found that shot course faster than anyone, and most importantly, how he arrived there faster than anyone. However, Isagi isn't all too clueless and knows that the reason is undoubtedly the way he uses his eyes. As we go straight into a science lesson by Mr. Yoichi, he says that humans have 2 types of vision. The first one is called central vision, and it directly perceives something in a direction. The second one is called peripheral vision, and it's like low-resolution images that are outside the central vision. And when it comes to football, in order to perceive the entire field, every player, and the ball while in motion, it's important to be able to absorb as much information as possible from your peripheral vision. Because if you focus too much on the ball with your central vision, you lose information on the scene around you. So when it comes to your surroundings, your decision-making speed is delayed. Even so, knowing that when one has to dribble and pass while running at full speed, they'll end up focusing too much and narrow on their field of vision. And therefore, it's likely that Kaiser is constantly inputting new information that he gets from his peripheral vision. By constantly renewing information about both friends and foes, he knows who is doing what and where. And by then, having that overwhelming amount of information, he's able to arrive at the best point that no one else could understand. And when you compare it to the world which Isagi sees, it's like Kaiser's world is from a higher dimension. If the state of the field is a 2D image, then the image of a play that one player can visualize would be something 3D. And when each player moves around, using only their own images, it can cause misses and tears at the seams, and having a vision yet above that, which can visualize every image and destroy them. Isagi then states that you could say that Kaiser's brain and eyes are a 4-dimensional vision, a godlike vision that stands above that of everyone else, which we know as metavision. By taking information from a lower dimension like Isagi has been doing, he could never win against Kaiser metavision. Spatial awareness, perception, and football IQ, only by overlapping all of this, is Kaiser able to attain and discern information from his 4D vision. And by then, connecting that to the Kaiser impact at the end, he's able to become an exceptional striker that can create goals. Meta vision combined with Kaiser impact is Kaiser's golden rule. Isagi now understands it perfectly, but how can he use it to fight? Since he doesn't have Kaiser Impact, the weapon he could use instead is a direct shot. But what about Metavision? Isagi has just now come across it, but he's sure that he's probably done it before. The first goal he scored in Blue Lock, and all those situations where he could smell the scent of the goal. One of those moments where he was alone and was able to catch the distortion between Rin and Sei. All of those plays were only possible because of his own eyes and brain transcending everyone else's on the field. But does this mean that Kaiser keeps it up for the whole 90 minutes? No, that can't be right. But if it were, then it would be like becoming a god. Then suddenly, Isagi understands it perfectly, that if he combines Metavision and Direct Shot and creates a new formula, he would still need a bit more than that. But if he was able to actually implement this, then he would realistically be able to beat Kaiser. But why stop at Kaiser? Because with this image, he could possibly defeat all of them. After that, we finally get out of Isagi's mind and back to the field, where Kaiser approaches Isagi and asks if it were fun stalking him. He asks Isagi if he finally understands that his plays have become filled with despair and that they have left him speechless. Isagi stays quiet for a while before he says no, and thanks Kaiser as he's finally able to see hope in crushing him, which is straight up one of the coldest things he could have said. And with that, the game restarts and it's finally time for Isagi to try out his new Metavision. This time, instead of just focusing on one particular player, he will now use his peripheral vision to see the entire field and gain more and more information on what's happening, to then finalize it in his head. Isagi is able to see that his teammates are more wary of Nagi's movements now. He also sees that Chigiri is rushing to the side to await his next pass. Even so, Isagi isn't able to see a breach but still feels this sensation as a rush. Isagi, alongside his new Metavision, is able to gather more information than he's ever been able to do before. It's as if there's a new brain circuit upon him. After that, Isagi takes in everything that is happening on the field and is able to foresee Munchen City's next move, which is to pass to Nagi. However, Isagi was able to decode this attack and was able to reach the pass in time. Everyone is stunned, and even Agi says that Isagi is different from before, and with the ball at his feet, he starts his attack. Hiroi is on the bench watching the situation break down and says that it looks like Isagi is having so much fun, kind of seeming jealous. Isagi teams up with Corona once again and starts their comeback. Isagi is able to see the best path for them to break through. Corona and Isagi manage to break through Rio like it is nothing, and Isagi isn't even 100% there as he's in his Metavision. He says that Kaiser is still behind him and that now is their time to attack. As Corona and Isagi break the ankles of another Munchen City player, Isagi was that he needs to minimize the time it takes for him to trap the ball, and instead use that time to look at his surroundings and to constantly sense more of what's happening on the field. Isagi gathers information on a level that he never could have imagined, and even says that his brain won't stop working and that he's amazing now. Corona and Isagi are still continuing their vicious ankle breaking and demolishing the Munchen City players. He gets closer to Kunigami and is in the perfect position to pass to him, which would probably lead to a goal. However, Isagi instead uses him as bait and gets into a shooting stance, but as he's about to shoot, Corona comes and takes the ball of Isagi's foot, which lets Isagi get to an even better angle to score from. Corona runs to the ball and even states that he's having trouble keeping up with the pace which Isagi is moving in, but he still manages to reach this pass and pass it forward. Isagi sees the ball coming and says that it's the perfect position to shoot. He goes into his direct shot position and is about to score a wonder goal, but from out of nowhere, Kaiser comes and cuts off some of Isagi's shooting angle. This doesn't stop Isagi, who still shots the ball right under Kaiser's balls. It seems like the ball is about to go in, but just then someone else appears, and no, it isn't someone from Munchen City, because it's once again his own teammate, but this time it's Kunigami who comes and steals away the goal, making a wonder goal and giving Isagi an assist on Bastard Munchen's second goal. Isagi is furious, saying that he doesn't need some fucking assist and tells Kunigami to go to hell. And when he's at his lowest, Kaiser comes to him, saying that he shouldn't have shot that shot, saying that he definitely wasn't in a good position and that Isagi must love giving out assists. Kaiser words open up a new and honestly scary Isagi, who tells Kaiser that he will fucking kill him, even if it's the last thing he does. But Kaiser just asks him if this is his new way of saying that he loves him. However, someone that is impressed is the man himself, Noah, who compliments Isagi and says to not let this break him because this new weapon he's got will be the ticket to Isagi becoming the best in the world, and that it might even lead him to Noah. Even after Isagi still isn't done with his rant, as he says that his scoring formula was perfect and without flaws. However, Kaiser was able to foresee the same thing and decided to interfere with the plan, which then led to Kunigami stealing his goal. Isagi is sure that meta vision is an outstanding weapon. But just as he learned it from Kaiser, other players can probably acquire it if they have great football knowledge and awareness. Not to mention that if one is a midfielder or a player maker, they'd probably scan the field the same way he did and then find the best pass routes and shot courses. And then he thinks back to the U20 game, where he says that Sei most likely already used metavision against the Blue Lock 11. This is a new height for Isagi, as it might just mean that he's broken into the next level. However, suddenly, his body starts to wear off and he almost falls to the ground, saying that using metavision drains away lots of his physical and mental stamina. Even so, Isagi knows that he's gotta surpass Kaiser, and if he doesn't crush him, then he can't show the world his value as a striker. After that, we see Ryo, who takes a look over at Isagi and says that Isagi is more and more becoming like a monster. After that, Ryo thinks back to the time Nagi chose to go with Isagi instead of him. Ryo says that he never wants to be the guy who doesn't get chosen and wants to avoid experiencing that feeling ever again. Ryo says that it wasn't Nagi's fault and that it was him that needed to change. He ends it by saying that he needs to show the world that Ryo can fight by himself. But just then, Nagi comes forward telling Ryo that he wants to beat Isagi. He tells Ryo that right now, he doesn't have a chance of beating Isagi, and asks Ryo for advice before telling him that soccer isn't fun anymore. Ryo tells Nagi that he doesn't care anymore, and that this is the path that Nagi himself chooses. But after that, Nagi tells Ryo that playing alongside each other was fun. And when Ryo is just about to walk away, Nagi ends it by asking for Ryo's help. Ryo stops himself and asks Nagi if he ever thinks about others' feelings. He tells Nagi that he had to crawl up without being chosen many times over, and when Ryo finally decided to keep fighting and get stronger on his own. That's when Nagi wants to come back. Ryo tells Nagi to stop talking to him, as if he can manipulate his feelings with Nagi's ever-changing feelings. But Nagi tells Ryo that he has gotten it all wrong. He tells Ryo that ever since the day Ryo invited him to play football with him, Nagi has always been by his side, and that Nagi always kept making the best choices to make their dream come true. He tells Ryo that the two of them couldn't beat Isagi before, but now it's a different story, as both of them have gotten stronger. Ryo asks Nagi what his ego is, and Nagi tells him that it's his dream. After that, Ryo tells Nagi that he is a real pain before telling him to play soccer together. And with that, the game is back on. Agi has the ball and looks over at Isagi, before saying that Isagi's movements have clearly leveled up from before, and that in this game, he is slowly becoming the eye of the storm. Agi also says that he wants Nagi to awaken and to take the next step, but he doesn't get to say much more as Kunigami goes to block him. Agi tries to move Kunigami's center point to get behind him, but it doesn't work that easily. Isagi takes a look at the field and says that right now is a bad idea to move as Chigiri, Ryo, and Kaiser are all standing by, and that if he included himself, it would go into a 3v3 situation. But just then, Isagi remembers the time between Noah and Lavinho, when Lavinho used Isagi as a tool to get behind Noah. Chigiri screams to Agi to pass him, but Isagi tells him that he moved too soon. As Isagi is going to steal the ball, he meets with Kaiser, who also had the same idea as Isagi. Quick moment of silence for Agi, who just fell to the ground. Anyway, Isagi now knows that he made the correct decision, and that his vision is in the same dimension as Kaiser. The loose ball falls to Ryo, and Kaiser orders Ness to go and steal it. With Ness coming up behind Ryo, he is forced to pass to Nagi. Ryo copies Itoshi Sa's pass to make a 1-2 with Nagi, who uses his back heel to get the ball over to Ryo. Agi goes over to Ryo and asks what he is doing. He tells Ryo that he isn't supposed to use Nagi and Ryo's own ideas, because if he does that, then Nagi's creativity won't flourish, but Ryo just tells him to shut up. Ryo is set on devoting his newly evolved chameleon style to help Nagi score. Ryo also thinks it can be his gateway to enter his flow state, and with Nagi and Ryo once again teaming up, they are looking more dangerous than ever before. Isagi knows that to beat Ryo and Nagi, he will have to use metavision to predict the best place for them to reach. Corona goes forward to stop Ryo, but is faced with some crazy hyperspeed scissors, which lets him pass. After that, Nagi and Ryo uses their 1-2 passes once again to break Bastard Munch's defense. In the middle of their attacks, Ryo takes a moment to think back. He thinks about Nagi, the guy who was unmotivated and who thought that everything was a drag, who now says that he has a dream. Ryo thinks back to when they split up. Ryo admits that he was frustrated and that he resented Nagi, but he still had resolved to move on by himself. Ryo ends it by thanking Nagi and says that if they are together, they can achieve anything. Ryo passes the ball to Nagi, who jumps up and makes a double trap with his chest and leg. After that, the ball goes to Ryo, who right off the bat passed it back to Nagi, who once again shows off his crazy football abilities. but behind Nagi waits for both Kaiser and Isagi, who read both Ryo's and Nagi's movements. But Nagi isn't faced as he passes the ball back to Ryo. Ryo has to decide if he wants to pass it behind Isagi or Kaiser, but in the end, he knows that there is only one way they can go, and that's behind Kaiser. Leaving Nagi with Isagi, Nagi traps the ball as it's going down, and he pretends to shoot, but Isagi was able to see through it with his meta vision. Isagi thinks that Nagi will do a two-stage fake volley, so he tries to stop him from getting into his position. But when he does so, he realizes that Nagi wasn't going to do a two-stage fake volley, but instead a regular fake volley. Kaiser goes to block Nagi, but ends up getting hit by the same move Nagi used on Isagi. Isagi says that he can still manage to reach Nagi, but when he goes in to take the ball, it doesn't end too well for him, as he gets hit by another one of Nagi's fake volleys. As the ball is up in the air, Nagi thanks Isagi and tells him that he is now the best player in the world. He jumps up and shoots the ball into the net, making one of the craziest goals ever. As Nagi hits the ground, he screams out of happiness. Ryo also runs to him and makes a high five with the genius. As Nagi is walking, he says that he finally won, and that he finally beat Isagi. After that, he says that winning sure feels good. After that, Isagi goes over to Ryo and Nagi and says that he finally understands what makes the two of them tick, and that a goal like that was born of things like the springtime of youth. However, there is no value in success if you can't reproduce it, as Isagi says that he will crush the two of them and that there won't be any more miracles for the two of them. However, the two of them gladly took up Isagi's challenge, and after that, it was time for something incredible, with Chris Prince joining the match. Niu gets up and looks happy. He asks Chris if he is going to help the team at its final moment and become a mentor for them on the pitch as he should. However, he couldn't be more wrong, as Chris only wants to score the final goal and become the hero of this match. Chris compliments Nagi's goal, but turns to Ryo as he asks him if he didn't want to become the best player in the world alone, and asks if he has already given up on that ideal. However, Ryo says that it doesn't matter anymore, and that his real dream is winning the World Cup. He's fine with Nagi becoming the world's #1 if it means that Ryo can be his right-hand man, and Blue Lock is just a stepping stone for the sake of his dream. Chris asks if that's his new ideal, but Ryo denies that and says that that's his ego. Suddenly, someone else joins their conversations. It's Noel Noah, who is getting up from his seat and is ready to join the fun. From afar, we have Isagi looking at the two masters as he says that with Noah and Chris, the field is bound to change, and Isagi has to sort out the situation so that he can take over this match. This is the first time since acquiring Metavision that Isagi was able to have all of his abilities evolve exponentially. But even then, it wasn't enough to beat Kaiser. Isagi's speed and overall body movement are slower than Kaiser's, and on top of that, Isagi doesn't have Kaiser's impact. Even if Isagi uses his direct shot, Kaiser will just show up and stop it with his Metavision. The final piece Isagi needs in order to beat Kaiser is to have at least one thing where he can overcome him. However, it's not only Isagi who is analyzing the field as we see Yukimiya in the distance. Yukimiya says that he hasn't accomplished anything, and that he has just run around like an idiot on the field. Even though his vision is fine, it is getting a little blurry. However, Yukimiya can't be worried about that right now, because if this match ends like this, he won't get another chance. And with one goal left, both Yukimiya and Isagi are determined to be the ones to steal the last goal. Noah tells the team that he will ally himself with whoever plays the most logically, while Chris tells the Munchen to watch him become the hero. And with that, the game starts with Kaiser passing his guard dog. Isagi thinks about what Noah said, and knows that with these last 3 minutes, he's got to be as calm and precise as possible, and live up to Noah's expectations. Kaiser and Ness pass around for a bit before Chris goes up to Kaiser, says that he has heard great things about him, and asks him to show him what he is made of. However, Kaiser doesn't fall for Chrissy's childish trick, and passes it back to Ness before Chris calls him a coward little boy, which makes Kaiser really angry as he demands Ness to pass him and challenges Chris. The duel is really close with both players playing at their peak, and not leaving even the smallest of gaps, which makes it impossible to interfere. Chris taunts Kaiser some more, which leads to him facing him right on, starting with a double-touch nutmeg before they go back to back. With that, Chris somehow got the upper hand and told Kaiser that he really was just a small fry. However, just then, Noah comes forward, and he will reach the ball first if it weren't for our favorite Ryo Mikage, who comes in and tackles the ball away. Isagi is stunned at how Ryo managed to react to all that, and says that Ryo is starting to attain his meta vision. Anyway, the second ball falls to Chigiri, who easily gets behind most of Bastard Munchen's defense. As he sees his zone, he says that it's game over, but unfortunately for him, Yukimiya comes and runs his fun. as he says that it's time to defang and declaw him. And with that, all of the strikers assemble in Bastard Munchen's goal area. Chigiri makes a fake shot to get behind Yukimiya, who couldn't keep up with Chigiri's tricks. But just as Chigiri is about to shoot, Kaiser comes from behind, ruins his balance and says that he was too slow. However, before Chigiri loses the ball, he makes sure not to waste it as he passes to Chris. Chris is in his zone, and he is going to need that if he wants to defeat Noah. Noah tells Chris that there is nowhere for him to shoot, but Chris just smiles. As he tells Noah that he has designed a weapon specifically made to break Noah, Chris chips the ball over both Noah and Kunigami. But that's not all, because they quickly realize that the ball is a knuckleball. Chris screams at his shot to go and says that he doesn't even know where it's going. Gagamaru is stunned. He has no idea where his shot will land and says that there's no way that he can stop this incredible shot. However, just then the goat himself, Isagi Yoichi, comes closer to Gagamaru. Gagamaru notices that Isagi isn't even looking at the ball, but before he can think any further, Isagi screams for him to go low while he takes high. And with their teamwork, they were able to block Chris's shot. Isagi's save shocks Chris to his core, but Isagi thinks that it was easy to read. Even though it's impossible to read the shot's trajectory, Isagi could still read which point was the most vulnerable, and if he could just defend that spot, they would be fine. It was a huge gamble, but it paid off in the end, and Isagi has now devoured the world's number 2 as he says that it's his turn. The ball goes up in the sky and Isagi screams for someone to take it, and who else would it be if it weren't our favorite shark boy, Corona? Isagi thinks that he can finally see it. Ever since Chris and Noah entered the game, the field has been a lot more chaotic, and even Kaiser wouldn't be able to fully understand the current situation yet. If Isagi can hit them with an all-out counter right now, with Corona's help, there's a big chance that he will be able to score. This is Isagi's golden opportunity, but just then someone comes and steals the ball. However, it's not anyone from Munchen City, but instead Yukimiya, who comes in and sweeps the ball away from Isagi. Isagi asks Yukimiya what he is thinking, but Yukimiya tells him to shut up, as he runs, saying that this game is his and that he is running out of time. Yukimiya gets behind both Chigiri and Ryo with ease, but before we can continue with Yukimiya's carnage, we get a flashback. Yukimiya has finally gotten his glasses and asks the doctor how they look on him. The doctor assures him that they look great and that the treatment is going smoothly as well. He tells Yukimiya that his eyes haven't gotten better or worse and asks him to be patient. Yukimiya smiles and says that he has finally come to terms with his diagnosis, as he says the phrase, "God will never give us more than we can handle." And that's why Yukimiya believes that God wouldn't have given him this condition if he didn't believe that he would be able to overcome it. As he breaks through all of the no-names of Munchen City, he says that the golden opportunity finally came. When he has gotten through 6 of their players, he gets his chance to shoot, and he doesn't hesitate as he shoots an amazing gyro shot. The goalkeeper says that the spin is abnormal as it drops and fades away, and that he won't be able to reach it after that. But just then, someone else comes into the picture, and it's no small fry, as Chris comes and kicks the ball away and ends it by calling it pathetic. After Chris's incendiary display, we see Henri and Ego talking, with Henri calling Yukimiya's shot close and saying that if it had gone in, Yukimiya would have scored a super goal. However, Chris Prince isn't someone to underestimate. After that, Ego says that for Yukimiya to definitely score, he would have needed to juke the last 2 defenders and also win in a 1v1 duel against Chris himself. And by that time, the rest of the defense would have caught up, meaning that the chance of Yukimiya scoring was 0%. And if that wasn't enough, Ego says that he's glad that Chris blocked it, because if the shot had gone in, the after effects would have been disastrous in the long run, just like the last goal. Henri asks Ego if he's talking about Nagi's goal, and Ego says that it was a shitty fluke goal. Henri is stunned and says that Nagi's goal was amazing and that it's already blowing up on social media, with headlines like Nagi Seishiro is the best player in the world, and that goal is already the best goal of the century. Ego is surprised and says that all he felt from it was a sense of foreboding, and says that it's impossible for Nagi to ever replicate that goal again. Nagi's talent is off the charts, but even for someone like him, it went a little bit too well, and with attaining success above your talent level can have a dangerous after effect. He says that Yukimiya's result was to be expected, and the reason he failed was that he thinks too highly of himself. Henri asks him if that isn't a part of being a striker. However, confidence and delusion are 2 completely different things, and success won't come to people who blind themselves with deluded fantasies. After that, we are back in the game, and Isagi goes forward to Yukimiya and tells him to stop fucking around. If Yukimiya hadn't gotten in his way, he would have had a good chance of scoring. After that, Isagi sees Yukimiya's face and calls down. He even compliments Yukimiya's shot. And after that, he asks Yukimiya to team up with him. Isagi says that since they know about the gyro shot, they'll be on alert for it, and that's why, for this game, they will use the gyro shot as a decoy. While Yukimiya sends Isagi an assist, since the Munchen city hasn't seen them link up, it'll catch them off guard. And with Yukimiya assisting Isagi, their chances of being used in the next game will dramatically increase. However, Yukimiya tells Isagi to fuck off, and says that he made it very clear that he will be the hero of this match and that he will overcome this challenge all by himself. However, this really upsets Isagi, who starts screaming at him, and she tells Yukimiya to get over his own pride and that this is the most beneficial for both of them. But Yukimiya just asks Isagi if that's the same thing he told everyone before devouring their fantasies. In the end, all Isagi cares about is himself. And with that, Yukimiya finally understands that Isagi and Kaiser are a pair of self-centered shitheads, and if the world is only going to reward asses like them, then this world is just fucked up. After that, Isagi says that even in this situation, Yukimiya is filled with nothing but childish thoughts. And if that's the case, then Isagi wouldn't want to live in a world with a deluded narcissist asshole like yourself. As he ends it by telling Yukimiya to watch his precious fantasy sink straight to hell. The game restarts with a throw-in from Bastard Munchen. However, Isagi still can't get Yukimiya out of his mind, as he wonders why he and Yukimiya can't just understand each other. Isagi is pissed that Yukimiya outright rejected his offer, even though it benefited the two of them. However, Isagi knows there's no way that Yukimiya will fulfill his wish, as he is so self-centered and thinks that he is the protagonist. But just then, something clicks for Isagi as he thinks back to Nagi calling himself the protagonist. The belief that you're the protagonist and the drive to accomplish something are all forms of egoism. However, just as it's happening, Yukimiya once again takes the ball from Ness, but Ryo quickly comes to stop him, which he does with ease as he takes the ball away from Yukimiya. Isagi says that while he tried to understand others from his own point of view, in doing so, he forgot to look at things from their point of view. And then he finally understood that everyone is their own protagonist, and with that, he looked back and said that it was obvious that he and Yukimiya couldn't see eye to eye, because their individual feelings of egocentrism override one another, and Isagi was unconsciously making him a side character in his story. And if the two of them continue to think of themselves as the protagonist, they will never be able to score. However, that stops now, as he has found his last piece while he will grasp while using metavision. After that, we see Ryo comfortably demolish Bastard Munchen's defense as he says that his body has become super sharp. His thoughts and movements are going at a super high speed, and Ryo feels invincible. With this new power, he can even end this game. Chris, AGI, and Chigiri is all headed to the goal. However, all of them are his sacrificial pawns for his treasure to shine. Grim comes in an attempt to stop Ryo, but Ryo knows that he is so close to his destination that he powers through a bit more. But just as he is about to pass to Nagi, Isagi comes from his side and kicks away the ball. The ball goes up, and it sadly falls to Chris, who gets accompanied by Noah, who does some crazy moves to get the ball away once again. This time it falls to Chigiri. However, Chigiri can't advance any further as he is blocked by Corona, so he has no chance but to pass to AGI, who gets manhandled by Kaiser. And I don't know how Munchen City is so lucky, but the ball once again falls into their hands as Ryo is completely free in the box. Ryo says that even God decided to become his ally before shooting an outstanding shot. However, it's going to take a bit more than that to defeat Gagamaru, who uses his ultra-fast reflexes to save the ball. However, it was secretly a pass to Nagi, who traps the ball right in front of Gagamaru. And when all hope was lost, a hero came to the rescue, and who else would it be if not Isagi, who steals the ball from Nagi, who stole it from Gagamaru? A real tongue twister. Isagi has come to the conclusion that if he can analyze everyone's egocentrism and then calculate where those egocentrisms intersect, he will be able to crush those miraculous goals. And then, in the end, he will be the main protagonist. Isagi looks for the best scoring option, but is quickly shocked as most of them are cut down by the Munchen City players. But just then, Korna came forward, telling Isagi to use him as they started their countless 1-2s with each other. Isagi knows that what he is lacking is the necessary physical ability to utilize metavision at its full power, and if he can just level up his abilities a tiny bit, he will reach the next level. However, that's not possible right now, as he's too weak, and just then Ryo goes to block Isagi, telling him to just try to get past him. Isagi is quickly losing hope, but just then, he finds a new light. As the man himself, Noah tells him to go, and that he has decided to ally himself with Isagi. Isagi is shocked that Noah has decided to ally himself with him, but quickly goes back to reality as Noah tells Isagi to get more creative and increase his options. This opens up a whole new world for Isagi, who is now seeing multiple options. Noah asks him if those options can be achieved realistically, and Isagi says that they can, and that he has no doubt about it. However, he tells Noah that he sees too many options, and that he can't pick the best one. Noah tells him to get rid of the unnecessary ones, and to think more logically. He asks Isagi what he desires more than anything right now, and Isagi coldly tells him that it's to destroy Kaiser. However, it's not only Noah who is here to help Isagi, as Corona also comes to join in on the fun. The three of them play with the Munchen City team as if they were a bunch of kindergartners, even handling Chris and Kaiser with no problem at all. Isagi says that this feeling of flow that he is experiencing is completely different. The mental state of being fully immersed in one's own actions, aka protagonism, is the key to activating flow. And with that, Isagi asks all of the protagonists in this game to come to him and be devoured. After that, we leave Isagi for a brief moment as we focus on Yukimiya. As he looks at Isagi from the sidelines, he is filled with envy that Isagi is even getting help from Noah himself, and wonders what it is that Isagi has that he doesn't. However, deep down, Yukimiya knows that what Isagi is saying is realistically correct, but if he wanted to think realistically, he would have given up a long time ago. Yukimiya's dream is to be the best football player. It's the only way he knows to live and is the sole reason that he is alive. Yukimiya doesn't care for Isagi anymore, as he will be the one to send him to hell. Following that, we see that Isagi is in a bit of a rush, as he only has 19 seconds left before Noah will be forced to switch out. However, he will make their last play with Noah worth it. As Isagi gets closer to his goal, we see Ego with his pretty little toes out, telling Isagi to show them how it ends. Back on the field, Isagi and Kaiser are going head to head, and just as Kaiser is about to steal the pass from Corona, Noah comes in his way. This makes Kaiser freeze for a second, and Isagi doesn't let it go to waste, as he slips behind Kaiser. However, the foe just keeps on coming, as Chigiri uses his incredible speed to catch up to Isagi. But ultimately, he catches the biggest L I have seen in a while, as Isagi takes him down with ease. After Chigiri lies Nagi, who gets hit with a fake shot from Isagi, who instead passes to Corona. Isagi is so close to scoring now, but just then, Yukimiya comes beside him with a really menacing look to him. Yukimiya thinks that he will hijack Corona's course with the help of his speed, but he quickly realizes that he has just played right into Isagi's hands. As Isagi gets behind him and tells him that he is the final piece to the puzzle, Corona gets ready to pass Isagi, and at that time, Yukimiya finally understands that there is no way for him to catch up to Isagi, as he says that Isagi will definitely become a player that will change the world, while his fantasy will fade into complete obscurity, forgotten forever. After that, we see that Chris has finally come to join the fight, as he tells Isagi that he wasn't good enough. However, Isagi is confident, as he says that Chris's opponent isn't him, but instead Noah. Noah manages to get the pass forward to Isagi, as he asks him if even the world's #1 is a pawn in his game. And here we have it. Isagi will finally score, is what I would like to say. But unfortunately, Kaiser comes in the way, and runs off Isagi's center point, making him unable to use a direct shot. However, Isagi tells him that it's perfect, and if Kaiser hadn't come, Isagi would have been the protagonist. But since he came, the one Isagi plunged into darkness will resurrect from the verge of death, as he passes the ball to Yukimiya. Before we can see what happens with Yukimiya, we see Isagi asking Kaiser if he was able to predict his last play, as he grabs onto Kaiser and asks him how it feels to be the clown in Isagi's story. Even Kaiser is scared, as he tells Isagi that he is nuts. After that, we finally get back to Yukimiya, who shoots a killer ball. And it's not just any shot either, as it's Yukimiya's specialty, the gyro shot. However, Ryo is also headed to the goal, and just as he is about to reach the ball, it drops down to the ground, evading Ryo's leg, but also bouncing up to the top of the net. With that, Yukimiya brings glory to Bastard Munchen as they finally win the game with a close 3-2 score. Both Yukimiya and Isagi are over the moon about their goal. After everyone has arrived, Yukimiya goes forward to Isagi, and they start a staring contest before Isagi tells Yukimiya that he is sorry. Yukimiya looks happily surprised as he tells Isagi that if he hadn't passed him, he would have been finished. Yukimiya also apologizes for the terrible things he said before, but Isagi tells him that he needed Yukimiya's strength in that last play. Isagi tells him that to beat Kaiser as a playmaker, he simply used Yukimiya as a tool, and that everything was going according to plan, except for the end. Because Isagi didn't expect Ryo to come in charging as he did, but despite that, Yukimiya managed to score a super goal, and Isagi tells him that was his win. Yukimiya asks Isagi how he managed to draw up that crazy last play. He also asks Isagi if he didn't draw it up so that Isagi could be the one to score the winning goal. Isagi tells him that he would have scored if Kaiser hadn't gotten in his way. Kaiser saw what Isagi was up to and efficiently moved to crush his goal. Isagi also says that right now, he can't beat Kaiser in a straight-up battle, and that's why he passed to Yukimiya his own trump card that only he had envisioned, and it was all to destroy Kaiser. And of course, to show the world that Isagi was the best player on the field by far, Yukimiya is shocked at Isagi's ability to think this far ahead, and he tells him that he is a real pain in the ass, and that he is far too clever for his own good. However, he admits that Isagi was without a doubt the man of the match. Isagi tells Yukimiya to keep on being that same bream-obsessed idiot that he has always been, and to not even dare become a player, which Isagi can simply manipulate. Yukimiya smiles and says that this twisted relationship suits them before giving each other a high five and saying to each other that they will devour each other until only one of them is left standing. Ness sees this and thinks to himself how disgusting this is before telling them that they are wrong and that a striker would never pass in that situation. He tells them that all this about destroying Kaiser is false and that Isagi just couldn't hack it, so he chickened out and went with an assistant. Isagi calls Ness Kaiser's stupid lackey and tells him that he simply couldn't understand his last play and asks if he should dumb it down for him. Ness gets furious before Kaiser comes and shuts him down. Kaiser compliments Isagi and tells him that in the last play in that split second, Isagi saw further into the future than he managed to do, and tells him that this match is Isagi's win. However, he also tells him that this time he had Noah backing him up, and that the next time they fight, it will be without Noah backing either one of them up, and ends it with saying that they are both strikers, and to see which one of them scores the most goals. When he awaits Isagi's response, he can see Isagi falling to the ground. So he lets Ness go and catches Isagi by his hair. Yukimiya is in shock, and Noah asks Kaiser what's wrong, but Kaiser just tells him that he is overheated. Kaiser tells him that he has recklessly pushed past his limits and calls him the goddamn egoist, which sounds pretty cool. With that, Neo Egoist League Match 3 is finished. Isagi wakes up and sees Noah cooking up some tea as the waifu he is. Noah tells Isagi that he collapsed and had slept for 10 hours before offering him some water. After that, Noah asks Isagi if he were able to dethrone Kaiser, as he said he would. Isagi thinks back to the game and says that he was able to dethrone Kaiser for at least a moment. So naturally, Noah asks Isagi what's next. So Isagi chugs the precious water he got from his idol, and tells him that he will defeat Kaiser with goals. And when Noah asks Isagi to verbalize how he plans to do that, Isagi says that he can see it, and tells Noah that he learned to use his eyes and brain in the last game. Isagi tells Noah that he calls it metavision, and explains it to him. He says that he takes shots of the entire field at once, using his peripheral vision, and then from a bird's eye view, he makes decisions and reads the flow of the game. However, that alone wasn't enough, because Isagi realized that each person has their own protagonism, and if you can crush that, you can lower their level of performance. However, on the flip side, if you can link up with an ally's protagonism, you can create a chemical reaction. After that, Isagi apologizes for not having his thoughts organized yet. But Noah tells him that it's fine and says that he wants to know what Isagi is thinking, which brings a smile to Isagi's face as his idol has finally approved of him. Isagi says that now he has to train the skills he is missing and that he wants to score next time. However, here comes the interesting part because Noah says, "So that's why he chose you." This makes Isagi a bit confused before Noah tells Isagi that the way he thinks about football, Noah has heard it before from a teammate over 10 years ago. Noah's first ever rival and the worst kind of football fanatic, and now the creator of Blue Lock, Ego Jinpachi. And this is incredible, but Isagi is shocked that Noah knows him and asks him how they know each other. And Noah says that they were comrades in arms, and now that Noah is the best in the world, Ego is obsessed with the world's best. Anyway, after that, Noah just blue balls us and goes on telling Isagi that the next annual salary bidding auction was held while Isagi took his nap. However, I will only talk about the interesting ones. So first we see Karasu with 12 million yen, which is kind of a steal if we are being honest. And then we have my boy Nico at a steady 14th with 23.5 million yen. However, after that, we got Corona, and I am so happy to see him here. Anyway, we also have Aiku at 27 million yen, Gagamaru with 28, Yukimiya with 29, and Jigiri with 30. Noah says that those who played in matches, and of course those who scored, are highly rated, but also those who create many chances and dominate the midfield. as we can see here with Ryo at 40 million yen, and after him comes Kunigami with 47. However, forget everyone else because here comes our favorite poster boy, Isagi, in 4th place with a 50 million yen offer, which actually is the same as Ness has. Some comments Isagi got from social media were that the next generation Modric is here and that the heart of Blue Lock is truly Isagi Yoichi. However, after Isagi comes Bachira, who got a 66 million offer. Bachira also scored a goal in the match between Italy and Spain, which was parallel to Isagi's match. Anyway, after Bachira comes to Nagi with an 88 million offer, which he definitely deserves. But now the one who scored a hat-trick in the Italy versus Spain match is none other than Baru, which is insane. Baru got a 100 million yen offer, and on top of that, he scored a hat-trick. After that, Noah casually tells Isagi that their next match is against the Ubers, and that match is gonna be insane. After that, we get to see that an interviewer has come to the Blue Lock. The interviewer's name is Nihei Shusaku, and if you think back to some of the first chapters of the series, you will remember that this is actually the guy who interviewed Itoshi-sai in the beginning. Anyway, Nihi asks this mysterious player, who really isn't that mysterious, how it feels to have garnered such praise and attention, after being awarded the Man of the Match award in the Bastard Munchen vs Manshine City match, and also receiving an offer of 50 million yen from Bastard Munchen. This player is also considered by many to be the eye of the storm in the new generation of footballers. And after that, we see the mysterious player, and would you look at that? It's Isagi Yoichi. Anyway, Isagi tells Niehi that he is very thrilled to think that an average high schooler like him would be given this golden opportunity to have his skills shown to the world. Isagi says that thanks to Blue Lock, his life has changed so much. Nihi thanks Isagi for his great answers, and then thinks that Isagi is a really nice kid, easy to work with, and totally different from Sei. Anyway, Nihi continues with the questions, and asks Isagi about the offer from Bastard Munchen. He reads up on some comments that one of Bastard's scouts gave after the match. The scout said that he would like to pair up Isagi with Noah, and also says that Isagi is a new type of versatile midfielder who's skilled in both offense and defense. After that, Niehi asks Isagi how he feels about these comments. Isagi thinks for a bit, and says that he is glad that a club like Bastard Munchen thinks so highly of him as a midfielder, but Isagi wants to survive in this world as a striker, denying the speculations of Isagi becoming a midfielder. However, Isagi doesn't stop there, as he says that even if he can act as a creative outlet in the midfield, he wants to do so as a striker, because Isagi wants to win by scoring goals. Call it egotistical, but this is something that Isagi will not yield to anyone. Niehi thanks Isagi for his straightforward answer, and thinks that an egotistical mindset that aims to devour everything that he desires, and says that this is really the football philosophy of a Blue Lock player. Anyway, after that, Niehi thanks Isagi for their interview and tells him that he can't wait to see what kind of player he becomes. Right as Isagi leaves the room, he is greeted by both Kurona and Igarashi, who have both been eavesdropping on him. Anyway, both of them tell Isagi that his interview was super lit, and that he and Nagi are trending like crazy on social media. While they are standing and talking, Raichi comes out of the shower, kind of making fun of Isagi, and also making fun of Igarashi and Kurona. But let me just say this, I am fine with people slandering Igarashi and even Isagi, but when it comes to Kurona, it's strictly forbidden. Because just look at him, he is even doing his infamous shark pose. So yeah, I have big problems with Raichi from this point on. Anyway, after that, Raichi is about to just casually walk, so Igarashi stops him, asks him what's wrong with praising someone who did something incredible, and tells Raichi to stop being so goddamn stubborn. Raichi waits up and says that right now, he is the honest person in the world, and tells them that he is really frustrated. Isagi is a bit shocked before Raichi continues, and says that the weakling that was with him on Team Z is now one of the most prized young footballers in the world. He tells Isagi to watch as he drags him down and takes the #1 spot. And Isagi is just his regular happy self, and tells Raichi that he can't wait for it. Anyway, after that, Igarashi also bounces, as he says that he has some trading to do, and runs off saying that he will become a superstar. Isagi turns to Kurona, and asks him what Yukimiya has been up to. Kurona asks him if he hasn't heard, and asks him to follow him. After that, we see both Yukimiya and Chris doing a photo shot, where it looks like they are doing a commercial for a pair of sunglasses, as they are heavily promoting them, which just looks fun for some reason. Chris tells Yukimiya that he is really good at this, and says that firstly, it was only going to be him in the commercial, but after watching Yukimiya play, Chris personally asked them to cast them together. Yukimiya thanks him, and says that it's an honor working with him, However, Chris tells him that it's fine and starts complimenting Yukimiya's insane goal against Munchen City. Chris also says that in addition to being a good player, you need to be popular too, and says that not to brag, but that he can work with anyone when it comes to this, which is essentially just bragging, but whatever. However, Yukimiya asks Chris if he was the right choice, and asks if it wouldn't have been better with Isagi. He did become the man of the match after all, but that awakes Chris's inner demon as he says that he will never forgive him for ruining his moment to show the world that he is the #1 player in the world and not Noah. Anyway, it's fine, because after Chris is done, he says that he isn't mad or anything, so we have to trust his words, right? After that, Chris tells Yukimiya to see each other at the next World Cup, and asks Yukimiya to tell Isagi to be there as well. When they are done, Henri comes and tells Yukimiya that Ego wants to see him alone. Yukimiya enters Ego's room, and Ego starts telling him that when you overwork yourself, black spots appear, and once your vision becomes blurry. Sadly, there's no current way to cure that, only one way to slow down its progression, and the sickness is called optic neuropathy. Ego turns around to Yukimiya and asks him how long he was planning to hide it from him. Yukimiya is shocked and right away apologizes. He tells Ego that he didn't tell him because he doesn't want anyone to feel sorry for him. The Ego understands and tells Yukimiya to speak freely as he isn't recording his conversation. Ego also says that he isn't some vulgar trash who would release people's private information to others. Yukimiya once again apologizes for not telling Ego, however Ego says that he already knew about Yukimiya's condition and that he always runs a background check before you enter Blue Lock. Ego just didn't see any point in bringing it up until now, and with that, Ego goes into the real matter at hand. He tells Yukimiya that he has already sent all of his medical data to the club that sent him the offer, and says that it's only natural for him to have a pro contract. And that's to be expected when clubs offer this huge sum of money. It's only right that we report any injuries or illnesses. Yukimiya is quiet, but Ego continues. He reads up what the club responded with. The club said this: "We would like to help Yukimiya with his treatment. We will pay for the entire treatment. That's how much they value his talents. So please play for us." This heavily shocks Yukimiya, but he still stays quiet, so Ego talks some more. Ego says that it's still uncertain whether Yukimiya's eyes will fully heal, but that the club is willing to do anything it can to support him. Ego even says that offers like this don't come very often, and asks Yukimiya if he is going to accept their offer. Yukimiya tells Ego that he can tell them to wait while he makes his final decision, even though he is very thankful to Ajax for making such an offer, and that he normally would have accepted it without any hesitation. However, Yukimiya doesn't feel like he deserves this offer, because he was only able to shine with Isagi's help. And if Yukimiya decides to accept this offer now, then he feels that this is as far as his ego is going to grow. And that's why he would like them to wait until the Egoist League is over before deciding how valuable Yukimiya is to them. Ego says that he understands. However, he tells Yukimiya that there's no guarantee that this offer will still be standing here waiting for him. And Yukimiya says that he understands, that he will no longer ask God for miracles, and that he will now change his destiny with his own hands. After that, we get a single panel of Hiyori, who sits on the ground and says that football is tiring. After that, we get to see a big picture of baby Hiroi and his two parents. His dad was a silver medalist at the All Japan Judo Championships, while his mother was ranked second in Japan in the high jump. With their parents having tasted the bitter feeling of always finishing second, they made it their mission to make their child a champion, and that became his destiny as soon as he was born. From a young age, Hiroi's parents pushed for him to become the best, with his mother taking care of his health and making sure that he ate right. To his father pushing him onto more training and studying tactics, everything they did was for Hiroi to become the #1 in football, the most popular sport in the world. His parents even put him in an intense elite training program, and the only thing they talked about was how he had gotten better and how he could become the best. But in reality, Hiroi wanted to spend more time with his friends. But with his parents' big smiles, he couldn't say no, so he made sure to always make them happy, and so he continued to play football. Hiroi thought that his parents loved him, but that all changed one night when he woke up to his parents screaming. His dad is yelling at his mom that his numbers aren't high enough and that it's her job to take care of his diet. His mom tries to define it and says that it might be his teaching methods that are the problem. This makes Hirois's dad furious, and he says that at the rate Hirois is developing, he won't become a pro. After that, Hiyori's mom wonders why she even married him in the first place, as he is a total asshole. To end it, they said that they had entrusted Hiroi to fulfill their dreams, and that if Hiroi can't become the #1 in the world, then they want a divorce. This shocks Hiroi, who suddenly loses his balance and falls down the stairs. His parents rush to his aid right away. When they come to Hiroi, he asks them if it's his fault that they are getting a divorce. But they just ignore that and ask Hiroi if his foot is broken and call an ambulance just to be sure. However, they aren't doing this out of love. They are just doing this to make sure that their dreams don't die. And Hiroi notices that as he says that his parents aren't even looking at him, his parents don't care about him. They only care about his talent. But despite everything, Hiroi kept on playing football even though his parents didn't love him. Because as long as he kept on playing football, his family would stay together. And then one day, he will become the world's #1 striker, but he still wonders what his true purpose is in life. Because after all, Hiroi chose to live his life according to a character description, and his life became easier as a result. After that, we fast forward to after a training session, where Karasu Tobito, who was playing along with Hiroi, comes up to him and calls him remarkable. Hiroi thanks him, and Karasu introduces himself. He says that he is 1 year older, but he still plays for Bambi Osaka Youth. After that, Karasu even tells Hiyori that he is a genius and that Hiyori is born with impressive physical ability and superb ball control, combined with a high football IQ, and not to mention Hiroi's left leg, which Karasu calls erotic as hell. And dude, I completely agree with Karasu. However, in the final third, Hiroi's passion in front of the goal is just average, and Karasu says that it's as if his mind and body aren't in sync. And Karasu asks Hiroi if he truly loves football. Hiroi tells him that he is right, calls Karasu amazing, and says that it's really obvious to some people. However, Karasu quickly says that in Hiroi's state, he doesn't stand a chance against him. But Hiroi hits Karasu with another question, and asks him if he likes to have huge expectations forced on him. Karasu is confused, and Hiroi tells him that all his life, Hiroi's parents have just forced their expectations on him, and says that that's probably why he doesn't truly love football. However, when Hiroi is done, Karasu just says it's boring, and tells him to just think about it later. And to start with yourself, and to believe in yourself. He tells Hiroi to find something that truly gets his blood pumping. Hiroi stands still, and wonders what he is supposed to believe in. Besides, he doesn't even want to play football, and if his parents weren't around, what would he really be doing with his life? Hiroi just doesn't get it, and when his parents come to him to show his invitation to Blue Lock, he thinks that he would like them to stop, and calls them disgusting, and kind of envisions them fading away while he says, not to heap expectations on him ever again. And when the day comes for Hiyori to go to Blue Lock, his parents are excited and tell him that they are rooting for him. But for Hiroi, the Blue Lock is just a place to escape, as he says that he never wants to live in that house again. After that, we get back into real time, where Isagi comes to Hiroi and asks him to help him practice, and Hiroi agrees. After that, we get into a steaming hot bath tube scene with Ryo and Nagi. Ryo is ecstatic over being worth 40 million yen and asks Nagi how he feels about being worth a stunning 88 million yen. Nagi tells him that it's unreal, but asks Ryo why he's so giddy when they lost their last match. However, Ryo tells him that it's because Nagi is blowing up on every social media thanks to his incredible goal. But Nagi just says that it's kinda lit, which is such a Nagi response. After the bath, they sit down, and Nagi tells Ryo that he honestly can't picture himself becoming the world's best striker. All this time he's been playing to beat Isagi, and when he finally did it, it felt like a dream. And because of that, he feels like it would be impossible for him to aim to become the world's #1, as he isn't really a motivated guy to begin with. Ryo tells Nagi that it's probably because the challenge of becoming the world's #1 is too far away, which makes Nagi lose motivation. But then Ryo remembers that Nagi had said that he just wanted to play video games all day and not work, and because of that, their new goal should be to earn 300 million, as the average lifetime earnings of a Japanese male is around 300 million, and that's why they are gonna go wild in the Egoist League and raise Nagi's value to 300 million. Then Ryo gets a possessed look at him and goes on a little rant about capitalist men. When he's done with his rant, he asks Nagi if 300 million is a good goal. Nagi says that it seems doable, but he also says that all of this reminds him about the first time he asked Nagi to play football. Nagi had no idea that he would become so passionate about something, and thanked Ryo for introducing him to football. Ryo can't believe what it is that he heard coming out of Nagi's mouth, and quickly asks if he's okay. However, Nagi ensures him that he's okay. But Nagi's speech motivated Ryo, who now says that it means that they aren't done yet, and that they should aim toward winning the World Cup and becoming the world's #1. After that, we move over to the bastard Munchen side, where Kaiser is going over the last goal. Ness comes forward and says that he admires his hard work, but that he should at least use his blue light glasses. Kaiser thanks him before telling Ness that he's always managed to crush all of the clueless rookies, second-rate veterans, fading superstars, and you could even say that Kaiser is his happiest when he's crushing other people's lives. But even so, it's something about Isagi that he can't seem to beat, and even says that in the last game, Isagi definitely surpassed his expectations. Ness tries to defend Kaiser right off the bat, saying that Isagi gave up on trying to score, and therefore Kaiser is better than him. Kaiser then splashes his drink on Ness, and says that he already knows all of that, but why is it that Isagi still dares to defy him? Kaiser showed Isagi their vast difference in strength and broke him multiple times. But even with all that, Isagi keeps getting back up like a zombie. It's as if the more obstacles that are in his path, the more excited he gets, and he even manages to clear all of his obstacles by the skin of his teeth. Ness goes back to his rat ways and says that it doesn't change anything, and that Kaiser is still superior. However, Kaiser ignores Ness's slick talk and asks him why he chose to come to Blue Lock. Ness tells him that he's here to either prove he's Noah's equal when playing alongside him, or use the Egoist League auction system to win an even bigger offer and then use it to force his way out of Bastard Munchen. And for once in his life, Ness is right. Anyone with half a brain knows that Bastard Munchen is Noah's team, and in a Noah-centric system, he's just a secondary character, and because of that, it's impossible for him to become the world's best striker, and that's why he chose to participate in the Egoist League to boost his brand. But now Isagi has managed to grow to exceed Kaiser's expectations. Even so, if Kaiser manages to devour Isagi, he will then manage to skyrocket in popularity. Kaiser has a fearful look as he tells Isagi that he's finally big enough to eat and starts shouting at his screen like a 14-year-old Fortnite player. Ness then leaves, and when he's just gotten out of the room, he slams himself against the wall, furious while biting his lips, saying that Kaiser is now more interested in someone other than him, and curses out Isagi. While Ness is busy idolizing Isagi, he is out training with both Igarashi and Raichi, and of course, Igarashi is the first one to fold. After that, he does some one-touches with Corona and can keep up fairly well. After that, it's time for some off-the-ball training, and he manages to completely outplay Yukimiya and score, which shocks everyone at how much Isagi has improved. Isagi sits down, and Hiroi throws him a water bottle, asking him if he's using meta vision. Isagi says that it's amazing to use his peripheral vision to scan and read the entire field, comparing it to the reflex theory that Hiyori told him about before. His only difference from then is that his body couldn't keep up with his thought process. Hiroi tells him that from an outside point of view, it looks like Isagi is just exploding at an incredibly fast rate, but for Isagi, he's just steadily leveling up. They talk about the last game, and Hiroi tells Isagi that from the bench it looked like his playmaking and moment were off the charts, and says that it was like Isagi was manipulating every single player on the field. But not only that, but with his egocentrism, he has been able to perfectly read everyone's mental state, also saying that it was no wonder Yukimiya felt that Isagi was a godlike game master in that last play. When Isagi hears those words, he instantly compares it to the field he first had when facing Rin. And not only that, but he managed to do it in the Egoist League, against the world's best. However, even if this training is a success and Isagi manages to successfully level up, there's still only a 40% chance of him winning against Kaiser. Hiroi is amazed that Isagi can visualize that far ahead and tells him that if that's the case, then he's fine. However, Isagi says that it will never be good enough as long as it isn't 100%. In the last game, he was only able to play freely because he had Noah supporting him, but he will never become the world's best if he keeps relying on others. And to finally be able to score a goal with 100% certainty, he's still one piece short. Just then, he overhears Igarashi and Raichi. Raichi is furious that Igarashi just keeps on diving for fouls, and Igarashi just tells him that it's his new techniques, which allows him to draw fouls on anyone who dares to challenge him from his right side. Their conversation makes Isagi's pieces scramble. Hiroi is laughing at how dumb Igarashi is, but Isagi tells him that this is perfect, saying that with his formula, he can destroy Kaiser. He runs faster than he's ever run, and on the way he thanks Igarashi. And Igarashi is right off the bat, scared that Isagi will take his foul technique, which is just so funny. Yukimiya goes towards Hiroi and says that Isagi just keeps on evolving and evolving. And Hiroi is even saying that he's a bit envious, saying that he also wants to be able to love football the way Isagi does. As Isagi is running, he says that he can definitely win with this, however for him to master it until the next game will be hard. Even so, there's one player who can help him. He goes into the training room and goes to Kunigami, saying that he needs his help. After that, we fast forward 5 days into the future, to when it's time for Noah to announce the starting 11 for their game against the Ubers. Noah starts with the goalkeeper, who is going to be played by Gagamaru. After that, we have the two center backs, which will be Mensa and Birkenstock. On the right back, we have our favorite shark boy Corona, and on the left, we have Yukimiya. And then, For the defensive midfielder, and possibly the key to this match, is none other than Raichi himself, saying that during their training sessions, when it came to dueling, he is able to really hold up his own. This makes Raichi ecstatic as he turns into some beast-like creature. After we move on from Monster Raichi, we have Ness, Grim, and Isagi taking up the midfield, which leaves Kunigami and Kaiser as the final strikers. Noah explains that the Ubers are an Italian team and that traditionally they've been a strong defensive team. Their master Snuffy is a strategist with the goal to make an intelligent and crafty team. Noah tells the players to expect them to deploy various countermeasures that will aim to destroy. The two key players on the offense will be Kaiser and Isagi, and the key to destroy them will be to destroy their defensive game plan. After that, Raichi starts pipping up and says that he will do his job to crush everyone in the midfield, while Isagi and Kaiser focus on scoring. Noah then says that to win this match, they have to win important 1v1s, making this match a test to see how they do in 1v1 duels. Noah then tells Kaiser not to get too fixated on Isagi, as Noah won't tolerate Kaiser's irrational and illogical plays anymore, ending it by telling them that if they are a striker, then they will have to prove it by scoring goals. The bastard Munchen players start to walk out, but in the hall, Kaiser reminds Isagi that it's whoever scores the most goals that win, and tells him not to run away. After that, they get out on the field and meet up with the Ubers. The Ubers greet Isagi, and all of them are ready for payback, but the one who's the most fired up of them all is Baru, who goes to Isagi and straight up headbutts him. Isagi notices Baru's red highlights right off the bat and calls him out for it, calling him a narcissist. Even so, Baru says that he's proud over them and that he put them in to celebrate 100 million, while calling out Isagi for only being worth a pity of 50 million. But the Ubers players quickly come to ruin Baru's pride, as Aiku says that Baru suddenly wanted to pump himself up before facing Isagi. Baru quickly denies those claims and says that he suddenly wanted to go for a different look. However, Aryu and Nico add on, with Aryu saying that he's like a girl before a date and Nico calling him Princess Baru. And because of that, they end up in a headlock by Baru, you know, just the typical Baru. Aiku then tells Isagi that the ones who'll be sitting on the Blue Lock's throne will be the Ubers, and that just sounds so cold. After that, we get into the Blue Lock Central Monitor Room, where the chairman of the Japan Football Union comes in and tells Ego that Blue Lock Television is amazing and that they are making tons of money. He shows Ego a bunch of mascots he made, but Ego just smashes them into his face. Ego asks if that was all he came for, and the chairman says that it was. However, he also reminds Ego about the promise he made when he approved Blue Lock Television, and I'm so curious to know what the promise was, and if you have any guesses, then please leave it down in the comments. Back on the pitch, Isagi is thinking to himself, saying that he knows what he needs to do, and that he put in the necessary work during training. All that's left is for him to prove that his theory works in the actual game. And with that, the kickstart of the match starts. Kaiser and Ness trades passes to start it off like always, and as they are doing so, Isagi is looking at them from the side, saying that Uber's formation is an ultra-defensive formation that's tightly packed in the center, and even if they manage to shake their marks in the 1v1, the other Uber's players will immediately press them with 2 or even 3 players. Kaiser comes to Nico, and Nico thanks Kaiser for making Isagi stronger. After that, Kaiser passes to Ness. However, Ness jumps over it and lets it roll over to Grim. After Grim has gotten the ball, that's when Ness starts to run all that he can, moving all the way to the front. It looks like the ball is going to Ness, but in reality, he's just the bait for a much bigger fish, which of course is Kaiser, who's currently battling Nico. Isagi is amazed that they were able to break Uber's formation by making Ness make a run from the midfield. However, as the ball falls to Kaiser, another one appears. He cuts off the pass with pinpoint accuracy, and that's when we get to know that it's the heartbeat of Uber's defense, and also a next-generation World 11 by the name of Don Lorenzo the Ace Eater. Isagi says that Lorenzo managed to instantly catch on to Kaiser's unpredictable attack, and then positioned himself perfectly so that he could shut it down in one move, calling Lorenzo's vision, positioning, and physical ability all top-notch. Kaiser tells Lorenzo to stop laughing, and that every time he shows off those golden teeth of his, it pisses Kaiser off. Lorenzo ignores that, and asks Kaiser if he's worth more than 300 million yen if he managed to shut Kaiser down. Kaiser just calls him a creepy, gold-toothed loan shark who only seeks people as money, which Lorenzo responds with a quote saying that there's nothing in this world that money can't buy, showing us his obsession with money. Then Lorenzo starts to brutally just point at everyone saying how much they are worth. Kind of rude. However, after that, he asks them if they are ready for their counterattack. Lorenzo is about to pass a long cross-up on the field, however Kunigami comes to stop him. but ends up with broken ankles by Lorenzo, who beautifully gets away from him, only to find Raichi behind. Raichi tells him to just try and get past him, however Lorenzo kind of owns him by calling him worthless, as he's worth absolutely zero, before doing some crazy ninja moves to get behind Raichi. Lorenzo makes a one-touch with Sendo to get behind Yukimiya. Igarashi gets up from his seat and tells them to do something to stop Lorenzo. Beside him, we have Hiroi, who's carefully watching the field, saying that this is really bad. On defense, the Ubers string together consecutive presses and funnel their opponent towards Lorenzo, who lies in wait on the back line, and as soon as Lorenzo steals the ball, they make a switch. This makes it into a flexible system where Nico drops back to play centre-back while Lorenzo participates in the attack. They use their large number of players to their advantage to attack all at once and create a long-range zombie counter-attack. Lorenzo goes into a shooting stance and baits that guy that I forgot the name of. Corona goes to stop him, but Hiroi thinks that it's a mistake, and that the second they focus too much on stopping Lorenzo, they lose track of the one player who absolutely thrives in these situations, which of course is the king himself, Baru Shuei. Hiroi says Baru and Lorenzo together make a system where the two kings of offense and defense combine forces, saying that this is Uber's goal-scoring formula. However, before the ball can even get to Baru, someone stops it. And who else would it be if not Isagi Yoichi? Isagi takes the ball and makes some really cool slide on the ground, but he says that it's nice to finally see the trick behind his hat trick before saying that he will be taking the ball. Even Lorenzo is shocked that he's only worth 50 million. Isagi now has the ball. While running away from Baru, Isagi says that his body is now able to keep up a lot better with his thought. We can assume that Isagi went through some intense training with Kunigami before this match, as Isagi went to Kunigami for help some chapters ago. After that, we get these incredible panels with pieces flying everywhere, and Isagi saying that it's time to score of the counterattack. And who else would assist Isagi if it weren't for our favorite shark boy Corona, who alongside Isagi trades passes. Yukimiya is looking at the duo from afar as he says that attack with a counterattack of their own. With Lorenzo so high up the field, the Ubers still haven't organized their defense, and right now, Isagi and Corona is able to steamroll through the field. It seems like Isagi has really worked hard to improve for this match, because his passing drills with Corona have really paid off. However, Isagi will get into some trouble, as Yukimiya says that he will change his target to him, and tells him to not take any hard feelings, as this is their team's philosophy, devouring each other to create chemical reactions. However, Yukimiya is once again catching another L, as Isagi uses Yukimiya to get behind one of the Uber's defender. Yukimiya compliments Isagi, and says that his dribblings have drastically improved. However, it's more than that, because to get past the incoming defender, Isagi deliberately used Yukimiya as bait. Isagi finally has the thing which has been holding him down, a body to maximize his vision. As Isagi is running away, Yukimiya says that he is still evolving, and that it's expected of his rival. After that, we see Kaiser, who has his eyes on Isagi, and is probably thinking of a way to steal the ball away, but that quickly goes into ruin as Lorenzo blocks him. And I find it so funny that it's almost more players of bastard Munchen who is trying to get the ball from Isagi than the Ubers. After that, we finally get to see Nico, and I wish the author showed him more because I love his character. Anyway, he says that since Lorenzo is marking Kaiser, he won't be able to fall back, and if they get hit on the counter in this situation, their first priority as defenders isn't to steal the ball, but rather focus on slowing down their attack. A defensive formation designed to stop a quick counter-attack by slowing down the pace of the game. However, their plan gets quickly thrown to the side, as Isagi isn't slowing down, but instead charging in. And Nico quickly realizes that Isagi and Corona knew that they were going to defend like this, so they have no choice but to challenge them in a speed battle. Isagi slips between Nico and Aiku, and is now headed to the goal. Corona passes him, but just then, Isagi gets accompanied. And of course, it isn't anyone from the Ubers, but instead, his own teammate again. But this time, it's Ness who tells Isagi that in the event of Lorenzo getting hold of Kaiser, it's then his job to crush Isagi by any means necessary. He says that after studying Isagi's direct shot, he realized that it's trash, a defective shot that he can only shoot with his right foot. Ness has a smug look on his face as he says that once he knocks Isagi off balance, he's finished. But Isagi asks him to think again as he uses his left foot, creating a lefty shot which goes right into the net, shocking everyone. But most importantly, giving Bastard Munchen a 1-goal lead, the one who is most stunned of them all is Ness, who in shock asks Isagi what he did. After that, we can see different families all over the world being ecstatic over Isagi. However, I want to quickly focus in on this guy. If you have forgotten, then this was Isagi's first true fan. He came up to Isagi after the U20 match and asks him to shake his hand, which was so adorable. I really like how the Blue Lock authors keep on showing him in different places, It makes it feel much more special and reminiscing in some kind of way. Anyway, back to the game. Ness is almost too stunned to speak. His voice is shaky when he confronts Isagi. He tells Isagi that it's impossible, an unknown attacking pattern, and shot a direct shot with his left foot while there was no data on it. Ness is furious as he screams at Isagi, asking him what he's done in the last few days. After that, we go back 5 days in time, when Isagi went to Kunigami for help. Thanks to Igarashi, Isagi realized that his direct shot's weakness is that he can only shoot it accurately with his right foot. However, Kunigami became two-footed after he copied Noa's physical abilities, and then Isagi asks him to teach him. Kunigami is a bit freaked out, calling Isagi clingy and disgusting. Isagi is still determined, so he follows him and asks Kunigami to let him train together so that Isagi can study his body. Kunigami stops and says absolutely not, and that Isagi will just end up destroying his specs. Kunigami tells him that he became two-footed to survive the wild card. Even so, it only worked because he had the necessary physical attributes to pull it off. If Isagi were to try copying Kunigami, he would end up bulking up in the wrong place and then lose his body's balance, meaning that there's only a greater chance that his performance will deteriorate. As Kunigami walks out, he tells Isagi to forget about shortcuts to become stronger, telling him that if he goes for that route, he's finished as a football player. Isagi thinks that Kunigami just warned him, saying that Kunigami is still a good guy after all, before going after him. As they are going around the corner, they meet up with Chigiri, who tells Kunigami that he finally found him. Isagi asks Chigiri what he's doing inside the German stratum, and Chigiri says that he came to see Kunigami, saying that he basically ghosted Chigiri during and after the game. While Chigiri is talking to Kunigami, he just walks away telling him to piss off, and that he doesn't have anything to tell him. However, Chigiri doesn't give up and speaks his mind. He says that he understands that Kunigami has changed. His playstyle and aura are totally different from before. However, it isn't only Kunigami who's changed. Chigiri tells him that from now on, he will be keeping an eye on Kunigami and asks him to do the same. But just then, another one sneaks his head around the door opening. It's Bachira who asks if this is some kind of class reunion. Before rushing over and saying that he will join in, he throws the football in Isagi's face. Bachira says that he saw the Bastard vs. Munchen match on the monitor, saying that it was awesome and that they were all dripping ego juice from their body. Now I'm not even going to try speculating what ego juice is, so let's just leave that to Bachira. He continues telling them that Kunigami's goal and Isagi's movements were totally insane, not to mention how crazy Chigiri's goal was. Anyway, he originally came over to ask Kunigami if they could train together. While this is happening, we can see Isagi cooking up some nasty piece for him to evolve, as he looks at Bachira and Chigiri and says that it's not like they totally changed their playstyle. Rather, they made minor adjustments that further maximized and enhanced their strongest weapons. So maybe there's no need to change everything. Isagi was too hung up on being two-footed, while what he really wanted was to customize his weapon for his left foot. While Isagi continues to level up his primary weapon, the direct shot, and if he can manage to just acquire a secondary weapon, then it will complete everything. And after that, the four of them start a 2 vs 2 match against each other, which makes me so nostalgic back to the start of the series, when they really were acting like this. After that, we are right off the bat greeted by Aiku, who looks at Isagi amazed. He says that a lefty direct shot is amazing, calling it a cheat code. However, it's impossible to become two-footed in just a couple of days, meaning that Isagi's lefty shot has to have some kind of weakness to it. Lorenzo goes forward toward Isagi, pointing his finger at him. He says that he's taken a liking to Isagi and that he definitely isn't worth 50 million. He tells Isagi that he's now considered an ace like Kaiser, and the man himself, Isagi, coldly tells him to be sure not to pick the wrong guy to mark, ending it by calling Lorenzo a zombie bastard. After that, Lorenzo walks past him with a menacing aura, telling him to not get cocky after scoring one lucky goal, also making some kitty noises, and I'm all for it. He smiles and tells the Ubers that it's time to get to work, and with that, the game restarts. Isagi thinks that it's time to focus, try to steal the ball again, and go and score his second goal. But he quickly realizes that Lorenzo isn't moving up. As Nico and Sendo are trading passes, Isagi notices that the speed of their offense is slower, saying that they're prioritizing possession and slowly inching their way up the field. It's like they are waiting for the right time to flip their switch. However, Isagi says that as long as he can manage to keep track of Baru's heavy offensive, he can manage to devour them. Just then, we get a flashback to the first time the players met Snuffy. Both Nico and Sendo say that he's a very carefree and laid-back master. Before they start, Snuffy has a question prepared. He asks the players what football means to them. Sendo is first up and says that it's his dream. Ryu quickly comes after, saying that it's everything, and Aiku says that it's something he could bet his entire life on. But when Snuffy then asks what they would do if they couldn't turn pro, the players get silent. Snuffy continues, asking them what they would have if football was taken away from them, saying that there's nothing wrong with devoting yourself to football. Even so, injuries and setbacks do happen. So what would they do if one day, for some reason, they were no longer able to play football? They still stay silent, and Snuffy tells them that those who can't answer this question will forever be dreamers and amateurists. However, for a professional, winning is both a duty and an obligation. Through winning, they are able to earn money and put food on the table. And then he tells them what football really is, saying that football is a job, nothing less, nothing more. He tells them to think of clubs as corporations. Based on that, games are business deals, and the players are employees. Snuffy then says that he's taken the liberty and time to study the data of every single player. Everything from the game plan, offense, defense, and situational football, and all of the various strategies now lay right in front of them. Sendo is right off the bat ecstatic, saying that it's amazing. Meanwhile, Aiku asks Snuffy if he managed to come up with all of these strategies himself. He did, and says that if they remember all the strategies he came up with and execute them flawlessly, they will win. After that, we see that the players under Snuffy's command are almost acting like soldiers. Before we leave the flashback, Nico has some additional comments to make. He says that all of Snuffy's strategies make full use of their individual capabilities. Snuffy even prepared different variations depending on the lineup. Then we get a rare panel of Nico showing his eyes. Let's be honest, these panels are becoming like rare Pokemon cards that you have to capture. Anyway, he says that if they manage to survive here, then they will without a doubt be exponentially stronger, which pumps out all of the Blue Lock players. And with that, we get back into the intense game between the Ubers and Bastard Munchen. Up to this point, Isagi has carefully studied Baru's movements and found the perfect place where he can intercept. He goes up, and as he thought, he easily gets the ball. But just then, Baru commands the players to get Isagi. Sendo, alongside two no-names, goes for Isagi's neck. Isagi is caught off guard, saying that a high press happened the second he managed to steal the ball. However, it doesn't stop there, as it's a multi-coordinate press as well. Shark Boy tries to help, but is of no use, as Isagi has no time to use metavision. And just then, Nico comes in and sweeps the ball away, telling Isagi that he fell for their trap. As Nico is running away, Isagi is left behind, thinking about what just happened. Was the whole sequence just a part of their plan? Attack slowly through low-risk strategies, and if the opponent manages to steal the ball away, steal it back right away with a fast, coordinated high press. And after regaining possession, take full advantage of the short counter. Finally, he says that it's like all of those 11 players are one huge organism. And to end it off, we see Snuffy with his big-ass nose, telling Ubers to advance. And they do just that as they are coming in full force against Bastard Munchen's defense. The Ubers are passing the ball between each other so much that Gagamaru has no idea who it will be that takes the final shot. But in the end, the ball falls to Baru. Gagamaru is sure that he will shoot, and Yukimiya even comes to back him up. But to their surprise, Baru actually passes to Nico, who then makes a switch with Sendao. But suddenly, the ball falls into the midst of it all, and Gagamaru can't see anything that is going on, making him clueless as to who has the ball. But then suddenly he sees the ball going at the goal. But you know how Blue Lock likes to do it, so we jump straight into a flashback before we are able to see what actually happens. As Snuffy was having his speech about football being a job, Baru suddenly walks away and calls it a weak philosophy, saying that he didn't come here to play a weak-willed brand of football. Even as Baru is leaving, Snuffy just says that he's interesting. After that, we get into the training field where Baru is training his shooting skills. As he's training, Snuffy comes by and tells Baru that his physical specs are top-notch, saying that Baru is the most suited striker in the Ubers. And therefore Snuffy asks him to, even if he's faking it, just try his football philosophy. However, Baru is getting second-hand embarrassment from Snuffy. Baru tells him that he refuses, and that football isn't a job for him, but a way for him to become a king. After that, he's going to conquer the world his way, and that's why if Snuffy wants to utilize him, he has to adjust to Baru's philosophy, which I'm not even sure if he's got one. Snuffy just starts to laugh before quickly taking the ball from Baru, which shocks him. As Baru is trying to take the ball back, Snuffy tells him that before he was a footballer, he was just a person, and if you can't understand the difference, then he's just an amateur after all. Snuffy just keeps on embarrassing Baru as he shouts about becoming the world's #1 striker. Then Snuffy throws in a curveball and says that there was a time when he was just like Baru, getting by life solely off his talent, and alongside him, he had his best friend. Together, they took full advantage of the wealth and luxuries that come with becoming a superstar player. They fully believed that they were going to be kings of the football world, but they fucked up. They skipped training and their skills diminished, suffered injuries due to overwork, and then lost their place in the starting 11, followed by several scandals. However, when a man falls, it only takes an instant. Baru screams and asks what some loser's story has to do with him. Snuffy tells Baru that finally his spirit shattered, and his best friend killed himself. This finally makes Baru shut up, as Snuffy asks him if he will be able to love himself when he's no longer viewed as a genius. Snuffy tells Baru to value his life, and once again asks him to work together to succeed as Uber's next king. However, even then Baru refuses, saying that he isn't like Snuffy's friend who killed himself, and that he doesn't want a crown that's been handed down to him. As he leaves, he sees the whole Uber squad listening in from outside. Aiku is shocked at Baru refusing Snuffy's golden opportunity, while Baru is shocked at how they can believe Snuffy's crap. Baru then goes into his meditation room, where he puts on a relaxing forest. However, it quickly gets changed to a movie by Lorenzo, who comes in with a bag of popcorn. Lorenzo tells Baru that Snuffy has taken an interest in him. Even so, Baru isn't concerned by it, and is more concerned by Lorenzo spilling popcorn on the floor. Lorenzo says that Snuffy wins trophies for every team he plays for, and that's how he gained the name as the Crown Messenger. However, that's not the real reason why he plays football. The reason why is that he aims to win in all the Big 5 leagues to then achieve the dream he once shared with his best friend. And the series he's left is the Italy League with the Ubers. When he's managed to win a trophy with the Ubers, he will move on to becoming a coach, and that's why he's looking for a striker to succeed him. Baru is still not interested in their offer, so Lorenzo tries a different approach, which is to show off his golden teeth while having a proud look on his face. Lorenzo tells Baru that he used to live in a shithole when he was little, and after his parents abandoned him, he survived on the streets by swindling people out of their money. He was on the verge of dying, but that's when Snuffy came forward to him and asked him to play football with him. Lorenzo didn't believe him, so he challenged Snuffy to give him golden teeth, which Snuffy did immediately. Baru is quickly getting bored and asks Lorenzo what his point with all of this is. And Lorenzo tells Baru that his point is that Snuffy isn't the type of guy who would abandon the less fortunate, and that he's crazy enough to give them a future. After that, Snuffy enters the room and tells them that it's time for training, and Lorenzo for some reason quickly turns into a dog. As they are leaving, Baru tells them to wait, and that he will work with Snuffy, not as his successor, but that he will become a striker that surpasses him, telling Snuffy that his job is to help Baru become the king of the football world, which was a deal Snuffy couldn't refuse. He tells Baru that from now on, the Ubers will act as his arms and legs, and that their strategies will only be centered around him. That's why Baru's job will be to refine and evolve his ability as a goal hunter, especially his 1v1s against the goalkeeper, starting with his mid-range curve shot from 28 meters, which are already top-notch. However, that shot is easy to stop if one can figure out its timing and motion, and that it definitely won't work against a world-class goalkeeper. After that, we get back into the game, where Baru is moving swiftly around on the field. The players have now managed to block Gagamaru's view, which gets them a spilled second blind spot. However, by the time he realizes it, it will already be too late, as Baru has already managed to get away a shot against him, which flawlessly goes in and makes the scores 1-1. And let us just take a moment to appreciate how cool this panel looks, with both Sendu and Nico coming to celebrate with Baru. Baru looks with an intense look at Isagi and asks him what's wrong, and wonders if that's all Isagi's got. On the other hand, we have Isagi over here who's totally mind-blown by Baru's goal, saying that the Ubers came up with a game plan designed to crush him, and as soon as they got the ball, they went on a furious counter. They didn't even leave a chance for Isagi to stop them, as they managed to execute their plan perfectly. However, it's more than that, as they were in perfect sync, which isn't something that can be taught easily, and on top of that, the timing to know when to execute their plan, saying that it's impossible to pull this off without some hardcore training, as he finally understands that this is the backbone of the Uber's strength. But even with all that, it still doesn't fully explain Baru's shot, which Gagamaru didn't even have time to react to. But that means that they somehow threw off his timing, and if that's the case, then that means that Baru didn't shoot when he wanted to, and that he patiently waited for the exact moment they threw off Gagamaru's timing, and because of that, he was able to utilize his vision. And of course, with Baru's shooting ability, if he manages to throw off the goalkeeper's timing, it opens up a chance to mass produce a goal at an efficient rate. And with that, Isagi realizes that Baru has managed to achieve a whole new set of eyes, which he calls the Predator Eyes. After that, we get to Ness looking at both Isagi and Baru, while being angry at himself that he hasn't managed to do anything this whole game. However, That's when Kaiser goes forward to him and tells him to stop with his miserable look, as he tells Ness that their true target is Lorenzo, and that if they manage to defeat Lorenzo, then they will win, and Ness gladly take up on that challenge. After that, we get to the superior duo, where Corona is asking Isagi how many more strategies he thinks that Ubers have under their sleeve. However, even Isagi has no idea, but he knows that to win this game, they have to stick to Noah's plan and focus on winning their 1v1 duels. And with that, the game starts again. Ness and Kaiser are passing around as always. Ness says that the two of them can dominate the defensive and middle third, however it's on the attacking third where it gets tricky. Even so, Ness will do everything in his power to help Kaiser score. But just then, Lorenzo goes to cover them. Even so, Kaiser says that they are fine, as it's a 2v1. So Kaiser passes Ness and sprints behind Lorenzo, awaiting a pass from Ness, which he gets. However, someone else reaches it first, and that one is the stylish master himself, Ryu, who jumps up and heads away the ball. The ball is heading back to Ness and Lorenzo, but someone else interferes. It's Isagi who tells Lorenzo that he wasn't good enough. Isagi was able to see everything that played out perfectly. He says that in the full of this game's chaotic flow, he's able to take control of the 1v1 situations, and ends it by saying that his metavision has gotten better. Even so, his happiness quickly comes to a stop as Nico comes out of nowhere and kicks away the ball from Isagi. Isagi falls to the ground and says that he's amazed that Nico was able to stop him. After that, Nico tells him that it's to be expected that as his vision and football IQ are all top-notch. However, the same goes for Nico, as he calls them two birds of a feather, which I can't figure out if it sounds cool or just corny. Anyway, that's where it clicks for Isagi, as he thinks that Nico also has acquired metavision. However, when Isagi confronts Nico about it and asks him if he uses metavision, Nico is suddenly confused and asks what metavision is. Isagi explains that metavision is a specific way to use their vision, which lets them capture everything that's happening around them with their peripheral vision, which then lets you simultaneously process and analyze everyone's movements on the field. Nico gets the hang of it, but tells Isagi that all he did was track the ball while keeping an eye on his movements, and since he saw Isagi and the ball in a dangerous spot, he dashed forward, even though it meant going against their game plan. Isagi is shocked, thinking that Nico subconsciously used metavision, and that his brain and vision are gonna evolve to a whole new level. After that, Aiku comes by complimenting Nico's play. However, Isagi's teammate isn't as happy with him as Aiku is with Nico, as Reichi comes and shouts at Isagi for losing the ball. After that, Isagi tries to figure out how many of the players here can use metavision. He concludes that Kaiser, Nico, himself, and maybe Lorenzo are the only ones able to use it, as Baru has a different kind of vision. Isagi then quickly becomes Professor Isagi, as he tries to explain the different visions, starting with metavision. Metavision grasps the overall flow of the game, and all the information that's circling within it. Since he can use it everywhere on the field, he pretty much has the ability to predict the future. On the other hand, Baru's Predator Eye is focused on the 1v1 duel with the goalkeeper for the sole purpose of scoring a goal. Even though they're both strikers, depending on how they use their eyes and vision, the information that they pick up, analyze, and act on is completely different. And with that, he begins inputting all of his new information to probably use it in the future. But before he's done, Reichi and Yukimiya scream at him to stop spacing out, and that the game is about to restart. However, Isagi is like fuck that, and thinks some more before starting, as he says that on top of all that he went through before, both of their teams have two totally different philosophies and playstyles. Ubers plays like one huge organism, with their unity, discipline, and coordination, while Bastard Munchen plays like a chaotic fluid, multi-faced organisms, which is being spearheaded by him and Kaiser. Everyone on the field understands this, and that's why they are probably thinking about their next move, and what's risky, and how they can make an impact. Finally realizing that this is how it feels to be playing in a world-class football game. However, that also means that the next play and the next goal will definitely be the turning point, and that the player who manages to tilt this situation in their favor will undoubtedly dominate this game as its game changer. While Kaiser is waiting for the game to start, he's thinking that Lorenzo is too much in the way, even saying that he's gotten stronger since the last time he faced him. Because of Lorenzo, Kaiser can't move freely the way he wants to. And right now, it's obvious that Isagi has a much easier time moving around. While he's thinking, Ness quickly comes running, asking Kaiser what they are supposed to do, but Kaiser just tells him to shut up, telling him to move as they have practiced, and to believe in Kaiser, because for him, nothing is impossible. And with that, Grim finally throws in the free throw, and the ball is going to Ness's legs. However, right then, Kunigami comes in his way, and pushes him aside, telling them to not forget about the Dark Horse. Kunigami is running at full speed against the Ubers players, even styling on someone which honestly looks so clean. Isagi is looking from the side and says that Kunigami is planning on going solo. However, that's impossible with Kunigami's specs, and even if Isagi went in to help, he wouldn't pass him. Isagi has no choice but to try and steal the ball in the penalty area and says that he can see clearly what he needs to do, but Nico is able to do the same thing, which makes it troublesome. Nico is focused on always having his eyes on Isagi and says that this new metavision is amazing. Instead of solely focusing on the ball, and instead seeing over the entire field and catching every piece of information circulating within it, Nico notices that Isagi is aiming for the same spot as he is, and it ends up with the three of them going for the same spot. As they are going to the ball, Nico says that it's a 50-50 chance for him. However, the percentage quickly turns to 0 as Reichi comes in his way and stops him. This gives Isagi the chance to sweep in and steal the ball. As he's running, he states that Nico's meta vision is still incomplete, saying that he was too focused on predicting the future that he diverted most of his attention on tracking him and the ball, which made him fail to realize that Reichi has positioned himself behind him and was waiting to ambush him. Isagi gets away from them and sees that there are only 2 defenders standing in his way, and he gets over the first one with the help of Corona. However, out of nowhere comes Aiku. Isagi goes into his lefty shot position and is ready to fire off an outstanding shot when Aiku sees through his bluff and tells Isagi that his lefty shot isn't 100% complete yet and destroys his chance. Isagi says that he failed and that he couldn't score after all. Right when he is at the brink of defeat, Yukimiya comes screaming his name and tells him to pass him, kind of giving us a flashback to the Munchen City match. Both Aiku and Isagi are stunned. Isagi says that Yukimiya managed to fill in the space on the right which Kunigami left, complimenting his position and calling him a godsend. However, Isagi is still stubborn and says that he can still shoot, but he quickly starts to think more thoroughly. He thinks that if he were to lose the ball here, then they would get hit by a counter by the Ubers. And with that in mind, he has no other choice than to pass, as it's the more rational option. Isagi sends an amazing pass, but as the ball is flying to Yukimiya, someone comes before him. It's the legendary defender Lorenzo, who says that he will be taking this pass. This really shows just how amazing Lorenzo really is. He was able to foresee what Isagi would do, and then went to stop him. Even so, his greed made him oblivious, as Kaiser comes before him and says that he finally took his eyes off his price. Kaiser also says that he's been waiting for this moment. Isagi is amazed, and all of his thoughts start to lose grip as they fall out. Isagi says that Kaiser got him, saying that Kaiser managed to outread his entire thought process to then use him to get Lorenzo off him. Kaiser was able to see everything, and if that wasn't enough, then everybody out on the field got metadated. And can we just take 1 second to appreciate how cool that sounds? I can't wait till someone says that expression to Isagi. However, it still isn't just a free road for Kaiser, as Sendo comes to stop him, saying that in these situations, it's his job to press. Even so, Kaiser turns into a cat and jumps over Sendo's leg. But Sendo's attack wasn't in vain, as he bought Aiku and Ryu some time to come and cut off his shooting angle. Ryu comes from behind and flips Kaiser upside down, and Ness once again shows his real identity as a dirty dog, as he's right away starting to complain and asks for a penalty. However, as Kaiser is in the sky, he tells them to eat shit and calls them losers before doing a Kaiser impact mid-air. Kaiser's shot bounces under Aiku and goes into the goal, giving Bastard Munchen a 1-goal lead. Kaiser's goals are one of the most mind-blowing goals I've ever seen. It's definitely a top 3 for me. But please tell me what you thought about it in the comments. It kinda looks like Yukimiya's goal, but on steroids. Isagi is almost too stunned to speak after Kaiser's goal, saying that Kaiser managed to do a Kaiser impact in that position, and not to mention that he nutmegged Aiku off a kind of bicycle kick. With this high-level chess match and a player's rapid evolution, Kaiser by himself managed to destroy all that. After that, Kaiser's lackey, or excuse me, Ness is of course rushing over to congratulate Kaiser on his wonderful goal. Ness tells Kaiser that his goal was mind-blowing. He continues hyping up Kaiser and throws some shots at Isagi for no particular reason. However, when Ness is done, Kaiser just tells him to shut up. Kaiser says that the goal Ness was so proud of was nothing more than a shitty goal. For Kaiser to get Lorenzo off him and score, he had no other choice but to resort to that tactic. Ness has a shaky voice as he still tries to argue, saying that Kaiser's goal was literally amazing. This makes Kaiser's blood boil even more, as he asks Ness if he thinks that he would be happy scoring a goal by feeding on Isagi's scraps like a hyena. Explain to Ness that his last goal was entirely started by Isagi. Once he got his hands on the ball, Uber's defense moved to stop him. And as a result, Lorenzo was forced to leave Kaiser to deal with Isagi's pass, which was supposed to go to Yukimiya. Even though Kaiser scored the goal in the end, it doesn't change the fact that the leading figure was undoubtedly Isagi. And that's something that Kaiser will never forgive himself for scoring a goal like that, but ending it with looking at Isagi's eyes and saying that the last goal will be his. On the other hand, we have Isagi who says that Kaiser is a goddamn genius. He managed to outread his entire thought process, but that's not even the most shocking part, as that goal was mega world-class level. You can try 10,000 times and probably would never be able to replicate it. Everyone on his field, or even the entire world, won't be able to pull off that level of shot. Kaiser really is the genius that he needs to emulate, and the rival that he needs to take down if he wants to become the best player in the world. Even so, in that last moment, Isagi says that Kaiser was definitely keeping track of him, and that if he hadn't, then that goal would be impossible. It's starting to come to a point where Kaiser needs to constantly keep track on Isagi to score. This means that slowly but surely Isagi is getting inside Kaiser's head. He ends it by saying that this will be fun as he has a psychopathic face on him. And I'm wondering, I've already said this before, but do you guys think that the other players on the field just randomly see Isagi smiling out of nowhere and look like a psychopath? Anyway, Isagi gets out of his psychopathic state and sees Sendu down on the ground with a cramped leg. However, he isn't the only one, as Corona also has fallen victim to one. Isagi quickly asks him if he's okay and starts helping him stretch. While he is stretching Corona's majestic leg, he thinks that since Corona doesn't have metavision, he's constantly giving it his all to keep up with Isagi. We also see that the Uber's goalkeeper has managed to get an injury and even might have suffered serious rib injuries, which is nothing fun at all. After that, we get to the bench and see Snuffy putting on his headband as he tells Fukaku to get ready. And with that, Snuffy and Fukaku get up from their seats and subs, in which forces Noah to sub in as well, as he tells Snuffy not to make his job any harder than it has to be. And just like that, both of the masters have come onto the field and are ready to give it their all. Pray for my boy Corona. May him rest in peace. Isagi thinks that since they subbed in players due to injuries, the situation on the field will definitely change, and says that he needs to capture the future faster than anyone else, as his biggest desire is to score another goal. After that, we get back to the bench and see Hiroi looking at Isagi with big eyes as he asks him to take him with him. Hiroi is looking at Isagi while saying that his heart won't stop pounding and that this is the high-intensity level of football that he wants to be a part of. Both Isagi and Kaiser are set on being the ones to score the last goal and seal up the deal. But just then, Baru asks Snuffy if they're going to do that. You know that. And Snuffy tells him that they are. And just like that, the game restarts. Isagi notices directly that the Uber's formation has changed, and that both Nico and Lorenzo both moved up, and also committed most of their players forward. Now that the Ubers have incorporated Nico's vision and playmaking with Lorenzo's outstanding dribbling in the middle, the ball doesn't stick as much, and the tempo has gotten noticeably faster. Even so, Isagi can't allow himself to be swept away by their fast tempo, and has to find the perfect spot where he can intercept, and he finally finds it. He goes to take the ball as it's headed to Lorenzo, however Snuffy reaches it before him, telling him that it is close, even borderline too close. He looks with the meta vision eyes, and says that the rumors are true after all, and that Isagi reads the game well. However, Isagi is in a shocked state, saying that Snuffy positioned himself to prevent any turnovers from happening. But not just that, Isagi also says that he got metadated by Snuffy, and I can't get enough of that expression. Even though he couldn't get the ball, Noah comes and tells him that he's going well, and tells Isagi that they will trap him, and Isagi is extremely happy that Noah linked up with his movements. However, even with Noah and Isagi, they don't stand a chance against Snuffy, who's keeping the ball as safe as a fortress. And before they know it, he's already passed away the ball to Lorenzo, who passes it along to Nico, who gets some competition as Ness comes in his way. Before Ness can do anything useful for once, Nico has already passed away the ball to Snuffy, who's still battling Noah. Snuffy encourages his team and tells them to not even give Bastard Munchen the slightest chance to think. Snuffy sees Baru in the box and legit passes the ball on a player from Bastard Munchen to then get it to Baru, which has to be one of the coldest passes I've ever seen. Baru gets the ball, and Gagamaru knows that he's in big trouble as Baru is filled with options and Gagamaru has no way of stopping all of them. Baru shoots, but gets double blocked by both Kaiser and Isagi, who fall on the ground with their legs crossed. How cute. Isagi says that it was good that they managed to hold on, however he's disappointed that Kaiser managed to see the same thing as he did. Even so, they are in a really bad spot and are barely hanging on by the skin of their teeth, not to mention that it's obvious that the player who's controlling the game is none other than Snuffy, who's already got another attacking pattern for Ubers to try out, and Isagi is stuck trying to think of a way to beat him. Snuffy is still in possession of the ball as he and the Ubers continue to advance. Isagi thinks that they might be done for, and that their defense is barely hanging on, as he wonders what kind of brain Snuffy has. Snuffy passes to Lorenzo, and Isagi notices right away this is once again another attacking pattern, and if he were to go in blindly, he would get shut down instantly, so he has no choice but to carefully observe their movements and find a way to crush Snuffy's world-class tactic. Lorenzo passes another one from the Ubers, who are continuing their attack on the left side, which leaves everyone worried about a possible cross. This makes them forget about the real threat, who is Snuffy, and he's carefully slipping through their blind spots. The pass is going to Snuffy, who luckily gets some trouble by Kaiser, who was able to see that Snuffy was wide open. Even so, he doesn't stand a chance, as Snuffy jumps up and heads away the ball over Kaiser's head. The ball has a crazy bounce with it as it's going to Nico, who's in a duel with Noah. And I just found it really funny that Noah called him Pipsqueak. It's just something about that word. Anyway, Nico tells Noah that everything is going as planned, as he makes a backheel pass to Baru, who's coming at an incredible speed behind them. Even so, Isagi is able to see through it and manages to come and stop him at the last second. The ball goes out of bounds, which gives Ubers a throw-in. Isagi knows that they are only holding on thanks to Noah, Kaiser, and himself being able to read their attacks. Since the three of them are covering the team's blind spots, they haven't conceded a goal, but even with the three of them covering, they're completely on the defensive and are barely able to hold their ground. Right now, he doesn't have the slightest image of stealing the ball and attacking, not to mention that Snuffy is completely different from Chris and Lavinho, who are just focused on scoring their own goals. Meanwhile, Snuffy is over here doing everything he can to maximize the effectiveness of his team's strategies. He's not using his superb body balance, physicality, or goal-scoring abilities as a striker. Rather, he's using his abilities to help his team score goals with the tactics they came up with. And finally, Isagi says that he's got it, Snuffy's thought process, and that this guy is just making sure that the rest of the team follows their tactics, like a watchman. It's no wonder that he can outread Isagi's metavision, since Snuffy's focused on surveying the game, and it's easy to contain a guy who's selfishly trying to steal the ball to score goals. However, he can't keep playing defensively and barely solving their tactics, and he's got to seize the initiative and force Snuffy to react to him, saying that if he can't see further into the future, then he can't win. Just then, Noah comes by and asks Isagi if it's hard playing against Snuffy. Isagi says that it is, and Noah explains that the core of Snuffy's playstyle is Jujutsu, which originated from Japan, which Snuffy has managed to incorporate into his playstyle. The core training, biomechanics, and close combat. Snuffy incorporates all of the Jujutsu principles and fuses them with football. Thanks to that, Snuffy's already world-class hold-up plays and ball retention skills became even more refined, not to mention his passing and scoring. Noah tells Isagi that strictly from a striker's perspective, he's stronger than Snuffy, but from a round perspective, he's the more versatile and flexible football, calling Snuffy the best player in the world based on overall abilities. After that, Isagi finally asks the question, which will determine the rest of the game, as he asks Noah how they will defeat him. However, Noah says with a funny face that he's clueless, saying that Ubers are moving as a team and efficiently launching one attack after another. Meanwhile, Bastard Munchen is disorganized since most of them can't predict their plays. Even though Noah has no clue how to beat Snuffy, he asks Isagi to hold out for 3 minutes and wait for the masters to forcefully leave. As Noah walks away, he tells Isagi that sometimes being patient will open up a path. This sentence sparks something in Isagi. Noah tells Isagi to stop spacing out and that the match will continue, but when he looks back, he can see Isagi already sprinting away. Isagi thinks that with this new way, he can surpass Snuffy as he runs to Raichi and asks him if he's willing to die. Ubers is beginning to start their throw-in. Meanwhile, we see Isagi and Raichi arguing with each other. Drago throws the ball to Nico, who passes it straight back to him, and he then gives it to Lorenzo. As the Ubers are advancing on the field, Raichi comes before Snuffy. Before we can see any more of it, we finally get back and see what it was that Isagi told Raichi. Isagi told Raichi to man-mark Snuffy, making it a duel between the two. Raichi couldn't believe it, telling Isagi not to say something so nonchalantly, and that it was that easy, he would already be doing it. Isagi says that he's right, but what Isagi wants him to do isn't the typical man-marking. It's only limited to an area of 2 meters radius half circle, which in other words just means a protractor man-marking. Isagi wants Raichi to constantly position himself in front of Snuffy inside of that 2-meter radius, and if the ball comes inside that area, he's free to go and steal the ball. But the most important part isn't taking the ball away from Snuffy, but keeping Snuffy in front of him within that 2-meter radius no matter what. We get back to the game, and we see Raichi doing just that, as Raichi is keeping a close watch on Snuffy, we can hear Isagi's thoughts, as he says that this strategy is riding on Reichi's grit, stamina, and his ability to win 1 versus 1s. And if they screw up, Reichi will be a laughingstock, and his value will plummet. But if he somehow manages to contain Snuffy, then Reichi Jingo will instantly be a household name. Lorenzo passes the ball to Snuffy, which makes Reichi activate his sexy protractor mode, which even gets Snuffy to admit that Reichi is troublesome. Snuffy goes forward and pulls out some extremely cool dribbles, which almost catches Reichi off guard. But Reichi can hold on, as he knows that the main objective isn't to steal the ball. Reichi is doing all that he can to assert his position in Snuffy's radius. As Snuffy tries to push Reichi away, he can't, which makes him admit that Reichi's got a strong core on him. As Isagi is watching from the side, he says that this is perfect, telling him that just not getting beat is already a job well done, and with Reichi constantly in Snuffy's face, they can now limit a lot of his options. They have to consider a myriad of options, and it's impossible to predict the future. But if Reichi can limit even 1 or 2 of Snuffy's options, then the number of the attacking patterns Snuffy can use will decrease. Snuffy passes the ball, and the Ubers just pass the ball around for a bit, while Isagi thinks that by using the process of elimination, the player most likely to kickstart their attack is Lorenzo. Isagi was spot on as he came in between Lorenzo and the ball just in the last minute, which even shocked Lorenzo and showed that Reichi and Isagi's remote tag team defense was successful. But out of nowhere, a hand comes in Isagi's way. It's Aiku who says that this is awesome and that he's totally in the zone now. Aiku explains that if Snuffy gets man-marked, it's his job to recover the loose ball. And with the ball at his feet, he sends it over to Baru with one of the nastiest vertical passes I've ever seen, going past both Ness and Yukimiya. Baru is rushing towards the goal, but for some reason, Gagamaru isn't worried as he says that Isagi has done a good job and that he doesn't know why, but for some reason this time he will stop Baru. Baru is currently right in front of the goal with the ball at his feet. But that doesn't matter to Gagamaru, who has awakened some kind of sixth sense, or as he calls it, his wild instinct. Baru is getting ready to shoot, but Gagamaru knows that Baru isn't going to shoot just yet, which turns out to be true, as he does a chop feint instead. Gagamaru says that Baru's primary weapon is his right foot mid-range shot, which is why he'll shift the ball onto his right foot. But thanks to Reichi and Isagi slightly delaying the opponent's attack, the Bastard's defense can catch. One of Bastard's defenders is coming at Baru and is trying to stop him, but Gagamaru is still more ready than ever, as he knows that when the moment comes that he can't see Baru's shooting motion is when he will strike. And look at that, Gagamaru was spot on as he shot just when he anticipated it to. And because of that, the man and the myth actually manages to save one of Baru's shot, which is astonishing. Even Corona is shocked to his core by Gagamaru's save. But it's not time for him to relax just yet, as he gets up on his feet right away to then pull all his strength into his arm and throws away the ball up on the field. The throw has such an outstanding power behind it, but it still manages to find its way right to Isagi's foot. Isagi compliments Gagamaru and responds by telling Isagi to just finish it already. And just as he receives the ball, he starts to sprint like never before up on the field alongside Noah and Yukimiya. Isagi thinks that this is their chance as the Ubers committed too many numbers forward and that they are now vulnerable against a counterattack. But it's not going to be an easy road as he has to find the quickest path to the goal. He starts off by passing the ball to Noah, who effortlessly gets behind Nico and another Ubers defender. But out of nowhere, Aiku comes and catches him off guard and slide tackles Noah. Luckily, he had managed to get away a pass to Isagi beforehand, but Corona and Igarashi are shocked that that's not a foul, but Hiyori just tells him to keep on advancing. Isagi thanks Noah for his sacrifice and says that from here on, Yukimiya and he will finish them off. They are exactly 30 meters away from the goal and have to advance a mere 3 more meters to get a chance. Isagi passes Yukimiya, who's surrounded by Uber's defenders, but Yukimiya starts doing some crazy stepovers to save time. Meanwhile, Isagi goes right of him and tries to slip behind Ryu. He gets behind him and tells Yukimiya to sense it and to pass him. Both of them see each other, and Yukimiya manages to get away a lob pass to him, but they aren't exactly in sync, as it wasn't a lob pass as Isagi wanted, as he wanted a fastball sent right to his feet because he knows that at this level a lob pass is far too slow. And Isagi's got a point because Snuffy was able to catch up due to the lob pass, and he comes in between Isagi and the ball and gets rid of it. Because at this incredible level, even a half-second misalignment is a mistake. Isagi is pissed at his golden opportunity. No, his goal vision was dead on, but he was still one step short to outread someone with a world-class football IQ. Snuffy lands on the ground, and as the ball goes to one of the Uber's defenders, all of the Ubers start to advance as they continue another counterattack. Isagi is pissed, saying that just when they were barely managing to steal the ball and attack now, the Ubers are gonna hit them with a new, perfectly designed, multifaceted, highly coordinated counterattack. Isagi knows that he has to stop them, but just how? He doesn't know that for sure, but he knows that he's gotta get back on the defense right away and that he will figure out the rest later. Possession, counterattack, transition. After being foiled so many times, Isagi's painfully aware of how strong these guys are, but just now until Snuffy stopped them, Isagi's strategy and imagination surpassed theirs, and if he and Yukimiya were on the same page, he would have scored. However, what ifs and almosts don't mean anything, and he knows that he's got to stop babying himself. The reality is that he couldn't score, which for a striker is all that matters. It doesn't matter what brilliant idea he comes up with. At this level, if he can't produce results, then all those ideas are garbage. Isagi is determined to steal the ball and finally produce another goal and show the world his ideas. After that, we see how the Ubers are storming up on the field with their passes going flawlessly to each other. Raichi screams that their defense isn't set yet, and Gagamaru is also a bit annoyed as they just got the ball back. Lorenzo passes Baru, who's in sync with the Ubers, and Gagamaru even says that it's way more chaotic than last time. He's stressing as he seriously can't seem to figure out the right timing. But it's fine as Isagi is right by Baru. He thinks that he can just make it, and that Baru can't shoot just yet. He admits that the tactics are on the spot, plus for the sake of winning, everyone has bought into them. But there's no way that you can become the #1 playing that brand of football, saying that all that they are doing is mindlessly executing Snuffy's tactics. Since they all are playing to produce some predetermined answer, their individuality is stifled. Isagi can't even believe that Baru would be tamed so easily, and just the thought of Baru becoming the #1 striker makes Isagi laugh, saying that Baru has become such a boring and pathetic player. Isagi says this as he goes to stop the ball from Baru's foot. However, to his surprise, Baru actually sidesteps and is still in control of the ball. Everyone in the Uber squad is stunned, saying that Baru went rogue. Baru in the middle of the game just decides to have a chat with Snuffy. He says that if he had shot according to his pretty design, then Isagi would have blocked it. He asks Snuffy how often he has to embarrass himself by these imbeciles. Baru continues saying that Snuffy told him that if he went along with his plan, then Baru would become king. And if Baru plays according to his tactics and fails, then it would be Snuffy's responsibility. Snuffy says that he's right, and that he got 100 million because of it, and asks what it is that Baru is dissatisfied with. Baru then tells him that this is the 4th time that Isagi blocked his shot, saying that he thinks it's enough for him to terminate their agreement. This comes as a shock to everyone who couldn't see this coming. Even Snuffy, Lorenzo, and Isagi are all stunned as Baru's or the king's ego isn't dead, as he tells everyone that he's decided to quit this lousy job. Before we get back into the game, we get a quick flashback to Snuffy and Mick driving along the road. Mick, Snuffy's best friend, says that he doesn't want to be some boring adult who constantly speaks that nonsense. Snuffy agrees and says that the world is their oyster. Mick laughs and says that they are the best in the world after all, and that if they can't become the kings of football, then it's not a life worth living. After that, we are back in the game and we see Baru going alone on the field. His teammates are furious at him, but Baru tells them to shut up and calls them mindless, good-for-nothing, shitty robots. He embarrasses Ness before saying that ever since he teamed up with Snuffy, he's secretly been waiting for the opportunity to crush this stupid team, and that all he wanted was Snuffy's techniques, calling everything else trash. And now that Baru has acquired his predator eyes, he no longer plans to play together. His teammates are only starting to get angrier and angrier, and Bastard sees this as their chance to try and steal the ball from him. Snuffy asks Baru if he wants to defy him this much. Baru tells him that he does, and that the team that Snuffy created, he wants to burn it to the ground, because with Snuffy's tactics, there's no way in hell that he can beat Isagi. And after that, to everyone's surprise, Baru actually passes the ball to Aiku as he tells them all to follow him. Aiku passes the ball to Nico and encourages the whole Ubers to follow Baru's lead. Isagi is shocked, saying that the Ubers are changing their attack, and that Baru hijacked the disciplined and organized team that Snuffy created for himself. Snuffy is in his own battle against Noah, and Noah asks him how it feels to be bitten by his own player for once. Snuffy, with an intense look in his eyes, says that it's awesome. He screams at Baru to show him what he's capable of. He tells him to use the Ubers that he created and try to surpass him with them. But after that, Baru tells Snuffy to shut up, saying that he admits that the team he created is elite and that the environment is a paradise for the average and the mediocre, but there isn't enough despair for Baru to thrive upon. Baru explains that when he lost to Isagi, he hit rock bottom, but only thanks to that he was able to change, become more twisted, and rise from the ashes. But Snuffy's environment is lukewarm, with Snuffy saying that he will provide him with the best options, and if they fail, it's his responsibility as the master, Baru doesn't want to live in a future where he's safe and coddled. If they are going to promote all that hope of becoming the best player in the world, then he will balance it with an equal amount of despair. If he fails, he's okay with the entire world ridiculing him, because only by going beyond the risk of despair that he can drive one's life into madness can he attain ultimate glory. Baru has now come awfully close to the goal, and Isagi says that he's gone completely off the rails, saying that he was waiting for this moment this entire time, forcing everyone to bend to his will and ideas on this high-level world-class stage, which is also the very thing Isagi wants to do. But Baru is just about to accomplish it before Isagi. But there is no way that Isagi will let that happen. He's determined to stop him, to now get devoured by this tyrant. However, Baru is currently in range, and Gagamaru is also on standby. Both Kaiser and Isagi come before him to try and block him. Isagi looks into his eyes and says that he's the only person that he'll never want to lose to. With Baru being in control of the ball, as he's standing in front of both Kaiser and Isagi, Isagi thinks that Baru only has two options, which are to either shoot the ball near the post or far from the post. Gagamaru is also already in position, so if he manages to get the timing right, he can stop it. Not to mention that Kaiser is also here, which makes both of Baru's shooting angles weakened, leaving Isagi with a huge 50-50 gamble, but he's still confident that he can crush him. But just then, Baru goes a cut into the side, and as he does that, Snuffy's comes out and asks him what's wrong, telling him to shoot and calling him a delusional wannabe king. Adding on by saying that it would be a shame if Baru was looking for help from Snuffy, and that Baru won't be able to achieve anything if he goes down that route. However, Baru tells him to shut up, and says that since coming to Blue Lock, he's become painfully aware of how he wants to change the world, and if there's no thorny or destructive path for him to walk on, then he will simply just have to create one himself. Isagi is quickly on his tail as he understands that what Baru did before wasn't a cut inside, but instead a way for him to set up his shot. We get back to Baru, who's still rambling on, and says that I don't live for some lukewarm, predetermined future, but instead that he will become king while still being an unruly brat. But in the future, if he still can't become the world's #1 king, then he will at least die an honorable death. Baru doesn't shoot anywhere where Isagi predicted, as he instead shoots the ball under both Isagi's and Kaiser's legs, resulting in a mind-blowing double nutmeg. Gagamaru is shocked as he says that there's no way he can save it, and even Aiku adds on by saying that this wasn't a designed play, but instead a total gamble shot. The ball is quickly arriving at Snuffy. Even so, Baru tells him to move as this is his future. And move he does by putting his strong core against Noah's, which makes him useless, and which also lets the ball go under his leg as well, making an outstanding and honestly mind-blowing triple nutmeg, which Gagamaru understandably has no way of saving as the ball goes in and gives both the Ubers and Baru his second goal of the match. After that, we get to Snuffy taking his car to his best friend Mick Moon's home. As he's walking closer, he remembers Mick's words, saying that they will become the best players in the world, however. When he enters the house, he finds Mick dead on the floor. After that, we get to look into Snuffy's earlier life when he first got paired up with Mick, which none of them was especially happy with. But soon they became good friends, who got to share the feeling and the dream of playing on the field. They quickly feel like they are invisible, and say that there's nothing in the world that they can't have, and that they will definitely become the best players in the world as they win the championship final with the score 2-1. But suddenly it started to go downhill, and Snuffy called on Mick for a meeting, where he said that they had both gotten dropped from the starting lineup. This was to be expected as their performances this season have been nowhere closer to the last year. Mick adds on by saying that they might have fooled around a bit too much, and that it's time to switch the flip and go all in now. However, Snuffy says that it's impossible to do it here, as their relationship with the club, and especially the manager, is beyond repair, telling Mick that they have to start from zero, even if they have to play for some mid-tier team. But Mick finds this ridiculous as he calls him an idiot and says that they are kings who only play for big clubs. Snuffy doesn't listen and says that it's time for him to wake up, telling him that they aren't world-class players anymore, but instead second-rate players. Saying that football is a constantly shifting, harsh, competitive world, it's a world where anyone can become a star overnight, while the opposite can happen as well. New players are always looking for ways that force them to grow up and choose a more robust and smarter future. Mick is quiet for a bit, before he asks what the hell it is that Snuffy is talking about, saying that they still have their promise and dream, which is to win in all of the Big 5 leagues and that they have only won in one so far. Snuffy tells him that it's still highly possible, but later on, even so, Mick just says that he's boring, telling Snuffy that if he's not going to pursue the same dream as he is, then he can get out, which Snuffy does. However, he tells Mick to not come crying back for him later on. Mick just laughs and says that he won't change the way he lives, and says that in any era the people who ultimately change the world aren't the intelligent people who live their lives the right and safe way, but instead some stupid brat who possesses a childish, nonsensical dream. After that, we get back to Snuffy, who is hugging Mick's cold and lifeless body while crying his eyes out, apologizing to Mick that he couldn't share the same dream until the end, saying that they couldn't fulfill their dream together, but that he will continue to dream and make it a reality. And with that, we are back to the Ubers game where everyone is going to celebrate Baru's spectacular goal. Snuffy makes his way over there and compliments his goal, telling Baru that there was no way that he could have predicted that goal and that his ego surpassed every one of his designs, and calling it Baru's win. Even so, Baru says that he doesn't need Snuffy's praise or hindsight analysis as their partnership is over. However, there's one thing as a footballer that Baru wants to tell him. Baru says that retiring after this season, just because he fulfilled a dream he shared with his dead friend, asking Snuffy if this is his so-called adult way of living. He tells Snuffy that he won't let him just run away and disappear with his precious trophies just yet, not while he is still playing at least. Baru finally takes his hand away from his face and looks Snuffy dead in the eyes, saying that he better not retire and that the two of them still have a score they need to settle. Snuffy is approaching him while laughing, but not just that, as he tells Baru that he won't retire, as he's the best player in the world after all. While he's saying this, he also has an internal dialogue with Mick, as he says that with the advice he gave him before, Snuffy can finally believe him now, as until the day he dies, he as well is a goddamn brat who selfishly pursues his dreams. This hypes up all of the Uber players who are extremely happy to know that their captain and also idol won't retire just yet, and it even makes Lorenzo confess his love to Baru. However, it's not over just yet, as both Baru and Isagi are thinking that the last goal will settle this once and for all, as they have an intense look on their face. All of the Uber's players go storming off into Snuffy's arms. However, looking at this from afar, we have Isagi who's pissed to the extreme, screaming his whole heart out. He thinks that Baru stole his spotlight, and that Baru was always aiming for this from the start. The timing to shoot between Isagi's legs to freeze Gagamaru from reacting. Even went as far as hijacking Uber's system for himself and using it to score goals, ending it by saying that Baru managed to completely devour him. But just then, Raichi comes over and apologizes, saying because he was man-marking Snuffy, he couldn't fully contain him. However, Isagi denies that and says that he did his job. He disrupted and eliminated some of their options, and that they just couldn't score and got their ass kicked on the counter because of his tactics. Isagi was so close, but yet he can't see a vision of himself winning against Bauru or Kaiser. Just then, the announcer goes off and says that the star change system is over, and that both masters have to leave the field and make their substitutions. This gives Isagi more puzzle pieces, as he knows that the field is just about to shift. Snuffy goes to the benches and picks Sendao for his substitution, as he's fully recovered. However, the same thing can't be said about Corona, who is having a hard time standing. And here we have Igarashi really thinking that he will get to be sent in. What a joke. Anyway, Noah says that the next player with the best overall stats is Kiora Jin, and that it's his time to play as a right back. When I first saw this, I was ecstatic. I've been waiting for Kiora for so extremely long that I can't even describe it. However, my happiness quickly shattered, as Isagi came over and told Noah that if they do that, then they won't win, and Noah asks him to explain himself. Isagi explains that Kiora is a talented player, and if they look at his individual stats, it's right up there with the rest of the starters, not to mention that his skill set allows him to take over Corona's place at right back seamlessly. However, to defeat the Ubers as they are now, they need a player they can't predict, and someone who can improvise on the fly. And I love how Kiora is just standing there watching them talking about him not getting to play, which is kind of sad. Anyway, back to Isagi, who says that they need a playmaker who can breathe new ideas onto the pitch, otherwise known as a game changer. Noah is quiet before telling him that Bastard has a rule where players are ranked and picked according to their overall numbers. Yet Isagi insists on breaking this rule and using a player with a lower rank. Noah even asks Isagi what his logic is for this argument. Isagi doesn't hold back and says that it's to allow him to score, and says that for him to become this game's hero, he needs Noah to put Hiroyo into the game instead of Kiora. Isagi apologizes to Kiora and says that it's something that he needs to try out with Hiroi, saying that Hiroi is the only player who sees the game as he does, and that he's the only one who can keep up with his vision and thought process. Isagi begs Noah, telling him that he's just one piece away and that he needs his partner to score the winning goal. But even so, Noah refuses. He says that he won't accept such a childish and emotionally driven argument, and that he only accepts rational and logically driven arguments. But that's when Hiroi starts, saying that if they had one more playmaker who sees the game from a bird's eye view, then that means that the player can anticipate Isagi's movements and support him. And if they can manage to do that, then they can minimize the time Isagi spent strategizing and increase his play speed. To the opponents, it would seem like there are two Isagis on the field, saying that he is fine with being Isagi's shadow. Hiroi thinks that after being controlled by his overbearing parents, he was sick and tired of people forcing their expectations on him, but for some weird reason. Right now, this is the first time he's wanted to do something for himself. As he puts his gloves on, he says that he wants to see how he stacks up against the world, and that for the first time in his life, he's going to believe in himself. And with that, Noah finally concedes and accepts their proposal. However, he also says that if they screw up, they will both be dropped from the starting lineup, which they gladly accept. And with Hiroi in his hand, Isagi is fully ready for his last and final piece to seize this game. After that, we see Snuffy sitting down in his master chair while taking his headband off. He tells the Ubers that since Baru already hijacked the team, they shall play through him, while of course using the tactics he's shown them, and lastly encouraging them to make a goal that even him couldn't possibly come up with, which the Ubers players are fully on board with. Snuffy also has a rather sluggish look on his face as he tells Baru that if they lose, he better take full responsibility. This, of course, doesn't face the king, who just tells him to sit quietly on the bench and tremble in fear as he watches Baru surpass him. Baru's words don't only hype up Snuffy, but also the entirety of the Uber squad, who's now more than ever ready to give it their all. As Noah approaches his seat, he puts his arm on Kyora's shoulder and he promises him that he will play in the next match, as he got completely shafted in this game. I honestly still feel so bad for him, but at the same time, I feel extreme excitement towards Hiroi, who's getting ready to give it his all. But let's just take a quick moment to appreciate Neru, who tried to comfort Kiora as he went back to his seat. I swear Neru is such an overlooked character. He's always there to hype or comfort his teammates. Same goes for Kitsunezato. Anyway, back to Hiroi, who thanks Isagi for picking him. However, Isagi says that he didn't do it for him, and that he instead needs his abilities to score, as he asks him if he can use metavision, which Hiroi surprisingly and calmly says that he can. Isagi violently throws his water bottle down on the ground, as he asks Hiroi what he was able to see when Snuffy stopped his counterattack. Hiroi says that Isagi would have been able to score if he had gotten the ball at his feet. However, he adds on by saying that they can't fault Yukimiya for sending that lob pass, as it was thanks to him dribbling that Isagi created the space needed to score. Hiroi then follows up with the most important question, asking what Isagi's plan is. However, Isagi takes some inspiration from Noah, as he tells Hiroi that he has no idea at all, which shocks Hiroi as he says that he can't believe that Isagi would demand Noah to pick him without a plan. Isagi says that it was the only choice he had, and as Ubers also made their substitutions, they will probably have to ad-lib and improvise on the fly. And with that, he puts his hand out to Hiroi and says that they will win 100%. Hiroi says that what they need right now is a collaborated winning vision, where they both read and analyze the game with metavision as he meets up with Isagi's hand. He also thinks to himself and wonders why it is that he doesn't hate the expectations that Isagi has for him, and that he's definitely going to change during his match. As the masters sit down, Noah tells Snuffy that he didn't expect him to resort to such emotional tactics, and asks him if he got all soft due to those brats' enthusiasm and passion. After that, Snuffy says that he can see why Noah chose Isagi as his protege, as he's got quite a unique talent. Noah says the same thing about Baru, and says that his potential would be up there with some of the best U20 strikers in the world, which Snuffy definitely agrees with. He even says that seeing Isagi and Baru so fired up together reminds him of Noah and Ego and the twisted rivalry they had. However, Noah just tells him not to compare him to that twisted maniac. After that, Snuffy even goes so far as saying that if those two continue to evolve at this incredible and fast rate, their little pipe dream of Japan someday winning the World Cup might go as far as coming into reality. We quickly leave the Masters and go to Ness, who's currently stressing his heart out, saying that even just containing Isagi is already a pain in the ass. However, now they will have to adapt and deal with Uber's unpredictable tactics as well. He even goes as far as saying that there's a chance that he and Kaiser will actually lose. But just then, Kaiser comes and puts his arm around Ness, asking Ness what's wrong, and says that if he keeps looking like that, even the goddess of victory will abandon him. Ness starts to freak out even more as he asks Kaiser what they should do, but Kaiser just tells him to be calm and says that every game has gaps that they can exploit, which Isagi will definitely try to find. With that, Kaiser has an intense and furious look as he says that he will destroy them all and asks Ness if he's ready for it. We leave the married couple and go to Lorenzo, who tells Baru that he can have one of his golden teeth, which Baru quite easily turns down. Lorenzo tells him that he's indebted to Baru as he's never ever seen Snuffy make such a face before. Baru tells him to pay back the debt now, and that they all better set him up for winning. The game is starting to begin soon, and with that, we see a bunch of bastard Munchen players being determined not to lose. As Gagamaru says that he will definitely stop the next one, we also have Yukimiya, who says that he will now become the game's hero. Reichi also tries to hype them up, and says that now that Snuffy is gone, it's time for them to shift the game back in their favor. The speakers suddenly go off and say that the stage is set after a fierce back-and-forth battle with sensational goals on both sides. Bastard Munchen and the Ubers are tied 2-2. Who will be the one to score the winning goal and emerge as this game's protagonist? As this is going down, we see Isagi walking with pieces flying everywhere as he ironically says that he's got all the pieces he needs to score and become the hero. He will take full advantage of Hiroi's playmaking abilities and dominate this game. And just like that, the final restart in the Neo Egoist League Match 5 kickoff finally starts as we see Bastard Munchen starting it off, and Isagi thinking to himself that the last goal and the king of the game will be him. After that, we see both Kaiser and Ness advancing on the field, when suddenly Baru comes forward, asking Kaiser to show him what he's made of. Kaiser just pulls his regular scary face as he says that he will take Baru down. However, while they are going at each other, Ness notices something strange. He notices that Baru is there trying to press them, which he has never done before. Kaiser passes the ball to Ness, who knows that in a situation like this, his job is to lure them in, which he definitely does as he gets behind not one, but two Ubers players. Baru tells them to trap Ness, but before they can do anything, Ness has already gotten away with an outstanding pass to Kaiser, who traps it marvelously. Like, I'm not gonna lie, but Kaiser's trap reminds me of something Nagi would do. Anyway, Ness falls flat on the ground, but even though he got his face crushed, he still said that it was a success as he got the ball to Kaiser. Kaiser looks unstoppable as he's advancing up on the field. He even manages to catch one of the Ubers players off guard by just attacking straight. Nico tells his teammates not to let him shoot and to watch out for the flanks. However, Grim has already managed to find himself a position on the flank as he calls for Kaiser. Even so, Grim doesn't satisfy Kaiser, who is forcefully looking for a path that he can send his Kaiser's impact in. He gets behind another one of Uber's defenders and cuts to the right to find himself a golden opportunity in between Aiku's and Ryu's faces. He shoots the ball with his lightning strike, and it would have gone in if it weren't for Lorenzo, who comes in his way and sacrifices his face to save the goal. The ball goes up in the sky and Isagi has his eyes on it. He knows that he has to run and get to the ball first. The ball is slowly going down and he thinks that if he can reach it, then he can turn it into a direct shot right away. However, just then, Aiku comes and heads away the ball, telling Isagi that he isn't the only one with metavision. Before we move on, let's just take a moment to really appreciate this fantastic panel. Aiku looks like a beast, and the snake is so well done that I'm almost speechless. The ball falls down to Hiyori, who's already in a feared 1-versus-1. However, Baru feels a bit alone, so he decides to join in on the fun, calling Hiyori naive and a bench warmer as he pushes him to the side. Nico also comes by and says that he's shocked to think that Baru himself would come and help out on the defense, as he comes and just hijacks the ball from both of them. Isagi is quietly watching from the side, saying that he can't believe that Baru willingly decided to do the dirty work and play defense from the front, saying that something like that was unthinkable until now, and for them to account for that, their decision-making will be one step slower. Baru's loyalty is only to himself, which makes for a perfect union where a king combines forces with a flawlessly designed army, which allows him to pursue his glory. However, it isn't only Baru who's undergoing an insane evolution, as the whole of Ubers is feeling the same thing while leading their king. All of the Ubers players are advancing up on the field in their intense counter-attack, and they turn to Baru for an idea of who they should attack, but Baru just tells them to shut up and work, saying that he will make a hat trick in this game, and as he uses the Neo Egoist League, he's going to show the world that he's the best player in the world. On the other hand, we have Hiyori, who thinks to himself that he is insane, saying that this is a totally different level than before. He says that the Ubers are outstanding, and that they are too fast and too good, which makes it impossible for Hiyori to read them, saying that he hasn't gotten into the game at all. Hiyori is in shock that Isagi has been able to constantly aim for the goal which fighting all these monsters, not to mention Kaiser or Baru. Hiyori wonders how they are able to score goals at this level. He calls everyone here a twisted psycho before saying that he fucking loves this place, saying that this is the first time he's ever experienced this type of intense and mad football, before Isagi calls out his name and tells him to come to him. After that, we get thrown back into Hiyori's backstory, where he just fell down a flight of stairs, thanks to his mom and dad arguing. They rush over, but they aren't worried about him, not even in the slightest. They are only concerned about his precious football leg, and even the mom has the audacity to tell him how much time and money they have invested into Hiyori. And it was at that moment that he realized that his parents sadly didn't love him, and that all they cared about was his specs. That tragic day left Hiyori in despair, and since that day his passion and attitude for football changed. Before he only played football because it made his parents happy, but now he only plays football because he doesn't want to break up his family. As he's playing video games, he acknowledges that it's a disgusting and pathetic reason, and that his attitude towards football is also pathetic, but even so, he doesn't have anything else that he can fully devote himself to. Hiyori's eyes are filled with emptiness and darkness as he says he began to coast through life, trying to find something that could help him ignite his passion. But then he meets Karasutabito. He tells Hiyori that all that crap about people's expectations, to just think about that later, and to instead start with yourself, and to believe in yourself. He tells Hiyori that he needs to find something that truly gets his blood pumping, and if he doesn't stop there, then he will just keep running around in circles like an idiot. But even so, for Hiyori to believe in himself was something close to impossible, because for him, things like expectations are just curses and almost like chains which is weighing him down. Hiyori desperately wanted to get away from his parents and to just escape that miserable and tragic household, which was the sole reason that he came to Blue Lock. He did his best to survive in Blue Lock because, like he said before, he didn't want to go home. And then we see him in the tag game where he took someone out, which was quite interesting because we don't know that much about the other's experience in the early stages of Blue Lock. Anyway, thanks to Hiyori desperately clinging to that ego, he was able to hang on and survive within Blue Lock, even going as far as helping Isagi in the 3rd selection and helping to win the U20 match. And now all that's left is the Ubers game, which we finally get back into. Reichi is screaming at Bastard Munchen to stop Uber's counterattack quickly, but as Hiyori is running back to help alongside Isagi, everything he can think about is how fast the Ubers are playing and how he's slowly falling behind. Even Ness is impressed at the Ubers' ability to dribble and advance at such a pace as they are going. Hiyori thinks that the quality of their combination plays is something truly outstanding that he's never experienced before. And not to mention the fact that Baru can get the best out of them, just like a king would move. But at the same time, it's not like he's moving selfishly. Baru, even though he's a selfish jerk, the aura that he's able to emanate makes the people around him trust him and follow his lead. Players who become the world's #1 striker probably have that ability that makes people follow them, which is amazing, but still something that Hiyori is unable to do now. An ego that teammates believe, trust, and gravitate toward. Hiyori has never really cared about believing or wanting to become the best player in the world, but then one day he saw Isagi, a player who sees the game in the same way as Hiyori does, and a player with his eye set on being the world's best player. And then it clicks for Hiyori that he isn't just a player, but that he's the key to Isagi's evolution. But it doesn't stop there either, as he says that he's the only one who can unlock his full potential. He thinks that if he hadn't come to Blue Lock, none of this would have happened. All of those golden opportunities that only he can see, they're his reason to fight on. Isagi holds the potential to become the world's #1 striker, but if they fail to capitalize on this golden opportunity, there's a good chance the world will forget about his potential. But it's fine, as Hiyori is the key, and he will be the one to unlock it. He will unlock a future where Isagi dominates the world stage, and that's a future worth living for. He will make Isagi the king of football. The ball falls onto Nico's shoe, which makes the ball bounce up, and out of nowhere, Lorenzo comes by and just sweeps away the ball. Both Isagi and Kaiser are there alongside Lorenzo, and they are both thinking that there's no way that they will let Lorenzo pass Baru. However, he unfortunately reaches the ball first and passes Baru, who's in front of the penalty area. As the ball is going toward him, out of nowhere the man himself, Hiyori, comes and stops the ball. He calls them idiots and reminds them that he also has metavision. He thinks that his ego isn't something that someone pre-planned for him. It's an ego that holds the key to the future, and most importantly, it's an ego he found for himself. And with that, he puts the key in his locker and finally breaks out of the chains that have been weighing him down all this time. He has a fierce look on his face as he looks to Isagi, telling him that it's time to fucking do this. Everyone from the Uber squad is shocked to their core by Hiyori's play. However, someone who is ready to attack is Isagi, who screams at Hiyori to win this. Isagi thinks that by Hiyori covering for Isagi's blind spots, he then managed to plug the holes in their defense. We see Isagi and Hiyori advancing up on the field with Hiyori being deep in his metavision. Sendo comes by and thinks that he is someone but gets out dribbled by Hiyori. And I don't know why, but this little panel is so satisfying that I can't stop staring at it for some reason. Anyway, after Sendo lies Nico waiting, but before he can do anything to Hiyori, Hiyori has already managed to get a pass off to Isagi. These two are sharper than ever, as there's no room for errors now, and by Hiyori perfectly syncing up his winning vision with Isagi, they are able to steam up the field, even involving Yukimiya in their attack. As they are trading passes, Hiyori thinks that Isagi has many weapons in his arsenal like his metavision, football IQ, and direct shot. However, Isagi's greatest weapon is without a doubt his ability to devour his rivals while still continuously fighting inside this twisted and chaotic field. Isagi's ability would have never awakened it if he hadn't come to Blue Lock, and is also the foundation of his ego. And right now, that ego is trying to propel him to become the world's best player, and only Hiyori holds the key to awaken his revolution. The emergence of the next football hero, and a hero that will change the history of football, is only a vision that Hiyori can construct and envision. That's the one thing pushing Hiyori forward and is why he plays football, which is the foundation of Hiyori-Yo's own ego. Let's just take a quick second to admire how Hiyori absolutely crushed the Ubers players in this panel. Like bro wasn't even thinking about them, but he still got behind them like they were nothing, even mere air to him. And I can't explain, but Hiyori's way of dribbling and getting behind his opponents looks so clean and satisfying. Even the Ubers players are saying that Hiyori's way of getting behind them is outright filthy. Hiyori's eyes are burning with determination, as he says that mass-producing goals isn't the only way to become an egoist, and that it was Isagi who helped Hiyori realize, because Hiroi is an egoist who produces the game with his passes. Here we see Hiyori fully looked in as he spots the perfect position for Isagi. Hiyori notices that Isagi wants to make a run for it, and to then uses a direct shot. Hiyori locks onto Isagi and passes him as he says that the future that Isagi envisioned, it's finally time to synchronize his vision with his goal. Hiyori's pass is going forward at an outstanding pace, and Isagi tries to run away from Aiku, who's looking him down nicely. The pass is perfect for Isagi. However, as he goes into his direct shot position, Lorenzo and Aiku comes back and tries to stop him. Lorenzo has his tongue out as he tries to be Rin, and he tells Isagi that it's the end of the line here. However, Isagi thinks that it's going perfectly, and that everything that is happening is exactly how he envisioned it. As Lorenzo goes in for the ball, Isagi instead taps the ball, which makes it go over Lorenzo's head. As Hiroi is watching from afar, he says that this was their plan along, making the first move to be a fake, to then turn around and use his lefty direct shot, creating a two-stage attack that allows Isagi to create enough space to shoot freely. I wish I could say that it ended here, however Kaiser is coming behind Isagi, telling him that he knew about their plan and that he will be taking this as he sprints to Isagi. Isagi is stunned, saying that Kaiser knew that he was going to fake out Lorenzo with his right and targeted the instant he was going to shoot with his left leg. Kaiser is planning on stealing his goal in mid-air, however Isagi has had enough of his shit. So he still makes his lefty shot, saying that the ball is his. And with that, the two of them create a joint attack by combining Kaiser's Kaiser impact with Isagi's direct shot to create their new combo shot, which I would say is my new favorite shot of the series so far. However, of course the Ubers are here to ruin the fun, as both Ryu and Baru are at the line and manage to block the shot with their legs. Even Ryu is stunned to see Baru at the defense line, and on top of that blocking a shot. Isagi lands and says that thanks to Kaiser he couldn't cleanly strike the ball, which made it a worse shot. Hiyori is still in the back watching it go down and says that he can't believe it. He and Isagi were in perfect sync, but the way Kaiser and Baru stopped them from scoring, it's almost like the two moved in a way that surpassed their expectations. And even though they are playing the game perfectly and flawlessly, the rate that the rest of the field is evolving is still a bit faster than their combined decision making, and for them to fully dominate at this level, they are unfortunately still one piece short. And with the ball high up in the air, everyone is rushing to get their hands on it, but the ones who get there first are Ryu and Kunigami. However, Ryu uses his outstanding jumping skills to head the ball first. The ball bounces on the ground before it goes to Aiku and Kaiser, but suddenly out of nowhere, Isagi comes and is able to get off a pass to Hiyori on the side. Hiyori gets the ball, and Isagi screams at him to go one more time. Thanks to that, Hiyori knows that Isagi still believes in him. Hiyori thinks that the best thing to do is to reset their attack and surpass their previous winning vision to create a brand new attack pattern. But just as Hiyori is getting ready to attack with Isagi, he sees two silhouettes of his parents behind him. They are telling or almost forcing him to shoot the ball instead, telling Hiyori that they expect great things from him and that he needs to become the number one. After that, Hiyori gets a rather unpleasant and worried look on his face as he says that from the start, his parents heaped expectations on him, which he absolutely hated, and the whole point for him coming to Blue Lock was to escape those expectations that he was drowning in. But right now, isn't that all he's doing? Trying to live up to Isagi's expectations like his parents, but it's different with Isagi, as Hiyori doesn't hate the expectations Isagi has set for him. Hiyori is in despair, trying to think of the right answers, when another silhouette appears before him, but now it's Ego who's also telling him to shoot, asking Hiyori if that isn't what being a striker is all about. Then it clicks for Hiyori, as he thinks that the missing piece to the puzzle might be his shooting ability. Isagi is running on the side, trying his hardest to get Hiyori's attention as he shouts at him to look at him and to give him the ball. Hiyori is about to do what Isagi says, as he's the reason Hiroi's managed to get this far. But suddenly he thinks back to him and Karasu talking back in middle school, where Karasu told him to believe in himself, to find something that truly gets his blood pumping, because if you don't start there, you'll just keep running in circles. And with that, Hiyori finally says that he gets it, as until now he never took his future into his own hands, but instead let his parents decide his future. He then blamed them and ran away because things didn't go his way, because that was his way of not getting hurt. As he gets behind Nico, he says that he is afraid of being alone and abandoned, but then making a 180 and calling himself pathetic. He pretended that he is some stoic person when he's really just a coward who keeps on running away. But from now on, he won't hide behind people's expectations of him anymore, because from now on he will believe in himself, and if he ends up being alone and abandoned after that, then that's whatever, because if he was truly born for the sole purpose of playing football, then this shot will be his answer. Hiyori says this as he fires off an absolutely outstanding shot against the goal, which means that he betrayed Isagi, who is looking at him with a stunned expression as the ball is flying past his face. Both Aiku and Lorenzo are thrown off by Hiyori's shot, which came out of nowhere, but just when you thought that it will finally end, someone else comes in the way, and this time, it's none other than Sendo Shuto, who is by the goal, and jumps up to barely touch the ball, but still touch it, enough to make it bounce away, making Sendo save another super close goal. However, as Hiyori is witnessing this, he looks destroyed, saying that he knew it, and that he wasn't a person who was born to play football after all. However, someone doesn't agree with that, and it's Isagi who has pieces flying around everywhere as he compliments Hiyori, saying that he's finally found his ultimate winning formula. As Hiyori watches the ball flying in the air, he thinks that he wasn't a person who was born to play football after all, saying it with a crushed and destroyed expression on his face. The ball falls down to Aiku, who traps it perfectly, but Hiyori couldn't care any less, as he says that he suffered so much and experienced so much frustration from all of this. He tried so hard to believe that playing football was what he was made for and what was his purpose. However, that shot told him that he wasn't worthy, but honestly, he felt okay with it. After he goes home, he will sit down with his parents and tell them. He will finally tell them that he's done with football. Hiyori is casually standing on the field while everyone else is running around in chaos. Hiyori has a bittersweet expression on his face as he says that he gave it his all and that he can now move on without a single regret. He thanks Blue Lock for his blessing and even lets out a smile of relief. However, while Hiyori is in this euphoric state, Isagi out of nowhere comes running to him, screaming his name all that he possibly can. Hiyori looks over with a surprised face to see Isagi with burning eyes telling him to do one more. Hiyori can't understand what is going on. While he's trying to figure out what Isagi is saying, the whole Uber's squad is beginning their counterattack and is rushing over. Hiyori is frozen as he thinks that Isagi still believes in him, but just why? Hiyori decided to shoot and betray him instead of passing, so why would Isagi still have faith and believe in him? Isagi is running like never before on the field as he screams at Hiyori to not even think, telling him to go crazy and to surpass their wildest imaginations and to do it on reflexively. When Isagi says that, Hiyori remembers that it was that exact advice that he once gave to Isagi in the third selection. But why would Isagi say that now, and what could he mean? Hiyori is totally dumbfounded as he says that he doesn't get it, but still, he wonders what it is that makes him desperately want to meet Isagi's expectations of him. He thinks back to his parents' expectations of him, and how horrible they were, saying that every single one of his parents' expectations was always focused on his physical specs, meaning his human side of things. But with Isagi, it's different as Isagi's expectations aren't focused on the human side of Hiyori, but instead, the things that he can change through actions. His expectations are super goal-oriented, especially goals that have the power to change his destiny. Ever since he arrived at Blue Lock, Isagi has been searching for comrades who can help him achieve that reality, which is why everyone gets drawn to Isagi's ego and tries their best not to get devoured by him. While Hiyori has been thinking to himself, Lorenzo managed to get the ball away from Isagi and up to their ace striker Baru, who's in a one-on-one with Yukimiya, who's desperately trying to stop Baru from shooting. To help Yukimiya, Raichi comes and says that the two of them can trap him, so Raichi goes in and tries his best to cover the goal. However, as time passes, Baru starts getting more angry and aggressive until he's had enough and pushes both of them to the side to get off a shot at the goal. But sadly, all of his efforts will go to waste as Kunigami is waiting for the goal. He calls Baru a redhead gorilla before he blocks the shot from Baru. Isagi compliments Kunigami's block, but he's so stuck up with himself that he tells Isagi to shut up and that he didn't do it for him. All the 22 players on the pitch are trying their hardest to win this match, or I should rather say 21, as Hiyori is slowly jogging in the back. Hiyori's disappointed because just when he thought that he could move on, and just when he thought that he could finally go home and play some video games, he was finally ready to quit football for good when it all went into ruin. After that, Gagamaru catches the ball in the air and throws it up on the field right away, telling them to finish this game already. But suddenly, someone says that he already knew that Blue Lock was a twisted madhouse, and that Gagamaru's shit pass won't lead to the finishing goal. It was Hiyori who said it, and is now back in the game saying that just one last time he will make an exception while looking at Isagi and saying that this will be his last attack on Isagi's crazy and twisted ego. Hiyori gets down on the ground and right off the bat, both Nico and Lorenzo come rushing toward him. Nico tells Lorenzo that they will crush him with a high-press trap design, which Lorenzo is on full board with. However, Hiyori has gone into rage mode as he tells them to just shut the fuck up as he does an outstanding rainbow flick over both of them, and then sneaks behind Lorenzo before he can even comprehend what is happening. The ball falls to Isagi, who tells Hiyori to keep up the tempo. But as Hiyori hears this, he wonders who the hell Isagi thinks he is, as he's ordering Hiyori around, saying that if it weren't for him, Isagi wouldn't even be able to impact the game at all. He thinks this as they make a 1-2 with each other to get away from Lorenzo and Nico. Nico is stunned by what Hiyori has just managed to do, and Lorenzo is just weird as always. Anyway, Hiyori gets behind another Ubers player like it's kindergarten football for him. Even though he's getting behind the players with ease, it feels like he isn't even paying much attention to them, as he in his head says that after this match, he will quit football for good. He sees Isagi coming behind the Uber's defender, so he passes him. But after that pass, Hiyori suddenly gets a random realization, asking himself what it is that he's doing, running around like a crazy maniac while feeling a rather unique feeling. He wonders if it is due to Isagi's nosiness, kindness, or even friendship, but it's definitely none of the above, as Hiyori couldn't care less about any of it. And if he's being frank, then the only thing he cares about is seeing whether Isagi really is the real deal. And if Hiyori holds the key to becoming the best, then he wants to experience the moment that the world changes around him. But this also confuses Hiyori, as he can't believe that he has such a greedy ego deep inside of him. As he's getting back the pass from Isagi, he says that this is the first time that his mind and body are in perfect sync when playing football. He doesn't really understand it, but says that this might be the feeling you get when you start to believe in yourself. But even with this new and crazy feeling he's experiencing, he's still set on quitting football after this match. He finally stops thinking for a second as he passes the ball to Isagi. However, Isagi does a little Mario jump above it and lets it roll over to Yukimiya, who is in a one-on-one with Drago, but he's still able to get the ball back to Hiyori. Hiyori sees that they are 38 meters away from the goal, saying that he's still not in the range to deliver the final pass, but just maybe Isagi can manage to get behind the defense. But they still haven't broken it down, so how could he do that? But at the same time, this just might be the perfect timing for them to score. Isagi is quickly and swiftly trying his hardest to run behind the Ubers, but even with his attempts, Hiyori still says that they are too far away, saying that he hasn't shaken off his marks yet, and he starts talking about the best option for them to take. When suddenly, out of nowhere, Isagi just decides to stop. Hiyori is angry, wondering why the hell Isagi decided to stop, and tells him to keep on moving. Hiyori asked him how the hell he was supposed to pass the ball to him if he was standing still with two defenders behind him. He wonders if he wants Hiyori to try and go for another goal again, or what it is that he's thinking. But suddenly the piece floats together, and Hiyori remembers what Isagi said beforehand, telling him to don't look and don't even think, just telling Hiyori to surpass their wildest imagination instinctively. Hiyori is in shock after realizing Isagi's plan, calling Isagi a real maniac, and wonders how he will even be able to pull this off, saying that no matter how you look at it, this is crazier than anything he's ever done before. Isagi's eyes have a determination like never before as he tells Hiyori to sense it, the field's own blind spot. Hiyori thinks that it's possible while mostly theoretically. Isagi tells him to do it and says that he's the only one that can do it. So Hiyori throws all of his thoughts to the side and calls Isagi an arrogant bastard before telling him to do it. Hiyori is getting ready to pass, with both Aiku, Nico, and even Kaiser before him. And that's not all that's in front of him, as there's a ton of pieces flying like crazy all over the field as the two of them are getting ready to make history. Hiyori says that Hiyori Yu will now become the center of the world. Nico knows that he can't stop Hiyori in a one-on-one by himself, which leads him to his only option, which is to try his best and slow down Hiyori's attack. As Isagi is waiting by the defenders, Ryu says that right now Isagi is playing off Hiyori's movements to receive the final pass. Ryu is still set on keeping him locked down and refusing to let Isagi move freely. However, it isn't just Ryu who's deep in his thoughts as Aiku is carefully analyzing the field, saying that by aiming for the chaos created by those two by predicting the trajectory of Hiyori's pass, Kaiser's only intent is on forcibly snatching the winning goal, which Aiku is sure of, so he knows not to take his eyes off Kaiser. Kaiser is coming towards Isagi, while saying that he will kill him, and I know that this is Blue Lock, but that seems a bit too far, even for Kaiser. But I don't doubt that he would do it if he got the chance. Anyway, Hiyori is currently going crazy against Nico. He's dribbling the ball so fast that Nico has absolutely no idea which way Hiyori is looking to go. He analyzes Hiyori's movements and says that he will go right, but just as he goes in for it, Hiyori moves to the left side. This not only gets him behind Nico, but also opens the pass route and they are now both ready to do it. But as Isagi is getting ready to receive the pass, Aiku sees something else. He sees that Hiyori is only looking at the ball and understands that Hiyori is planning to shoot the ball all by himself. This turns out to be true as Hiyori gets into a shooting position and is ready to fire it off, when unfortunately, Lorenzo comes out of nowhere. Lorenzo calls him selfish, but admits that this is all that Blue Lock is about. Lorenzo goes in to take the ball, only to realize that Hiyori was planning on doing a feint all along, which even leaves Nico wondering what Hiyori is up to. The ball goes up in the air, but that's when Hiyori's next threat comes into the picture. As the king himself Baru comes by, he calls Hiyori predictable and says that in the end, he's just gonna pass after all. Baru screams at Hiyori that the pass route is now sealed off, telling Hiyori that without Isagi, he's just an insignificant lackey who is too weak to stand up and fight for himself. But Hiyori has a look in his eyes like never before. It's almost like his mind is fully in the game and nothing else. Anyway, Hiyori tells Baru that he was too slow and also throws in a dumbass because why not? As Hiyori is surrounded by 3 Ubers players, he says that he can already see Isagi winning the final goal. And just then, out of nowhere, Isagi, without looking at Hiyori, just starts sprinting. And not even Kaiser understands what is going on at this point. But then it clicks for them all, as Isagi runs away from Ryu, and Hiyori gets a window open up from Baru. Everyone on the pitch sees that the two of them aren't even looking at each other, and instead putting their full trust that each other will be there at the correct time. Hiyori's and Isagi's eyes are burning like never before, and it's more than enough to burn the whole Blue Lock Stadium to the ground. Anyway, Hiyori finally gets off the pass, which just goes over Baru's leg, and is heading into the pit of players all gathered around each other. Hiyori asks Isagi if he's there, which Isagi definitely is, as he catches the whole Uber's defenders off guard, and is now almost free from them, even leaving Kaiser behind them as he looks at Isagi clueless. As the ball falls to Isagi, Hiyori and Isagi in sync say that if they are the real deal, then by clashing and crossing their visions of becoming the best player in the world, they will be able to go even beyond their wildest dreams. The ball is falling down, and it has a glow around it like never before, as Isagi Yoichi, the Blue Lock's MVP, the Blue Lock's Egoist, and bastard Munchen's new ace, he gets into direct shot position and absolutely demolishes the ball as it falls down to let his leg. Fukaku tries his best to catch, but I don't even think that the best goalkeeper in the world has a chance of catching it as it goes into the net and finally gives bastard Munchen their well-deserved lead. Isagi and Hiyori are absolutely ecstatic as they jump up in each other's arms to celebrate this insanity of a goal. We finally get to see everyone's reaction to Isagi's and Hiyori's spectacular goal. And we even see Snuffy letting out a smile as he watches them, and Noah is just a stone face as regular. Corona and Igarashi gets up from their seat to rush over to the two of them and start celebrating. From afar, we have Aiku and Nico, who's totally exhausted after the match. Aiku says that it is amazing, and Nico wonders what it is with those two. Aiku responds by saying that they are totally twisted, but Nico says that he can't believe it. While it may be theoretically possible for this to work, those two at that exact moment must have synced up without even making eye contact. It would be impossible unless those two synced up their thought processes perfectly, and everything that they saw on the field, everything must have been in sync. Lorenzo comes by saying that they totally destroyed them and that the attack surpassed any perfect design they could have created. He calls it a risky gamble, but for them to pull it off in this do-or-die situation, you gotta just tip your cap off to those freaks, and says that they definitely without a doubt were the heroes of this game. But that's not all, as he also admits that that goal alone was worth at least 100 million. We see Baru for a quick second as he looks furious, but he doesn't really say anything except grinning a bit, which is understandable as he's just lost to his rival once again. After that, we see Ness thinking about his life decisions and how everything could go so wrong. He says that Isagi's and Hiyori's play should have been impossible and calls it disgusting. But deep down he wonders if this is the true essence and magic of Isagi's football. Kaiser is quiet beside him, but when Ness looks over, he doesn't see Kaiser instead. He sees a whole goddamn monster who is screaming his heart out of frustration. The author really managed to capture all of Kaiser's anger and despair in this single panel alone, and then we see his determination for revenge as he looks at Isagi and Hiyori, who's doing a high five with each other. Isagi compliments Hiyori and calls him amazing, saying that Hiyori's shot gave him inspiration. If they could use Hiyori's shot as a decoy, they could then create a split-second opening, and if they then had complete trust in each other, they could see the same winning vision and play as one. He thanks Hiyori for tagging along with his selfish demands. But there's something wrong as Hiyori's eyes quickly go blank. He starts by saying that he never thought that someone could use expectations like this, saying that it wouldn't have worked even if both parties understood and played off each other, and that it's not about one person wholeheartedly supporting the other's demands. Instead, this partnership can only work if both parties believe the other sees the same winning vision. When Hiyori realized that he could play freely, a whole new world opened up before him, and he thanked Isagi for that. Isagi looks happy as he says that the two of them can do this until they become the best layers in the world. But Hiyori says no. He says that he won't play this kind of tag team football with him anymore. This shocks Isagi, but Hiyori continues saying that from now on he's gonna play a brand of football that will produce the best striker in the world. He says this with an incredible aura around him, which even gets Isagi to feel it. Hiyori doesn't stop as he says that he was planning on quitting after this match, but after being a part of that goal, and after experiencing that thrill and that ego, there's no way in hell he can quit. And if strikers can't understand and keep up with his passes, then he'll discard them without a second thought, including Isagi himself. Isagi is a bit taken aback by all this, but laughs and says that contrary to his calm demeanor, Hiyori is quite a sadist. But Hiyori one-ups him as he says that he's an ultra-sadist and thinks that from now on, his life will finally start to revolve around him, as the two of them smile and are extremely happy over all of this. And with that, the Neo Egoist League Game 5 has ended with the final scores being 3 to Bastard Munchen and 2 to the Ubers. But now we leave the German stratum and go to game number 6, which is Paris against Munchen City. The scores are 2-1 to Paris, and Nagi and Rin are in an extremely intense and frightening duel with each other. And Rin is even looking like a demon as he has a dark aura around his face. He traps the ball which got sent for him, and Ryo screams at Nagi to stop him. Nagi says that Rin has become an absolute monster, and that his core strength, body balance, trapping, dribbling and shooting, saying that all of Rin's specs have evolved beyond comprehension since the U20 match. With that, he lands with a cold stance on the field, and we see that it has been Rin who scored all of the 3 goals, meaning that he got a hat-trick this game, and it was Chigiri who scored for Munchen City. Anyway, Rin is looking more furious and just threatening than I've ever seen him, as he says that Isagi will have to prepare himself as Rin is going to fucking destroy him, which is just insane and mind-blowing at the same time.